Chapter 1. My dearest neighbor. The shrill sound of the alarm clock pierced the tranquility of the morning, rousing the figure wrapped in the loose quilt. After a few moments of stirring, it fell back into stillness. With a sudden shout, a robust figure sprang from the bed with astonishing speed, delivering a kick to the still buzzing alarm clock. A resounding crash echoed as the clock met the hard wall, obliterated by the sheer force. Dazed and still caught in the remnants of sleep, Chen Hao stared blankly at the chaos strewn across the floor. After a few minutes, he finally stirred, rubbed his face, and maintained a calm demeanor, his chiseled features betraying no concern for the mess below. Barefoot and clad only in his underwear, he made his way to the washroom. His well-honed muscles concealed explosive strength, exuding an aura of coldness that deterred any approach. Despite his handsome and resolute visage, his expression bore the weight of perpetual gloom, making him seem somewhat intimidating. Ding! A beautiful day begins. Congratulations, host. You have survived for 135 days. Reward: 3 free attribute points. Reward: mastery level in firearms, the highest tier on Earth. Reward: mastery in combat technique, Jeet Kune Do, master level. Reward: enhanced perception. Reward: bloodline of Chi-Yu, proven through killing. Host: Chen Hao alias Old Jack. Age: 26. Height: 190 centimeters. Weight: 100 kilograms. Current tasks completed: 167. Current attributes: superhuman, average human, 10. Host: 98. Current bloodline: ancient Witch Clan Chi-Yu bloodline. Cultivation method: none. As Chen Hao brushed his teeth, he felt numbness wash over him while listening to the ringing voice in his mind. He was not originally from this world. During an outdoor expedition, he inadvertently stumbled into a mysterious cave and was trapped by a landslide. At that moment, a voice in his mind simply asked if he wished to live. His answer was a swift and simple yes, and then he lost consciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself in the land of the eagles. Everything felt alien. His body had transformed into that of a robust man, towering at 1.9 meters. Most importantly, he had inexplicably bound himself to a system in his mind. As he ventured out to explore this new world, he recognized that beyond this land of eagles, everything else resembled a patchwork of cinematic realms. The president was not the familiar old Trump, and the most absurd of all was his neighbor, a name he found all too familiar: Lecter Hannibal. Yes, the culinary connoisseur, the dashing gentleman. His system was equally gruesome, known as the lawless system. Any effective kill would grant him the right to survive, and all those who perished by his hand would leave behind attributes he could collect to enhance himself or his skills. With each survival cycle, the system rewarded him with unique attributes and skills unattainable by ordinary individuals. Thus, Chen Hao drifted through this world for over 130 days. Each day, the system assigned targets, individuals. While he could venture out and bayou, the teachings of his homeland instilled in him the conviction that such madness was not to be entertained. Consequently, he had spent this time targeting deranged mortals and freaks. Fortunately, this was a world of fusion, replete with many bizarre killers, and he never feared running out of tasks. His cautious approach allowed him to live relatively comfortably, and repeated hunts had significantly enhanced his physical attributes. It could be said that his skin was now impervious to ordinary bullets, and coupled with his extraordinary strength and speed, common folk were akin to mere insects in his hands. Crushing them was as effortless as squashing an ant. Wearing a robe, he leisurely opened the door and stood in the garden of his modest home, sipping coffee and clearing his mind. "Hey Jack, I'm making delicious grilled ribs tonight. If you're free, do come over and taste." A sultry, magnetic voice called out, prompting Chen Hao to turn towards source. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, with golden hair slicked back, the suave middle-aged gentleman, exuding elegance, regarded Chen Hao with a smile. "Good morning, doctor. I'm afraid I won't be able to make it tonight." "I have a date," Chen Hao replied, his lips twitching involuntarily at the thought of dining with the man. Could he really partake in such a meal? He shuddered at the thought of whose leg or liver it might be. "Ah, what a pity. But Jack, you've been here for months, and every time I invite you for dinner, you seem to have prior engagements. You must take care of your health." The gentleman expressed mild disappointment, yet his tone remained gentle and cultured. Sometimes I really wish I could toss my boss into the Pacific, but alas, not just yet, Chen Hao joked. Huh, you have quite the sense of humor. Well, we'll catch up another time, but Jack, it's not morning anymore. It's afternoon. With a light laugh, the doctor turned, cradling a mountain of ingredients as he entered his home. Ah, I truly wonder what that tastes like. No, brother, restrain your gluttony. This is definitely not something you can eat. Chen Hao mused, shaking his head with a wry smile as he watched the doctor leave, before heading inside to tidy himself up. System, retrieve today's task. Ding. Task assigned. Please proceed to the gas station at the end of Highway 39. The target count is 13 individuals. Please eliminate them all. Special task reward. Enhanced regenerative ability. Why has the system specified the location this time? It usually just announces the number of targets. And why does this gas station feel eerily familiar? The gas station at the end of the road? Is there some significance attached to this? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Hao found himself puzzled, but he dismissed the thought and made his way to a small room at the bottom of the stairs, retrieving a hand axe, a desert eagle to stow in his pocket, and several daggers concealed within his shoes. He carefully surveyed the room's layout. After gently closing the door behind him, he approached a second-hand Chevrolet parked at the street's edge. With a rev of the engine, the car roared to life, and a steely resolve washed over Chen Hao's expression. The vehicle accelerated with remarkable speed, the accelerator pressed firmly down as he sped toward his destination. Chapter 2. The Deadly Curve, the Beginning. In North Carolina, bolstered by the system, the car raced forward, maintaining a speed of 220 miles per hour. After a little over 4 hours, the road began to narrow, compelling Chen Hao to slow down. During this period, Chen Hao finally realized what that familiar sensation was. It resembled a scene from a movie. A group of university students embarked on a jungle adventure, only to have their tire burst along a road that had been closed off. Ignoring warnings from others, they foolishly decided to explore, ultimately paying with their lives. The film Wrong Turn is likely familiar to everyone. Although Chen Hao had forgotten most of the specifics due to the passage of time, a few key elements remained vivid in his memory. One was the old man at the gas station, who had lived near the cannibals for many years without a single incident. This fact had long troubled him. While the film did not explicitly state it, Chen Hao suspected that this man was certainly no saint and that the monstrous beings were undoubtedly connected to him. Another point of intrigue was the police patrolling the forest. It was known that the monster's lair was filled with the vehicles of victims. Yet strangely, these law enforcement officers seemed utterly oblivious. Was that even possible? There must be some sort of collusion between them, the nature of which Chen Hao could not discern. However, he felt that in this venture, trust was a luxury no one could afford, save for those unfortunate souls. Yet, it seemed the timeline had not yet reached that point, so whether he would encounter such a situation remained uncertain. Suddenly, the tire exploded, causing the vehicle to sway violently, and the steering wheel slipped from his control. Fortunately, bolstered by his monstrous strength, Chen Hao managed to bring the car to a steady halt. Observing the scene, he felt no rush. Instead, a cold smile crept across his face. He was well aware of this familiar scenario, and he suspected the gas station was not far from here. With that thought, he adjusted his tools and began to stride towards it. Before long, after about half an hour, a desolate and dilapidated gas station appeared before him, its walls crumbling and paint peeling away, revealing the remnants of its former self. At the entrance sat an elderly man, hair as white as snow, filthy and bearing a cold demeanor. His eyes were devoid of warmth, glinting with malice as he fixed his gaze on the approaching Chen Hao. As Chen Hao stood before the man, towering over him, his eyes radiated a palpable murderous intent, his cold expression betraying no emotion as he stared down at the old man. Initially, the old man mirrored his demeanor, but the overwhelming aura of menace emanating from Chen Hao was palpable, as if he could sense the bloodshed that lingered around him. This young man was equally a harbinger of death, and the weight of his murderous history was so profound that it felt as though a chill settled around them. Who was this harbinger of doom? The old man felt paralyzed. He knew he was no saint himself, yet in the presence of this figure, he felt as innocent as a lamb. "You," the old man began, but was abruptly interrupted by a sharp pain on his face. Smack! A powerful hand struck him hard across the cheek. "Fuck you." The old man was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden attack. Fury surged within him, and he unleashed a torrent of vulgarities at Chen Hao. Chen Hao, however, uttered not a word, continuing to rain down blows upon the old man's face. At this point, the elderly man's teeth were nearly all gone, his initial bravado giving way to a fearful, cowering demeanor. Yet Chen Hao showed no signs of stopping, relentless in his assault, akin to a machine engineered solely for inflicting pain. Smack! 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 The stark sounds echoed in the desolate surroundings, and the old man found himself wishing for death. He couldn't fathom why this strange figure was tormenting him so. Crucially, he wished he could switch sides, for the side being struck had grown numb, and he sensed swelling beginning to form. Each time he attempted to rise, this demon would lightly press down on his shoulder, the sheer force threatening to fracture his bones. Before long, Chen Hao finally ceased his onslaught, yet his expression remained icy, his eyes still burning with murderous intent. Then his voice broke the silence, devoid of any sentiment. What is your connection to the monsters in this forest? Upon hearing this, the old man's mind raced. How could he know? Was it possible? Yet he could not confirm or elaborate. Over the years, many had perished here, but through careful management, this place had become his domain, where life and death rested solely on his word. No living soul had ever left this place. Thus, the existence of informants was impossible. But how did this man know? He could not divulge anything. To speak would surely cost him his life, and he would likely lose everything he had built. Clenching his teeth in silence, the old man remained mute, but as Chen Hao observed his shifting expressions, culminating in a resolute silence, a sinister smile crept across Chen Hao's face, growing louder until it morphed into a maniacal laugh. It was a madness, lawless and bloodthirsty, as if a demon from the depths of hell had seized control of his psyche, sending icy chills into the old man's bones. He could not suppress a shiver. Ah! A scream erupted. The old man's face contorted in agony as Chen Hao crushed his right foot underfoot, shattering it to pieces. You can choose not to speak, but you, a mere insect, only prey on the weak. I come here on someone else's behalf, and my soul the overwhelming and boundless dread rendered the elderly man trembling, driving him to madness. He attempted to push aside Chen Hao, but the man stood firm like an imposing mountain, rendering the old man's efforts as futile as an egg striking a stone. Chen Hao remained unmoved. With a resounding smack, the final act unfolded, leaving a mess of crimson and white strewn about. Chen Hao brushed off the dirt from his attire, whistling nonchalantly as he gradually ventured into the woods. The old man, complicit in the malevolence, lay discarded like a tattered sack. Chapter 3. A man must safeguard himself. At this moment, by the banks of a stream nestled within the woods, 2 men and 2 women were enjoying a camping trip. The 2 women, possessing sweet features and alluring figures, lounged in vibrant bikinis, basking in the sun, while the 2 men busily transported supplies from their vehicle to the campsite. A red-haired girl posed playfully, while her blonde companion reclined, revealing skin as smooth as silk. Despite their industriousness, the men's gazes were fixated on the enchanting sight before them. Hey, Lena, I'm thinking of venturing into the woods to see if I can find some small game for dinner tonight, remarked a tall, handsome young man, brandishing a single-barrel shotgun with a playful grin directed at one of the beauties. You'd better hurry. Alice and I intend to savor our vacation, teased another blonde youth, casting knowing glances at the one who had spoken. All right, Luke, I'll be quick. I'll bring you back a feast, replied John, the red-haired beauty's boyfriend, as he prepared to enter the thicket. Well, John, I await your good news, Lena said, her demeanor shifting to a playful intrigue as she exchanged glances with the others. Turning to the blonde beauty beside her, she added with a light laugh, I think I'll join you. I've never explored the woods before, and besides, I'd be interrupting your fun. Look at how impatient Luke is becoming. With a mischievous smile, she subtly cast a flirtatious glance at Luke. Though Luke picked up on Lena's signal, he kept his composure, aware that their relationship was shrouded in secrecy, merely a pursuit of thrill. It seemed that the blonde beauty had yet to fully engage with Luke, but he was eager to seize this opportunity for advancement, while Lena, understanding his intentions, was quite cooperative. Thus, her desire to explore the woods was partly motivated by a wish to accompany John. As the 2 departed, Luke and Alice began to flirt, their eyes sparking with unspoken chemistry, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Gently caressing Alice's delicate skin, Luke felt a surge of excitement, reveling in the moment, though he was still unsatisfied with the current state of affairs. As they leaned closer, ready to share a prolonged kiss, a sudden scream pierced the air, halting their movements. Ah! A chilling cry followed, echoing with distress. Lena's scream sent shivers down their spines, prompting them to spring into action. "Luke, what's happening?" Alice asked, her expression tinged with fear as she grasped his shoulders. "I'm not sure, but they must be in trouble. I'll go check it out. You stay here," Luke declared, darting into the thicket, leaving Alice anxiously behind. While she was lost in her thoughts, a rustling sound emerged from nearby bushes, prompting Alice to call out. "Luke, is that you?" she questioned, confused. "Wait, who's there?" A strange male voice emerged from the underbrush, and soon a tall, handsome young man stepped into view. It was Chen Hao, somewhat bewildered as he had not anticipated encountering anyone in the woods, especially since he hadn't seen any vehicles parked outside. Upon noticing the two cars in the distance, realization dawned on him. Seeing the fear etched on the girl's face, coupled with the earlier scream he had heard, he understood that she was likely connected to the woman in distress. "Who are you?" the girl asked, her voice quivering with trepidation, her demeanor akin to that of a startled rabbit. "My friend called me Jack. I'm here hunting, and I heard a scream from the woods." "Was it you? Hunting?" Alice was taken aback. The man appeared unarmed, not fitting the profile of a hunter, which heightened her suspicion. Sensing her apprehension, Chen Hao was about to offer an explanation when suddenly a bloodied figure burst forth from the forest. "Luke, what has happened to you? Please do not frighten me." Alice, now overwhelmed with fear, tears streaming down her cheeks, trembling as she gently touches the wounds adorning Luke's body. His current state is truly pitiful, with 3 arrows lodged in his back and chest, and a hunting trap clamped onto his foot, his body riddled with multiple knife wounds. He is now barely clinging to life. "Alice, run. There's a monster." Luke gasps intermittently before his head droops, seemingly having succumbed. A swift whoosh cuts through the air, and then Chen Hao, with an uncanny awareness, grips an arrow in his hand that resembles those embedded in Luke's body. "How intriguing. I was actually planning to find you," he sneers, as the system in his mind begins to issue frantic warnings. "Hey, you haven't finished your sentence." Suddenly, an exceptionally towering figure emerges from the forest, a creature standing 2 meters tall. When Chen Hao sees the being, he is disgusted. Its face is a grotesque mask of decay, teeth resembling those of a beast, sharp and bloodthirsty, displaying a savage demeanor devoid of any semblance of humanity, its eyes gleaming with greed for flesh and beauty. The monster clutches a blood-dripping machete. "Be careful." The creature seems fixated on the beautiful blonde, disregarding Chen Hao entirely as it lunges towards Alice. Swinging its blade towards her thigh, Chen Hao, quick to act, delivers a powerful kick at the rushing monster, sending it flying as if struck by a cannonball. It crashes violently into a massive tree with a resounding thud. Alice is paralyzed with fear, her lovely face paling, instinctively seeking refuge behind Chen Hao, trembling. "Sir, please save me. Save us. Stay behind me. Don't stray too far," he instructs Alice before turning to face the monster with a cold smirk. "I'll make you scream. Are you an angel sent by God to save me?" Alice gazes at Chen Hao with a look of enchantment, suddenly expressing her thoughts. Chapter 4. I will take you to fight monsters. The monster howls, its expression one of agony, yet its gaze remains fierce and frigid. Chen Hao, smirking, emanates a murderous aura that sends chills down Alice's spine, making her shiver involuntarily. The dull thud of fists striking flesh echoes like the sound of dumplings being pounded at home, and as Alice watches Chen Hao deliver blow after blow to the monster, she finds herself inexplicably captivated by the man before her. So powerful, the explosive display of strength and the allure radiating from him are intoxicating. Alice feels that this man is exactly whom she has longed for. The monster's cries grow fainter, and gradually, its grotesque, corpulent body begins to convulse violently. With each strike from Chen Hao, it shudders rhythmically. Blood and flesh scatter, its skull fractured and sunken, its face a bloody mess, while its repulsive, upturned nose gasps for breath, but the intake is diminishing. Slowly, its once robust arms attempt to retaliate, reaching out to grasp Chen Hao, but he, driven by a surge of bloodlust, seizes the creature's wrists with a grip akin to iron, twisting them mercilessly. Ah! The creature's final scream seems to echo in a moment of fleeting clarity, and as its arms contort grotesquely, it finally lies still, spitting contemptuously onto the repulsive remains. Chen Hao rises, brushing the dirt from his clothes and turning to see Alice gazing intently at him. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Chen Hao asks, puzzled by the strange intensity of her gaze, as if she wished to undress him with her eyes, making him somewhat uneasy. Startled by his remark, Alice snaps back to reality, a blush creeping across her youthful, collagen-rich face. "Speak. How many companions do you have?" Chen Hao inquires impatiently, not out of kindness, but merely out of circumstance. If he could save her, that would be ideal, but if not, it was beyond his control. Oh, there are 3 others. One just died. His name was Luke. He was supposed to be my boyfriend, but... Alice's expression turns sorrowful as she gazes at Luke's lifeless body not far away. "I didn't ask about that unfortunate soul. How many are left besides him?" Chen Hao replies, bemused by the apparent recklessness of these young Westerners, who venture into desolate places rather than remain in a safe city. "There are 2 more, a girl named Lena with red hair and another named John." As her fear begins to dissipate, her concern for her remaining friends grows. "Do you want to stay here or follow me? If you wish to leave, just follow the path I came from. My car is at the edge of the forest. You can wait in my car or lock yourself in your friend's vehicle." Chen Hao surveys the surrounding woods, dense with underbrush, where visibility is severely limited. And with the absence of the unfortunate one's cries, he seeks any traces to locate the remaining monsters. The system had provided him with 13 targets. Having confirmed the death of the one he just defeated, 12 remain. The system does not issue tasks without reason, indicating that this forest indeed harbors that many creatures. Truthfully, he would prefer to have this young lady accompany him, but given the danger, it was essential for her to make her own decision. Alice, lost in thought, remains silent, while Chen Hao continues to pace. "I will follow you." At last, she makes her decision, and as the words leave her lips, she breathes a sigh of relief. Though she is not brave, she longs to escape this nightmarish place swiftly. Yet, bound by friendship and fear, she believes that following Chen Hao is her safest option. And perhaps, there is a chance to rescue her companions. Having heard no sounds for an extended period, her hope for her friend's survival has diminished. Yet even if they have perished, she yearns to witness the demise of these wretched beings. "All right then, I will take you to fight the monsters. But remember to stay close to me and do not fall behind." Chen Hao says no more, respecting her choice. With her by his side, he feels a bit more at ease. After all, preserving her life is certainly within his capabilities. The recent battle allowed him to truly comprehend his own strength. In his memory, these monsters possessed power that could easily overwhelm humans, yet just moments ago, they were as defenseless as infants before him. This realization lightens his heart, and he now feels remarkably relaxed. As they enter the forest, an eerie silence envelopes them, as if all life has succumbed to stillness. Even the birdsong that usually fills the air is absent. Chen Hao remains vigilant, not allowing his newfound power to lull him into complacency. The current quietude suggests an ambush may be nearby. With a sudden whoosh, a projectile flies through the air, and Chen Hao's expression sharpens as he swiftly reacts, slapping the arrow mid-flight. The arrow, disrupted by his force, falls to the ground, and he begins to sprint. From the trajectory of the arrow, he has pinpointed the lurking creature. With a thud, he leaps onto the trunk of a massive tree. In Alice's astonished gaze, he appears to soar into the air, vaulting onto a high branch before vanishing into the treetops. Alice, filled with anxiety, watches in anticipation. Mere seconds later, a shadow plummets from above. With a crash, the monstrous figure strikes the ground, startling her. She turns to see a female creature lying motionless, its neck twisted grotesquely, blood pouring from its eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, mingling with internal organs expelled from the fall. Its eyes, filled with hatred and malice, coupled with its horrific appearance, leave Alice assured that her journey home will be fraught with nightmares. With another thunderous sound, Chen Hao descends as if he were a deity, his feet striking the ground with authority. The clothing that once adorned him has vanished, revealing a physique sculpted by power, making Alice swallow hard in awe. Chen Hao did not speak much, for this was another's choice. Moreover, having her close by granted him a sense of reassurance, at least. Preserving her life was not a concern. In the recent battle, he truly comprehended his own might. In his memories, these monsters possessed a power capable of overwhelming humanity. Yet just moments ago, they had appeared before him as mere infants. This implied that, in his presence, these creatures could be easily subdued without effort. Freed from pressure and hesitation, his demeanor now radiated relaxation. As the two ventured into the forest, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, as if the world itself had succumbed to stillness. Even the usual melodies of birdsong were conspicuously absent. Chen Hao's expression shifted to one of vigilance. He did not let his newfound strength lull him into complacency. The current state of the forest indicated the presence of an ambush nearby. A sudden whoosh pierced the air, and Chen Hao's countenance turned icy. With keen perception, he swiftly struck at the shaft of the arrow that had been loosed. The arrow, disrupted by an external force, tumbled to the ground as Chen Hao began to sprint. From the trajectory of the arrow, he had identified the lurking creature hidden in the shadows. With a resounding thud, he leaped onto the trunk of a massive tree. To Alice's astonishment, he seemed to soar into the air, effortlessly bounding onto a large branch, and then vanished into the canopy above. Alice, filled with anxiety, was still contemplating her worries when, mere seconds later, a dark figure plummeted from the sky. The ground shook with the impact, startling her, and she quickly turned to see a creature, resembling a woman, lying motionless on the ground. Its neck was twisted grotesquely, blood oozing from its eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Coupled with the force of the fall, it expelled a torrent of blood and entrails. Its eyes brimmed with hatred and resentment, and its horrific visage filled Alice with dread, assuring her that her return home would be plagued by nightmares for a long time. Another loud crash reverberated as Chen Hao descended from the heavens, his feet striking the ground with the force of a deity. The garments that had adorned him vanished without a trace, revealing muscles that bulged like a coiled spring, causing Alice to swallow hard in disbelief. "Are you all right, Jack?" Alice approached him, her hand gently brushing his body. Concern etched across her face, mingled with other emotions. Chen Hao felt as though the girl was taking liberties. But lacking any proof, he merely waved her off with a casual gesture. Kneeling before the lifeless creature, he meticulously examined its condition. After a few minutes, he confirmed that the beast was irrevocably deceased. Continuing onward with Alice, he soon noticed a trail of blood on the ground, prompting him to crouch and follow its direction. "Did you find something?" Alice inquired, also kneeling beside him, brushing her golden hair aside, her expression tense. "This appears to be the blood of your friend. And it leads that way," Chen Hao remarked, pointing toward the path where the blood had vanished. Following his gaze, Alice noticed that the area ahead was illuminated, suggesting the trees were thinning out, indicating they would soon exit the forest. "Let us go," Chen Hao declared, stepping forward, with Alice hastily trailing behind. Chapter 5. Welcome to Hell. Chen Hao's pace was swift, and Alice, following closely, began to perspire profusely. However, for the sake of herself and her companions, the young girl gritted her teeth and persevered. As they moved forward, Chen Hao scrutinized their surroundings, and soon they emerged into a vast clearing of grass that brightened their view. The wild grass stretched high, nearly reaching their knees, and in the distance, a solitary house stood alone. At the sight of it, Chen Hao instinctively pulled Alice down to the ground. "What's wrong?" Alice exclaimed, startled by his sudden movement and unclear of the situation. Chen Hao's gaze was fixed intently on the surroundings of the distant house, and he did not immediately respond to Alice's query. After a moment, having assessed the area, he turned back to her, speaking softly, "I am going to eliminate them all. Stay close behind me and always remain in my shadow, understood?" The man's expression was grave, his eyes fierce, despite a hint of ferocity in his rugged features. Alice found his seriousness to be remarkably attractive. "Yes, I understand," she nodded gently, mentally encouraging herself. Were there fears? Certainly, she was terrified. To a girl, a murderous fiend was a terror that could send her running for cover, coupled with the grotesque appearance and rumors of cannibalism. Her decision to follow Chen Hao was an act of considerable bravery, born not of any special quality, but from a refusal to yield and a trust in his strength. This man was the most powerful she had ever encountered. Compared to the seemingly formidable figures in her school, he rendered them childlike in their innocence. Was there any sense in showing mercy to enemies so vicious and bloodthirsty? Such mercy was not kindness, it was foolishness, and while Alice was inherently good-hearted, she was not blind to the lines of right and wrong. Approaching the house cautiously, Chen Hao attuned his ears to the sounds around them. The intermittent screams and cruel laughter indicated that at least one monster resided within. He feared Alice's friend might still be alive. The agonizing cries, filled with sheer terror, brought tears to Alice's eyes. She recognized that voice. It was Lena S., who was likely enduring immense torment. Her voice had grown hoarse, as if on the brink of death. Yet the instinct for survival compelled her to call out. Despair was contagious, and the sensation of facing an abyss of darkness was enough to shatter anyone's resolve. Chen Hao felt a tug on his sleeve and turned to see the girl before him, her eyes ablaze with fury. Please help me. Kill them all. Seeing the absence of fear in her gaze, replaced by sheer anger and resentment, Chen Hao nodded solemnly. Stealthily approaching the entrance of the house, the sounds within became clearer. There were indeed multiple monsters, and they seemed to be reveling in their malevolence, cackling and shrieking with excitement. Each monstrous cry was accompanied by Lena's agonized moans. With a resounding crash, Chen Hao kicked the door open as though it were made of paper, startling the monsters inside. The grotesque and bloody scene within was laid bare before Chen Hao and Alice. Lena had been dismembered, her limbs severed, and her clothing torn away. The largest of the monsters was currently violating her, while the other two feasted on the fresh remains of human limbs, their faces smeared with blood and flesh. The delicate skin and uncharacteristically slim physique of the dismembered body made it abundantly clear where these limbs had come from. Alice recoiled in horror, her body trembling uncontrollably as her stomach churned violently, and she could no longer suppress the wave of nausea that overtook her. A monstrous shriek erupted from the largest creature as it was the first to react, while the other two discarded their meals and charged at Chen Hao and Alice. Wielding massive axes, in a flash, a gleaming dagger, cold as ice, was hurled at the smallest of the monsters, striking true and piercing its right eye. A CR forged like an alloy, incredibly resilient and possessing immense strength, the creature's right leg abruptly contorted and twisted, resembling a fragile twig that had been snapped. The crackling sound of its shattered bones sent tremors through Alice's heart, yet she could not help but feel an odd sense of exhilaration. The lone survivor, now standing in place, began to exhibit signs of fear, instinctively retreating. Chen Hao, observing this scene, felt no sympathy, his face adorned with a cold, mocking smile. "Are you afraid? I thought you wretches were devoid of such emotions," he sneered, fixating his disdainful gaze upon the beast. The creature, seemingly incensed by Chen Hao's expression, transformed its previously fearful visage into one of bloodlust, cruelty, and unbridled rage. With a fierce roar, it charged forward, wielding its axe. A thunderous crash echoed as it struck a supporting beam, leaving a deep imprint, while Chen Hao danced away with the grace of a butterfly, pulling Alice along with him. Perhaps fueled by fury, the creature's attacks became relentless, leaving Chen Hao struggling to find an opening. As dust swirled within the room, a motive found its way into the creature's eye, prompting it to reflexively close and rub its eye. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, Chen Hao seized the opportunity, drawing forth the short axe secured at his back and lunging toward the creature's head. The beast, noticing his swift movement, recoiled in terror. But Chen Hao was far too quick. A soft cracking sound resonated as the axe embedded itself into the creature's skull, leaving it motionless. A trickle of crimson blood mingling with white tissue sliding down its forehead. With a resounding thud, it collapsed to the ground. The demise of their companion drove the two remaining ogres into a frenzy, struggling to rise. Chen Hao swiftly approached them, delivering a series of brutal kicks to their joints. Their anguished cries resembled a symphony of torment, and Chen Hao reveled in the chaos. Casting a glance at the two ogres writhing on the floor like pupae, he coldly remarked, "Welcome to hell." Chapter 6. The Hunter and the Prey with a heart as frigid as ice. Chen Hao approached the pitiful Lena, who now lay in a state of utter despair. On the brink of death, she managed only the faintest movement of her lips, unable to utter a sound. The sparkle in her eyes gradually faded, and a single tear of regret slipped down her cheek, marking her sorrowful departure from this world. Chen Hao, moved by the sight, sighed softly, gently closing her still open eyes. "May you find a better place in your next life." Alice, overcome with grief, had already succumbed to tears, her slender shoulders trembling as she buried her face in her hands, stifling her sobs. Chen Hao refrained from offering comfort. The young girl needed to unleash her emotions, lest she succumb to a greater illness later on. Cautiously surveying the filthy surroundings, He noted the pervasive dark red stains and the nauseating odor of blood mingled with decay, causing him to grimace. Before long, he halted before a tightly shut door, its surface marred by numerous handprints. It was evident that this was a place frequently traversed by the ogres, hence the abundance of traces. Turning the door handle, it creaked open, revealing a dimly lit staircase descending into darkness. As he descended, the stench intensified, and soon a faint glow illuminated the path. Before him lay a large iron table, approximately 2 meters long, upon which lay dismembered human remains. The severed head to the side bore expressions of fear and resentment, suggesting the individual had not long departed this life, the remnants of color still lingering on their visage. A collection of gruesome, blood-soaked tools adorned the table, while the opposite side of the room displayed the desiccated torsos of humans, hung like butchered meat. Chen Hao felt a surge of anger. Yet he was also acutely aware of the complexities involved. The ogres lacked the capacity for speech, rendering any attempt to extract information futile. However, one thing was certain. Whether it was the elder responsible for luring and guarding at the periphery or the numerous human remains indicating countless victims, the absence of any official investigation hinted at a conspiracy to conceal and nurture these abominations. Yet, without tangible evidence, Chen Hao was not inclined to delve deeper. His resolve lay solely in annihilating these wretches. John, a pained cry broke through. Alice, having descended unbeknownst to him, rushed towards the table upon seeing the head. As she recognized it, she collapsed, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream. Alice, now resembling a lost child, was so engulfed in sorrow that tears eluded her, merely sitting there, clutching John's severed head. Observing her state, Chen Hao grew concerned. It was evident her psyche teetered on the brink of collapse. If she did not quickly escape this despair, she risked losing her sanity. With a sudden, sharp slap, he struck her cheek. Her vacant gaze met his, and he felt a surge of frustration. What are you grieving for? Is this truly the time for sorrow? Our priority is vengeance. Do you not recall Lena's cries? Can you bear to let your friends die unjustly? This is what these beasts owe them. They must pay with their lives. As he spoke, he shook Alice's frail form, gradually igniting a spark in her eyes, which transformed into fury, then into a wild intensity. Yes, I want them dead. I want them eradicated. With a glance of madness directed at Chen Hao, she declared, Jack, if you eliminate them all for me, I will grant you anything you desire. Hatred, a powerful force, temporarily overshadowed her grief, providing a path through the desolate landscape of sorrow that threatened to engulf her. I promise you, but once this is over, I will claim you. Huh. Alice, momentarily dazed, suddenly comprehended, a flush of crimson creeping up her cheeks, her ears turning a vivid shade of red. Chen Hao inwardly scoffed, thinking, what is there to be shy about? Do you think I'm picky? His words were intended to instill a deeper appreciation for life within her. Come, we must return above and entertain those two wretches. Setting aside their grief and chaotic thoughts, Alice quickly fell and stepped behind Chen Hao. Upon returning to the upper level, Chen Hao surveyed the two ogres still howling in agony, a cold smile gracing his lips as he approached them, forcefully bending their arms backward. With a series of cracks, the ogres erupted into fresh cries of pain, yet under Chen Hao's overwhelming strength, they remained pinned to the ground, their struggles futile. Make it louder. Scream more. A chilling smile spread across Chen Hao's face. He was merciless and cold-blooded as he began to torment the two still living monsters. The continuous wails of despair highlighted their resilience. If these were humans, they would have perished long ago, yet these creatures persisted. To Chen Hao's surprise, Alice displayed no signs of fear. Her eyes were filled with hatred and rage, even tinged with a hint of excitement. Just as Chen Hao exerted himself, a series of strange cries echoed from outside the house. Upon hearing them, he chuckled disdainfully, seizing the two ogres, now akin to broken sacks, and tightening his grip. With a sickening crunch, he shattered their necks, their heads drooping lifelessly. Roars echoed from outside, the sounds growing closer. Chen Hao swiftly ushered Alice back into the basement, taking cover beside the splintered door. Suddenly, the air was pierced by the sound of arrows whistling through the air, embedding themselves into the wall of the room. The arrow quivered as it embedded itself deeply into the wall, suggesting that the strength of this archer was astonishingly formidable, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Yet, Chen Hao regarded it with disdain and a mocking smile, recognizing that this creature possessed a degree of cunning intelligence. It had tested the waters and attempted to establish dominance, mistakenly believing he would become a frightened rabbit. Steadying his breath and adopting a demeanor of cold indifference, Chen Hao was reminiscent of a lion poised for the hunt, silently waiting for his prey to step into his realm of slaughter. Once they did, a tempest of fury awaited them. Peering cautiously through the window, he observed 7 or 8 mutated ogres standing outside, their faces twisted with malice and a cruel sneer, their eyes filled with murderous intent. The leader, a particularly imposing figure exceeding 2 meters in height, stood at the forefront, while the others maintained a cautious distance of at least a meter, evidently intimidated by their commander. 8 of them, sufficient indeed. After considering their numbers, Chen Hao devised a plan. Charging out recklessly was not an option, although his enhanced physique could withstand bullets. He was unwilling to grant these monstrosities any opportunity. Utilizing the room as a refuge, he aimed to lure them in one by one for slaughter. Knowing they lacked heavy weaponry, suddenly, the creatures outside began to screech, as if engaged in a heated discussion, with the leader angrily berating its companions. Moments later, the roar of an engine reached Chen Hao's ears, leaving him astonished. The innocent victims who perished here must have been numerous. Yet he had seen no vehicles upon his arrival. Their sudden appearance hinted that these monsters had concealed them. Indeed, they were a cunning and ruthless breed. The fact that these creatures could operate vehicles took him by surprise. They must have realized their companion's demise, instilling a sense of caution regarding Chen Hao's power. It seemed their earlier actions had merely been a test, and they had no intention of charging in. Instead, they contemplated an alternative strategy, using a vehicle to break down the door, as an open area would greatly favor them. This was problematic. The vehicle roared to life, the sound growing nearer, prompting Chen Hao to swiftly evade. Just seconds after he vacated the spot, a thunderous crash echoed as the previously narrow door was violently breached, leaving a massive hole. The front of an SUV became lodged in that very gap, and soon the engine roared again, as the creatures inside began to stir. Attempting to reverse, he could not allow them to move the vehicle, or he would be left defenseless. Like a spring-loaded cheetah, Chen Hao sprinted forward with alarming speed, vanishing in a blur, and soon found himself atop the vehicle's hood. He leaped, stomping down with all his might, causing the car to creak ominously before it shuddered violently and emitted plumes of white smoke. Concentrating all his strength, he clenched his iron fist and struck the already cracked windshield with a ferocious blow. As his massive fist approached the glass, he noticed the ogre inside displaying a flicker of fear. A cold smile crept over his face. Were they capable of fear? Chen Hao felt no pity for these abominations. A resounding crash followed as the fragile glass shattered under the force of his strike, creating a large hole. Reaching inside to seize the creature, he was met with a fierce resistance as it brandished a knife and fought back with all its might. Recognizing the danger, Chen Hao withdrew his arm and stood on the hood, staring at the snarling beast within. Sensing its newfound confidence behind the protection of the vehicle, the ogre's expression shifted to one of arrogance, relishing the moment of Chen Hao's hesitation. Seeing the creature's smug demeanor, Chen Hao straightened, adjusted his disheveled clothing, and scoffed. Suddenly, his expression turned icy as he lifted a foot and kicked the windshield. The powerful blow shattered the glass like paper, and a robust arm reached in, pulling the stunned ogre out. As the creature regained its composure and attempted to resist, Chen Hao's massive hand enveloped its head, and with a sickening crunch, the ogre's skull fell limp. A nearby window rattled as countless shards of glass fell to the ground, revealing the furious face of the ogre leader outside. Realizing its companion had perished, it let out a roar of rage. Chen Hao, unfazed, grinned at the sight of the enraged creature. Grasping the lifeless body in one hand, he used the other to rip the head from the ogre's shoulders right before the leader's eyes. The sickening sound echoed as the ogre's body, utterly fragile compared to Chen Hao's superior strength, succumbed to the brutality, blood gushing forth, painting Chen Hao in a crimson hue, akin to a demon from the depths of hell. Fear flickered in the leader's eyes, albeit briefly, but Chen Hao's heart turned colder. These beasts treated humans as mere livestock, devouring them with sadistic glee, their cruelty beyond comprehension. They could no longer be considered human. The leader of the ogres watched, its malicious expression returning as it readied its longbow, aiming directly at Chen Hao. With a powerful leap from the hood, Chen Hao moved with blinding speed, leaving only a fleeting shadow in his wake, his agility far beyond that of the ogre's vision. Suddenly, a pair of enormous feet kicked through the window. The ogre reacted quickly, instinctively raising its arms in defense. The impact was tremendous, shattering its bones and sending it crashing into a nearby pillar, followed by a wail of agony. Despite its pain, this ruthless beast, even with its arms shattered, still attempted to rise. Another swift kick struck, rendering its arms useless, contorted at unnatural angles, as the creature writhed in torment on the ground. Chen Hao, undeterred by its suffering, strode toward the fallen monster. It glared up at him with venomous hatred, yet all it saw was a foot descending upon its head. With a sickening squelch, Chen Hao's foot obliterated its skull like a ripe watermelon. Disgusted, he spat trash before making his way toward the front door. The sound of arrows slicing through the air filled the atmosphere as Chen Hao remained composed, devoid of any panic. With remarkable speed, he deftly swatted away every arrow aimed at him, his pace accelerating as he advanced. As he sprinted across the grass, the air was filled with the sounds of arrows whizzing past, mingled with furious roars. Closing in on the horde of monsters, he had abandoned all subtlety, determined to end this swiftly as the sun dipped toward the horizon. With a powerful punch, he struck the forehead of a nearby creature, the speed and ferocity of his blow creating a massive dent in its skull. The fatal injury rendered it unconscious, though muscle spasms betrayed the fact that it had once been alive. The remaining ogres, evidently intimidated by Chen Hao's overwhelming might, began to rally, calling upon their comrades to confront him together. Yet, Chen Hao felt no trepidation. He was a harbinger of death, and every ogre that dared approach him was either torn asunder or annihilated with a single blow. The bloodshed was brutal, and he felt no compassion or restraint as their numbers dwindled, instilling fear in the remaining creatures, who began to flee. Covered in blood, Chen Hao halted, observing with cold amusement the two remaining ogres that had turned to run. Chen Hao was undeniably eager. To miss out on a good deal would be akin to being less than a beast. Moreover, the young lady was exceptionally beautiful. Was it not a fortune to partake in such a venture? Shouldn't he receive some form of compensation? The girl glanced around at the chaotic and shattered corpses, her eyes filled with fury as she ran over to the lead ogre's body, delivering a series of fierce kicks. Soon, her expression transformed into one of profound anguish and sorrow, prompting Chen Hao to assist her in retrieving the body of her dear friend. Together, they gathered some materials to wrap the body, after which Chen Hao dragged all the ogre corpses into a room, igniting a great fire to forever bury the sins committed there. As for whether the flames would ignite the surrounding forest, Chen Hao felt it was of no concern to him. Although his body belonged to the United States, his soul did not. The two walked in silence until they arrived at the spot where Alice and her companions had initially camped. By now, the sky had completely darkened. With Chen Hao's assistance, they dug a large pit to bury the three bodies. Alice wept for a long time. This once kind girl underwent a radical transformation, occasionally displaying a fierce and cold demeanor that contrasted starkly with her former innocent self. Chen Hao surmised that she had been deeply affected, yet at least she had not lost control, so he offered her a few words of comfort. They then made their way to the creek, shedding their constraints, and began to indulge in passionate intimacy. While Alice sought to alleviate the emotional turmoil within her, Chen Hao, the scoundrel, merely thought it would be foolish to pass up such an opportunity. A trickle of blood slowly flowed from the delicate skin of her inner thigh, and although Chen Hao contemplated pausing, Alice remained undeterred, becoming even more fervent. With such demands from the lady, how could he refuse? As long as he didn't endanger her life, he thought, he could proceed. As their rhythm quickened, the system's voice finally echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the ogre hunting mission. Rewards are being distributed now. The system granted the host 5 free attribute points. As a second-tier reward, the host received a super healing skill, and as a third-tier reward, the host acquired immunity to viruses. Host, Chen Hao, Old Jack, current status, Master Level Firearms Expert, the highest rank on Earth, Superb Martial Arts, Master Level, Enhanced Perception Virus Immunity, can withstand all viruses on Earth, including unknown ones. Super Healing, can instantly recover to peak condition, excluding near-death situations. Bloodline of Chiyu, proving one's path through slaying, current progress at 1. Reward, State of Demonization. Host, Chen Hao alias Old Jack. Age, 26. Height, 190 centimeters. Weight, 100 kilograms. Tasks completed, 168. Current attributes, Superhuman, Ordinary Humans, 10. Host, 100. Remaining attribute points. 3. Requires 100 free attributes to transcend limits and reach the realm of the divine. Current bloodline. Ancient Witch Clan of Qi Yu cultivation method. None Chen Hao embraced the already slumbering form beside him, carefully examining his status. After this hunt, his attributes had finally met the criteria for advancement, much to his delight. However, he felt somewhat disheartened by the one progress in his bloodline. Having slain over a dozen extraordinary creatures for merely a single percentage point seemed excessively demanding. Was it not reasonable to assume he would need to eliminate at least 1,000 to make any significant headway? Yet, upon reflection, he realized it likely would not be that simple. Otherwise, the system would not have allowed him to engage with humans at the outset. Although he had dispatched many foes, he had received no progress rewards then. It seemed likely that he would no longer be permitted to trouble humanity, as such a body had little worth in contesting with mere mortals. Nevertheless, he was intrigued by the notion of a state called demonization, though he restrained his impulses, deciding to explore it upon returning home. Reflecting on the day's experiences, Chen Hao felt a renewed confidence in his abilities. He eagerly anticipated how powerful he would become upon transcending humanity, reaching the divine realm. It was quite the arduous journey. Chen Hao gazed at the starry sky, softly lamenting. Chapter 9. Demonization. As they retraced their steps, Alice, having experienced the union of spirit and flesh, now clung closely to Chen Hao, following him step by step. Her face filled with infatuation. This man, with his prowess and vitality, had completely captivated her. After hours of exertion, had it been the previous lifeless soul, he would have likely succumbed in mere minutes. Yet this man was truly resilient. She had fallen head over heels for him. Upon finding her vehicle, Alice recoiled at the sight of the deceased elder, resembling a frightened rabbit, her beautiful eyes brimming with terror as she sought refuge behind Chen Hao. Fear not, my dear. This unfortunate soul likely met with an accident. We need not concern ourselves with him. Let us leave promptly. He gently patted her back, his voice soothing, gradually calming her startled heart. Chen Hao seemed to possess an enchanting power. Being in his presence provided her with an unparalleled sense of security that rendered her fearless in the face of danger. My love, are you leaving? Alice, seated in the passenger seat, gazed at him with reluctance, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she fought to suppress her emotions. You've seen my life. I am a wanderer, incapable of staying for anyone. Let us consider this a romantic encounter, shall we? The scoundrel that he was. He was certainly preferable to a petty villain. After all, the earlier battle in the forest had arisen from the girl's overwhelming fear, seeking solace in moments of chaos. Thus, one could argue that both parties had merely taken advantage of the circumstances. Very well, but could we possibly delay our departure until tomorrow, until I have fallen asleep? Her expression was one of pleading, an enchanting innocence that captivated him, and before he could respond, her vibrant lips swiftly sought his. As the vehicle began to sway rhythmically, Chen Hao found himself astonished. These American girls were exceedingly open, unable to contain their desires even in the open air. Though his heart belonged to China, he was not impervious to their boldness. Another hour passed, darkness enveloping the surroundings as Chen Hao patted Alice's shoulder. My dear, let us find a place to rest. Tomorrow, I shall escort you home before I take my leave. Alice, still ensnared in her emotional turmoil, gazed at Chen Hao with a dazed expression and nodded. In her current state, he could likely sell her without facing any resistance. The car roared to life and sped away from the terrifying forest. Shortly thereafter, the wailing of police sirens echoed, and 3 police cars arrived at the gas station in a flurry. Bang! Bang! The sound of doors slamming reverberated as a middle-aged man clad in a yellow police uniform, flanked by 2 officers of color, emerged. Upon seeing the elder's corpse, a solemn expression graced each of their faces. Hey, check if he still has a pulse. Strangely, it seemed these officers were more concerned with the elder's condition than any signs of a crime. The officer named Ibo approached the corpse, his face twisted in disgust as he covered his mouth and nose with one hand, cautiously probing for a pulse. He then stood up and shook his head at their leader. Confirming the elder's death, the lead detective gestured to his companions. Let us head into the woods and check for those monsters. Ibo, you stay here and handle this. We'll regroup shortly. Understood. The middle-aged man cast a disdainful glance at the elder's corpse, spat, and led another officer into the forest. Not long after they left, a great fire blazed, accompanied by the sounds of explosions, erasing any trace of the gas station from existence. Meanwhile, Chen Hao remained blissfully unaware of the enormous trouble he may have attracted. Even if he had known, he would have had no time to worry, as Alice, like a water snake, entwined herself around him, seemingly impervious to fatigue. Upon finding a roadside motel, she eagerly pulled Chen Hao into their room. Before long, sounds of passionate cries filled the room, drawing ire from other guests. Thus, the night passed in restless abandon. As morning sunlight streamed in, Chen Hao groggily opened his eyes to find Alice sprawled across him. Furrowing his brow, he carefully shifted her body aside. After stretching his limbs, he moved to the washroom to freshen up. Moments later, he returned to the room, discovering Alice still fast asleep. Gently, he tapped her exposed, fair posterior. "Alice, wake up. We must be on our way." The sound of closing doors echoed as a middle-aged man clad in a yellow police uniform emerged from a vehicle, flanked by two officers of African descent. Upon encountering the lifeless body of an elderly man, gravity etched itself upon each of their faces. "Ibwa, check if he still breathes." Strangely, it seemed these officers were more concerned with the old man's condition than any signs of a crime. The officer named Ibwa approached the corpse with a look of disdain, covering his mouth and nose with one hand, cautiously extending the other to feel for a pulse. Rising to his feet, he shook his head towards their leader. "Confirmed. He's dead." The lead detective gestured to the other two. "Let us head into the woods and investigate those anomalies. Ibwa, take care of this scene. We will regroup shortly." "Understood." The middle-aged man cast a disdainful glance at the body, spat on the ground, and led another officer towards the forest. Shortly after his departure, a fierce fire erupted, accompanied by explosive sounds, erasing all traces of the gas station. Meanwhile, Chen Hao remained blissfully unaware of the immense trouble he had potentially invited upon himself. Even if he were aware, he had neither the time nor the inclination to dwell on it. Alice, resembling a water snake, wrapped herself around him, seemingly oblivious to fatigue. Upon finding a roadside motel, she eagerly pulled Chen Hao into their room. Moments later, the room was filled with Alice's passionate exclamations, drawing ire from other guests. After a night devoid of rest, Chen Hao awoke to the morning sun, slightly dazed, only to find Alice sprawled across him. Frowning, he gently shifted her body aside, stretched his limbs, and made his way to the washroom to freshen up. After a short while, Chen Hao returned to the room, discovering Alice still deep in slumber. He lightly tapped her bare, pale back. "Alice, wake up. We must depart." The disheveled Alice, her gaze still clouded with sleep, sat up in bed, momentarily stunned. Soon after, she shot a reproachful glance at Chen Hao, seeming to chastise him for waking her so early, still relishing the memories of their escapade from the previous day. Chen Hao noticed her expression but feigned ignorance, focusing instead on packing his belongings. The duration of this trip had been extended, and within his bag lay various trinkets collected from the bizarre dwelling, which he intended to gift to his good neighbor upon his return, certain they would delight him. After some time, Alice finally finished preparing, and Chen Hao escorted her to school. Following a series of affectionate farewells, they parted ways. Chen Hao pressed on, aware that he had already squandered too much time and that another mission would likely arise soon. This hunt for cannibals had made him realize the system would probably assign him challenges that transcended the realm of humanity. With his current strength, merely eliminating humans felt like a waste of potential. Moreover, the newly unlocked Chi Yu bloodline skill intrigued him, and he was eager to explore it further. Racing back, Chen Hao arrived outside his home, glancing at his neighbor's closed door, deciding to address that later as he quickly entered his own abode. He meticulously examined the subtle traps he had set around the room, relieved to confirm that no intruders had breached his sanctuary. He then ascended to the second floor to access the system. The phrase "kill to enlighten" puzzled him, suggesting a deviation from humanity's path. Upon reviewing the description of the demonization status, he gasped. Demonization. The host temporarily gains a 200 boost to all attributes, consuming 1 year of lifespan per second. Additional notes indicated that slaying supernatural beings could yield origin points, which could extend lifespan. Could this mean he might experiment with immortality? And with a 200 enhancement, his attributes were nearing the divine threshold. Could he truly experience that level of power? Chen Hao felt his blood surging with excitement, but quelled his desire to experiment. Knowing that activating such a skill would cost him a year of life, a perilous gamble, he resolved to wait for a more opportune moment. Elated by his significant gains, he found himself eagerly anticipating the next mission. Chapter 10. A gift for Uncle Ba. As dawn broke, A ray of sunlight roused Chen Hao from his slumber. Peering through the window, he spotted Uncle Ba, dressed casually, tending to his lawn with a mower. Graceful and composed, he greeted each passerby with a gentlemanly smile. Chen Hao observed for a moment before retreating back under the covers. After more than half an hour, Chen Hao stumbled into the bathroom, addressing his physical needs before slowly washing up. Just as he finished his shower and was toweling off his damp hair, a gentle knock at the door interrupted him. Who is it? Chen Hao wondered, suspecting it might be his neighbor, who had previously offered to treat him to a meal but had been unable to follow through for reasons well known. Jack, please open the door, it's me. The magnetic voice of the middle-aged man confirmed his suspicions. Quickly dressing and tidying his appearance, Chen Hao opened the door to find Uncle Ba standing there. Exuding an air of calm sophistication, his demeanor warm and inviting. Jack, when did you return? I noticed your car today and thought I'd stop by to greet you. I hope I'm not interrupting your rest. Not at all. I returned yesterday, but I saw your door was closed, so I didn't want to intrude. As they conversed, Chen Hao quickly remembered the gift he had brought and interjected. Please wait a moment. I have a present for you from my recent trip. Uncle Ba's face lit up with surprise, quickly replaced by joy. Oh my, Jack, you truly are the best neighbor I've ever encountered. Despite his elation, a flicker of confusion crossed Uncle Ba's expression. He found it hard to fathom how someone he had known for such a short time could seem to understand him so well. This feeling sometimes stirred a primal urge within him, an instinct to consume the young man's heart to free himself from the sensation of confinement. Yet, each time he contemplated this, an inexplicable fear radiated from the young man's aura, paralyzing him with dread. Being a man of high intellect, Uncle Ba hesitated. Unwilling to dismiss these instincts as mere fanciful thoughts, he understood them to be a legacy, an ancestral intuition akin to that of a beast. Such a gift, once common among humanity, had mostly faded away, save for a few bloodthirsty lunatics. Sipping the coffee Chen Hao had offered, Uncle Ba raised an eyebrow, contemplating purchasing some for himself, impressed by the young man's taste. Perhaps this quality would allow him to preserve his own heart, if only temporarily. Shortly thereafter, Chen Hao approached with a small wooden box, elegantly wrapped in blue velvet with golden trim, resembling a work of art. Jack, what is this? Uncle Ba inquired, intrigued by what the young man might present. Chen Hao gestured for him to open it, his face beaming with a smile. As Uncle Ba unwrapped the box, he discovered 4 sharp fangs arranged neatly inside, their length far exceeding that of any humans. Are these the teeth of a beast? He wondered, unable to identify the creature. Yet a familiar, bloodthirsty scent emanated from them, unmistakable. Regardless of their origin, he was certain they belonged to a being akin to himself, one who relished the same macabre delicacies. This was given to me by a friend, who claimed it to be a remarkably rare flesh-eating monster residing deep within the forest. It was sheer coincidence that we encountered them on this outing. My friend was in pursuit of these creatures, and I subsequently acquired them. After Chen Hao spoke, he cast a discreet glance at Uncle Ba, but to his disappointment, the middle-aged man exhibited no change in expression, remaining composed and gentlemanly, with only a look of amusement on his face. Yet, internally, he felt an uncontrollable thrill, a bloodlust that seemed to resonate with the 4 teeth he possessed, igniting a primal urge within him. Chen Hao soon lost the desire to probe further and began to engage in casual conversation with Uncle Ba. It seems your destination is rather distant this time. You usually return on the same day. This remark appeared casual, yet Chen Hao's brow furrowed slightly before the tension vanished. However, Uncle Ba's keen eyes caught this subtle shift, though he chose not to let Chen Hao notice. Ah, it's unavoidable. My client's residence is quite far. He operates a family gas station, and this trip is primarily for business discussions. The exchanges have been quite cordial. You know I'm a trader. I sell whatever is inexpensive. Though he ultimately decided against placing an order, Chen Hao crafted an excuse, but his mind raced, for the man before him stood at the pinnacle of his industry, capable of easily detecting even the slightest deception. Nevertheless, he remained unconcerned, for those 4 teeth served as his statement. What did that imply? I am well aware of your background, and I could divulge my activities without hesitation, yet we have yet to reach that juncture, and thus. Uncle Ba refrained from stripping away Chen Hao's facade. After enduring Uncle Ba's departure, Chen Hao collapsed onto the sofa, exhaling a sigh of relief. Engaging in conversation with an astute individual could be utterly exhausting, where each word required considerable contemplation. Yet, he believed that after this gift was bestowed, This highly intelligent Uncle Ba would refrain from further testing his resolve. However, upon recalling Uncle Ba's invitation to dinner, he felt a tinge of exasperation. It seemed to have become an obsession for Uncle Ba, as if one could not be deemed his friend without partaking in his culinary creations. It was not that his cooking was unpalatable. After all, during his time watching American dramas, the flair with which he prepared meals was captivating, exuding an aura that sparked boundless imagination. Nevertheless, he had little appetite for the ingredients involved, although he did not consider himself entirely conventional. The thought of consuming human meatballs was utterly repugnant to him. Sighing, he shook his head and retreated indoors. After lying on his bed for a while, he responded to Alice's message and began to search for unusual news in the vicinity. This was a habit of his, given the blood-stained nature of his profession. Being aware of certain intelligence was undoubtedly advantageous. As he browsed the internet, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Current mission activated. Mission codename Hal. The host is required to arrive at the train heading to Michigan before 8 p.m. tonight and ensure the survival of at least 10 passengers by the time the train reaches its final destination. Chapter 11. The red-eyed train in the pitch-black night. An aging train traversed the boundless wilderness. The heavens bore no trace of starlight. Darkness reigned supreme, with the sole illumination emanating from the swiftly moving train, faint and seemingly destined to vanish upon contact with the encroaching shadows. The entire train appeared as the only sanctuary in this world, creating a disconnection from reality. Seated in his compartment, Chen Hao narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing his surroundings. The interior was eerily quiet, save for the occasional soft cough, a reminder that this was indeed the realm of the living. The atmosphere was heavy and frigid. Yet these sensations held little significance for Chen Hao. The system's tasks signified that this place was perilous, and given the earlier incident with the ogres, he surmised that this might be yet another congregation of monstrous beings. In his previous life, he had harbored a keen enthusiasm for European and American films. Yet he was unfamiliar with such obscure titles. However, he held his own interpretations of the term howl indicated by the system. Were they werewolves? He whispered to himself, his gaze shifting to the outside, but the inky night obscured all visibility, leaving only an expanse of darkness. It seemed this train was not bound for the realm of mortals, but rather hurtling toward an abyss of hell. Please present your ticket. Thank you for your cooperation. Before long, a somewhat drowsy Chen Hao heard the conductor's voice. He raised his hand to check the time. It was already 10 in the evening, and due to the night service, many passengers unable to find rest bore bloodshot eyes, with some even stifling yawns. Indeed, a red-eyed train. Chen Hao chuckled softly, retrieving his ticket to comply with the inspection. Hey, brother, that watch of yours is quite exquisite. An older black man, his eyes glinting with greed, fixated on the watch adorning Chen Hao's wrist and spoke with a sinister grin. Oh, do you fancy it? Chen Hao replied, amusement dancing across his features. Originally, he intended to ensure the safety of the people in this carriage due to the system's mandate of 10 individuals. It appeared that some were less inclined to be safeguarded. Hand it over. I believe it would look marvelous on my wrist. The man's menacing gaze bore into Chen Hao, his smile radiating frost, as if he could draw a gun from his pocket at a moment's notice should Chen Hao refuse. Suddenly, Chen Hao erupted into laughter, causing the black man's expression to flicker with momentary alarm before morphing into unrestrained rage. You little bastard, come here. I need to teach you some manners. The other passengers watched with curiosity, their faces betraying indifference, for in America, amidst rampant gun violence, they prioritized their own survival. The black man tugged at Chen Hao's clothing, his irritation mounting, occasionally barking commands. Meanwhile, the conductor, having noticed the commotion, frowned deeply and hastened toward Chen Hao. What is going on? Sir, please release your grip. If you do not comply, I shall summon the train security. In the U.S., there existed train security, though they preferred to blend in with the crowd. Yet the conductor could still contact them. Fuck! The black man glared at the meddlesome conductor with fury, crossing his arms and taking a seat, his demeanor growing increasingly icy, as if plotting how to make Chen Hao suffer. Sir, may I see your ticket? The man politely gestured for Chen Hao to present his ticket for verification, and Chen Hao complied willingly. Observing the conductor's meticulous and kind demeanor, Chen Hao discreetly whispered in his ear upon retrieving his ticket, if you encounter any inexplicable danger, come to me. I can ensure your survival. The conductor was taken aback by Chen Hao's words, but as he opened his mouth to respond, He found Chen Hao already seated, facing the window, as if the previous words had never been uttered, rubbing the back of his head. The man felt bemused but suppressed his curiosity, attributing it to Chen Hao's eccentricity. The inspection continued seamlessly, and upon witnessing the conductor's departure, the black man turned to Chen Hao with an icy glare. "Kid, come with me to the restroom. If you don't, I'll put you down." As he spoke, he revealed a hard object concealed beneath his clothing, pressing it against Chen Hao's waist. In that instant, Chen Hao recognized it as the barrel of a gun. "Ah, the black man truly embodies the king of America, unrestrained and armed," Chen Hao mused. "All right," Chen Hao replied with a smile, but before he could finish, the black man impatiently shoved him toward the restroom. As they passed rows of seats, every passenger was acutely aware of the impending situation but consciously avoided the black man's fierce gaze, pretending to look elsewhere, akin to a flock of sheep. The black man relished this scenario. He felt like the king of this carriage. In his domain, he could indulge in whatever he desired. With arrogance and pride, he pressed the gun against Chen Hao as they moved forward. "Faster, you little bastard." He spat a stream of vulgarities, yet Chen Hao maintained a smile. Was he angry? What purpose would that serve? Why would he waste energy on a dead man? Thanks to Chen Hao's compliance, they swiftly arrived at the restroom. Bang! Bang! In the crew's rest area on the opposite side, Jacob gazed vacantly out the window into the enveloping darkness. Unbeknownst to him, he had drifted into slumber, only to be jolted awake by the sudden lurch of the train. A chilling sensation permeated the air, an eerie coldness that seemed to emanate not from the outside, but from the depths of his heart. Peering once more out the window, he was met with the same impenetrable blackness. Suddenly, the train jolted, coming to an abrupt halt. With some lingering grogginess, Jacob unsteadily rose, contemplating a trip to the front of the train to ascertain the situation. Outside, the train was surrounded by dense jungle, shrouded in a light mist that obscured visibility to a mere 3 or 4 meters ahead. The only discernible feature was the railway track, flanked on both sides by thick foliage, while ahead lay a small bridge extending several dozen meters. An unrelenting drizzle had commenced, further amplifying the cold that enveloped him. In the dead of night, the train felt like a solitary island in a vast, desolate world. The corridor leading to the front of the train was eerily silent, devoid of passengers, which added to the desolation. Jacob cautiously surveyed his surroundings. With no passengers aboard, the lights in the carriage had dimmed to their lowest setting, rendering visibility quite limited. He crept toward the driver's compartment, carefully inquiring about the situation. However, the intermittent crackle from the intercom filled him with an inexplicable unease. Fragmented voices hinted at some trouble. It seemed the train had collided with something, prompting this unexpected halt. Meanwhile, a maintenance worker had disembarked to thoroughly inspect each component of the train amidst the incessant drizzle. As he worked diligently in the jungle, he suddenly detected a faint rustling sound emanating from the thicket. A shadow darted past, and within the train, Chen Hao, who had returned to his seat to rest, revealed a cryptic smile, softly murmuring, "Oh." Chen had no intention of taking action just yet. He counted the people present, realizing that with the addition of the kind-hearted conductor, there were 17 individuals in total, more than sufficient for the task assigned by the system, which required 10. Thus, he decided to wait patiently, confident in his extraordinary abilities that allowed him to hear every sound within a several-mile radius. He remained unperturbed as he noted the task's complexity. Distant noises hinted at a large group of unknown creatures hastening toward the halted train. Why had the train stopped? The answer was simple. These beings possessed intelligence akin to or surpassing that of humans. They were not mere beasts, but part of a sinister plot. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, waking most of the sleeping passengers, who gradually rose from their seats, some even approaching the windows to peer outside. Yet, the darkness remained unyielding, and the scream vanished as quickly as it had come, leaving the train enveloped in an oppressive silence. Intriguingly, Chen felt a rush of excitement. It appeared that their adversaries were far more cunning than mere ogres, possessing a remarkable ability to instill terror, clearly aiming to frighten the passengers into abandoning the train. Outside, the rain intensified, while the fog thickened, rendering the train a true island, devoid of hope for rescue. The passengers, however, remained blissfully unaware that they were on the brink of becoming a feast. Chapter 13. The beginning. Jacob had waited for what felt like an eternity. Passengers from adjacent carriages gradually congregated. Under mounting pressure, He felt compelled to disembark and discover the cause of the disturbance, if only to reassure the passengers. "Toddy," he called repeatedly, but the inky darkness and thick fog made visibility a challenge, even with a flashlight. After walking some distance along the train without sight of the maintenance worker Toddy, he resigned himself to returning inside. With murmurs and wild speculations swirling, the train had become akin to a ticking time bomb. Other conductors joined him, and Chen Hao, seeing the growing crowd, followed suit. The carriage felt cramped as dozens of people were crammed together, the stifling atmosphere exacerbating their collective anxiety. Some elderly women and unruly youths began to raise a ruckus, demanding immediate action from Jacob, while others clamored for refunds, leaving him overwhelmed. At that moment, an authoritative elderly man, who appeared to wield some influence, made a compelling case. "It seems the train truly cannot move. We should take matters into our own hands and find a way to leave. Each of us has our own plans, and we cannot remain here all night waiting for help. We intend to seek assistance ourselves, and you need not hinder us, nor will we hold you accountable. How does that sound?" His words resonated with a significant portion of the crowd, many of whom began shouting enthusiastically. A few particularly agitated individuals fixed their gazes on Jacob, as if threatening violence should he or the staff oppose them. Jacob felt powerless to prevent the unfolding chaos. Just as he was about to speak, a brazen middle-aged woman was the first to leap off the train. Following her lead, a significant portion of the crowd followed suit. While the authoritative man shot a displeased glare at Jacob, feeling his moment of prominence had been stolen. "Curse you. Otherwise, I would have been first." As the crowd grew increasingly tumultuous, only 10 individuals remained on the train, and Chen marveled at the system's precision. There truly were no excess. Jacob and another female staff member prepared to disembark, but just as he reached the door, a powerful hand seized him, and a towering figure appeared, slamming the door shut behind him. The onlookers were left baffled by Chen Hao's actions. As they opened their mouths to question him, the young man raised a finger to his lips, silencing them. "Hush!" The carriage fell silent. After a tense 10 minutes, just as the crowd was on the verge of revolt, piercing screams shattered the quiet of the night, echoing like the wails of the damned from the surrounding darkness. The horrific sounds were so distressing that some of the more timid passengers collapsed to the floor, trembling and speechless. "What is happening?" Jacob, stunned and terrified, turned to Chen Hao, confusion etched across his face. "What do you mean? What is happening? I just saved your life, and instead of gratitude, you accuse me?" Chen wore a playful smirk, seemingly unfazed by Jacob's words. Others sought to voice their concerns, but were met with Chen's icy glare, filled with menace as he warned. "If you wish to live, remain quiet. You will soon discover what transpires outside." Questions swirled in their minds, unanswered amidst the cacophony of anguished cries. They yearned for understanding, but knew that descending to investigate was out of the question. They were not fools. Suddenly, a bloodied figure rushed past, halting at the window, excitement evident in his demeanor as he pounded on the glass, seemingly pleading for them to open the door. His face bore a gruesome gash, white hair disheveled. Upon closer inspection, Chen recognized him as the authoritative elderly man from before, unexpectedly spry for someone who had seemed so frail earlier. The old man had covered considerable ground in just a few minutes. Jacob moved to open the door, but Chen swiftly intervened. "Do you wish for everyone to join you in death?" Chen's expression turned cold, his eyes glinting with menace, and his presence radiated authority that left the onlookers trembling. Yet, when they glanced at Jacob, their expressions held a hint of reproach. Chapter 13 begins. Jacob had been waiting for quite some time, and the nearby passengers gradually gathered around him. Under repeated urgings, he felt compelled to disembark and ascertain what was amiss, at the very least to soothe the anxious crowd. "Toddy," he called out several times, but the darkness of the night, coupled with the dense fog, made it exceedingly difficult to see, even with a flashlight. After walking a distance along the train without spotting the maintenance worker Toddy, he returned to the carriage, left with no other recourse. The atmosphere inside the train had become akin to a ticking time bomb, filled with murmurs and wild conjectures. Other train staff approached, and Chen Hao, noticing the gathering of passengers, also felt obliged to join them. The carriage felt cramped, with dozens of people squeezed together, and the oppressive ambience, exacerbated by poor ventilation, left everyone feeling inexplicably agitated. Some elderly women and young troublemakers began to protest irrationally. Some demanded immediate action from Jacob, while others pressed him for refunds, leaving him utterly overwhelmed. At that moment, an older man, bearing the air of authority, made his presence known. Though his expression was one of entreaty, his words brooked no dissent. It seems the train is truly immobile. We should find our own way out. Each of us has our own plans. And since the vehicle cannot start, we cannot remain here waiting for rescue all night. We intend to seek assistance ourselves, and you need not hinder us. Nor will we hold you accountable. How does that sound? His words resonated with a significant portion of the group, many of whom began to cheer enthusiastically. A few particularly agitated individuals focused their intense gaze on Jacob, as if ready to resort to violence should he or the staff oppose them. Jacob felt powerless to avert the impending chaos, and just as he was about to speak, a somewhat arrogant middle-aged woman was the first to step off the train. With her as an example, a large portion of the crowd followed suit, while the authoritative man shot Jacob a displeased glance. Clearly irritated that she had stolen his chance to shine. It's your fault. I would have been the first otherwise. The atmosphere was tumultuous. And now only 10 people remained aboard the train. Chen Hao marveled at the system's accuracy, as indeed, there were precisely 10 individuals left. The restroom's black passenger, Jacob, and another female staff member also intended to disembark, but just as he reached the door, a powerful hand seized him. A tall figure appeared, slamming the door shut. The onlookers were perplexed by Chen Hao's actions, and as they prepared to voice their inquiries, the young man raised a finger to his lips. Shoo! Instantly, the carriage fell silent. After a tense 10 minutes, just as the crowd was about to erupt, piercing screams shattered the night, echoing like wails from hell, reverberating from the surroundings. The chilling sounds rendered some of the more timid passengers paralyzed with fear, unable to utter a word. What is happening? Jacob, astonished and fearful, turned to Chen Hao, his eyes filled with confusion. What is happening? I just saved your life, and instead of gratitude, you dare to blame me? Chen Hao's expression bore a playful smirk, seemingly unfazed by Jacob's words. Others attempted to speak, but were met with Chen Hao's cold, menacing gaze. If you wish to live, stay put. You will soon learn what is transpiring outside. With a belly full of unanswered questions and the intermittent cries from outside, each person felt the weight of torment. They yearned for answers, but the notion of venturing out to investigate was simply out of the question. They were not fools. Suddenly, a bloodied figure rushed by, halting at the train's window, revealing excitement as he pounded on the glass, seemingly pleading to be let in. His face bore a horrific gash, and his white hair was disheveled. Upon closer inspection, Chen Hao recognized him as the authoritative old man from earlier. To his surprise, the old fellow had displayed remarkable agility. Moments ago, he had seemed frail, yet now he had covered considerable distance. Jacob instinctively reached for the door, but Chen Hao swiftly intervened. Do you wish to lead everyone to their doom? With a frosty demeanor and a lethal glint in his eyes, Chen Hao emanated an aura of intimidation that left everyone trembling. However, when they glanced at Jacob, their expressions conveyed reproach. The memory of the black passenger who had ventured to the restroom with Chen Hao sent shivers down their spines. As they hesitated, a towering shadow darted past the window, and the old man vanished in an instant, prompting sheer terror among the remaining passengers. What was that? Fear and oppression had begun to overwhelm those with fragile mental fortitude, leading some to stifle quiet sobs, plunging the carriage into an eerie silence. Bang! A deafening noise erupted, followed by a series of screeches, sharp sounds as if something was scraping against the train's exterior, inducing a sense of irritation and suffocation. The cacophony persisted until it abruptly ceased just as it reached the carriage window, leaving the true nature of the threat concealed from view. Pale faces surrounded Chen Hao as the reality of the situation sank in. They could not discern what lurked outside. But one thing was certain. Whatever it was possessed tremendous strength for mere moments ago. A collision had left visible deformities not far away, a clear indication that a brutal creature had forcefully embedded a victim into the train. Listening intently to the sounds from outside, Chen Hao detected the presence of several creatures lurking in the nearby woods, the sound of chewing and occasional low growls indicating a struggle for food. As for what they were consuming, it hardly required speculation. Having formed assumptions about the fate of those who had disembarked earlier, Chen Hao shifted his focus back to the survivors within the carriage. With their numbers still too great, the idea of single-handedly confronting the monsters seemed unattainable. These creatures were not lacking in intelligence, and he was but one man. While he harbored no fear of the beasts, these ordinary individuals, devoid of any means to defend themselves, would likely succumb to a single attack. Without his protection, they were destined for certain death. Thus, he resolved to remain vigilant, waiting for the monsters to take the bait. Now, he could only hope that the creatures would rush forth en masse. Otherwise, the task would prove exceedingly troublesome. Chapter 14. Luring the serpent from its den. The atmosphere within the carriage was suffocatingly oppressive, as though an immense weight pressed upon each heart. Outside, the cries had dwindled to a sporadic silence, eventually fading into absolute stillness. The creatures that had previously assaulted the train appeared to have retreated, yet the remaining passengers dared not peer outside. Some sat anxiously, while others trembled, gripping the handrails for dear life. Chen Hao felt a headache coming on, as the system's mission left him feeling constrained. However, he recognized there was no turning back. Having reached this point, he believed that once the people were adequately gathered, the variables would not be too numerous. Bang! A tremendous force struck the outside of the carriage, causing the entire train to shake violently. Chen Hao squinted, his expression shifting to one of seriousness, tinged with surprise. He had never underestimated the intelligence of these monsters, yet he now realized he had slightly miscalculated their capabilities. They were adept at psychological manipulation. He believed that after a few more impacts coupled with their howls, the passengers would undoubtedly panic and flee, rendering his initial ambush strategy ineffective. Bang! 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 Clang! With a series of violent impacts, the outer shell of the nearby carriage began to warp and twist, as the monsters assaulted the windows. Under the onslaught of such terrifying force, even bulletproof glass would likely falter before long. Everyone, remain calm. Stay close to me, and I assure you, you will emerge from this alive. Chen Hao's deep voice resonated through the air, drawing a portion of the passengers towards him, while others, stubborn and suspicious, remained motionless, seemingly waiting and watching. You claim you can protect us? What if you're planning to use us as bait and escape on your own? A silver-haired, pale-faced, middle-aged woman interjected, her demeanor somewhat defiant. Upon finishing her words, she appeared to have discovered a new truth, her gaze filled with provocation, as if she had unraveled Chen Hao's scheme. With a sharp crack, Chen Hao did not engage in further conversation with her. The current circumstances left no room for hesitation. The system required him to protect only 10 individuals, and with the numbers now sufficient, he was eager to establish his authority. The sudden outburst of panic among the passengers sent them scattering, desperate to distance themselves from him. If you wish to survive, it is best to stay close to me. I belong to the National Special Forces, and my abilities can only safeguard 10 people. If you stray too far and fall victim to the chaos outside, do not blame me. Chen Hao had no choice but to assert an official identity to bolster his credibility. For ordinary people, the presence of someone affiliated with the government could provide a semblance of security. The passengers exchanged glances, each one acutely aware of the terror instilled by the sight of the lifeless woman on the ground, her neck grotesquely twisted. Yet, spurred by the instinct for survival, they gradually edged closer to Chen Hao once more. You are a monster. You killed someone so easily, and now you expect us to trust you to protect us? It's utterly ridiculous. A young woman, no more than 20, dressed in trendy attire and adorned with piercings, pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Hao, her face flushed with rage. Yet her eyes betrayed a mix of fear and trepidation. Don't believe him. I think if we unite and charge out of this forest, we can survive. She seemed to sense wavering resolve among some of the onlookers, subtly smirking while maintaining her frantic demeanor. This man is an unknown entity. He surely intends to gather us together as bait for the monsters, while he escapes. Before she could continue her fervent speech, a loud noise interrupted her. The passengers turned their attention to the source, witnessing Chen Hao's terrifying strength as he forcefully tore the car door off its hinges. With an amused glint in his eyes, he gestured toward the now open door. If you wish to leave, feel free to go. He glanced at the other passengers, inviting anyone else who wanted to join her in her reckless fate to step forward. The girl was momentarily taken aback. What was this? Wasn't he supposed to argue with her, refuting her claims, and then trick the others into stepping out as human shields, allowing him to escape amidst the chaos? Why was this man not following the script? The passengers began to look at the girl, some with expressions of intrigue, others with cold indifference, and a few even with mockery. After a brief moment of shock, the girl began to tremble, slowly retreating. Chen Hao, unwilling to indulge her defiance, decided to send her to meet her doom. No, what are you doing? Help! She cried in desperation as Chen Hao's expression remained impassive while he strode toward her. seizing her hoodie with an iron grip, dragging her limp body toward the car door. The girl was frozen in fear, not expecting such decisiveness from him. Seemingly forgetting the fate of the woman who had just perished, she screamed, wailed, and fought violently, attempting to prevent him from throwing her out. But his overwhelming strength rendered her efforts futile. Despite her resistance, she was inexorably drawn closer to the open door. Finally, she broke down, babbling incoherently, hurling curses at the other passengers, her bodily functions betraying her panic. None of the passengers intervened. They had glimpsed the truth and heard the girl's own plan. Go. Chen Hao hurled her out, and as she landed, terror etched across her face. Her eyes wide with dread, she frantically rushed toward the car door, only to be met with a chilling sight. The man inside the vehicle smirked, waved goodbye, and with a resounding clang, the door slammed shut, sealing her fate. The girl unleashed a primal scream, tapping into every ounce of her strength as she pounded against the door, desperate to regain entry. Yet, just as she strained to open it, from the shadows behind her emerged a host of crimson-eyed beasts, their presence freezing her in terror. Inside, Chen Hao observed with a cold smile as a wave of murderous intent enveloped him, causing the nearby passengers to tremble in fear. This man was terrifying, instilling dread while seemingly indifferent to their fates. Chen Hao, however, was wholly focused on the unfolding situation outside, relieved that the monsters had finally taken the bait. Chapter 15. A single guardian closer, closer. While Chen Hao murmured to himself, the girl slowly turned to discern the source of the chilling darkness behind her. A heart-wrenching scream escaped her lips. Before her stood towering werewolves, unlike any depicted in fantastical tales. Each beast exceeded 3 meters in height, their fur bristling like steel needles, the shortest strands measuring at least 10 centimeters. Their eyes glowed a fierce red, with massive fangs dripping with a viscous, blood-stained saliva. Their expressions a blend of ferocity and cunning. Their elongated arms nearly reached their knees, with thick, black pads covering their beastly hands. Each finger tipped, with razor-sharp claws measuring over 20 centimeters. Wild, brutal, and sly, they bore an almost human demeanor, casting a mischievous glance at the nearly frenzied girl before shifting their gaze to the stoic Chen Hao. With a thunderous roar, one of the beasts directed its fury toward Chen Hao, igniting a chorus of savage howls from the surrounding wilderness, where pairs of crimson eyes began to emerge from the underbrush. The girl's scream of despair pierced the air just as the lead werewolf lunged toward her, claws poised to shred her fragile form. Suddenly, a deafening crash erupted as Chen Hao, wielding 2 sharp axes, stood at the car door. With a swift motion, he tore away his clothing, revealing a physique chiseled like granite, exuding raw power. Monsters, luring you out was no easy feat now. Let us engage in some thrilling play. A chilling smile graced his lips, brimming with the promise of death. He cast one last glance at the girl, whose sanity had unraveled, trembling uncontrollably. Another roar erupted from the beasts, now utterly incensed. A horrifying transformation began as their bodies swelled with muscle, evolving before their very eyes. Oh, is that rage empowering them? Fascinating. With a glint of cold determination, Chen Hao deftly blocked the werewolf's attack with one axe, while the other swung toward its head. With a pained howl, the werewolf narrowly evaded a fatal blow, yet its massive frame was not quick enough to escape entirely. A long gash opened across its chest, blood gushing forth. The injured beast staggered back, its strength seemingly drained in an instant. This only fueled the fury of the lead werewolf, now wary of the formidable human before it. Unbeknownst to them, a multitude of silhouettes emerged from the shadows, some stepping forward while others remained hidden in the thicket, dispelling any remaining apprehension. Roar. As the number of werewolves rushing from outside began to dwindle, the leading wolf king noticed that a small breach had finally appeared on the other side of the carriage, just large enough for them to squeeze through. With a sharp cry, the pack split into 2 teams, and the assault commenced anew. Chen Hao had already sensed the commotion, furrowing his brow slightly as he shouted to the passengers beside him to huddle behind him and stay close, urging them not to fall behind. Understood. Though the responses were quiet and trembling, the actions were swift, as everyone crowded into the corner behind Chen Hao, transforming it into their last bastion. The relentless slaughter had begun to wear on Chen Hao, and upon counting, he estimated that around 8 or 9 werewolves had been thoroughly dispatched. After all, being cleaved in 2 surely meant their demise. However, Trouble loomed as movement began to stir around the newly formed gap. Chen Hao let out a cold smirk, raising one hand defensively while the other grasped the door handle. As he closed it, he delivered a fierce kick, and with a resounding crash, the door buckled under the force, rendering it nearly impossible to reopen. Witnessing the outcome, a cruel smile crept across Chen Hao's face. After all, a beast is a beast. Do they not understand that switching sides does not grant them immunity from death? Striding boldly towards the opening, a sudden click indicated that the train's power had failed, plunging the entire carriage into utter darkness. This is problematic, he murmured, halting his movements. Outside, the werewolves fell eerily silent, and apart from the heavy breaths of the passengers, the world succumbed to an oppressive stillness. Chapter 16. The night's slaughter in the pitch black, the weighty sound of breathing was painfully clear, and the previously fervent werewolves attacking the train seemed to vanish without a trace. Chen Hao heightened his senses. He was not concerned for his own safety. Given the capabilities of these creatures, it would be nearly impossible for them to take his life. His primary worry lay with the passengers and the potential for a surprise attack. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed, causing some of the more timid to tremble and gasp in fear. Chen Hao frowned upon hearing this. A spark ignited in the distance, as something hard scraped violently against the railing, followed by a piercing sound and a horrific howl. A massive shadow materialized, illuminated by the flickering spark. Chen Hao acted swiftly, flipping his axe and striking fiercely at the enormous silhouette. A pained howl erupted, the metallic scent of blood filling the air as warm liquid splattered across him. Yet, after that initial strike, silence enveloped them once more. Both the werewolves and Chen Hao were cautious, each aware of the other's capabilities. Chen Hao was anxious about completing his task, while the werewolves were wary of his formidable strength. Having lived and thrived in this area for ages, the wolves initially hunted animals for sustenance before gradually turning to humans. Their successful hunts had emboldened the pack, leading to their ambition to capture larger prey, culminating in their recent attempt to sever the tracks and gather a substantial bounty. However, the emergence of Chen Hao had disrupted their rhythm. For the first time in history, they faced a human capable of systematically slaughtering them, instilling a unique fear among them. The leader of the pack felt humiliated. This operation was under its command, and if it could not eliminate this troublesome human, it would undoubtedly face retribution upon returning to its kin. The pride of the wolf pack would not allow for failure, so upon witnessing another of its comrades fall, it rallied for a full-scale assault. Before long, as Chen Hao maintained a defensive stance, he began to hear the cacophony of chaotic footsteps and furious snarls. Each footfall belonged to a creature of considerable size, causing the carriage to shake violently, signaling that the final moment had arrived. Low growls echoed around him, and pairs of once-hidden crimson eyes emerged within the darkness of the carriage, sending the passengers cowering behind him into a frenzy of fear. Their cries of terror and intermittent sobs filled the air, but Chen Hao had no time to comfort them. The sounds of slicing air grew closer, chilling him as sharp claws grazed the skin, sending shivers down his spine. The howls of rage intensified, and with his heightened reflexes, Chen Hao began to unleash his wrath within the confined darkness of the carriage. Blood, flesh, and severed limbs were sent flying. He was drenched in the foul-smelling fluids of his foes, yet his expression remained unchanged. The sounds of carnage persisted, and Chen Hao resembled a cold machine, each swing of his axe leaving a trail of destruction. As he struck at the approaching beasts, bone shattered beneath the relentless force of his blows. The ferocity of the attack began to wane, and he exhaled a faint puff of white mist, beads of sweat forming on his brow, a slender wound appearing on his shoulder from the chaos. He was indeed growing weary. These beasts seemed inexhaustible, their assault unrelenting. For the past several minutes, he had not taken a step back, solely to protect the passengers behind him, forcing him to absorb the brunt of the werewolves' attacks. Though he bore some minor injuries, they paled in comparison to the immense losses inflicted upon the pack. The ground before him was littered with dismembered limbs, none belonging to humans. Each grotesque form a testament to the werewolf's ferocity. Corpses sprawled across every corner, making it impossible to piece together a complete body. The carriage had transformed into a mound of death. An enraged roar erupted as the light rain outside finally ceased, and the thick fog began to lift. The long-lost moon reappeared, casting a pallid glow that allowed Chen Hao to finally discern the scene before him. The passengers, huddled behind him, were frozen in shock at the hellish tableau laid out before them. Mountains of corpses and rivers of blood were sights typically reserved for the pages of a grim tale. Yet today, they bore witness to such horrors in reality. Disembodied limbs and brutally torn flesh. Blood splattering everywhere. The carriage was nearly filled to capacity with the remains of the fallen. On the other side, the pack had dwindled from dozens to merely 6 or 7, 2 of which stood precariously, missing limbs. Their initial wildness and rage had faded, replaced with fear and horror etched across their faces. With a broad grin revealing sharp, white teeth, reminiscent of a devil-esque grin, Chen Hao savored the moment. The atmosphere was tense, the grim seemed palpable, and finally, one werewolf could no longer bear the weight of Chen Hao's terrifying prowess. With a whimper, it bolted, akin to a wild dog with a severed tail. At this absurd sight, Chen Hao could not help but erupt into laughter. Wiping the blood and gore from his face, he was nearly in tears from mirth. Before him, the once ferocious wolf leader seemed stunned at the sight of its fleeing comrades. However, as it remained silent, the remaining werewolves exchanged glances with their leader and chose to flee as well. The wolf leader, finally regaining its senses, glared at Chen Hao, baring its teeth once more. Adopting a fierce demeanor, feigning an attack, Chen Hao swung his axe lightly, causing the leader's expression to shift dramatically. A wave of unbounded fear washed over its face, and it too whimpered before retreating like the others. Trash, Chen Hao muttered disdainfully, chuckling as he sank into a bloodied seat, gazing at the still dazed passengers. Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to announce some splendid news. You have survived. Chapter 17. The aftermath. Let us step outside and check if that girl is still alive, Chen Hao said, cleaning the remnants of battle from his body while addressing the remaining survivors. Upon hearing his words, the crowd paused in shock, exchanging glances. Yet none dared to take a step toward the door. On the other side, the wolf pack, once numbering dozens of werewolves, now dwindled to merely 6 or 7, 2 of whom were grievously injured, struggling to stand. The wildness and ferocity that had characterized them at the onset had dissipated, replaced by expressions of twisted fear and horror. One of them, with a gaping maw, unleashed a cruel smile. Its white teeth resembled those of a demon finally revealing its fangs. The grin akin to that of a butcher from the depths of hell. Coupled with the oppressive atmosphere and the gruesome scene, one werewolf, unable to withstand Chen Hao's terrifying prowess, whimpered and fled like a tailless wild dog. Witnessing this absurd spectacle, Chen Hao could not help but laugh heartily. He wiped the blood and flesh from his face, tears nearly streaming from his eyes with mirth. Before him, the once ferocious werewolf leader appeared momentarily stunned upon witnessing its companion's flight. However, as it remained silent, several other werewolves exchanged glances with their leader before opting to flee as well. The werewolf leader finally regained its senses, observing its comrades retreat, though slightly helpless. It bared its teeth at Chen Hao, once more adopting a menacing demeanor. Feigning an attack, Chen Hao swung his axe symbolically. The werewolf leader's countenance changed dramatically, as an overwhelming terror spread across its face, prompting it to whimper and flee like the others. With a disdainful glance, Chen Hao erupted into laughter, subsequently sitting down on a blood-stained seat, gazing at the bewildered crowd before him. Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to announce some good news. You have survived. Chapter 17. Settlement. Let us venture outside to see if that girl is still alive, Chen Hao remarked while cleaning the blood and remnants off his body. Addressing the surviving individuals. Upon hearing Chen Hao's words, the crowd momentarily froze, exchanging glances, yet none dared to step beyond the threshold. Sensing their hesitation, Chen Hao said nothing further, gently patting his clothes as he walked toward the opening created by the werewolves. It was now approximately 3 a.m. and the cold dew hung heavily in the air. Following the earlier battle, Chen Hao's bloodlust had yet to subside, rendering him oblivious to the chill. Gradually approaching the figure slumped not far away, it appeared the wolf pack had regarded the girl Chen Hao had cast aside as an easy target, opting not to kill her at the onset of their attack, intending instead to eliminate the others in the train before claiming her as a prize. However, their plans had gone awry, granting the girl a second chance at life. Yet, despite her survival, the girl seemed utterly traumatized, her eyes vacant, drooling slightly, and grinning vacantly. Chen Hao frowned. It was evident she was in a state of severe shock, her mind not yet restored, a form of self-preservation mechanism. There exist numerous methods to address such a condition, and Chen Hao decided to employ one of the most common. With a sharp slap, he struck the girl's face. As the shock registered, The girl's awareness gradually returned. One hand pressed against her reddened cheek as her dazed eyes met Chen Hao's, filled with confusion. Ignoring her, Chen Hao turned and strolled back into the carriage. After organizing his tools, Chen Hao sought out a cleaner compartment and reclined on a long bench, activating the system. Compared to the previous task with the ogre, this mission had proven significantly more arduous, had it not been for the confined space. Achieving a flawless completion would have been exceedingly difficult. He felt a sense of relief that the mission site was aboard a train. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing this mission. Reward: super regeneration, can resurrect within seconds, including severed limbs. Note: cannot resurrect vital organs, such as the heart. Due to the host currently being at the limits of human capability, free attribute points have been automatically added to the attribute pool, with 9 points remaining. Accumulating 100 points will increase an attribute by 1 point. Reward: semi-divine artifact. Leviathan's axe, currently sealed, requires the blood of supernatural beings to unseal. Host: Chen Hao. Old Jack Firearms Mastery. Grandmaster level, highest rank on Earth, martial arts. Master level enhanced perception bloodline. Chiyu bloodline, proving the path through slaying, progress at 102. Reward status: demonized. Age: 26. Height: 190 centimeters. Weight: 100 kilograms. Total missions completed: 169. Current attributes: superhuman, ordinary human, 10. Host: 98. Current bloodline: ancient witch clan. Chiyu bloodline skill. None. Chen Hao regarded the rewards, though not particularly abundant. He was not overly particular. However, he felt conflicted. For the attributes required to transcend humanity and reach semi-divine status were exceedingly daunting. Previously, leveling up had felt effortless, akin to riding a rocket. Yet after slaying so many monsters, his bloodline had only seen an absurd increase of 0.02, while another attribute was directly deposited into the attribute pool. Nevertheless, upon discovering the reward of a semi-divine artifact, he could not help but summon the Leviathan's axe, glancing at his own chipped axe. It was a long-handled axe, its heavy wooden shaft adorned with mysterious patterns, seemingly bearing the scars of numerous battles, exuding an aura of bloodlust, surrounded by a tangible crimson halo. Opening the system, Chen Hao was intrigued by the axe's origins, but upon reading the introduction, he felt a twinge of apprehension. The Leviathan's axe was a legendary weapon forged by the dwarven masters Sindri and Brock from the Norse pantheon. It possessed inherent ice attributes, absorbing fragments of supernatural souls to upgrade. Each upgrade unlocked a portion of its seal and enhanced the host's strength. Current strength increase, 10. The metal groove at the base of the axe can accommodate supernatural materials for additional attributes, with a passive skill allowing for the axe to be thrown. When used, it emanates a powerful freezing effect and is permanently inscribed with a return rune blessed by the gods, allowing it to automatically return to the host at the mere thought of its name. However, due to the axe's previous owner having slain beings of divine blood, its current wielder is afflicted with a divine aversion aura, receiving no favor from any Norse deity, and encounters with it are to the death. Hiss. After reading such an impressive introduction, Chen Hao felt that this system had truly outdone itself, though the final segment chilled him to the bone. System. Explain. What does divine aversion mean? What does to the death entail? The system remained silent. Don't play dead. Apologies. The user you are trying to reach is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Feeling the urge to hurl more invective, he read the introduction once more, and his anger gradually dissipated. Who wouldn't covet such a remarkable item? To not desire it would be foolish. Clearly, Chen Hao was no fool. Each detail indicated that this weapon was indeed of artifact-level quality, albeit regrettably sealed, thus currently classified as semi-divine. Yet he remained unconcerned. Gently tracing the axe's surface, it seemed to possess a spirit, as his fingertips glided over it. Streaks of blue luminescence followed in their wake, creating a wondrous connection that allowed him to sense the axe's joyful essence. What a treasure! This time I struck gold. Chen Hao murmured softly. May I ask? Just as Chen Hao was lost in reverie, a somewhat timid and anxious voice interrupted his thoughts. Rising to sit, he noticed the group standing before him. Chen Hao furrowed his brow slightly, but upon seeing the grateful expressions on their faces, he refrained from uttering any more peculiar remarks. What is it? He inquired, directing his attention to a middle-aged man stepping forward, seemingly the spokesperson for the group. His speech was halting and fragmented. as if he had yet to emerge from the nightmarish experience they had just endured, giving him a somewhat timid demeanor. His voice was soft and stuttered, betraying his lingering fear, trepidation, and unease. After several minutes, Chen Hao finally grasped the essence of his concerns. Primarily, they were worried whether the monstrous beings would return and sought to learn more about the nature of these creatures. Chen Hao pondered briefly. There were certain truths he preferred not to disclose to ordinary people. However, given that these individuals had directly experienced the events, revealing some information seemed inconsequential. My name is Jack, a demon hunter. The creatures you encountered outside are a variant of werewolves. Regarding their potential return, I cannot guarantee anything. However, these beings are averse to light and are typically nocturnal, so I suggest you remain with me until dawn before departing. The words were simple, and Chen Hao's expression was remarkably calm. Yet, his voice seemed to possess a soothing magic, instilling a sense of peace in those present. After receiving Chen Hao's response, some in the crowd exhaled softly in relief, while others succumbed to tears of anguish. This group consisted of ordinary people, most of whom had never encountered supernatural beings, particularly of such a vicious and brutal nature. A night of torment had rendered them as if they were in the depths of hell, and now, having been granted a second chance at life, many regarded Chen Hao as a deity. Some even implored to obtain his contact information, seeking solace for their troubled souls and preparing for any eventuality. This harrowing experience had taught them that ordinary individuals stood little chance against such monsters, and now, having come across a formidable demon hunter, they felt it was a divine opportunity bestowed upon them. Gradually, as they processed their pain, fear, and lingering dread, the atmosphere within the vehicle transformed into one of fervor, with everyone wisely refraining from mentioning the deceased. Their mere survival had filled them with exhilaration, and the memory of the dead had long been selectively forgotten. Chapter 18. The Cult, the Invasion of Hell. Lying in a room at a motel, Chen Hao stared blankly at the ceiling. He had been there for 2 days, partly due to the significant impact of the recent events, contemplating the subsequent developments, and partly to familiarize himself with the system's reward, a particular axe. However, perhaps due to a stroke of luck, the authorities, upon learning of the deaths of dozens, seemed unconcerned about some of his transgressions. Among the fortunate individuals he had rescued, there were 1 or 2 influential figures, and under their protection, his actions had transformed from those of a violent criminal to those of a heroic savior. The girl he had cast aside had gone to the police to accuse him of attempted murder and homicide, but with the assistance of these enigmatic individuals, the matter ultimately fizzled out. Chen Hao found the social dynamics in this capitalist society quite amusing. Indeed, wealth could resolve virtually all troubles. Although he was unsure who had aided him, he felt a mere expression of gratitude would suffice. He certainly had no intention of offering anything more, unless it involved a beautiful woman. Just as he was about to rise and leave, the phone beside him suddenly rang. The clear, melodious chime interrupted Chen Hao's thoughts, and he felt a twinge of surprise. After all, he typically maintained a low profile, and the motel owner would have no reason to call him. Thus, the only explanation was that someone had tracked his whereabouts. Approaching the phone with a sense of unease, he lifted the receiver, and an elderly voice, warm yet labored, emerged from the other end. Is this Mr. Jack? Chen Hao felt a peculiar sense of confusion, though not entirely pleased. The thought of having successfully evaded legal repercussions sparked some speculation within him. This is I. And you are? Mr. Jack, I apologize for the intrusion. My name is Anthony, and I believe you have deduced my identity. Indeed, I am the one who assisted in covering your tracks. Chen Hao chuckled. Good Samaritan? I beg to differ. His tone laced with a hint of mockery. The elderly man on the other end furrowed his brow, seemingly wanting to say something, but Chen Hao interrupted him. Enough small talk. Just tell me what you want me to do. His words were direct, prompting a resigned sigh from the other side. Very well, Mr. Jack. In truth, my butler is one of those you rescued a few nights ago. He returned and informed me of your extraordinary abilities, which happen to align with the task I need assistance with. However, the troubles I resolved for you were not payment. They were merely a prepayment for my desire to get to know you. The elder's tone lacked any sense of superiority, instead conveying a subtle plea hidden in the shadows. Chen Hao's mind raced, but after a moment of contemplation, he decided to meet with him. After all, he felt quite secure. The girl's accusations held little weight against him. Having already transcended the limits of an ordinary human, he no longer feared the police as he once did. Ordinary bullets and other forms of assassination posed little threat. As long as powerful weapons were not involved, escaping would be effortlessly achievable. Speak, where shall we meet? Upon hearing Chen Hao's agreement, the elder expressed his excitement, punctuated by a series of harsh coughs. Moments later, another voice came through. Belonging to a middle-aged man he recognized as one of the survivors he had protected. The man first conveyed his gratitude, then mentioned that someone would come to escort Chen Hao, followed by a brief discussion before they concluded the call. For a while afterward, Chen Hao sat on the sofa in contemplation. He did not shy away from interacting with ordinary people, despite having reached an extraordinary state. He still felt a thin veil separating him from the realm of the divine. However, the notion of entering that world seemed far-fetched, as he had yet to hear any credible accounts of its existence. Living in the real world necessitated consideration of practical matters. Previously, he had simply eliminated targets upon receiving assignments, taking all their assets in cash, thus avoiding significant complications. However, the girl's actions had heightened his awareness. While reckless abandon could be exhilarating, he still needed to coexist in this world. Constant disturbances from minor annoyances could become incredibly vexing. Should he allow a moment of rage to propel him toward revenge, survival in this country would be impossible. The rapid pace of societal development meant that any backlash could render the earth uninhabitable for him. Thus, ensuring a legitimate source of income became paramount. Having resolved to eschew illicit gains, the wealthy elite became his primary target. At 2 in the afternoon, a discreet black Chevrolet SUV came to a stop outside the motel. Two individuals emerged. One was the middle-aged man named Wade, while the other, clad in a black suit and sunglasses, approached Chen Hao's vehicle. Under Wade's guidance, Chen Hao entered the car, allowing the suited man to drive his own vehicle in tow. Inside the car, Wade provided a brief introduction to his employer. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao's expression turned to one of astonishment. His employer, named Hamilton, was a tycoon who had amassed wealth through oil, with assets totaling billions of dollars. His purpose in inviting Chen Hao was to investigate the circumstances surrounding his brother's death. Hamilton's brother had led a reckless life and, 3 months prior, had inadvertently killed someone during a scuffle over a woman. Although Hamilton had compensated the victim's family, his brother still faced incarceration. However, due to this compensation, his sentence was reduced from 10 years to 3 months. In this society, offending a wealthy individual was the gravest mistake, despite the remaining sentence. Hamilton managed to secure his brother's release after 3 months, a deal to which his brother agreed. Yet, during those 3 months, his brother Mark had never walked out of prison. Due to business commitments, Hamilton had not visited his brother during his incarceration, merely arranging for the prison to provide care. However, on the final day, he received the news of his brother's death. When he went to claim the body, he was nearly driven to madness. Overwhelmed by grief and terror, ultimately needing hospitalization. It was upon hearing the butler's account of these events, along with his description of Chen Hao, that he resolved to seek Chen Hao's assistance, regardless of the cost, hoping to uncover who had killed his beloved brother, or what monstrous entity had done so. Their conversation in the car was intermittent, as Wade refrained from disclosing certain details regarding his employer's family. Chen Hao understood the need for discretion, leading to a somber silence during the remainder of the journey. Chapter 19. A visit to Apison prison inside. The rough shoving caught Chen Hao's attention, and he glanced back at the prison guard, offering a bemused smile before refraining from any act of resistance. This excursion was not a system task. At Hamilton's residence, he had unraveled the events at hand. After extensive discussions, Hamilton had agreed to compensate Chen Hao $9 million for this operation. He had also visited the room where Hamilton's brother's body was stored. However, the elderly Hamilton seemed too fearful to enter, leaving Chen Hao to confront the chilling atmosphere alone. The moment he stepped into the room, a bone-chilling aura enveloped him. Although the interior was clearly arranged, he sensed an unseen presence lurking in the shadows, watching him intently. As Chen Hao meticulously surveyed the interior of the room, his 3 roommates were equally scrutinizing him. One man, whose face was adorned with stubble, possessed remarkably delicate skin and a robust physique, yet bore 2 enormous spheres upon his chest. With malicious intent, he approached Chen Hao, inhaling deeply beside him. His expression was one of rapture, eyes glimmering with avarice as he licked his lips and smirked. "You must be the newcomer. What is your name?" "I am Edward." Upon extending his hand in a seemingly friendly gesture, Chen Hao merely cast him a sidelong glance, choosing to ignore him, while his peripheral vision discreetly observed the other two men. On the upper bunk to the left lay a slender young man, perhaps 18 or 19 years of age, who wore a euphoric grin as he fixated on Chen Hao. Conversely, the upper bunk on the opposite side was occupied by an elderly man, seemingly at rest, his demeanor tranquil and unaffected by the arrival of the newcomer. Retracting his gaze, Chen Hao approached the lower bunk, preparing to set down his belongings when Edward, with a face twisted in malice, strode over, seizing the nape of Chen Hao's neck in an attempt to lift him with brute strength. However, after several fruitless attempts, his expression shifted dramatically as he sought to withdraw his hand, only to find it too late. Chen Hao grasped Edward's hand and squeezed fiercely, producing a sharp crack that resonated through the air. Edward writhed on the ground in agony, while the young man, far from displaying fear, erupted into frenzied applause against the metal frame of his bunk. The elderly man above had now lifted his head, his face a portrait of astonishment, eyes reflecting both curiosity and a hint of concealed dread. Suddenly, the resounding clang of a heavy baton striking the iron bars of the door echoed through the room, followed by a voice filled with fury. "Fuck, Edward, are you trying to get yourself killed?" The prison guard, upon catching sight of Edward writhing on the floor, found his words lodged in his throat, unable to articulate his thoughts. "What is happening, newcomer?" he inquired, his gaze darkened as it fell upon Chen Hao. "How would I know? Perhaps you should ask him," Chen Hao replied with an air of indifference. The guard, momentarily contemplating a threat, seemed to reconsider, curling his lip and refraining from further remarks. Glancing at the still howling Edward, he expressed his disdain. "If you're not dead, get up. I'll take you to the infirmary." Hearing this, Edward struggled to rise, but his gaze towards Chen Hao was filled with venomous resentment. Chen Hao regarded him coldly, and for the moment, they parted ways. "You must be aware of my purpose for being here," Chen Hao declared abruptly, and the bed beneath him seemed to tremble. The elderly man was now drenched in cold sweat, his body quaking involuntarily. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, he could not suppress the terror that gripped his heart. Suddenly, the young man opposite began to scream uncontrollably, bellowing at Chen Hao. A glimmer of icy determination flashed in Chen Hao's eyes as he moved with alarming swiftness, delivering a precise strike to the young man's neck. The terrifying force rendered the young man unconscious, his eyes rolling back in his head. "Speak," Chen Hao commanded. "I believe you are the only one capable of coherent communication within this cell." He approached the elderly man, who trembled before him, despite the height of the bunk being nearly 6 feet. "If you wish to survive, you must endure. However, come nightfall." Chen Hao's hand dangled over the railing, his formidable strength distorting the metal with ease. The elderly man's heavy breaths and violent shivers betrayed his fear as he struggled to sit up, his face etched with despair as he silently regarded Chen Hao. "Speak." Chen Hao's voice thundered as he struck the wall beside them with a punch, the explosive force creating a deep hollow in the structure, causing the surrounding walls to tremble and countless flakes of white paint to rain down like droplets of rain. "Very well, but I need your assurance that I will be spared." The elderly man's face had turned pale as a result of Chen Hao's raw power. Yet he gritted his teeth, determination flickering in his eyes. "Good. I require but one answer," Chen Hao stated, brushing off his clothes, his gaze fixed intently on the old man. "I knew you would come, especially since that fellow's brother is a wealthy man. How could his family possibly overlook the untimely demise of their loved one while we shared a cell?" The old man chuckled bitterly before continuing. "The one who killed him was a book." "A book? Are you jesting? How could a book possibly take a life?" Chen Hao responded, perplexed, sensing that the old man harbored something of great significance. "I, too, find it hard to believe, yet it is the truth," the elder replied with a pained smile. Chen Hao's expression darkened, but he refrained from an outburst, regarding the elderly man thoughtfully before slowly urging, "Now, recount the tale in detail." The story began over 3 months ago, when Hamilton's brother first entered the prison, exhibiting an unexpectedly docile demeanor. At that time, Edward and the young man had appeared relatively normal as well. Edward had once been an ordinary man, but after an altercation with a woman's husband, during which he fatally stabbed the man in a fit of rage, he found himself incarcerated. The young man was merely a petty thief. Initially, Hamilton's brother maintained a low profile. However, as time passed, his true nature began to emerge. Arrogance was a common trait among those hailing from affluent families. And though he initially appeared subdued, His grandiosity could no longer be concealed. An early warning had prompted the trio to exercise caution. But a singular incident shattered their fragile peace. Bored after entering prison, Hamilton's brother requested the guard to procure some photographs of women, which he then affixed to the wall beneath the window for everyone's enjoyment. However, one day, an argument led to a physical confrontation between Hamilton's brother and Edward, during which the photo inadvertently fell. This unexpected occurrence drew the attention of all present, but not for the photograph itself. Rather, a brick in the wall had inexplicably protruded, as though something behind it had pushed it outward. While the others were curious, the elderly man sensed something sinister and attempted to dissuade them from investigating the hole. But his words came too late. Within that crevice lay a book, a most peculiar tome, bound in an unfamiliar black leather, entwined with red metallic threads, exuding an aura of coldness. The moment it was unearthed, ominous thunder rumbled across the previously clear sky, serving as a foreboding warning of impending calamity. Yet, no one paid heed, for this book seemed to possess a strange allure, inciting an inexplicable desire in all who laid eyes upon it. On the first night, Hamilton's brother, the first to handle the book, began exhibiting bizarre behaviors. In the early hours, the elderly man, accustomed to late nights, heard unsettling noises emanating from Hamilton's brother's bunk, sounds that were eerie and sinister, resembling a ghastly laugh mingled with whispers to unseen entities. Though the sounds were chilling, he refrained from investigating, adhering to the wisdom of avoiding unnecessary trouble. From the following day onward, Hamilton's brother's demeanor transformed. He grew suspicious and volatile, his eyes turning bloodshot. Each night, he would huddle in a corner with that dark book, reciting incomprehensible incantations. His unsettling behavior terrified the other inmates, with Edward being the first to confront him. Yet, the strength Hamilton's brother exhibited astounded them all. He had become a veritable beast, overpowering Edward effortlessly, gripping his throat with a ferocious intensity. His eyes ablaze with a bloodthirsty gleam, radiating an overwhelming aura of menace. However, it was not merely the photograph that drew attention, but rather the sudden emergence of a brick from the very spot where the photograph was affixed, as if something behind it had forcefully pushed it forth. Everyone felt an unsettling air of intent, yet Edward, the cross-dresser, disregarded the unease and was the first to seize the brick, plunging his hand directly into the inky blackness of the hole. Although the others in the cell were equally curious, an elderly man sensed something strange about the situation and contemplated stopping them from exploring the aperture, but his words came too late. Within the cavity lay a book, an exceedingly peculiar tome. It was black, encased in an unknown leather, with red metallic threads entwined around its edges, exuding a chilling aura. The moment it was extracted, ominous thunder rumbled in the previously clear sky, as if issuing a warning or heralding impending calamity. Yet, no one cared, for the book seemed to possess an uncanny allure, filling the eyes of all who beheld it with inexplicable desire. That first night, Hamilton's younger brother, the first to lay claim to the book, began exhibiting bizarre behavior. In the early hours, the elderly man, due to his age, typically slept late, and thus he heard some eerie sounds emanating from Hamilton's brother's bed, strange, sinister noises that resembled mocking laughter or whispered conversations with unseen entities. The chilling sounds sent shivers down his spine, yet he refrained from investigating, as life experience taught him that it was wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble. From the following day onward, Hamilton's brother's demeanor shifted dramatically. He became suspicious, frantic, and his eyes turned blood red. Each night, he would huddle in a corner, clutching the Book of Darkness, reciting incomprehensible verses. His condition soon terrified his fellow inmates, and Edward was the first to confront him. However, Hamilton's brother's newfound strength astonished everyone. He became immensely powerful, like a beast, effortlessly overpowering Edward. Seizing him by the throat with a grip of iron, his eyes ablaze with a bloodthirsty glimmer, radiating an aura of malevolence. What was even more unsettling was the way he stared at his prey with a sinister smile, then resumed chanting the ghastly verses. Just as Edward hovered on the brink of death, Hamilton's brother released him, casting a chilling grin in his direction. Yet, the horror was far from over. Within a few days, others began to act strangely. The first unfortunate soul was a young man who had not previously displayed such madness. Ever since Hamilton's brother had acquired the book and began his nightly recitations, both he and another individual would stand eerily back to back at dawn, reciting verses as if they were statues. Upon discovering this, the elderly man and Edward felt a wave of dread wash over them. The following day, the young man descended into complete insanity. One morning, he placed the tip of his pinky finger beneath the brick and, with another block, brutally smashed it down. The scene was horrifying, and he showed no sign of pain, instead erupting into maniacal laughter as he reduced his finger to a pulpy mess. Then proceeded to do the same to the next segment. His laughter, both terrifying and bizarre, seemed to possess a strange power. Anyone who heard it began to violently bash their heads against the walls, chanting the verses as well. This incident drew the attention of the prison authorities, who sought to isolate Hamilton's brother. However, by that point, he had transformed into a monstrous entity, and both the young man and Edward had joined his ranks as disciples. Ultimately, it took the combined efforts of 6 men to subdue him. Yet, as they attempted to transfer him to solitary confinement, an unforeseen tragedy struck. "How dreadful!" the elderly man exclaimed, his expression turning pale as cold sweat poured down his brow. "I have a question for you." Chen Hao fixed his gaze on the old man. Regaining his composure, the elderly man glanced at Chen Hao, the terror in his eyes still palpable, though a semblance of sanity had returned. "Speak," he urged. "Why did they all go mad while you remained unscathed?" Taken aback, the elderly man paused before bursting into laughter, tears streaming down his face. Unscathed? His demeanor shifted, his eyes turning a fiery red, his expression one of utter hysteria, his face flushed. "Look, this is precisely why I remain unharmed. Take a good look, observe what his good brother has wrought." As Chen Hao beheld the old man's condition, even he, accustomed to scenes of brutality, felt a chill run down his spine. The frail body was riddled with scars, as if it had been gnawed upon by some beast, pockmarked and marred with what appeared to be human bite marks. "Do you understand why he was sent to solitary confinement? It was because of that scoundrel." Along with Edward and the young man, they climbed over to my side in the dead of night, intent on devouring me alive. The elderly man's face contorted with agony, his eyes bloodshot and brimming with tears, as he revealed the multitude of tiny, needle-like wounds that peppered his thighs. This is why I did not join their ranks. Each time I hear those dreadful verses, a torrent of horrific visions invades my mind, those ghastly beings clawing their way into my thoughts, trying to drive me mad and transform me into a monster. Chen Hao fell silent, encountering such a grotesque phenomenon for the first time, yet his curiosity only deepened. Chapter 21. The terrifying tale told in darkness. Chen Hao remained pensive, lost in thought as he paced the confines of the cell. Finally, he turned to the elderly man and inquired, "What about the book? Did you ever see it again?" The elderly man blinked, then shook his head with a bitter smile. That book was clutched tightly in that fiend's embrace as he left, and he was screaming madly. Suddenly, the old man's voice faltered, and he appeared lost in a trance. What did he say? His entire demeanor suggested he had lost his soul, caught in a frenzy of terror, his mouth moving without conscious thought. Abruptly, his expression twisted into a ghastly grin, a sickly smile spreading across his face, and after a spasm, he became vacant, grinning foolishly. Chen Hao was taken aback by this transformation, heightening his senses as he scrutinized every corner of the cell, his expression grave. Since his arrival, everything had become increasingly bizarre. Yet he felt an unsettling lack of awareness regarding the abnormalities at play. Just then, the guard who had been escorting Edward returned, drenched in what appeared to be blood. The stench overwhelming and nauseating. What happened? Chen Hao furrowed his brow at the sight of the guard's ghastly appearance. The guard's eyes were vacant, his demeanor resembling that of a soulless, wandering corpse as he approached the cell. He gently removed an object resembling a human ear from his hair, which Chen Hao inspected closely. Upon recognizing its true nature, he discarded it in disgust. It was indeed someone's severed ear, the wound jagged as if torn by some immense force. Drawing forth the Leviathan's axe, the chilling aura emanating from it jolted the guard from his stupor, causing him to shudder. Glancing at the young man before him, the guard's face contorted with agitation, his lips quivering as he stammered, "Edward." He exploded. Chen Hao was momentarily stunned. Exploded? How did that happen? A chilling thought struck him, and he gasped. Are you suggesting he exploded completely? He fixed his gaze on the guard, desperation etched across his face. Yes, just now he just. The guard, regaining his senses, succumbed to the violent wave of nausea and began to vomit uncontrollably. Chen Hao covered his nose and stepped aside, leaping to the maximum extent to open the 3-meter-high window. The cool breeze began to restore some semblance of normalcy to the cell's air. After a brief pause, the guard, now somewhat composed, recounted the events to Chen Hao. The situation was bizarre, adding further layers of mystery to an already convoluted mission. Just moments ago, the guard had been escorting Edward, nearing the solitary confinement cell. Edward suddenly collapsed to the ground in agony. As onlookers rushed to assist him, they were horrified to witness his veins bursting, his body turning a vivid crimson. Then, his form began to swell, akin to a balloon being inflated. He appeared to retain some awareness, his face contorted with pain and pleading, while the veins on his forehead throbbed and his hands clawed desperately at his throat. Yet, at that moment, he was utterly incapable of uttering a sound. Within mere minutes, the alarmed prison guards hastily fled, and just as they turned to escape, a thunderous explosion rang out behind them, accompanied by a shower of blood and flesh, transforming the area into a gruesome slaughterhouse. The guards, trembling with fear, spoke in fragmented sentences. Chen Hao gently patted one on the back and, once he finished speaking, said, "Please contact Mr. Hammerton for me. I believe some matters are best discussed in person. Of course, I'll contact him immediately, but I need to change my clothes first." The guard nodded vigorously, and Chen Hao followed him out. 3 witnesses, one driven mad, another rendered foolish, and the last one exploded like a balloon. The presence of that mysterious black tome, the bizarre scripture, and the madness that ensued left Chen Hao with the unsettling feeling that unseen hands were orchestrating these events. At that moment, his mind fixated on one singular thought. Where could that missing black book possibly be? After finishing his call with Hammerton, the guard cautiously remained at Chen Hao's side. As Chen Hao set down the receiver, the guard stepped forward, eager to speak, but Chen Hao waved a hand to halt him. Hammerton assured him there was no need to worry about the prisoner, Edward. He would handle it adeptly. However, after a brief pause, Chen Hao cast a glance at the guard and continued, "There is another matter I would like to trouble you with. You may speak. I will exert every effort to assist you and Mr. Hammerton." Upon hearing that Hammerton would clean up his mess, the guard's previously tense demeanor relaxed. Now, whatever request Chen Hao made, he was bound to comply. "Do not be anxious. I simply wish to inquire if anyone has truly seen that book. Indeed, I assure you, when we collected the body, we meticulously examined the entire cell. All personal belongings were present, except for that book, which had vanished." Chen Hao scrutinized the guard's eyes, noting his unwavering expression, which dispelled any doubts, and he withdrew his gaze. Just as he prepared to speak again, an alert from the system echoed in his mind. "Warning! Warning! The host is currently subjected to an unknown mental curse. The system has been purged and is now marking the location of the issuer. Please complete this hunt promptly to receive your reward." The Eye of Agony. Sitting on the sofa, feigning contemplation with closed eyes, Chen Hao hastily accessed the system. An electronic screen displayed a detailed map of the city, with a red indicating the location of the one who had cursed him, the architect of his impending doom. Chen Hao's mind raced as he considered the implications. Just as he was about to uncover some clues, one witness had become a simpleton, while another had exploded before his very eyes. It became evident that the individual cursing him was indeed the perpetrator of these recent horrors. Resolute, he dialed Hammerton's number once more. "Hello, Mr. Hammerton. I believe I have discovered the location of our adversary." On the other end, Hammerton responded with immediate excitement. "Jack, are you certain?" "Yes, but you must notify the warden. I need to leave at once." "No problem, Mr. Jack. Give me a moment, and I will send a driver to pick you up." "Yes, but do not bring too many people. This opponent is exceedingly strange, and ordinary individuals cannot contend with them." "Understood. I will await your message." After hanging up, Chen Hao settled in the office, anticipating the arrival of Hammerton's associates. Within half an hour, a knock echoed at the door. Chapter 22. The terrifying tale told in darkness in a desolate courtyard overgrown with weeds, a dilapidated medieval house loomed, marred by the passage of time. Inside, several children were engaged in a game of tag, but in a concealed chamber, a girl named Stella stumbled upon an eerie book. If the individuals from the prison were present, they would immediately recognize this book as the one that vanished following Hammerton's brother's death. Stella, brimming with excitement, curiously opened the tome, crafted from the blood of victims. The pages were blank, yet as Stella pondered, a sentence mysteriously materialized within. "Do you wish to hear a horror story? If so, please read aloud the following passage." Subsequently, obscure and convoluted language appeared on the pages. Oblivious to the foreboding nature of her actions, the inquisitive girl eagerly began to read. A chilling wind swept through, accompanied by a sigh that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell. Yet Stella remained oblivious to the strangeness surrounding her, her attention solely fixated on the book in her hands. As night descended, the atmosphere grew increasingly sinister. The once vibrant town, typically alive with the sounds of insects and birds, had fallen eerily silent. It was as though a terrifying entity had emerged, casting a predatory gaze upon the town, causing the natural inhabitants to retreat in fear, stifling any sounds. Inside a small white building, Stella was engrossed in the book she had taken from the crumbling house. After reciting the incomprehensible text, the black tome revealed aged marks, reminiscent of long-forgotten tales. Driven by curiosity, she could not resist flipping to the final page, eager to discover the latest chapter. To her horror, vivid crimson ink began to seep onto the last page, exuding a metallic scent that filled her nostrils. The words appeared as though forged from blood, vibrant and flowing like liquid. Disturbed, she touched the letters, and to her astonishment, the substance was warm, as if freshly drawn from some being. Just as she contemplated delving further, a shadow loomed outside her window, and a pair of large hands began to pry open the window, yet Stella remained blissfully unaware. Chen Hao leapt down gracefully, akin to a nimble rabbit. Despite his imposing stature, his control over his body allowed him to navigate with remarkable precision. Inside, he found a young girl with her back to the window, her gaze fixated on a black book. Observing this scene, Chen Hao furrowed his brow, for the book emanated an aura of malevolence that stirred a desire to destroy it within him, as if validating his instincts. The system in his mind blared an urgent warning. Alert! The host is in contact with the cursed book of evil spirits, authored by Sarah, an evil witch. She created this cursed tome to devour the pure souls of children. She would inscribe future murders in blood. If the children could not escape her narrative, their souls would be consumed. With the emergence of this new malevolent entity, the system transitioned into Phase 2, the extraordinary phase. Each time the host annihilated or acquired extraordinary items or beings, they would earn new attribute points, which could enhance their skills and techniques, albeit not their physical attributes. As this was the host's first encounter with the extraordinary, the previous reward, the Eye of Agony, was issued early, urging the host to complete the task promptly. Taken aback by the system's unexpected actions, Chen Hao recognized this as the first instance in which a reward had been expedited. However, he understood that without this incentive, the mission could have ended disastrously. Contemplating whether to review the skill descriptions, he restrained his curiosity, mindful of his surroundings. Cautiously, he approached, while Stella remained oblivious to the presence of another individual in her room. She was enthralled by the story, which featured a character she recognized, a familiar, albeit disliked, acquaintance. Her curiosity and desire for revenge kept her engrossed in the narrative. Where did this book come from? She pondered aloud, continuing to read. Suddenly, an unfamiliar male voice disrupted her thoughts, causing her to sit up in fright. Turning to look, a handsome young man with a resolute face furrowed his brow as he gazed at her. Stella's cheeks flushed slightly, but as she realized she was in her own home, her expression shifted to one of caution. Just as she was about to scream, the young man swiftly covered her mouth with his hand. The scent emanating from him was pleasantly fragrant, reminiscent of nature rather than any perfume, instantly alleviating the tension in her heart. A deep, magnetic voice whispered in her ear, "I am a hunter, and I seek you merely for the horror story in your possession. It does not belong to humanity. If you are willing to listen to my explanation, just nod, and I shall release you." As Chen Hao's words faded, the young girl blushed and nodded shyly. However, once Chen Hao released her, and she stepped away from that warm spot, a hint of nostalgia flickered in Stella's eyes. "My name is Jack, and I hail from another city. My occupation involves hunting extraordinary beings. The book you possess led to the bizarre death of a friend. After extensive searching, I finally traced it to you. Is this book truly yours?" Chen Hao's gaze remained fixed on the girl, seemingly analyzing her every action and expression. "No, I found this book in a dilapidated house," she replied. "Which house? Where is it located? Have you read the book? Is its content old or newly written?" A barrage of questions erupted from Chen Hao's lips as he turned to Stella. The girl paused momentarily before deep in thought. After a brief moment, she clenched her teeth and spoke, "Just turn left at the end of this street. Then take a right down a narrow path for about 10 miles. And the house is over there." I've read the stories in the book. They are all quite old, showing signs of having been written long ago. However, just a moment ago, new content suddenly appeared in the book, and the protagonist is someone I know. Upon hearing of the new story, Chen Hao was momentarily taken aback, then curiously urged, "Show me." Stella handed him the book, and as it touched his hand, an ear-piercing scream, like a banshee's wail, erupted in Chen Hao's mind. The system emitted a red alert, leaving him in a state of confusion. The voice possessed the power to pierce the very soul. Had it not been for the existence of the system, Chen Hao would have been rendered a fool at that moment. Warning: the original curse book of malevolent spirits detected. Malevolent spirit invasion confirmed. Protective measures activated. Please eliminate the malevolent, which immediately. Grasping his head, Chen Hao was drenched in cold sweat. The recent sensation delivering him a taste of pain he had never experienced before. After countless battles, this was the first time he felt as though he had one foot in the grave. Stella, kneeling beside him, reached out to help, but Chen Hao waved her off and slowly stood up. As the book carried a fragment of Sarah's soul, feeling the threat posed by Chen Hao, this spirit struck with full force, aiming to eliminate him at once. Yet, she had not anticipated that Chen Hao's soul harbored the system's existence. And this surprise attack had turned into a mere delivery. Tell me, where does the new story take place? Quickly, Chen Hao steadied himself, looking at Stella with a serious expression. At Uncle John's farm. The protagonist is Tom. Realizing that Chen Hao is not jesting, and thinking of the potential consequence of someone dying because of her, Stella spoke urgently, without a trace of hesitation. Chapter 23. 1, 2, 3, Scarecrow. In a remote farm. Tom, feeling somewhat irate, walked home, his mood souring with each step. Whenever he encountered something displeasing, he would kick it in frustration. Passing through a familiar cornfield. A narrow path led directly to his home, just a few hundred meters away. Today, due to a particularly unfortunate series of events, the journey that typically took him about 10 minutes had stretched to over half an hour, and he had wreaked havoc on the surrounding corn. Suddenly, Tom halted as he faced a scarecrow hanging on a wooden frame, its appearance eerie and unsettling, dressed in tattered plaid clothing. A chilling breeze swept through, causing the entire structure to creak. Gazing at the grotesque scarecrow ignited Tom's fury once more. He approached and unleashed a series of punches upon the strange figure, spitting disdainfully at it afterward. He continued on his way home, soon arriving at the yard in front of his house. Just as he was about to enter, his mother's voice boomed from within, having heard his return. "Tom, you promised to deliver the items to Uncle John's. Hurry up." Hearing his mother's words, Tom made a face, wanting to offer excuses, but remembering the day's delays, he knew that resisting would only lead to punishment. He picked up a nearby bamboo basket and stepped back outside. As he walked past the cornfield again, the anger he thought had dissipated flared back to life. Not long after, he spotted the hideous scarecrow once more. Malicious thoughts surged within him, and in a fit of rage, he tossed aside the basket and marched towards the scarecrow. He picked up a stick along the way, weighing it in his hand before smirking with satisfaction and quickening his pace. Upon reaching the scarecrow, he coldly smiled and began to thrash it wildly, uttering a stream of curses. After about 10 minutes of furious assault, Tom, panting heavily, glanced at the now even more tattered scarecrow, scoffed dismissively, and picked up his basket to leave. However, after walking for about 10 minutes, he realized something was amiss. Normally, at this pace, he should have long exited the cornfield. Yet, he seemed to be wandering in the central area, far from the edge. Panic began to set in, and he hastened his steps. Mere minutes later, a sight before him filled his heart with profound dread. There stood the dilapidated scarecrow, no longer hanging limply, but now with its head turned, its hollow, black eyes fixed intently on Tom, its leather-wrapped face contorted into a sinister grin. It seemed to mock him, or perhaps to take delight in his fear. Tom felt a surge of fear, yet he glanced around, yelling defiantly, "Which coward is trying to scare me? You're mistaken. I'm unbeatable." To affirm this claim, he approached the scarecrow and kicked it with all his might. The wooden frame swayed ominously with the impact, creaking loudly as a sudden gust of wind swept through. As the cold wind brushed against him, Tom shivered, regaining his composure, and quickly turned away from the scarecrow, moving away. Little did he know, the scarecrow's hollow eyes followed his every move, never leaving him. Feeling somewhat disheveled and anxious, Tom quickened his pace. The unnaturally silent cornfield felt as though a demon was opening its gaping maw, with him as the delectable prey. After a few more minutes, A scene of despair unfolded before him. The same frame stood there, but the scarecrow that once hung there had vanished. He began to tremble, sensing invisible eyes watching him like a predator stalking its prey. When he unintentionally glanced back, the sight that met his eyes nearly sent his soul fleeing in terror. The missing scarecrow was now lurking just a few steps away, its hollow eyes fixed upon him. He attempted to flee, but what chilled him to the bone was that the scarecrow suddenly appeared before him. His legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed to the ground, while the scarecrow began to move. With a sharp crack, the scarecrow's head turned, and the insects crawling across its face were caught in its hand, slowly being brought to its mouth to be munched on. Initially, the scarecrow's movements were stiff, but as time passed, its speed intensified, and its joints became increasingly agile. It began to walk quickly, emitting a strange clicking sound, steadily advancing towards Tom. Terrified, Tom struggled to rise, but he was one step too late. The scarecrow wielded a plow that had appeared from nowhere, and it thrust the implement forcefully into Tom's chest. Tom coughed up blood. His eyes filled with agony as he desperately clutched the corn stalks beside him, attempting to crawl away. Suddenly, an immense force surged from behind, dragging him into the cornfield amidst his anguished cries and desperate wails. Soon after, all sounds faded into silence. When Chen Hao and Stella arrived, even standing at the edge of the cornfield, the faint scent of blood was unmistakable to Chen Hao's heightened senses. Frowning, he halted Stella, who was eager to join him, and said, "Do not enter. I can handle this alone. Stay here and call out if anything happens." Stella, observing the handsome young man before her, noted the seriousness and gravity in his eyes, and her initial refusal was stifled. Chen Hao slowly stepped into the cornfield, his extraordinary senses activated, allowing him to discern every breath and movement around him. After a moment of careful navigation, he arrived at the wooden frame where the scarecrow had been tied. At that moment, the scarecrow appeared as though it had been freshly adorned, its attire resembling a school uniform, and its expression more vivid, with certain body parts taking on a more human-like quality. Sighing at the sight of the scarecrow, Chen Hao reflected on the torment he had endured to acquire the eye of pain from the system. He could now perceive the young soul trapped within this straw body, crying out in torment. Casting one last deep glance at the scarecrow, Chen Hao turned and departed. The demon had acquired what it sought, likely vanishing from this area to pursue another target. His only course of action was to hasten there. Should he delay, a second life would soon extinguish. With this thought, Chen Hao quickened his pace. While outside the cornfield, Stella was increasingly anxious, for a new chapter was slowly revealing itself in the storybook she held. Chapter 24. Tonight's main course, delectable stew. In the home of Stella's friend Jill, a pot of aromatic stew sat quietly on the stove. While conversing on the phone, Jill's gaze frequently drifted to the pot brimming with savory stew. Salivating at the enticing aroma, he could no longer resist and tentatively called out to his mother, "Mom, are you there? Can I have a taste of the food on the table?" Silence enveloped the house, save for the gentle breeze wafting through the window, isolating the interior from the outside world. After several more calls with no reply, he assumed his mother had stepped out, unable to suppress his desire any longer. He put down the phone and hurried to the pot, devouring the stew with fervor. The rich aroma, tender beef, and delectable tomatoes combined like an enchanting spell, leaving him entranced and mesmerized. Suddenly, he grimaced, chewing carefully before spitting out a hard object. A small, toe-like item rolled across the table with a soft thud. Disgust flickered across Jill's face as he picked up the peculiar object. Just as he was about to examine it closely, a creaking sound echoed. It seemed the front door had been opened by an unseen force. "Mom, is that you?" Trembling with panic and an inexplicable sense of dread, Jill called toward the door. But the silence that followed was deafening. Uneasily, he stood there when suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from the entrance, suggesting the presence of a towering figure. Fear gripped him as he sought to escape this bizarre place, yet the footsteps had already crossed the threshold. Like a frightened mouse, he scurried to find a safe haven, ultimately diving into his bedroom. Outside, the lights throughout the neighborhood flickered and extinguished, plunging the area into darkness, severing all ties with the outside world, as if it were an isolated island. Meanwhile, a tall shadow glided down the corridor outside Jill's door. The cold moonlight seeped through the window, illuminating the figure, which radiated a foul odor. Clad in tattered, grayish-white robes, its hair was disheveled, and its hollow, pitch-black eyes were marred with grotesque sores. The emaciated body, resembling a mere skeleton, with only 4 toes on 1 foot. The monstrous figure advanced slowly, murmuring in a hoarse voice, "Return my toes to me." This disjointed chant, though low, seemed capable of penetrating any barrier. Even with his ears covered in terror, Jill could hear it clearly. Trembling, he curled into a ball, wishing desperately to find a hiding place, but he was powerless to do so. Jill's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed the lock on his door slowly turning, the voice demanding his toes echoing just beyond the thin wooden barrier. Panicking, Jill spotted the dark abyss beneath his bed, and, disregarding everything else, he scrambled underneath, shutting his eyes tightly in fear. Heavy breaths and rapid heartbeats filled the silence, as Jill remained motionless for several seconds, only to realize that all sounds had abruptly vanished. Even the monster outside seemed to have disappeared. Gradually calming himself, he mustered the courage to open his eyes, cautiously peering around, relieved to find no anomalies, and began to crawl out from beneath the bed. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted. "Ah!" A pair of skeletal hands shot out from the darkness beneath the bed, clutching his ankle with an overwhelming force, dragging him into the shadows. In the abyss, an ugly visage with a pallid face twisted into a horrific grin, howling at Jill. Pain shot through his ankle as the monstrous force intensified, rendering his attempts to resist futile. The floor bore witness to his terror, marked by frantic scratches of his nails. Swift and desperate, he was completely pulled into the dark. His screams faded into the distance, like a fall into an endless abyss, until Jill's voice and form vanished entirely, leaving only a few nail marks on the floor beneath the bed. When Chen Hao and Stella arrived, just stepping onto the second floor, they felt a chilling wind sweep toward them at Jill's door. Chen Hao quickly raised a hand to prevent Stella from barging in. Stella looked at him, puzzled, but Chen Hao shook his head slowly. Understanding dawned on Stella's face, and she displayed a pained expression as she pulled out the black book, realizing the story's grim conclusion. Trembling with rage, she wished to tear the page recounting Jill's tale to shreds, but Chen Hao halted her again. With a serious demeanor and piercing gaze, he addressed Stella. "If you wish to save your remaining friends, tell me their location at once." Stella struggled to regain her composure, recalling her friend's plans after leaving that haunted house. Just as Chen Hao was about to inquire further, Stella's eyes suddenly lit up. "St. Mang's Psychiatric Hospital. A relative of Chuck is there. He mentioned planning to go today. It's roughly 10 kilometers from here. We must hurry." Without further ado, Chen Hao grasped Stella's hand, hurrying down the stairs. The lights on the first floor began to flicker ominously, as though ready to extinguish. Their actions halted momentarily. Chen Hao's expression turned icy, a cold smile gracing his lips as he seemed to converse with the air, his eyes fixed on the flickering lights. "If you seek revenge, come find me. My name is Jack. But if you wish to continue this, pray you do not let me catch you, for I shall devour you whole." As his words echoed, a shrill, terrifying laughter erupted in the room, like an unseen woman mocking Chen Hao's ignorance and impotence. "I have pain," Chen Hao intoned, as a dark fissure slowly opened on his forehead, revealing a mixture of agony and exhilaration. Tremors coursed through his body, yet his face radiated a wild, ecstatic joy. Bang! A strange flame, pitch black at its core and azure at its edges, suddenly erupted above the chandelier, shattering the once resplendent and noble fixture into countless pieces. As the chandelier descended, a piercing wail accompanied by a fierce gust of wind echoed through the room, as if an invisible pair of vengeful eyes cast a baleful glance at Chen Hao and his companion, Stella. Stella felt as though she had been plunged into an icy abyss, shaking uncontrollably from the cold. Chapter 25, The Red House St. Mungo's psychiatric hospital has a long and storied history. Initially, the hospital was not particularly renowned, but it gained notoriety after a scandal involving a local tycoon. This wealthy individual had established a paper mill, and in pursuit of profit, he discharged wastewater directly into the drinking supply of local residents. The tycoon had a daughter with mild mental disabilities, and the family, ashamed of her condition, confined her to a dark basement to avoid public embarrassment. Fortunately, God seemed to show mercy on this unfortunate child. A few children from the town discovered her plight, and, undeterred by her filth, would sneak into the damp, foul-smelling basement to chat and befriend her each day. However, a nightmare eventually unfolded. After a prolonged wait, the girl grew anxious when her friends failed to appear. Desperate, she pleaded with her family to inquire about the whereabouts of the children. When they returned, their gaze was cold and accusatory, as if they were addressing a beast. "Those children are dead. They perished because of the paper mill you allowed to operate. You wretched creature. The girl was left in shock, then madness. Years of confinement had eroded her logic, and even her speech had become halting. Thus, she became the scapegoat for the wealthy family, ultimately confined to St. Mungo's psychiatric hospital due to her history of mental illness. On a rainy day, tormented and on the brink of death, she closed her eyes amidst despair, helplessness, pain, and resentment. In the hospital, Chuck listened to his grandfather recount this tale, his eyes reflecting a palpable fear, as if sensing Chuck's inner turmoil. His grandfather gently stroked his head and said, "Little one, demons do not harm without reason. There is no need to be afraid. Just go home." Chuck nodded, feeling a twinge of sadness as he guided his grandfather back to his room. Sweating from the exertion, he prepared to leave. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from above, causing Chuck to glance up at the incandescent light. It appeared to be a mere illusion as the light returned to normal. Chiding himself for his cowardice, Chuck shook his head and began to make his way toward the hospital's entrance. Abruptly, a piercing alarm blared, and red lights flickered to life in every corner of the hospital. In an instant, the previously pale facility was bathed in an eerie crimson hue. Standing bewildered in the blood-red corridor, Chuck scanned the surroundings, perplexed by the sudden appearance of the red lights. In another corridor, a grotesque figure approached, an overweight woman with pallid skin, her body adorned with rolls of fat and black veins. Her form twisted unnaturally, with her head and body seeming to merge, fingers tipped with darkened nails, and a peculiar, eerie smile gracing her face. Her tiny eyes contrasted sharply with her disproportionately large mouth, which was wider than an adult's head. With a sinister grin, her inky black eyes roamed the corridor. And in conjunction with the blood-red atmosphere, the psychiatric hospital seemed to have slipped into an alternate realm. Meanwhile, Chuck stood frozen, grappling with the bizarre transformations unfolding around him. As he sought an escape, a chilling, cackling sound echoed ominously from behind him. Turning, Chuck beheld the distorted figure illuminated by the crimson light. Momentarily stunned, he attempted to scrutinize the creature, but terror gripped him as he discerned its monstrous visage. Panic-stricken, he stumbled away, his heart racing as he desperately sought an exit that had once seemed so easily attainable. Yet, it felt as if an unseen force toyed with him, as no matter how he ran through the corridors, that eerie cackling would inevitably follow. Each turn brought the grotesque figure of the overweight woman into view, amplifying his dread. He tried to open the doors, but each one was locked tight. In this narrow corridor, he felt trapped like a mouse in a wind tunnel, with the unsettling sounds closing in from both ends. Chuck's face was a mask of terror, his eyes wide, whispering prayers for salvation. Yet no divine intervention arrived for this lost lamb. The chilling sounds grew nearer, and just as the two grotesque women were about to converge upon him, time seemed to warp. Chuck felt a gentle embrace from behind. Initially comforting, it quickly morphed into sheer panic as he realized his body was slowly melding into the woman's form. He struggled to break free, but her grip was like iron, unyielding and oppressive. The woman's body clung to him with a suffocating tenacity, akin to stepping into a mire. Any attempt to escape merely hastened his entrapment. Before long, a satisfied belch escaped the woman, and as she prepared to retreat into the darkness, a thunderous voice rang out. "Get away!" A massive, all-metal wheel was hurled by Chen Hao, hurtling through the air with such velocity that the overweight woman had no time to react before it struck her, sending her sprawling. "Please help Chuck!" Stella cried, tears brimming in her eyes as she clung tightly to Chen Hao's pant leg, her expression a mixture of anguish and sorrow. Gently patting the little girl's shoulder, Chen Hao strode purposefully toward the fallen woman. Cackling, the woman absorbed the force of Chen Hao's furious attack, showing no signs of injury. As the wheel slowly dissolved into her corpulent body, furrowing his brow, Chen Hao felt a surge of confusion, but, after a moment's contemplation, he clenched his teeth and unleashed a powerful punch at the woman. Upon contact, an inexplicable sensation jolted through Chen Hao, as if he had struck a mass of viscous slime rather than flesh. The grotesque flesh exuded a horrifying pull, and his arm was engulfed as the mass surged, eventually consuming half of his body until he vanished entirely beside the woman. Chapter 26. Is anyone home? Chen Hao felt an overwhelming discomfort, as though he had sunk into a quagmire, everything around him sticky and suffocating. The mass of flesh seemed to possess a life of its own, filling every gap around him as he attempted to shift his position, rendering him powerless. Even more astonishingly, the flesh exhibited immense strength, constricting around him like a constrictor snake. The terrifying pressure squeezed the air from his lungs, intent on suffocating him before grinding his form into powder, leaving no trace behind. Chen Hao had believed that, fortified by the system, his strength would render him invincible in this realm, akin to the prowess he had demonstrated against the werewolves. Yet now, he felt an unsettling sense of helplessness, realizing he had underestimated these bizarre entities. Fortunately, he encountered these challenges early on. Had he waited until his life was in jeopardy to recognize them, it would have been far too late. Though the pale woman could ensnare his limbs, a dark fissure began to crack open on his forehead, revealing a golden eye that slowly emerged. Outside, Stella had begun to despair, on the verge of surrender when she noticed the grotesque woman's expression shift to one of sheer terror as her corpulent body trembled, emitting frantic cries. It seemed as though a strange entity was recklessly invading her body, causing her abdomen to swell with a massive bulge, comparable in size to an adult's head. This bulge moved restlessly around her, akin to a living creature. Each time it roamed, her body felt as if scorched by some unseen force, leaving behind dark marks that emitted faint sparks. The pale woman yearned to touch these marks, yet the agony radiating from her wounds rendered her hesitant. Instead, she could only let out a helpless wail, thrashing against her surroundings in anguish. Another terrified scream erupted as the pale woman suddenly stood frozen. Gazing skyward with her mouth agape in a horrifying arc, Stella stood in stunned silence, captivated by the bizarre sight before her, her gaze slowly transforming into one of anticipation. Suddenly, a bizarre azure flame erupted violently from the pale woman's mouth, as if half her head had been incinerated by the terrifying heat. Thick white smoke billowed forth, filling the air with the aroma of charred flesh, accompanied by hissing sounds as the flames, seemingly alive, erupted and then instantly retreated back into the pale woman's body. Boom! A fist-like shape began to pound mercilessly within her abdomen. From the outside, it appeared grotesque, and with each strike, the flesh that had endured the fiery onslaught could no longer withstand the assault. With a resounding crack, a gaping hole was formed in her belly. A pair of large hands emerged, gripping the sides of her abdomen, and with a fierce tug, the pale woman's belly was torn asunder with a sharp sound. Though somewhat disheveled, her clothing remained relatively intact as Chen Hao cautiously emerged from within her. "Jack!" Stella exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy at the sight of Chen Hao. She dashed toward him, enveloping him in a tight embrace like a cannonball. The impact caused him to grunt softly, and as he steadied himself, he intended to speak, but was struck by the sight of Stella's tear-streaked face. He let out a gentle sigh and ruffled her hair, saying, "Now is not the time for nostalgia. We must resolve this matter swiftly, or your friends may not survive." "Yes," Stella replied, wiping away her tears as determination and vengeance ignited in her eyes. Gripping her storybook tightly, she pulled Chen Hao towards the door. "I will lead you to that house. We must find this witch quickly." Chen Hao remained silent, following closely behind Stella. He cast a fleeting glance at Chuck, now in a spectral state, feeling a twinge of regret. It seemed Stella had selectively forgotten her dear friend, but Chen Hao understood it was merely a form of escapism. As an outsider, he refrained from expressing his thoughts. After all, it was not within his jurisdiction. This mission had spiraled into absurdity. Initially, the prospect of earning millions appeared effortless, yet he had not anticipated the extent of the complications. Regret lingered in his heart. If only a few million could resolve such turmoil, Hamilton, that cunning old fox, had truly struck gold. The atmosphere in the car was heavy with tension. Chen Hao was consumed by thoughts of the Eye of Pain, while Stella mourned silently. The effects of the Eye of Pain were terrifying. He had only just unlocked the ability of soul burning, but when facing a malevolent entity like Sarah, the sensation was nothing short of staggering. He pondered whether this ability could affect the living, for if it could obliterate souls, it would indeed be a game-changer. After nearly an hour, the car arrived at the desolate garden, where Chen Hao stood at the entrance, contemplating the flickering structures illuminated by flashes of lightning. Even without stepping inside, the oppressive aura of resentment surrounding the house, visible through his divine sight, caused his brow to furrow. The house resembled a beast lurking in the shadows, its door a bloodthirsty maw waiting for prey to enter. Perhaps due to previous encounters with Chen Hao, the malevolent spirit was now fully enraged. And even Stella sensed an unsettling presence, one that made her tremble. A voice within her urged her to avoid entering the house, as if it harbored something terrifying. Merely standing outside induced a shiver. Chen Hao glanced at the girl beside him, sensing her apprehension. He stroked his chin and said, "You should not enter. Hand me the storybook. You can no longer assist me with what comes next." Stella opened her mouth to protest, but Chen Hao raised a hand to silence her. "Do not speak. Go check on your remaining friend. You should stay at the police station. At least there, you'll have adequate firepower to buy some time." Seeing Chen Hao's serious demeanor, Stella contemplated for a moment before deciding to heed his counsel. Though they had only just met, their shared experiences had solidified her trust in him. Without further ado, she produced the storybook and handed it to Chen Hao. As their fingers brushed against the book, a chilling, sinister laughter echoed in Chen Hao's ears. He scoffed and tucked the storybook away. The lightning illuminated the land intermittently, accompanied by a bone-chilling wind and the eerie atmosphere surrounding the building, creating a palpable sense of dread. The only sounds were the creaking windows buffeted by the wind, while all other noise from the world faded into oblivion. With a creak, the heavy door opened, and Chen Hao peered into the inky darkness within. He playfully called out, "Is anyone home?" Chapter 27. No acceptance of repentance inside. The darkness was thick, punctuated by the occasional strange sounds, as if some creature was scuttling about overhead. Thud, thud, thud. The noise resembled the playful running of children. Chen Hao glanced upward at the barely visible ceiling, but quickly redirected his gaze. The air was thick with the musty scent of neglect, and dust coated every surface. As he moved cautiously, stepping onto the old wooden spiral staircase, the neglected structure creaked ominously, amplifying the eerie silence that enveloped the house. However, Chen Hao paid little heed. His senses were heightened, allowing him to detect even the softest rustle of a spider weaving its web in the corner. The cold, empty house felt like a coffin, with Chen Hao as its sole inhabitant. Upon reaching a fireplace, a strange gurgling sound emanated from the chimney. Frowning, he approached to investigate, when suddenly a dark object fell heavily to the ground, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. Waving his hand to clear the debris, Chen Hao focused on the object that had fallen. As he discerned its shape, a sense of wariness washed over him. It was a severed human arm, its cut smooth and precise, riddled with numerous wounds, its skin an unsettling shade of deathly pale. As Chen Hao contemplated this macabre sight, a series of heavy objects began to tumble from the chimney. Arms, legs, feet, a head, various body parts gathering until, with a dull thud, a torso appeared beneath the fireplace. Chen Hao remained resolute, understanding the origin of these remnants, his eyes glinting with mockery as he glanced at the concealed room. The dismembered parts lay still for a moment, but soon the fingers of the severed hand began to twitch, as if infused with some dark magic. All the parts rolled towards the torso and violently fused together. The scene was grotesque, the disparate pieces moving autonomously, seeking their rightful places on the body. Before long, a cacophony of crack, a chill swept through the air as a glint of a sharp blade flashed momentarily, followed by a monstrous, anguished roar as the creature staggered backward. The severed arm, cleaved by an axe, lay quietly on the ground. "I suggest you use some 502. Chen Hao scoffed, his axe swaying rhythmically in his hands. He remained motionless, his gaze icy as he fixed his eyes on the creature before him. With a sudden, forceful kick, he sent the severed limb flying toward the monster. "Let us see if you can reattach it." His tone dripped with mockery as he observed the creature. With an enraged howl, the monster seized the severed arm from the ground, attempting to squeeze it back onto its body, convinced it would be as easy as before. However, a flicker of panic began to dawn on its face. What should have been a simple act now faced an unexpected obstacle. An eerie chill enveloped the wound, rendering the arm impossible to reattach, no matter how desperately it tried. The creature began to frantically slam the severed limb against its wound, striving to reunite the two. But all was in vain. "Hey, big guy!" Chen Hao's voice suddenly rang out from behind. As the creature turned, a sharp pain shot through its other arm. With a cry of despair, both of its arms shattered. Chen Hao's eyes were cold, regarding the now terrified creature as one would a piece of refuse. The monster, now horrified by the human before it, attempted to flee, but bolstered by superhuman strength, Chen Hao's speed matched that of the creature. Moreover, the loss of its arms had severely compromised the monster's balance and speed. With a thud, the creature's massive body crashed onto the wooden floor, resembling a writhing maggot. Left with but a single leg, Chen Hao's expression remained indifferent. Aren't you coming out to take a look? Your pet is about to die? The sound of its anguished cries echoed in the room. After a moment of silence without a response, Chen Hao let out a derisive snort and slowly approached the fallen creature with his axe in hand. It appears your master has abandoned you. Please, spare me. Just as Chen Hao was about to strike, the monster surprisingly spoke, its voice tinged with desperation. Taken aback, Chen Hao stared. With the enhancement of his divine vision, he could clearly see the soul within the monster. It was a spirit, scarred and battered, resembling a boy of around 13 or 14, appearing somewhat ethereal and filled with terror. Yet, upon realizing that Chen Hao could perceive him, a flicker of hope ignited in his eyes. Chen Hao, bewildered by this turn of events, soon grasped the situation, and his expression darkened with rage. You scoundrel! Do not expect to escape unscathed today. You are nothing but refuse. Without further regard for the soul's pleas, he swung his axe, severing the last remaining leg of the monster's body. Filled with fury, he strode toward the hidden room with eyes ablaze with murderous intent. With a resounding crash, he kicked open the door to the small room. Under the influence of his divine sight, a rocking chair in the corner caught his attention. I was about to say something about the past, but I have no time for your nonsense, Chen Hao declared, his golden eyes shimmering with fury. Suddenly, a burst of eerie blue flames erupted beneath Sarah, the monster's soul. As the flames clung to her, she began to panic, attempting to swat them away. But the flames adhered tenaciously, and soon Sarah's cries filled the air, her eyes pleading for mercy. Chen Hao remained unmoved, devoid of compassion. Your misfortune is one thing, but to derive pleasure from the suffering of others, to satiate your perverse desires, makes you trash in my eyes. If you had always been worthless, perhaps I would not be so harsh, but to wish for redemption while embracing your own vileness? You are even less than refuse. There is no salvation for you here. Only annihilation awaits. As Chen Hao's words fell, Sarah's soul disintegrated into ashes, and the storybook he held ignited in flames. He hastily discarded it, watching as it was consumed by fire before departing the haunted house. Chapter 28. Dr. Lecott's Wine Party Diary 1. It was yet another sun-drenched morning as Dr. Lecott, Chen Hao's neighbor, rose early. In his spacious, gleaming kitchen, the harmonious notes of a piano filled the air, mingling with the tantalizing aroma of sizzling meat. Dressed in an elegant suit paired with a crisp apron, a mask to shield against splatter, and sanitized gloves, Dr. Lecott focused intently on carving a leg of an unknown animal. The knife moved with remarkable swiftness, slicing through the flesh as if it were mere parchment. He cautiously sprinkled a fine layer of salt and black pepper over the neatly cut pieces, preparing to place them into the oven when the doorbell rang. Removing his gloves, he carefully covered the meat with plastic wrap, tidied his attire, and, after ensuring his appearance was impeccable, made his way to the door. Upon opening it, he found a middle-aged man with a shiny bald head and a slightly portly figure, grinning broadly at him. Mr. Welsh, what brings you here? Dr. Lecott inquired, a hint of confusion in his expression, though his demeanor remained calm and composed. Dr. Lecott, it is a pleasure. After enjoying a delightful dinner at your home last time, our theater troupe is heading to Europe for performances. We thought it fitting to bid farewell to old friends by organizing a wine party. So I came to personally deliver the invitation. Hannibal raised an eyebrow, surprised by the unexpected invitation. Though tempted to decline, he recognized that his status among them was respectable, especially since they had previously provided him sustenance, making it difficult to refuse. Taking the golden embossed invitation, he quickly set aside his lunch preparations to arrange his attire for the following evening. Although the event was scheduled for dusk, Dr. Lecott preferred to be well prepared ahead of time and soon immersed himself in his tasks. As the evening approached, at a leisure farm on the outskirts, elegantly dressed men and women exchanged pleasantries and toasts, laughter filling the air. After the customary greetings, the hosts invited a renowned orchestra to entertain the guests with exquisite symphonies. Just as the performance reached its zenith, a series of shouts erupted from outside. However, the music was so loud that most guests remained oblivious to the commotion beyond. Dr. Hannibal furrowed his brow, his curiosity piqued, even as he refrained from turning to investigate. Yet, his attention was drawn entirely to the unsettling sounds outside, faint cries for help, screams intermingled with guttural roars. Unable to remain seated any longer, he excused himself and slowly exited the venue. Peering through the stained glass, he glimpsed the scene outside, where three exceptionally burly thugs, each wielding a chainsaw, had brutally slaughtered the service staff, leaving a gruesome scene in their wake. Some brave servers attempted to fight back, but the thugs, undeterred by blades, continued their rampage, grinning maniacally as they hacked down their assailants. Blood gushed forth, saturating the ground, and Dr. Hannibal, witnessing the carnage, was initially taken aback, but then fell into contemplation, a peculiar smile creeping onto his face. Just as his figure melted into the darkness, the doors of the concert hall crashed down amidst the chainsaw's roar. With a thunderous boom, the music ceased, and all guessed the originally arrogant villain believed that his strength would easily overpower the middle-aged man. However, after several attempts, he found himself unable to shake the man even slightly. He began to struggle frantically, as suffocation and terror completely engulfed his mind. His strength gradually ebbed away, and after a series of convulsions, the burly man, with his long tongue hanging out, lay on the ground, breathless. Beneath him, the blonde woman gazed pitifully at Hannibal, her face streaked with tears. Just as she was about to speak, Hannibal softly remarked, "My dear, your ears are truly exquisite." When Hannibal rose once more and slowly walked toward the darkness not far away, he vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the other two villains continued their frenzied slaughter of the remaining survivors in the venue, utterly oblivious to the fate of their fallen comrade. When one of them finally noticed his partner lying motionless on the ground, he approached to investigate. However, as he passed through a patch of shadow, a powerful hand clamped over his mouth, and an irresistible force dragged him into the darkness, causing him to disappear entirely. Gradually, the sounds within the venue diminished, with only one villain remaining, shouting in excitement as he reveled in the chaos. When he turned to share his thoughts with his companions, his calls received no response, leaving him frozen in confusion. "Tom, Jack." He searched the area, initially thinking his companions were playing a prank, a sinister grin on his face. "Tom, Jack, come out. This is no fun at all." He continued to smile. However, the only response was the echo of his own voice reverberating through the empty space. Met with an eerie silence, his expression shifted to one of seriousness as an inexplicable fear began to creep into his eyes. He shouted in desperation, his heart filled with an overwhelming dread that enveloped his reason like a dark fog. No answer. His frantic calls echoed back to him in vain. He began to run wildly through the venue, cursing and spewing venomous threats, yet silence remained his only companion. After about 10 minutes, utterly exhausted, he collapsed to the ground. The initial thrill of the bloody massacre had dulled, and now panic consumed him, his heart surrounded by fear. He began to weep, trembling as he called out for his companions, but the oppressive silence acted as a catalyst, shattering his sanity. Just as he prepared to cry out again, a whisper, stifled with excitement, madness, and a sickly laughter, floated into his ear. "Hello there, dinner." A piercing scream erupted within the venue, the terrified voice of its owner echoing far and wide, even reaching distant survivors, who unanimously believed it to be the cry of another victim like themselves. Hours later, police arrived at the crime scene, solemnly sifting through the pile of bodies, where they discovered the remains of two villains. However, according to survivor accounts, the third villain was nowhere to be found. The efficiency of the police was commendable. By the following day's press conference, the case had shifted from 3 perpetrators to 2, bringing the murder investigation to a close. At Dr. Hannibal's residence, a sturdy thigh was being meticulously shaved with a sharp razor, while a massive dining table nearby bore the sight of a naked villain, his face a mask of horror, sobbing uncontrollably. His body trembled from sheer terror, but the symphony playing within the room was so enchanting that his cries were completely drowned out. Soon, an enticing aroma of meat began to waft through the house. As Hannibal stood at the entrance, amiably chatting with Chen Hao about their day's adventures, both wore expressions of ease and satisfaction as they recounted their experiences. After Chen Hao praised Hannibal's culinary skills, Hannibal politely bid him farewell, a peculiar look in his eyes as he murmured to the villain, "Why does Jack always dislike the meat pies I make?" His gaze was imbued with an unsettling curiosity, while the villain, utterly terrified, had lost his sanity. Amid his frantic sobs, the symphony within the room swelled once more, heralding the arrival of a beautiful night. Chapter 30. A Call for Help. "Is that you, Jack?" In the early morning, Chen Hao, still caught between dreams and reality, received a call from a familiar voice, Alice. The young girl was already in tears, her sorrow evident as she spoke in broken phrases. "What's wrong, Alice? What troubles you?" You can confide in me. Jack, please help me. My sister is missing. Her sobs, laced with pain, tugged at Chen Hao's heartstrings. No matter how steely he appeared, the delicate, melodious voice of the distressed girl was enough to evoke compassion within him. Take your time, Alice. Share with me what has happened. Having experienced the horrors of the cannibal incident alongside Chen Hao, Alice held an unwavering faith in his strength. To her, he was like a general sent from heaven to guard her against the monstrous threats of the world. His explosive power and ferocity haunted her thoughts, offering her a sense of safety that felt like a sweet embrace. She could think of no one else who could assist her in this bizarre situation but Chen Hao. Though Alice's voice was broken and her words slow due to her grief, Chen Hao understood her plight and remained patient, recalling their shared experiences. As Alice recounted the details, Chen Hao found the narrative eerily familiar. Alice's sister, Lena, was an outdoor adventurer, leading a team of 6 that sought to explore uncharted territories in search of unknown life and wonders. 3 days prior, Lena and her friends had ventured into a remote cave to locate new salamander species, but soon after entering, all contact with them was lost. The previous night, the sole survivor was discovered 5 kilometers away in a forest, but the girl was utterly deranged, seemingly shattered by some catastrophic mental trauma. She could provide no useful information, and the cave's location was now inaccessible. Despite the police's diligent efforts to search the vast forest, locating the remaining individuals was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. However, one fortunate detail emerged. Although the found girl had succumbed to madness, she repeated a chilling phrase that sent shivers down the spine of everyone who heard it. They were all eaten in a pool of blood. Each time she uttered it, she would scream frantically, as if the words embodied an unfathomable terror that rendered her incapable of recollecting any fragments of her ordeal. Upon learning this, Alice's first thought was that her sister and their friends had likely encountered a similar fate to what she had experienced, a supernatural horror or perhaps a monster. Imagining Chen Hao's formidable presence, she instinctively reached out to him for help. After ending the call, Chen Hao fell into deep contemplation. This situation bore a striking resemblance to a riveting horror film he had seen in his past, The Descent. He prepared his tools, recalling that the monsters in the film lurked within caves, far more savage than the mutated family he had encountered before. These creatures thrived in darkness, having adapted their senses to the subterranean world, making them extremely cunning and ferocious. Unlike the cannibals in the forest, these underground beasts showed no signs of human preparation for their meals. They devoured their prey whole. His body trembled uncontrollably from overwhelming fear. However, the symphony resonating within the room was so captivating that his anguished cries were entirely drowned out. Before long, a tantalizing aroma of meat began to waft through the entire house, while Hannibal stood at his doorstep, engaging in amiable conversation with Chen Hao about their respective days' adventures. Both men appeared remarkably relaxed and content, sharing their experiences with smiles. After Chen Hao complimented Hannibal's exquisite culinary skills, Hannibal politely bid him farewell. His expression slightly peculiar as he mumbled to himself while approaching the villain. Why does Jack always dislike the meat pies I make? His eyes were filled with a curious intensity, while the villain, now completely driven mad, could only emit frantic sobs. Amidst the cacophony of sounds, the symphony within the room surged once more, heralding the arrival of a wondrous night. Chapter 30. Help. Is it you, Jack? In the early morning, Chen Hao, still caught in a half-dream, received a call from a familiar voice, Alice. The young girl began sobbing on the phone, her words punctuated by tears and sorrow. What's wrong? Alice, have you encountered a dilemma? You can confide in me. Jack, please help me. My sister is missing. Her sobs, laden with anguish, tugged at Chen Hao's heartstrings, as the delicate and melodious notes of her voice resonated like a nightingale. Take your time, Alice. What has transpired? Having experienced the cannibalistic ordeal together, Alice held unwavering faith in Chen Hao's strength. To her, he was akin to a guardian sent from heaven, standing resolutely against the monstrous entities that once seemed invincible. The explosive force and primal ferocity he exuded were unforgettable, instilling within her a profound sense of safety and happiness. Faced with such an extraordinary incident, she could think of no one better suited to assist than Chen Hao. Though Alice's voice was stuttered by her tears and her pace slow, Chen Hao understood her sorrow and remained patient. Their past shared experience had been delightful. As she recounted the events, Chen Hao felt an unsettling familiarity. Alice's sister, Lena, was an outdoor adventurer leading a team of 6 into remote areas to seek out unknown creatures and extraordinary phenomena. 3 days prior, Lena had ventured into a secluded cave with her companions in search of new salamander species, but shortly after entering, all contact was lost. Late last night, the only survivor was found 5 kilometers from the cave, yet upon discovery, the girl was utterly deranged, seemingly suffering from a catastrophic psychological blow, her mind shattered. She could provide no useful information, and the cave's location remained elusive, despite the police's diligent efforts. Searching the vast forest for her companions was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. However, a glimmer of hope emerged, although the girl was mad. She repeatedly uttered a chilling phrase. Everyone was eaten in a pool of blood. Each time she spoke it, she would scream in terror, as if the mere utterance of those words unleashed an abyss of dread that she was desperate to forget. Upon receiving this news, Alice's immediate thought was that her sister and her friends had encountered the same supernatural horrors she had once faced, monsters. In that moment, Chen Hao's imposing and invincible figure materialized in her mind, prompting her to call him without hesitation. Setting down the phone, Chen Hao fell into contemplation. This situation bore a striking resemblance to a gripping horror film he had watched in a previous life, The Descent. With that thought, he began to prepare his tools. The cave in the movie was teeming with repulsive, cannibalistic creatures. They were far more vicious than the mutated family he had previously encountered, possessing an innate advantage in the darkness due to their heightened senses. Having lived underground for so long, they had adapted their sight and hearing, becoming cunning and ferocious. Unlike the forest-dwelling cannibals, these subterranean monsters had no inclination to prepare their meals. They would devour their prey alive. Recalling the film, Chen Hao felt a sense of urgency. Even without climbing gear, the hardened stone walls would pose little challenge to him, as his physical prowess allowed him to scale them effortlessly. However, Alice was merely human. He needed to ensure her safety and prepare adequately. After gathering the necessary tools, he drove directly to their meeting point. This expedition into the forest would lead them to the cave, and thanks to Lena's diary and Chen Hao's unparalleled tracking skills, locating it would not be arduous. With the authorities moving too slowly, Alice had never intended to rely on them. Chen Hao was her only option. After hours of swift travel, 3 vehicles came to a halt beneath a towering tree at the forest's edge. Alice repeatedly glanced down the road, eagerly anticipating. Just as she stood for the umpteenth time to peer into the distance, a crimson vehicle barreled toward her like a wild beast. Upon seeing it, Alice's face lit up with joy, and she hurriedly jogged towards the approaching car. Behind her, a group of men and women reacted differently. Some whistled and teased. Others wore indifferent expressions, while a few harbored cold animosity. One boy, standing apart from the rest, watched the approaching vehicle with a disdainful snort. "Roberts, it seems our dear Alice's suitor has arrived," remarked a girl, her beauty tainted by a sinister glint in her eyes, as she teased a stern-looking golden-haired youth named Roberts. Roberts shot a glance at the girl, coldly replying, "Mind your own business." The girl, named Chen Hao, felt a flicker of anger but quickly turned her head. Stifling a retort, though irritated, her eyes betrayed a hint of jealousy as they followed Alice's retreating figure. At that moment, another boy, handsome and studious, approached her with a bottle of water in hand. "Chen Hao, would you like some water?" "Thank you, Drew. You're so thoughtful," Chen Hao replied, her demeanor shifting instantly from hostility to warmth, her eyes sparkling with delight at Drew's kindness. Drew's face flushed crimson at the praise, his nervous hands fidgeting behind his back as he stammered. Meanwhile, a solitary figure lingered at a distance, his expression inscrutable as he observed the complex dynamics among the group, a glint of amusement in his eyes. After a brief wait, the red Mustang finally arrived, and as Chen Hao emerged, his imposing stature radiated a primal force that captured the attention of all the men present, instilling within them a profound sense of threat, whether in physique or appearance. The man whom Alice embraced with joy seemed more than capable of overpowering them all. Chapter 31. The first to withdraw following Alice's enthusiastic introduction. Chen Hao offered a polite greeting, yet it appeared that some were skeptical of his abilities, their whispered provocations laced with doubt. Chen Hao, of course, remained indifferent to the opinions of those around him, viewing them merely as delicate flowers nurtured in a greenhouse. Nevertheless, aware of the dangers that this expedition entailed, he kindly offered a warning, which was met only with indifference and quiet mockery. Observing that Chen Hao did not react, the young individuals grew increasingly brazen. When they openly mocked him, he halted Alice, who was eager to defend him, her face betraying a mix of anxiety and anger. Yet, he maintained a smile, though his eyes held a peculiar depth of meaning. Robert, inadvertently catching a glimpse into Chen Hao's eyes, felt an inexplicable shiver race down his spine, as if an unseen terror had suddenly materialized, instilling within him an unsettling fear. The others, sharing a similar sentiment, were most provocative toward Chen Hao, particularly Robert, who harbored secret feelings for Alice. Aware of his affections, the group refrained from addressing the matter directly, knowing that to do so would surely provoke Robert's wrath. Given that his feelings for Alice were rooted in unrequited love, the 6 individuals, each lost in their own thoughts, traversed through the barren forest, the atmosphere thick with an eerie silence. Witnessing Alice embrace Chen Hao with a gentle smile, Robert clenched his teeth in silent fury, his expression marred by barely concealed resentment, as if he yearned to confront Chen Hao with physical force. In contrast, Xuan Na appeared unfazed by the tension. On the contrary, she seemed rather amused, occasionally emitting sarcastic laughter that only drew Robert's ire, prompting him to shoot her a fierce glare. After several hours of walking, the group had ventured far from the original road. When Xuan Na insisted on taking another break, Chen Hao abruptly halted before a massive pit. Confused, Xuan Na and the nearby Drew rushed to join the others, their faces reflecting the gravity of the situation upon seeing the gaping hole. With his eye of pain activated, Chen Hao furrowed his brow. Although the system had yet to provide a detailed description, one new attribute, Soul Lock, appeared on the panel, enabling him to perceive the countless souls within the pit, emanating a palpable sense of resentment. The malevolent energy, thick enough to seem almost liquid, was not solely from human souls. Numerous other beings that had met their demise in the pit contributed to this overwhelming aura of anguish. With this revelation, Chen Hao's suspicions solidified. "What should we do, Jack? Should we descend directly?" Alice inquired, her eyes brimming with concern, though her anxiousness was unmistakable. "Are you afraid? If so, you may turn back." Robert, misinterpreting Chen Hao's stillness as hesitation, derided him while preparing climbing gear. Turning to Robert, Chen Hao's gaze was icy, a subtle smirk gracing his lips as he pulled Alice closer. The young girl, taken by surprise, inhaled a familiar and intoxicating scent, causing her cheeks to flush. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Chen Hao leaned in, whispering, "The cave is perilous, much like the monstrosity we encountered last time. Once we descend, do not stray from my side." Fear flickered across Alice's face, as memories of her nightmarish encounters resurfaced. Yet, before she could voice her thoughts, Chen Hao gestured for silence, prompting her to obediently check her equipment in silence. "There are some truly horrific things below. I advise you to leave while you still can. This is my final warning. I can handle the matter concerning Alice alone. If you choose to disregard this, I shall not insist further." Chen Hao's calm words provoked the strongest reaction from Robert, who was about to retort when he met Chen Hao's chilling gaze, filled with lethal intent. The icy stare enveloped Robert, leaving him feeling as though he had been stripped bare and cast into a wintry abyss, the cold penetrating deep into his bones, causing him to shudder involuntarily. The words he had intended to hurl at Chen Hao vanished under the weight of that penetrating gaze. Chen Hao's intentions were rooted in goodwill. After all, these individuals had come to assist out of concern for Alice. Though there were ulterior motives at play, the lives of these individuals weighed heavily on his conscience. Despite his own dark nature, he felt a twinge of guilt at the thought of innocent lives lost due to his actions. Should they persist in their reckless pursuit, he would merely offer assistance in dire moments. But if they were intent on courting disaster, he would harbor no remorse, for Alice's safety remained paramount. Having laid bare the dangers and the nature of the creatures they might encounter, he left no room for ambiguity. While some expressed doubt, the pretext of being a member of a special department largely quelled their skepticism. Among them, a youth named Boat exhibited the first sign of hesitation. Though an ordinary adventure enthusiast, he chose to withdraw after considering Chen Hao's warnings. Chen Hao had hoped for their collective retreat, yet apart from Boat, the others, particularly Robert, were resolute in their determination, spurred on by their feelings for Alice. Xuan Na, enamored with Robert, opted to remain, and her devoted companion Drew followed suit, resulting in a party of 5. While the others prepared their climbing gear, Chen Hao ascended the cavern using only his bare hands. This display left all except Alice utterly astonished, while she, observing the reactions of her companions, wore a proud expression, as if to boast, "Behold my man. Is he not impressive?" Chen Hao's actions were not intended for show. Rather, he sought to expedite their descent, having sensed a faint glimmer of life below. Although barely perceptible, he felt compelled to act swiftly. Thus, with remarkable agility, Chen Hao descended the nearly vertical cliff, increasing the distance between himself and the others. As they ventured deeper into the cave, the life-giving sunlight receded, and soon, they were enveloped in an impenetrable darkness. Within this obscurity, low growls echoed, as if the shadows communicated amongst themselves. Occasionally, indistinct sounds resembling gnawing could be heard from unknown corners, yet the rocks and darkness soon swallowed these noises, leaving behind an oppressive silence. Chapter 32. The cave. Half an hour elapsed, and the weary climbers, particularly Chen Hao, began to exhibit signs of fatigue. Although she was an adventure enthusiast, this lengthy vertical descent was unprecedented for her, and exhaustion was beginning to take its toll. Yet, beneath her weariness lay a simmering anger. As she frequently cast furtive glances down into the impenetrable depths of the cave, sometimes pausing to listen intently for any sounds from below. The reason for her unease stemmed from her astonishment at Chen Hao's abilities. She suspected he must have employed some trickery to scale the cliff with bare hands. To validate her suspicions, she observed closely. The mere act of climbing without equipment was astonishing, particularly on such a slick, moss-covered surface. While even seasoned adventurers required specialized tools and utmost caution, this man's prowess seemed almost otherworldly. Minutes passed, and he had vanished from sight, as though the cavern had completely swallowed him whole, leaving no trace behind. Chen Hao contemplated speaking out, yet her rationality reminded her that her own stamina was waning, and that engaging in unnecessary dialogue could deplete her energy further, a perilous choice in such a dire situation. Suppressing her curiosity about Chen Hao, she began to laboriously descend alongside the main group. After approximately an hour, Robert, positioned below, suddenly erupted with joyous exclamations. Hearing his words, the others, who were still struggling on the cliff, finally displayed expressions of relief. "I've reached the bottom. Come down quickly." As mere minutes passed, the remaining few gradually stepped onto the uneven ground, and Alice, upon her arrival, immediately inquired about Robert's well-being. "Have you seen Jack?" Upon hearing Alice's question, Robert's initial excitement and pride abruptly stiffened. However, the anxious look on the goddess's face softened his heart, and he forced a somewhat rigid smile, replying, "No, when I descended, I didn't see any trace of your friend nearby." Upon hearing this, Alice's delicate face turned pale, while Chen Hao, beside her, mockingly chimed in. "He didn't fall and end up somewhere else, did he?" "No way," Alice retorted angrily, her tone disregarding Chen Hao's presence. The mock smile on Chen Hao's face froze, and as she was about to respond, she noticed Robert glaring at her fiercely and swiftly turned away with a huff. "Jack, where are you?" They could only rely on the light from their headlamps to search, as sunlight was entirely blocked within the cavern. Alice had no choice but to resort to a rudimentary method, but just as her voice faded, echoes began to resonate around them. The echoes continued, but due to the peculiar rock formations within the cave, Alice's echoes grew increasingly eerie, chilling the air as they reached the others' ears. Suddenly, as they contemplated splitting up to search, faint footsteps were heard not far away. Upon hearing this sound, all their lights converged in that direction. Gradually, a tall figure emerged in the illumination, and upon recognizing the newcomer, Alice broke into a relieved smile, hurriedly dropping her tools and rushing towards Chen Hao. Like a cannonball, she launched herself into Chen Hao's sturdy chest, feeling his comforting embrace as she trembled slightly from worry and fear. Once Alice regained her composure, Chen Hao wrapped his arms around her and approached the group, observing their conditions with a nod of approval. Although they were merely ordinary humans, having climbed for so long on a nearly vertical cliff without proper rest, they still maintained such good spirits. They were no amateurs. Chen Hao felt somewhat reassured about their ability to endure any strange occurrences they might encounter later. Clearing his throat to interrupt the conversations, he noticed the discontented glances from the group, and with a serious demeanor, he began to speak slowly. "I just went to inspect the area nearby and found some traces." With that, he produced a strip of black fabric resembling a long ribbon, adorned with a red thread that bore a congratulatory inscription. "Strive upwards, never give up." Upon seeing the words on the fabric, Alice's mood instantly brightened, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Grabbing the ribbon from Chen Hao's hand, she examined it closely under the light. Soon, however, her expression shifted to one of anguish, her voice quivering as she spoke. This is Lena's headscarf. She won it as a prize during the high school sports meet, and it is one of her most cherished possessions. After saying this, Alice buried herself in Chen Hao's embrace, beginning to sob. Where did you find this? Robert asked, his expression filled with suspicion and scrutiny as he fixed his gaze on Chen Hao. Indifferent to the hostility from the younger boy, Chen Hao pointed towards the darkness. Speaking calmly, over there, in a narrow cave. It seems quite deep, and due to my size, I could only probe a short distance. I found this headscarf inside. Pausing for a moment, his expression turned serious. The situation in that cave is quite concerning. I detected a faint scent of blood. If you plan to enter, I strongly advise against it. The conditions inside are unclear, and splitting up is not a wise decision. Do you think we need your protection? Robert appeared offended, his demeanor growing agitated, while Chen Hao merely shrugged. Let us go, Xuanna. It seems this Mr. Jack is too timid. He is frightened by a mere cave. It appears the task of finding Miss Lena relies upon us. With that, he displayed disdain, casting a provocative glance at Chen Hao, while Xuanna promptly followed. Her sycophant, Drew, trailed behind her, but cast a meaningful look at the fuming Alice as he passed Chen Hao. Just as Alice was about to speak, Chen Hao gently patted her back and remarked, "Let it go, Alice. Some people want to mature without facing certain setbacks. We should hurry after them." As the two departed, a creature seemed to dart past in the darkness at an astonishing speed, its foul odor causing Chen Hao, who had just left, to furrow his brow. Pausing, he felt a twinge of uncertainty and turned to gaze back at their departing figures for some time. Noticing Chen Hao's unusual behavior, Alice followed his gaze. However, within their line of sight, everything was engulfed in darkness, save for the inky blackness surrounding them. Chapter 33. The rat-eating monster Xuanna. How is it inside? Robert called out impatiently to the small opening just large enough for a woman to crawl through. Inside, Xuanna, who had already crawled quite a distance, was stifled in the cramped space and could only manage to catch her breath, unable to respond. Struggling onward, she disregarded the increasingly distant shouts from behind and berated herself for being foolish and for Robert's dim-witted suggestions. Excited by his flattery, she had accepted his proposal without thinking. Driven by jealousy towards Alice, hoping to showcase herself before Robert and gain his attention, which led her to crawl inside. The space was so confined that every movement required immense effort, and the surrounding walls pressed tightly against her body, making the air within the cave grow thin, intensifying her exhaustion with each motion. Just as she was about to give up, she suddenly heard faint rustling sounds not far ahead. Startled by the unexpected noise, Xuanna froze in place, remaining utterly still. The delicate sound was intermittent, suggesting that whatever was making it was small. Yet the intensity of the noise sent chills down her spine. Praying silently to avoid encountering rats or similar creatures, her greatest fear, she held her breath. Suddenly, a chorus of panicked squeaks erupted from nearby, signaling that a group of rats had come under attack. The previously rhythmic sounds transformed into chaos, and Xuanna's expression shifted from unease to sheer terror. The panicked cries of the rats seemed to be racing towards her direction, leaving her with no means of escape. The group waiting anxiously outside the cave suddenly heard Xuanna scream. Following that were continuous cries of distress and agony. Robert rushed to the cave's entrance, intending to peer inside when he felt a tremendous force grip his shoulder, hurling him away like a toy. "Get out of the way." A cold voice rang out as he was thrown, and in midair, he saw a tall, imposing figure take his place, forcefully squeezing into the narrow opening he had just vacated. The frenzied power surged through Chen Hao, rendering him oblivious to the surrounding rugged rock walls. As he summoned every ounce of strength within him, wisps of white mist began to emanate from above his head. His expression turned exceedingly grave, and his hands became as formidable as unyielding shovels. As his body advanced, fragments of stone began to fly in every direction, in a display that left onlookers dumbfounded. Chen Hao excavated a passage wide enough to accommodate two of himself from the originally narrow cave. He moved with the agility of a shark gliding through the ocean, rapidly closing in on the location of Xuanna. At this moment, Xuanna was in excruciating pain. Her once delicate and enchanting face was now marred with wounds. Bound by the surrounding rock walls, she was utterly helpless, her body crawling with rats that glinted with red eyes and displayed menacing fangs. These vile creatures scurried over her, gnawing relentlessly at her flesh. Xuana's anguished cries filled the air as she struggled in vain. She could not move an inch. Overwhelmed by fear and despair, her mind, once capable of strategizing an escape, now faltered under the weight of agony. Gradually, blood began to seep from beneath her, and crimson droplets trickled from her mouth. The result of the rat's savage bites. Just as she was about to surrender to hopelessness and await death, a violent tremor erupted behind her. Suddenly, an immense force yanked her body backward, and a cold visage came into her view. The man's expression was icy as he began to crush the frenzied rats that had driven her to despair, one by one. The sickening sounds of flesh bursting echoed in her ears. Though her consciousness grew faint, a sense of security enveloped her, and the warmth radiating from him momentarily dulled her pain. Her eyelids grew heavy, and she slipped into an abyss of darkness. Chen Hao held Xuana tightly with one arm, while wielding Leviathan in the other, though the terrain he had forcefully expanded still posed significant constraints. Just as a remnant rat dared to gnaw at him, a golden eye suddenly appeared on his forehead. The radiant golden light illuminated the surroundings, and the once manic rats froze in place. Moments later, they collapsed, utterly motionless. Chen Hao felt a chilling breath surge from his forehead into his very soul, causing his head to throb with intense pain. Cold sweat streamed down his face as he clenched his teeth. Time lost meaning until, as he gradually regained awareness, he glanced at the girl in his arms, sensing her faint breathing. Without a moment to ponder his own situation, he attempted to retreat. However, at that instant, a pale hand, twice the size of an adult male, emerged from a narrow serpentine opening, seizing Xuana's shoulder and attempting to tear at her flesh. The suddenness of this transformation was staggering. The giant hand bore sharp black claws that glimmered ominously under the dim light. Chen Hao's expression shifted as he raised his axe, striking fiercely at the grotesque appendage. He thought he heard a shrill scream, but he could spare no time for distractions, for the girl's breath had grown even fainter. The light flickered in his hand, and the Leviathan axe vanished without a trace. Chen Hao wasted no time. Power surged through him as he abandoned all caution, retreating with an intensity surpassing that of his entry into the cave, as if he were determined to crush mountains. Outside the cave, those waiting were consumed with worry. Even Robert, who had been violently thrown aside by Chen Hao, limped back, his expression mirroring the other's anxiety. Chapter 34. The monsters come to feast. The crowd, uncertain of the events unfolding within, appeared increasingly anxious. Miss Alice, on the verge of tears, paced near the cave entrance, her eyes darting nervously into the pitch-black interior. The cacophony of unsettling squeaks mingled with Xuana's earlier screams tightened the hearts of those outside. After Chen Hao entered the cave, the rat sounds diminished, but the violent crashing echoed ominously, reigniting the group's trepidation. Yet, not everyone was concerned for Xuana. Robert, abandoned by Chen Hao, cursed him viciously in his heart, fervently praying for his god to bring immediate doom upon the man who had humiliated him. However, no divine response came. Moments later, the tumult within the cave subsided, and the rats' irritating cries vanished completely. Soon, the sound of violent impacts against the rock walls drew everyone's attention to the cave's mouth. Their eyes were fixed on the entrance, each harboring a flicker of hope. Finally, Chen Hao's silhouette emerged into view. Alice rushed forward to scrutinize him closely. After he gave her an affectionate pat on the head, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. "All is well. Now, let us see to your friend," he said. Drew, infatuated with Xuana, instinctively lunged for her, but Chen Hao gestured for him to refrain. Instead, he carefully placed the girl on the blanket that Alice had prepared earlier. Xuana's complexion was as pale as parchment. She had succumbed to unconsciousness, her face twisted in pain and dread, her once charming features now grotesquely stained with blood, her breath barely perceptible. Drew was heartbroken at the sight of his dream goddess in such a wretched state. His trembling hands reached toward her face, but hesitated, as if held back by an unseen force. Chen Hao knelt beside Xuana, examining her injuries closely, though she had endured the frenzied assaults of the starving rats. He had arrived just in time. Her external wounds appeared grievous, but most likely superficial. The real concern lay in the risk of infection. The cave, devoid of sunlight for ages, combined with the rat's penchant for carrion, posed a significant threat to her recovery. Yet, they were ill-equipped to address such dangers at present. After much contemplation yielded no viable solutions, he noticed Alice sobbing softly beside him, her eyes red-rimmed as she repeatedly apologized to Chen Hao. With a sigh, Chen Hao gently patted Alice's back before stepping aside to rummage through his backpack. Within, he discovered a puppet pill, an item bestowed upon him as a reward for vanquishing the Dark Tome. This particular concoction could create a puppet, but its true benefit lay in its ability to heal and bind a near-death creature to his service. Initially, Chen Hao had intended to use this pill to enslave a powerful supernatural being. However, the urgency of the situation demanded its immediate application, despite his reluctance. He mused upon the prospect of Shui Na becoming his puppet. What could this frail woman possibly contribute? Perhaps, he chuckled to himself, she might serve as a mere distraction. Having comforted himself with these thoughts, Chen Hao approached the unconscious Shui Na. As he prepared to place the black pill into her mouth, Robert, as if a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on, sprang up, eyes ablaze with fury, shouting, "What do you intend to do? What is that in your hand? Are you trying to poison Shui Na?" Upon hearing this, Chen Hao turned to glare coldly at Robert, offering no verbal response, merely fixing him with an icy stare. The others stood bewildered, caught in the tension between the two men. "Jack, is that medicine in your hand? Can it cure Shui Na?" Alice, unaffected by Robert's presence, seemed to have found a savior. Upon seeing Chen Hao produce an unknown pill, her first thought was of her man wanting to save someone, prompting her to ask eagerly. "Yes," Chen Hao nodded, intending to continue his actions. However, Robert immediately stepped forward, grabbing Chen Hao's arm in an attempt to seize the pill. This time, Chen Hao did not indulge the giant infant. He stood up and delivered a fierce kick toward Robert. With a cold demeanor, he regarded Robert, who lay on the ground wailing, and said slowly, "If you cannot help, then stand aside and do not hinder others from their tasks. If you disturb me again, I swear I will be the first to end your life. I mean what I say." After uttering these words, ignoring the terrified expression of Drew, Chen Hao's demeanor softened as he nodded at Alice. He then carefully placed the puppet pill into Shui Na's mouth. With one hand resting on her head, a stream of dark energy gradually flowed from Chen Hao's palm into her forehead. Moments later, as Shui Na absorbed the demonic energy from Chen Hao's Qiyu decision, her body began to tremble violently. The puppet pill dissolved into liquid and vanished from her mouth. Simultaneously, Chen Hao swiftly extended his hands to stabilize her quaking form, his veins bulging with effort, and he felt an inexplicable astonishment. He had not anticipated that a mere ordinary person could undergo such a dramatic transformation from accepting just a wisp of his faint demonic energy. At that moment, feeling Shui Na's newfound strength, he surmised that even 5 or 6 grown men would likely find themselves no match for this girl. Gradually, Shui Na's tremor subsided. Her previously pale face began to flush with color, her breathing steadied, and the terror that once contorted her features transformed into tranquility, while the blood from her numerous wounds began to congeal. This series of transformations left those around her astonished. Though their rationality kept them from voicing their curiosity about the nature of the pill, for everyone harbored their own secrets. Once everything was completed, Chen Hao sat down, glancing at Shui Na, who was now out of danger. Just as he began to speak, a dark figure suddenly flashed past the cliff above. With his acute senses, Chen Hao saw it clearly, though the others remained oblivious. This entity was significantly larger than a human, with extraordinarily thick limbs, particularly its hands, which bore sharp claws that dug into the rocky wall as if it were made of soft tofu. Even more peculiar were its feet, which, like its hands, could grip the protruding stone teeth, appearing to dangle in midair, its crimson eyes exuding a gaze filled with death and greed, fixated on the food below. Chen Hao did not alert the others. He merely cast a glance, furrowing his brow as the cold energy surged within him. The Leviathan, which had previously entered his system space, now appeared within his sleeve. "Everyone, do not move around. This place is not safe. Stay alert to your surroundings," he said succinctly, then exchanged a glance with Alice, who nodded discreetly. She reached into her backpack and grasped a sharp entrenching tool. Chen Hao's meaning was clear. A monster was approaching, eager to feast. Chapter 35, From the Abyss, Anomaly. At that moment, Drew and Robert, still oblivious to their current predicament, sensed a sudden shift in the atmosphere. They noticed that, at some point, both Chen Hao and Alice had drawn weapons. While Alice's entrenching tool was understandable, as they both knew she had one in her backpack, The sudden appearance of the frost-emanating axe in Chen Hao's hands piqued their curiosity since they had not seen where he had retrieved it. Robert attempted to inquire further, but Chen Hao's voice cut through the air. "You two, stop standing there like fools. Grab something for self-defense. We have company coming for dinner." Upon hearing this, Drew and Robert exchanged startled glances. Robert's face twisted into a smirk, ready to make a sarcastic remark, but Drew swiftly produced an entrenching tool from his backpack. Robert's mouth opened, nearly choking on his own words, as he turned to scold Drew, but upon seeing Chen Hao's serious expression, he followed Chen Hao's gaze toward the distant cliff. As they did so, all eyes shifted toward the far wall. However, due to the cave's dim lighting, despite the overhead lamps shining brightly, they were unable to pierce the darkness entirely, leaving them shrouded in shadows. Just as Robert was about to retort to Chen Hao, a sudden crack echoed, followed by the sound of stones cascading to the ground. In the eerie silence of the cave, each sound was crystal clear to them. Startled by the abrupt noise, Drew's eyes widened in fear, and he trembled, whispering to Alice, "What is that?" Having experienced the ogre incident, Alice remained remarkably calm. Though her body was tense, her focus locked onto the darkness ahead. After hearing Drew's question, she replied, "I don't know. But I do know one thing. It is coming for us." "What?" Drew's face blanched with terror as he turned to Alice. Yet, upon seeing her composed determination, he swallowed hard and continued to stare into the oppressive darkness. Robert, too, was unsettled by the atmosphere, wishing to retort but finding himself unable to do so. Perhaps due to fear, he remained silent, standing still while gripping an entrenching tool tightly in his hand. A sudden roar shattered the stillness, followed by a barrage of beastly howls. Drew and Robert jumped at the sudden cacophony, and from the shadows, pairs of crimson points ignited. Upon seeing those cold, murderous glimmers, a chill coursed through their veins. They had initially believed that only the 5 of them inhabited this vast darkness, but now, the multitude of red dots indicated the presence of unknown monsters, all fixated on the food at the cave's entrance. Their intentions were clear. They were hungry. They sought to feast upon human flesh. Chen Hao's expression grew grave as he murmured, "This is troublesome. When the time comes, all of you run into the cave. I will hold them off." The others gazed at Chen Hao in disbelief, Alice's face filled with concern, while Robert's expression was complex. He opened his mouth, wanting to voice an objection, but ultimately chose to acquiesce. Suddenly, amidst their vigilance, the sound of countless creatures climbing and leaping triggered rocks to tumble, and the red lights advanced toward their position with terrifying speed. Witnessing this, Chen Hao quickly stood, scooping Xuan Na into his arms and tossing her toward Drew, urgently commanding, "Run. Drew, take Xuan Na. Alice, you follow second, and Robert, you're last." The wild howls grew increasingly frenzied, the sound of impact and claws scraping against the rock igniting sparks, causing the young people to scatter in terror. Among them, Robert, fueled by adrenaline, surged ahead. But just as he was about to be the first to dive into the cave, a tremendous force yanked him back. He turned in a panic, ready to unleash his frustration, only to see Chen Hao's icy expression. Remembering the times he had been bested, Robert shrank back, offering an awkward smile as Chen Hao hoisted him like a child. Once Alice and the others were inside, Chen Hao flung Robert in after them. Dazed, Robert felt a surge of anger welling up within him, but as he turned to confront Chen Hao, he was met with a dark, imposing figure looming ahead. The creatures were moving at an astonishing speed, and in mere moments, they were nearly upon them. All his anger and resentment morphed into sheer terror as he scrambled frantically toward the cave's depths. Chen Hao furrowed his brow, a grave expression etched upon his face. Yet internally, he was taken aback. All along, he had been aware of the existence of monsters in the cave, but the sheer number far surpassed his expectations. With a fierce roar, he was confronted head-on by the grotesque creatures, each bearing hideous visages and gaping maws. In that instant, Chen Hao dove into the cave, sealing the entrance behind him as bloodthirsty monsters, saliva dripping from their foul mouths, desperately tried to follow. However, a flash of blue light cut through the air, cleaving several monsters in half. Yet, what followed sent a chill through Chen Hao's heart. These cold-blooded beasts momentarily halted their assault upon witnessing their fallen comrades, only to gather around the corpses in a frenzied competition for the remains. The sounds of their savage struggle and the gruesome crunching of flesh filled the air, a sight that churned Chen Hao's stomach. Nevertheless, This horrifying scene heightened his vigilance against these creatures. When faced with the cannibalistic family of man-eaters before, there remained a vestige of humanity. They did not consume their own kind. In stark contrast, the monsters before him were utterly devoid of such restraint, embodying a savagery that surpassed even that of the moonlit werewolves. As he battled the monsters, Chen Hao observed them closely, noting the many deformities among their ranks. The most peculiar were those with 3 or 4 arms, their additional limbs surprisingly coordinated, moving with an ease that surpassed even that of normal arms. Each strike seemed to require no conscious thought, as if their brains were solely dedicated to feeding, while their limbs operated autonomously, reminiscent of octopuses. This revelation astonished Chen Hao. He could clearly see that even while their heads were buried in the corpses, their arms still reached into the cave, a disconcerting disjunction that left him unsettled. However, Chen Hao had no time to dwell on such thoughts. As he swung his leviathan, the axe became drenched in crimson, and the previously dormant Chiyu magic began to stir within him. Though this was a novel experience, he surmised its implications. After consuming the souls of the rodents, a chilling energy flowed into his being, causing a subtle tremor within his techniques. Coupled with his previous ability to harness demonic energy to heal Xuan, he began to suspect that this technique drew upon souls. Yet, he had no time to ponder further, for the monsters consuming their comrades had risen again. He also discerned that the monstrous horde had divided into sections. Some were maneuvering to flank him, while others dug furiously at the cave walls, intent on enlarging the entrance. Each beast, with its formidable physique, could easily rival 7 or 8 grown men, and their claws were razor-sharp. Their insatiable hunger fueled their efforts, and the entrance grew wider. As it expanded, more monsters surged forth, and Chen Hao felt the pressure mounting exponentially. The walls before him were soaked in blood. Yet the monsters showed no signs of fear, continuing their relentless assault. With each monster that fell, some paused to feast on the remains, but not all ceased their attack. As time passed, the cave floor was littered with severed limbs and pools of blood. Chen Hao, like a war god, was drenched in crimson, yet wielded his axe with increasing speed. Unbeknownst to him, with every monster he dispatched, a dark soul was consumed by the axe, and upon completion, a surge of black energy would manifest at the end of the handle, merging with his body. Each infusion of this energy sparked a peculiar vitality within him, banishing fatigue. While behind him, a visage reminiscent of an ancient demon began to materialize. Chapter 36. Bottomless depths. Monsters surged like a relentless tide. Despite Chen Hao's physical prowess exceeding that of peak humanity, the unending wave of frenzied creatures began to wear him down. The Leviathan absorbed the souls of the slain, gradually augmenting his strength, but against such overwhelming numbers, the effort required far outweighed what he could gain. Irritation gnawed at him. He had managed to suppress his fury, but the acrid scent of blood and the hellish carnage around him drove him to retaliate with increasing ferocity. Yet, beneath this facade of madness, his mind was racing with strategies. It was impossible to withstand the onslaught of so many monsters alone, especially after their bloodlust had been ignited by the sight of their fallen kin. The cacophony of savage roars and the countless blood-red eyes fixated upon him intensified the pressure he felt. Gritting his teeth, he noticed the massive cracks forming in the walls from the constant battering, and an idea struck him. He could cause a collapse. If he could block the entrance, it would ensure greater safety for himself and any others. His mind raced as he quickly glanced behind him, noting the absence of his comrades in the dark depths of the cave. This realization solidified his resolve, and with a fierce expression, he swung his axe at the nearby wall. With a resounding crash, his full-force strike echoed through the cave, and the already weakened wall began to crumble. Chen Hao's face lit up with joy at this development. As he defended against the monsters, he relentlessly struck at the fissures. Boom, 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 with each powerful swing, accompanied by splashes of blood and severed limbs, the now blood-soaked wall finally succumbed to the pressure. With a thunderous roar, the ground ahead collapsed, sending debris flying. Reacting swiftly, Chen Hao swung his axe several more times just before the wall gave way, then braced himself with one hand on the ground while pushing back with his legs. This sequence propelled him deeper into the cave. The continuous rumblings of collapse echoed behind him, accompanied by plumes of dust, covering his mouth and nose. Chen Hao sheathed his leviathan in the system space. In the pitch-black cavern, rendered blind by the earlier battle, he now relied solely on his senses to navigate. As he climbed rapidly, after what felt like half an hour, his hands suddenly touched a ledge. However, due to his speed, he had no time to react, and his body plummeted into the void. A jolt of panic surged through him, and he instinctively spread his limbs wide. Moments later, his fingers grazed the rocky edge. In that instant, he clawed at the hard surface with all his might, and his formidable strength arrested his fall, leaving him suspended in midair. He had no idea how high he was above the ground. Only darkness surrounded him, with the occasional cold gust of wind blowing past. With no other options, Chen Hao resorted to an old method. "Alice, can you hear me?" His voice echoed through the void, bouncing off the walls, creating a haunting resonance in the dark space. While he anxiously awaited a response, a faint call emerged from below, so subtle that without his heightened senses, it would have easily gone unnoticed. The voice was faint and frail, and combined with the precarious situation, it was evident that the previous individuals had suffered greatly from their falls. The moment Chen Hao received Alice's signal, a weight lifted from his heart. However, just as he was about to continue his descent, a beam of light shot up from below, and he realized that the outer halo had expanded significantly. Reaching the cave floor would likely take considerable time. After approximately 10 minutes, Chen Hao finally set foot on solid ground. He heard a series of shouts, and, upon hearing Alice's response, he moved toward the source of the voice. The ground felt damp beneath him, and he could sense the chilling liquid seeping up through the soles of his shoes, indicating that the area was likely flooded with exposed groundwater. The sound of water splashing underfoot echoed eerily in the pitch-black space. A silence so profound it felt like a tomb. Yet, at that moment, Chen Hao had no mind for such things. His senses were heightened, his body poised in a defensive stance. He advanced swiftly toward Alice, ever vigilant for any rustle or whisper of disturbance in the surroundings. "Is that you, Jack?" A weak voice called out. Upon hearing it, Chen Hao quickly closed the distance. In just a few steps, he felt a warmth. It was Alice's delicate form. Cautiously approaching, he whispered, "Alice, what happened?" Upon hearing his voice, the young girl began to sob, likely still shaken by her recent ordeal. Having endured such a harrowing experience alone in this ghostly place, her ability to retain even a shred of composure was a testament to her strength. From Alice's fragmented and weak words, Chen Hao gathered details of the events that had transpired since they had parted ways. The monsters were particularly cunning. He had previously noticed some of them had broken away from the main group and circled around to the rear. When he had encountered the creature in the cave that reached for him, he had not anticipated that the small opening above was also a monster's lair. As Alice and her companions fought to navigate deeper into the cave, they were ambushed from above by the creatures. Drew was torn to shreds before their very eyes and devoured, while Robert, faced with such horror, lost his sanity. In that moment of terror, Robert abandoned Xena, who he had been carrying, and fled in fear. Alice, in the chaos of the monsters fighting over Drew's remains, seized a fleeting chance for survival. Despite being engulfed in profound fear, she struggled to drag Xena away. However, she soon found herself in a situation akin to Chen Hao's. A misstep caused both to fall from a height. Lacking Chen Hao's extraordinary resilience, Alice and Xena sustained severe injuries, and in their panic, they became separated in midair, leaving Alice uncertain of Xena's whereabouts. Haunted by fear and the oppressive environment, every moment felt like an eternity to the young girl. Had Chen Hao not appeared when he did, it was likely that she would have succumbed to despair after enduring such traumatic experiences. Feeling Alice trembling and weeping in his arms, Chen Hao gently patted her back, while his ears remained attuned to the potential dangers surrounding them. After what felt like an eternity, he sensed her breathing becoming steadier and carefully laid her down on the ground. Rising to his feet, he took Alice's lantern and began to survey the area. Chapter 37, Sea of Corpses. The surroundings were eerily silent, punctuated only by the occasional drips of water. Chen Hao looked up to see droplets falling from the cave's ceiling, and upon realizing their source, he dismissed them from his mind. The space appeared vast, and the chill in the air indicated that it had been a long time since any living creature had ventured here. As he walked, the water level seemed to deepen. Just a few minutes later, it had already risen to his ankles. He paused, opting not to explore further. Crouching down, he scooped a handful of water, intending to drink, when suddenly, a warning signal blared in his mind. His movements halted, brow furrowed, eyes fixed on the seemingly clear water in his palm. He grew suspicious and activated his enhanced vision. Moments later, he noticed countless minuscule, almost invisible red microorganisms, resembling tiny worms, swarming in the water. Upon closer inspection, he realized these creatures thrived on flesh, and upon detecting human presence, they surged toward him, eager to penetrate his skin. However, Chen Hao's body had been fortified by the system. These microorganisms posed no threat to him. Yet, the sight was unsettling. Although he was uncertain of the nature of these microorganisms and the consequences of their entry into his body, he knew one thing for certain. He could not allow them to infiltrate him. Discarding the water, he wandered around for a while, feeling a dryness in his mouth. Just as he reached for his backpack, he grimaced, having remembered that his belongings had been lost in the cave. Resigned, Chen Hao decided to return to Alice and discuss their next steps. Gently approaching her, he found that the girl still seemed to be in a troubled sleep. Her delicate features wrinkled in distress. He reached out to brush her brow, and sensing his presence, her expression relaxed. Sitting beside Alice, he accessed the system to ascertain what had entered his body. To his astonishment, he discovered that the progress of the bloodline of Qiyu had surged from 1 to 10, and he had acquired a new skill, invincibility. This ability, akin to a state of resilience in gaming, would prevent him from succumbing to death in dire moments, fixing his vital signs for a time, rendering him impervious to harm. Though he would still sustain injuries, this skill was undeniably formidable. Delighted by this newfound power, despite the myriad of challenges he faced, he felt that the trials of this adventure were now somewhat justifiable. Jack, Alice's anxious voice broke through his reverie, prompting him to embrace her tightly. "I'm here, my dearest little girl," he replied, his tone gentle, though their bond had only blossomed through a single night. In Chen Hao's heart, every intimate encounter counted, and while Alice may not be his official girlfriend, he felt a sense of responsibility towards her. "Jack, have you seen Xena?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, her pallor alarming, and her lips quivering as she fought to mask her pain. Chen Hao felt a pang of compassion seeing her in such a state. "No, while you were sleeping, I ventured out to explore. There seems to be a lake nearby, but I didn't approach it," he replied. Alice fell silent, and he understood her concern for her friend. Yet, he was not omnipotent. Without advancing to a higher level, he was merely stronger than the average person. Ultimately, he remained human. "Jack, do you think we can still escape?" Her voice dwindled to a whisper, tinged with despair. They were surrounded by bloodthirsty, man-eating monsters, and the depths of the cave were unfathomable. Lacking proper preparation, weapons for defense, and strong allies, their situation was further compounded by the loss of all their equipment. Human beings require nourishment and hydration, as well as rest. However, in this treacherous realm teeming with inexplicable horrors and malevolent creatures, such basic needs have become a distant luxury. Alice is engulfed in profound anguish. Her dear friends, out of kindness, accepted her plea for assistance, yet not long ago, each one of them met a grim fate. Particularly haunting is the memory of Drew, who was torn to shreds right before her eyes. His desperate gaze and anguished cries etched into her mind, leaving her heart wrenched with unbearable pain and despair. Although she recognizes Chen Hao's strength, in her heart, he remains but a mortal, devoid of sustenance and weaponry. Even if he escapes being devoured by monsters, he is destined to perish from hunger and thirst. Thus, she has begun to entertain thoughts of relinquishing her own life. Yet, a lingering sense of worry, tinged with sorrow, sustains her, for she has yet to reunite with her sister, Lena. However, the mere thought of Lena intensifies her suffering. Initially, she harbored a flicker of hope regarding her sister's survival. Yet, after enduring countless perils, she has come to the painful realization that her sister is likely deceased. Just as Chen Hao was about to utter some comforting words, a cacophony of rustling sounds erupted from afar, reverberating through the eerie silence of the surroundings. The noises were not singular, but numerous and alarmingly dense. What could it be, Jack? Are those creatures? Alice's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the unexpected commotion. Her first instinct was to assume that the monsters had come after them. However, upon glancing at Chen Hao, she noticed that, despite his furrowed brow, there was not an overwhelming sense of concern on his face. It couldn't be. The sounds seemed to indicate slow movement, whereas the monsters outside were notoriously swift. They must be different entities. "Stay here. I shall investigate," he decided. As he attempted to rise, he felt Alice's grip tighten on his clothing. Puzzled, he turned to see the fear and worry etched across her youthful face. Chen Hao slapped his forehead in frustration, mentally chastising himself for his naivety. He then spoke to Alice in as soothing a tone as he could muster. Do not fret. You are aware of my capabilities. Remain here obediently, and I shall escort you away shortly, just as I did when we vanquished those beasts. Hearing his words, Alice gradually relinquished her hold on his garment. Chen Hao gave her shoulder a reassuring pat, striving to maintain silence as he made his way toward the location where he had previously discovered the lake. Indeed, the direction of the sounds aligned with the area he had yet to explore. He had speculated that a lake lay ahead, and the current clamor of splashing water seemed to affirm his hypothesis. Yet, what manner of creature could emerge from that lake? Fish, or perhaps another kind of monster? His mind raced with questions as he moved swiftly yet silently, ultimately arriving at the furthest point he had scouted. What he beheld made his heart sink, a grotesque array of tattered, discolored remnants of clothing, mingled with decaying flesh, some pieces sloughing off like mud. The sight before him was unmistakably that of soulless corpses, mere husks of flesh, devoid of life. Chapter 38. The Descent of the Demon God. Exercising utmost caution to minimize noise, Chen Hao eventually returned to Alice's side, his expression grave and devoid of words, enveloped in a heavy silence. Alice, observing his demeanor, felt her anxiety heighten. She was oblivious to his discoveries, but his countenance suggested they were ensnared in dire trouble. Recalling their initial meeting in the forest, she had felt utterly helpless, her companions cruelly slaughtered by grotesque beings she had never fathomed existed. The monstrous, bloodthirsty ogres had plunged her into despair, while Chen Hao's arrival had been a beacon of hope, a savior who liberated her from terror. In her eyes, he had appeared as a deity, rendering the previously invincible adversaries as fragile as infants. Yet now, this formidable individual appeared shaken. Alice yearned to speak, but the words faltered on her lips, and they remained ensconced in silence. Chen Hao, contemplating their next move, sensed a shift in the atmosphere. He turned to Alice and noticed her face contorted with despair, tears welling in her beautiful eyes, on the verge of breaking into sobs. Confounded, he inquired, "What is it, Alice? Are you in pain?" Alice shook her head, her face contorted as if she would weep, yet she seemed reluctant to burden him with her worries, striving to muster a smile. However, the effort was so intense that her expression appeared somewhat twisted. With a chuckle, Chen Hao quickly turned his head away, endeavoring to regain his composure. Upon hearing him chuckle at her, Alice froze momentarily, but soon her countenance shifted to indignation, her cheeks flushed crimson. "How dare you mock me?" she exclaimed, clenching her small fist and lightly striking his chest. Calm down. Do tell me what troubles you," Chen Hao said with a smile, capturing her hands in his expression turning serious as he fixed his gaze upon her. "Did you notice something earlier?" Alice spoke carefully, her eyes trained on Chen Hao's face. Upon hearing her words, he hesitated before allowing a rueful smile to surface. Realizing she had already sensed his unease, he decided to be forthright. After all, they were likely the only two survivors in this desolate space. Xuanna was nowhere to be found, and that coward Robert was also missing. With Alice injured, Chen Hao understood that he must prepare her mentally for what lay ahead. He could not guarantee her safe passage otherwise. While it would not be particularly challenging for him to rush ahead alone, Alice, being an ordinary girl, needed to be mentally fortified. Otherwise, when faced with the impending horde of corpses, she would surely succumb to terror. As Alice listened to Chen Hao's revelations, her expression grew numb. Fear and despair flickered in her eyes, yet the sight of Chen Hao's gallant visage gradually calmed her spirit. Reflecting on their previous encounters in the forest, she felt assured that as long as she remained with him, survival was within reach. Chen Hao observed the transformation in Alice's gaze, from trepidation to uncertainty, finally settling into resolve. Though he felt a twinge of confusion, witnessing her strength alleviated some of his worries. "What do you need me to do?" Alice asked softly, locking eyes with him. "First, we must thoroughly search this area for any signs of the corpse tide. If we do not find Xuanna, we must make our way across the lake ahead. I cannot ascertain its distance, but our choices are limited. If we do not locate Xuanna in this area..." His words trailed off, and Alice grasped the implication, her expression shifting to one of anguish and conflict before she fell silent. Deep down, she understood that given her injuries and the fall she had endured, the likelihood of Xuanna's survival was exceedingly slim. Chen Hao's words were meant to offer her comfort, and she realized she could not demand more. After their discussion, Chen Hao hoisted Alice onto his back, tearing strips from his outer garment to securely bind her to him. As he adjusted his posture, he commenced a rapid sprint toward the distance, moving with astonishing speed. The rushing wind whipped past Alice's ears, causing tears to spill from her eyes. Yet within her heart, she marveled at Chen Hao's extraordinary stamina. However, a fleeting thought of embarrassment crossed her mind, causing her cheeks to flush once more as she clung tighter to him. Like a cheetah, Chen Hao felt no burden from the girl on his back. His keen eyes scanned the dimly lit surroundings, and after more than half an hour, they stumbled upon a severed lower half of a body. Blood long ceased to flow. A sharp stone, resembling a long knife, lay beneath the remains, suggesting that the unfortunate soul had met a gruesome end upon impact. Chen Hao was taken aback. The body was emaciated, and hesitantly, he addressed Alice. "Alice, I believe this is Robert." Alice initially appeared somewhat bewildered, as if the situation had yet to register with her. However, moments later, she gazed at Chen Hao in astonishment, seemingly eager to extract precise information from his lips. After meticulously examining the severed corpse, Chen Hao turned to Alice, offering a wry smile and a nod that conveyed his own disbelief. "Jack, do you think it's possible that Xuan Na could have awoken and left on her own?" Upon hearing Alice's inquiry, he stroked his chin, increasingly convinced of this possibility. Having absorbed a modicum of malevolent energy, Xuan Na's body had surpassed that of an ordinary human, and with the addition of the puppet pill, Chen Hao deemed this likelihood quite high. The two exchanged no further words. After scouring the final section of their surroundings, they resolved to traverse the lake in search of an escape. As they neared the tide of corpses, a series of low growls began to echo in their ears, and the putrid stench of decay prompted Alice to suppress the urge to vomit, reminding herself of their dire predicament. Chen Hao found a concealed corner. Though the overhead lights had extinguished, his painful eye revealed a swarm of green humanoid figures that nearly filled the space before them. The sheer number was terrifying, and Alice, once confident, succumbed to despair once more. Just as her thoughts spiraled, Chen Hao's gentle voice reached her ears. "Alice, no matter what happens next, do not be startled or afraid. Just remember, I am still your Jack." Though perplexed by his words, Alice nodded in agreement without hesitation, trusting him completely. Just as her response faded, she felt a crimson glow emanating from Chen Hao, causing his body to swell. His muscles exploded with power, and two long, crimson horns reminiscent of a demon sprouted from his brow. He rapidly grew taller, ultimately reaching over 3 meters before halting. At that moment, his entire demeanor transformed dramatically. Now, Chen Hao radiated an icy, menacing aura, his bloodlust surging. His eyes had shifted to slit-like pupils akin to a cat's, and his previously concealed golden gaze now shone forth, flaring with intense blue divine fire. Smoke of a crimson hue curled from the corners of his mouth, his expression cold and detached, as if an ancient demon had descended upon the earth. Chapter 39, Second Gifting. The host has entered a demonic state. Due to incomplete bloodline proficiency, 1 year of life will be consumed for every hour. The host is advised to deactivate this state promptly. The system will issue a warning when the host's lifespan falls below 10 years. As the system's voice resonated in his mind, Chen Hao felt a pang of vulnerability upon realizing the toll on his lifespan. However, he could not afford to be selective, as Alice's safety was paramount. Thus, he resolved to proceed, despite the pain of sacrificing years of his life. Recalling that his Leviathan possessed the ability to absorb souls, he felt a measure of reassurance regarding this condition. The blue giant axe, Leviathan, reappeared, enveloped in a chilling aura and shimmering with azure light. Having feasted on blood, crimson lines writhed around the axe, as if alive. The weapon had transcended pure divinity, acquiring a hint of malevolence, becoming a blend of righteousness and wickedness. Uncertain whether this transformation was advantageous or detrimental, Chen Hao had no time for contemplation. He tightened his grip on the axe and quietly reassured Alice, who was strapped to his back. After several inquiries, he turned to find the young girl had fainted in the presence of his demonic form. Although somewhat exasperated, he felt a flicker of relief. With a smile, his eyes hardened with murderous intent as he faced the tide of corpses, unleashing a cold laugh before charging into the sea of the undead. The sound of pounding footsteps echoed. It seemed the mindless, sluggish corpses had detected Chen Hao's approach, all turning their vacant gazes toward him. In that instant, they became frenzied, revealing their sharp fangs, their eyes glowing red with ferocity as they charged at him with a roar. The sheer volume of the undead was overwhelming, akin to a dark cloud obscuring the sky, saturating the world with an oppressive weight that would break the spirit of any ordinary person. Yet, before this tide, Chen Hao exhibited no trace of fear. The demonic form of Qi Yu seemed to sense the provocation from these insignificant creatures, igniting an uncontrollable fury within him. He tilted his head back and roared at the heavens, swinging the Leviathan in his hand, unleashing a massive wave of ghostly blue light. Within that brilliance, several enormous crimson bolts of lightning surged forth, imbued with boundless killing intent, crashing into the seemingly endless horde of corpses. Swish! Bang! The axe light cleaved a black fissure through the space, which quivered violently before erupting with a deafening roar, unleashing a powerful energy storm that swept through everything around. Howls accompanied countless severed limbs and torrents of dark crimson blood, falling like rain within the space, while Chen Hao stood still, astonished. He had never fully comprehended the extent of the Qi Yu demon's power. He had assumed that the level of a demigod was merely a step above that of a human, yet the magnitude of this power left him in profound shock. While he had anticipated that demonic transformation would grant him strength, he had never imagined it would be to this extent. The system had not provided a detailed explanation of this transformation, leading him to believe that a mere 1% of the bloodline would suffice for demigod status. However, the system's demonic state disregarded bloodline limits, fully inheriting all of Qi Yu's abilities. As Chen Hao's true form could not contain such power, the system resorted to consuming his lifespan to temporarily enable his body to harness this strength, which explained the life cost associated with his transformation. The ancient demon god Qi Yu was heralded as the mightiest of demons since the dawn of time, his strength having inflicted suffering across the three realms. Had he not suffered a treacherous ambush, the entire representation of the heavens might have been altered. Though this attack was immensely powerful, Chen Hao paid the price, with the system deducting an additional 10 years from his lifespan for that single display of strength. Aware that this endeavor had already cost him dearly, he refrained from launching similar assaults again. Nevertheless, relying solely on the body of a demon god, he found it effortless to deal with the mindless corpses. Chen Hao's movements became feral, accompanied by a flurry of severed limbs and the spray of dark crimson blood, crashing through the tide of undead like a colossal wave. Behind him lay a sea of corpses, and every undead that confronted him was obliterated by his terrifying assaults. Not a single body remained intact. They all collapsed like broken sacks, forever resting upon the ground. The onslaught showed no signs of abating, and the system's voice incessantly reminded him of his dwindling lifespan, causing Chen Hao to wince as he swung the Leviathan with increasing urgency. His blood surged, and waves of dark crimson energy gradually merged with his essence. The blue flames of the divine eye on his forehead flared violently, seemingly sensing the presence of malevolent power, enveloping his entire being. Startled, Chen Hao was relieved when the system's voice dispelled all his doubts. Ding! Congratulations, host, on awakening the second gift of the painful eye, soul suppression. Current abilities, soul binding. Soul suppression. Please explore the detailed functionalities for yourself. Soul suppression? What could that mean? Chen Hao pondered this, yet his movements did not falter. Just as he contemplated the implications of soul suppression, an unsuspecting corpse brushed against the blue flames surrounding him. Boom! The undead creature ignited like a highly flammable substance, instantly consumed by the blue flames, leaving only a wisp of ash that drifted to the ground. Witnessing this spectacle astonished Chen Hao. Previously, he had attempted to use the soul-binding ability on these corpses, with no response whatsoever, yet this new function of the divine eye illuminated his understanding. Recalling the legends of the undead from before his rebirth, he realized these creatures existed due to the separation of the three souls from their bodies, leaving behind the seven spirits. It was unexpected that soul suppression could restrain them, leading Chen Hao to feel a glimmer of hope. Due to the existence of divine fire, Chen Hao now acted with greater abandon. Although he was uncertain why Alice, who was on his back, remained unaffected by the divine fire, his attention was solely focused on the vexing horde of corpses before him. Chen Hao lost track of time. Perhaps it had been hours or merely minutes. The Leviathan in his grasp had turned a deep crimson, and the chilling aura that once enveloped the axe had transformed into a pitch-black flame. Simultaneously, the number of reanimated corpses surrounding him had visibly diminished. Standing atop a mound of bodies, after relentless slaughter, Chen Hao began to feel a wave of weakness within him. The corpses seemed to finally recognize the terror of this human, hesitating and no longer daring to confront him. In this standoff, Chen Hao's body gradually began to regain its former state. Anxious to charge again, he was suddenly interrupted by a familiar voice from above. "Jack, come up quickly." Chapter 40. The Vanished Xuan Na. I apologize for the delay in updates. Due to unforeseen circumstances, I spent several months in a remote corner of Africa, enduring the trials of that place, which hampered my ability to update. The connection was particularly poor, and I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. However, I have returned, and I promise to complete this book. I also intend to explore more fantasy themes, even if the later stages may bear some challenges due to the overwhelming demand. This story will not follow the traditional American drama format. Instead, it will adopt an adventurous, divine warfare, mutation, and disaster theme. I humbly ask for your continued support. A voice, akin to a lifeline, reached Alice's ears, who initially froze before looking up at the cavern above. Upon seeing that familiar face, her expression transformed into one of joy. Trembling, she pointed towards the cave and exclaimed, "Jack, look up there." It's Xuan Na. Chen Hao, who had been fiercely battling, paused at Alice's shout and quickly scanned the direction she indicated. He was stunned upon seeing Xuan Na. However, alongside his astonishment, a thread of doubt emerged, for through his divine sight, he could perceive that Xuan Na lacked any semblance of vitality, surrounded by an eerie stillness. Her soul's radiant essence was shrouded in darkness, the once pure light now entirely consumed by shadows. A deathly silence enveloped her spirit, and to Chen Hao's further astonishment, a faint crimson chill emanated from the depths of her soul, seemingly infused with an overwhelming malevolence. Xuan Na appeared outwardly unchanged from an ordinary human. Yet her pallid complexion and unnatural skin tone clearly indicated that the girl who had returned from death had transformed into something else entirely. Nevertheless, Chen Hao felt no trepidation, for he already harbored suspicions. With no time to ponder, after violently dispatching a few approaching corpses with Leviathan, Chen Hao, empowered by the mountain of bodies beneath him, leapt with the grace of a titan, swiftly gripping the edge of the cavern where Xuan Na resided. Alice, startled by Chen Hao's terrifying burst of strength, turned pale with fear, clutching his neck tightly, while Chen Hao frowned slightly. The horde below, sensing their prey escaping, unleashed a cacophony of low, ominous growls that echoed throughout the space, sending chills down Alice's spine. Her heart tightened with fear, though she knew Chen Hao was extraordinarily powerful. She had already resigned herself to the belief that he could not possibly contend with the seemingly endless sea of corpses. Chen Hao, too, felt a cold sweat bead upon his brow. He sensed his enhanced strength from the dark magic waning, and while he was still far superior to an ordinary human, he knew he could not withstand the relentless assault of these tireless, fearsome monsters indefinitely. Moreover, he was not alone. The girl on his back could be considered a significant vulnerability. He believed that a single moment of negligence could lead to his downfall. The three individuals hidden within the cavern watched greedily as the horde of corpses stretched their arms towards them, desperate to seize the trio for their own nefarious enjoyment. The mere sight of the overwhelming sea of corpses weighed heavily on their hearts. After a moment, Chen Hao turned to scrutinize Xuan Na, just as Alice spoke up. "Xuan Na, I can't believe you're alive. Jack and I have been searching for you for so long." Xuan Na was momentarily taken aback by Alice's words. Casting a furtive glance at Chen Hao, after receiving a reassuring look from him, she hastily engaged with Alice. Regarding her survival, she herself was uncertain. She had been utterly dead, her soul nearly touching the abyss of darkness. Yet, a mysterious force had abruptly yanked her back into reality. This power was immensely potent. As she departed that realm of death, she had even heard the roars of the dying and the incredulous cries of despair. Yet, even the towering black hands of darkness could not impede her soul's return. She could distinctly feel herself back in her body, warmth gradually coursing through her limbs. Her flesh no longer stiff, and she sensed that soon she would be able to lift her fingers once more. However, amidst this gradual revival, she was once again pulled into the shadows by a formidable force. She felt the predator-esque grip upon her, its nauseating scent overwhelming her senses. The next thing she heard was Robert's horrifying screams as his body was torn apart and devoured. Strangely, this time, she felt no fear. Instead, a chilling calm enveloped her. This tranquility accelerated her recovery. Gradually, she became aware of all her organs, sensing the power within her surging back to life, even growing stronger. An uncontrollable fury surged within her, transforming her into a creature of bloodlust, culminating in a brutal slaughter. She had become a monster. But the exhilarating rush of killing and the newfound strength coursing through her body enveloped her in ecstasy. She felt reborn, and in her mind, Chen Hao, who had bestowed upon her the elixir, was her deity. Indeed, at that moment, Xuanna gazed at Chen Hao with fervent, excited adoration, becoming his first fervent disciple. Due to the effects of the puppet elixir and her own transformation, Chen Hao could sense the tumultuous emotions roiling within Xuanna. He was somewhat speechless. Yet after a moment, he came to terms with it. Since entering this enigmatic cavern, he had increasingly felt that this amalgamated world was peculiar. It seemed shrouded in an obscuring mist that concealed the dark secrets hidden within. Thus he realized he required more allies to assist him. Though Xuanna's situation was unexpected, it was ultimately acceptable. Despite her drastic transformation, which Alice would surely notice, Chen Hao believed he could persuade the kind-hearted girl. While Chen Hao pondered, the two girls discreetly retreated to the side to engage in hushed conversation, with Xuanna attempting to downplay the majority of Alice's inquiries. Despite Alice's growing skepticism, Xuanna smiled wryly and agreed to confess after they escaped this perilous lair. With Xuanna's assurance, Alice sighed and turned her gaze back to Chen Hao, whose aura of mystery deepened, captivating her further. Xuanna, are there still monsters in your vicinity? Chen Hao inquired, his gaze penetrating as he regarded her. Given that their previous path was no longer an option, they had to seek an alternative route, yet darkness loomed ahead. And the sea of corpses they encountered had already left him at a loss. He could only wonder what other terrors awaited them in that menacing gloom. However, at this juncture, Chen Hao had no other choice. One path led to certain death, while the other offered a mere chance of survival. Even a fool would know which road to take. As for why Chen Hao did not choose to confront head-on, it was due to the fact that though the duration of his dark transformation was brief, the system had deducted a staggering 25 years from his lifespan. Although Leviathan had become a semi-demonic weapon, capable of draining the life force of extraordinary beings to replenish itself, if he could not swiftly extricate himself from battle, becoming trapped within the horde of corpses would force him to activate it again. At that point, how many years of life would he have left to expend? Once his lifespan was exhausted, death would be the inevitable outcome. Thus Chen Hao dared not take such reckless risks again. As Xuanna prepared to respond to Chen Hao's words, a deep, anguished, and hoarse cry for help suddenly echoed from the darkness ahead, sending a shiver of panic through the trio. This was the unmistakable voice of Robert, severed in two by sharp rocks. Chapter 41. Bugs, Bugs. The oppressive, sorrowful sound seemed capable of eroding one's very soul. Alice, an ordinary person, began to tremble uncontrollably. However, wrapped in the warmth of a strong embrace, she felt the heat of a body akin to the sun, which gradually calmed her racing heart. Lifting her gaze to the somewhat serious, yet still handsome face of the man beside her, Alice expelled all the shadows clouding her mind. She clung to a singular thought. As long as Chen Hao stood by her side, all threats of malevolence were but ephemeral illusions. Let us go and meet our new friend. Chen Hao's deep voice resonated, though Alice yearned to speak. Upon seeing Xuanna's resolute gaze, she felt a surge of defiance. A wave of bitterness washed over her, and with a haughty glare at Xuanna, she followed Chen Hao, her pride unwilling to concede. Observing Alice's sudden shift in demeanor, Xuanna felt a twinge of confusion at the unexpected hostility directed her way. She scratched her head, dismissing the matter, and joined the two as they ventured into the darkness. The lengthy tunnel was cold and damp. The distant cacophony of corpses became increasingly muted, yet the spine-chilling cries grew ever clearer, causing Alice to tremble uncontrollably. A voice within her urged her to flee from the encroaching shadows. However, each time she attempted to voice her trepidation, the sight of Chen Hao's sturdy back and her friend's unwavering determination silenced her fears, scolding herself for her cowardice and renewing her resolve. Tormented by the eerie calls, they pressed onward until a dim light flickered to life in the distance. The beautiful, icy blue glow was striking, yet its presence in such a monstrous lair felt unsettling. Upon reaching the end of the cavern, a slightly smaller chamber came into view, revealing a picturesque sight that elicited gasps from the trio. The space was filled with shimmering blue lights, reminiscent of stars dancing around them, illuminating the entire area. In the center stood a dense patch of low green grass, reaching knee-high, with a small mound of black soil rising solitary amidst the greenery. Strangely, a figure, appearing to be a man, knelt upon the mound, his clothing in tatters. With his back turned to them, the man seemed to merge with the mound. Yet from his body emanated the raspy, haunting calls that reached the ears of the three. This unsettling scene rendered them hesitant to investigate further. And Chen Hao's expression was grave, sensing the bizarre nature of the situation. The grass and the unknown creatures flitting about filled him with an instinctive dread, though he could not pinpoint the source of danger. Preventing Xue Na from advancing, the trio stood quietly at the edge of the grassy expanse, pressing against the rocky wall. "Xue Na, please, save me." A sudden cry broke the tension, the previously hoarse voice now alarmingly clear, yet its tone was peculiar, lacking the accent of their region, almost as if it had been artificially constructed. Just as Alice was about to inquire about Chen Hao's intentions, he seemed to sense something amiss and swiftly halted her. But it was too late. The man on the mound, sensing their intrusion, abruptly stood, his body twisting at a grotesque angle. Then, within the stillness, the chilling sound of bones cracking echoed, and to Alice's horror, the figure folded in half. Soon after, a visage emerged, as if flesh had been carelessly glued together, revealing a face wrinkled, twisted, and exuding a foul stench. At the sight of that grotesque, distorted, and repugnant corpse, Alice, an ordinary girl, immediately turned and vomited violently. Greenish liquid dripped from the featureless, pale eyes and oozed from the mouth and ears, as the grotesque figure's hands finally touched the ground. Advancing towards the trio in a contorted manner, the speed of its crawling astonished them. They had expected such a position to hinder movement. Yet the creature moved with terrifying swiftness. Moreover, as it scuttled closer, its rubbery, wrinkled face contorted into a sinister grin, sending a bone-chilling terror through them all. "What manner of monster is this? Jack, think of something!" Chen Hao shouted, urging them to flee while attempting to deter Xue Na from confronting the creature directly. "This is too bizarre, and given the surrounding dissonance, I believe we should refrain from acting rashly. Let us observe first." Having endured a series of harrowing encounters, Alice was already nearing her limits. She began to run, panting heavily, her face pale from exhaustion. Noticing her condition, Chen Hao sighed inwardly. He could not carry her indefinitely, especially as the atmosphere within this lair grew increasingly sinister, necessitating the conservation of his own strength to avoid peril. "Xue Na, scout ahead," Chen Hao called out, tossing an axe to her. While startled by the sudden gesture, Xue Na, thanks to the elixir, did not question it. Seizing the axe, she charged at the approaching monster with fierce intent, with a sound akin to tearing through a rag. The creature's body did not prove as resilient as Xue Na had anticipated. The axe cleaved through it effortlessly, splitting it in two. Both Chen Hao and Alice halted, astonished, while Xue Na stood before the bisected corpse, momentarily at a loss, gazing blankly at the fragments. "Move!" Chen Hao's urgent shout jolted her from her stupor. In an instant, he dashed towards her with lightning speed, grabbing her shoulder and pulling her away. Within mere seconds, the severed corpse began to swell, releasing a foul, bubbling ooze, and then, with a resounding explosion, the two halves erupted. The sight that followed chilled their blood. Countless crimson, worm-like creatures, adorned with tiny, sharp teeth, scattered across the ground, enveloping the space in a crimson haze, leaving the trio with barely a sliver of safe ground to stand upon. Chapter 42. From the ancients, the ground was virtually carpeted with a writhing mass of red insects, their gnawing sounds sending shivers down the spines of Chen Hao, Alice, and Xue Na. Alice, grasping the source of her prior inexplicable fear, stood frozen in terror, her eyes wide with despair at the sight of the countless bugs. Chen Hao, equally unnerved, realized these creatures were carnivorous, their sharp bites a genuine threat. While he was not afraid of engaging in close combat with otherworldly beings, the swarm before him posed an insurmountable challenge. Cautiously adhering to the wall, he exchanged a silent glance with Xue Na, guiding the still-dazed Alice along the rocky perimeter towards the cave from whence they had come. The atmosphere was thick with tension, though each held different thoughts. All eyes were fixated on the crawling horrors below, their vigilance at an all-time high. As they moved stealthily, time seemed to stretch infinitely, mere minutes feeling like an eternity. With each passing second, it felt as though they were dancing upon a tightrope, suspended above an abyss. Chen Hao dared not gamble on that 1 in 10,000 chance. At present, the creatures seemed oblivious to the movements of the three, as the entire swarm frantically advanced towards the eerie black mound, leaving Chen Hao and his companions in a state of temporary neglect. Although curiosity stirred within him regarding the swarm's behavior, the urgency of their perilous situation left no time or opportunity to indulge that curiosity. Their foremost priority was to escape this overwhelming danger. Suddenly, as the trio cautiously inched forward, several stones tumbled down from an unknown height, the sound causing their hearts to race. Alice, gripped by fear, immediately glanced towards the swarm. Noting that the insects paid no heed to their presence, she exhaled in a momentary relief, although the knot of anxiety in her chest remained tightly bound. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, just as Chen Hao and his companions approached the cave, the cacophony of the swarm's mandibles ceased abruptly, and the legion of insects crawling towards the black mound halted in unison. What transpired next left the three in a state of sheer horror. An engulfing dread tightened around their hearts like a vice, rendering them breathless. The insects turned to face them, their bodies rising in a manner reminiscent of cobras, while their grotesque jaws, lined with sharp fragments, swayed as if searching for something. This unsettling spectacle caused Chen Hao to furrow his brow, lost in thought for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, a faint ticking sound reached his ears. In that instant, Chen Hao's eyes widened in alarm as he seized the still-dazed Alice and Xuan, urging them to sprint towards the cave. Simultaneously, the crimson sea of insects surged towards them like a monstrous wave. "Jack, why are they attacking us?" Alice gasped, her breath coming in quick bursts as she was pulled along by Chen Hao, while Xuan looked on with curiosity. Chen Hao, however, remained serious, his expression grave as he propelled the two forward, neglecting to address Alice's inquiry. Fortunately, the trio had not strayed far from the cave's entrance. Just as the swarm was on the verge of catching up, they darted inside. As they sought to catch their breath, Alice's face was still marred by lingering fear. She watched as Chen Hao began to strike the cavern walls, her curiosity piqued. "Jack, what are you doing? We need to block the entrance. This height won't hold them back." Before Alice could continue, she noticed that the strange insects exhibited the ability to scale the rocky walls, and her heart raced with terror. In a frenzy, she joined Chen Hao in barricading the cave's entrance with the fallen stones. Xuan, equally resolute, worked alongside them. Her hands bloodied from the jagged edges of the rocks, yet they pressed on, driven solely by the instinct to survive. At last, the last vestiges of blue light faded, prompting Chen Hao to signal for them to halt. Alice collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted, while Xuan, despite her enhanced stamina, appeared fatigued as well. Chen Hao meticulously examined the barricade. Reassured by his thorough checks that no immediate threats lay within, he finally allowed himself to sit down. The atmosphere within the cave was stiflingly silent, each individual weighed down by despair, particularly Alice, who had retreated to a corner, quietly sobbing. The thought of her loved ones trapped here had transformed her initial hope into a stark realization of loss. The departure of her friend, despite his flaws, had left her heartbroken. The bond they shared, forged in genuine kindness, now felt like a cruel reminder of her helplessness. With her beloved boy also ensnared in this dire predicament, hope for survival began to slip through her fingers. Xuan's thoughts, though tumultuous, did not mirror Alice's despair. In her heart, Chen Hao appeared as a deity, capable of rescuing her from the clutches of death. Despite the monstrous tides surrounding them, she held steadfast to the belief that as long as she followed him, they would emerge victorious and return to the surface. Meanwhile, Chen Hao grappled with the relentless dread encroaching from both sides. Though the insects' capabilities remained unknown, their capacity to effortlessly shatter stone was etched vividly in his mind. He had no intention of challenging their formidable bite, yet he was equally unwilling to confront the morass of corpses ahead. While he could sense the turmoil within the two girls, he felt compelled to withhold comfort from the more fragile Alice. As they found themselves cornered in this desperate situation, any words of solace would be futile. Thus, despite his awareness of Alice's anguish, he chose silence. With a sigh, he retrieved the few weapons he carried. Aside from Xuan's axe, he was left with two well-worn entrenching tools, just as he prepared to issue orders. A disturbance from the direction of the insect swarm sent a fresh pang of anxiety through them. A terrifying, otherworldly sound echoed, seemingly emerging from a distant realm, ancient and shrouded in mystery. Its eerie resonance drove Alice, previously steeped in fear and guilt, into a frenzied state. Her eyes reddened with madness. She began to laugh maniacally. Clawing at the stone wall, her fingers bloodied and raw, yet devoid of any expression of pain as she relentlessly excavated the earth. Chen Hao and Xuan Na were momentarily taken aback by Alice's alarming transformation. Rushing forward, they seized her and pulled her back. In that moment, Chen Hao struck her with a swift blow, and she fell unconscious into his arms. "Jack, what happened to Alice? What is that thing outside?" Xuan Na inquired. Worry etched across her face as she glanced at the unconscious Alice. "I am uncertain about Alice's condition or the nature of the creature outside," Chen Hao admitted. "But it is clear that Alice has been affected by the sound emanating from that entity." Taken aback, Xuan Na pondered what kind of sound could drive someone to madness. Though she was a model student, well-versed in handling various challenges, the notion of a sound capable of inducing insanity filled her with dread. While she found the grotesque zombies unsettling, they had not yet pushed her to abandon hope. Yet, the idea of a sound that could lead to such madness sent shivers down her spine. As thoughts raced through her mind, she began to speculate about the nature of the creature. The only explanation that seemed plausible was that it must be a deity, transcending the realm of mortals, capable of such power. Noticing Xuan Na's distracted demeanor, Chen Hao chose to ignore her musings and instead turned his attention back to the cave, which remained shrouded in darkness. The eerie howls from outside persisted. Though they failed to affect him and Xuan Na, an undercurrent of agitation began to brew within them. At the brink of reaching their limit, a drop of water fell from above, snapping Chen Hao back to reality. He touched the cold liquid on his forehead, bringing his hand to his nose to catch its scent. The metallic tang of blood sent a jolt of excitement through him. Placing Alice down gently, he began to explore the rocky ceiling above. Xuan Na, puzzled by his sudden action, was about to speak when Chen Hao interrupted her. "Xuan Na, quickly search for a river above us. It may be connected to the surface." Upon hearing Chen Hao's words, Xuan Na was momentarily taken aback, soon followed by an overwhelming joy as she began to explore the top of her head. Time seemed to slip away in the dark cavern until Chen Hao finally discovered an unusually damp area where moisture was abundant and the entire rock wall was drenched. "All right, let us sit down and rest for a moment. We need to discuss our next steps." After committing the location to memory, Chen Hao settled down to contemplate further. With his body enhanced, he could hold his breath underwater for hours without issue. Xuan Na, too, was likely in a similar state. In essence, they had transcended the limitations of ordinary mortals, their bodies transformed and fortified, their internal organs brimming with strength, rendering them relatively unconcerned about dangers that would typically threaten mere humans. However, the presence of Alice posed a dilemma for Chen Hao. Clearly, there was an underground river above them, and the water's ability to seep down to their location indicated it was not too far away. Yet, Chen Hao was uncertain about the river's capacity. If it were merely a small lake, he was confident he could guide Alice to safety. But what if it were a dark river? This was a one-way street. Once they began to breach the rock wall, the torrent would swiftly engulf them. If the water flow were substantial, their time to prepare would be limited, and expanding the passage would present a formidable challenge for Alice, who could not hold her breath as long as Chen Hao and Xuan Na could. The thickness of the rock wall, the speed of excavation, and the velocity of the water flow were three pressing concerns that left Chen Hao in a state of turmoil. While he pondered these issues, a sudden cracking sound startled him. "Xuan Na, what are you doing?" Xuan Na paused and responded, "I found a crushed cookie in my pocket, probably leftover from the shop we visited." Chen Hao did not dwell on it until a thought struck him, and he quickly inquired, "Is there a packaging bag?" "Yes, there's a convenient bag. It's the one Robert used for his phone, but I discarded the phone after it was damaged by a monster." "Bring it to me." "Hand me that bag." Filled with a sense of excitement, Chen Hao moved closer to Xuan Na, and soon he grasped the crumpled plastic bag she handed him. "Perfect. This should suffice for a while." Confused, Xuan Na asked, "Are you hungry, Jack? I still have some crumbs if you'd like to eat." "No need. You can have them," he replied. With that, Chen Hao began to blow air into the plastic bag, feeling it gradually expand. Once it reached a sufficient size, he focused intently, listening carefully. There was no sound of air escaping. The bag's sealing quality was surprisingly good, which filled Chen Hao with elation. Gently, he tapped Alice on the shoulder, and soon, with a soft murmur, she awakened. Appearing disoriented and in pain, Alice cradled her head and groaned softly until the discomfort finally subsided. "Jack, what happened to me? Why do my hands and head hurt so much?" "You've been enchanted. Never mind that now. We must leave." Chen Hao deliberately glossed over certain details and shifted the conversation to his plans. Upon hearing that they could finally escape, Alice was filled with excitement and quickly asked questions. However, when she learned that they needed to traverse an unknown river, her enthusiasm waned once more. Chen Hao offered gentle reassurances, bolstered by Chen Hao's assurances and the touted capabilities of the plastic bag, which led Alice to reluctantly agree to Chen Hao's plan. They had no choice. Remaining here meant waiting for death, and as they all began to feel an intense hunger, it became clear that they had been in the cave for quite some time. With food no longer a viable option, if they did not leave soon, they would be left with no other choice but despair, which was the primary reason for Alice's consent. After reiterating the precautions to Alice, Chen Hao and Xuan Na, the primary forces, began to hammer away at the rock wall with fervor. After about 10 minutes, the sound of dripping intensified, forming a slender stream, and soon, a deluge erupted with a deafening roar as the powerful torrent shattered the rock wall, quickly flooding the cavern where Chen Hao and his companions were located. Alice clung tightly to Chen Hao and held the bag's opening in her mouth as he and Xue Na continued their frenzied excavation, seemingly unfazed by the water's resistance as they expanded the cavern further. Time passed unmeasured until, in a not overly large lagoon, a head broke the surface, followed by another. The two then submerged once more, dragging an unconscious girl from the depths before searching desperately for a place to rest temporarily. Hours may have passed, or perhaps longer, when Chen Hao began to feel fatigue. Suddenly, several beams of light appeared in the distance, resembling the glow of flashlights. Chen Hao and Xue Na disregarded everything else and swam towards the source of the light. Chapter 44. Another team of adventurers. Mark, did you hear that sound? At the source of the light witnessed by Chen Hao and his companions, a battered man was being supported by a similarly unfortunate blonde girl as they trudged through the cave. Their expressions were filled with exhaustion, and the depths of their eyes reflected fear. The girl occasionally glanced back into the darkness behind them as she spoke, each turn of her head betraying an uncontainable terror emanating from her very soul. The two were on the brink of despair. Their original party of 7 adventurers had joyfully arrived at the unnamed cave on the Mexican coast, only to face harrowing experiences that cut like a knife through their hearts. The memories of their friends being gruesomely torn apart by monsters and devoured alive haunted them, leaving them breathless at the thought. With each narrow escape and desperate struggle, the entrance had been claimed by the monsters, and they had essentially surrendered all hope. Yet, upon hearing sounds of splashing water in the distance, a flicker of hope reignited within them. They fervently prayed to God, beseeching for a strong savior to lead them out of this hell, but would God respond? Roland, don't think too much, Mark gasped, each breath igniting a searing pain in his chest, and even speaking a few words brought cold sweat to his brow. Just as they contemplated a detour, a deep, resonant voice echoed from afar. Upon hearing it, surprise flickered in their eyes, quickly followed by elation. Hey, can you wait for us? Chen Hao still had plenty of strength left. Despite his fatigue, his enhanced physique made him a being far beyond the reach of ordinary humans. His decision to speak was purely to alleviate any concerns held by the figures ahead. In his view, encountering a couple of reckless young adventurers in such a perilous place was a common occurrence. The footsteps approached steadily, seemingly responding to Chen Hao's voice, and the distant light came to a halt. Although there was no reply, Chen Hao felt no apprehension of encountering monsters. After a few moments, he arrived at the location where Mark and Roland were situated, carrying Alice on his back and holding Xue Na's hand. Both parties, witnessing each other's disheveled appearances, were struck by an unexpected sense of humor. It turns out I am not the only one seeking danger. After a brief introduction, Chen Hao learned of the identities of the man and woman across from him. In short, they were a group of cave exploration enthusiasts, 7 renowned spelunkers from around the world. They had come to investigate an ancient cave, but little did they know that the cave was not devoid of life. The creatures within were not only present but also ferociously savage, devoid of rationality, driven solely by the urge to kill. Within mere hours, their party had been decimated, leaving only the 2 of them. 3 had been brutally consumed before their eyes, while 2 had been dragged into the darkness, their cries of despair echoing in their ears, leaving them powerless to save their comrades. Thus, the desperate pair sought another escape route, wandering aimlessly until they encountered Chen Hao and his companions. As Chen Hao was about to speak, a long-forgotten system voice suddenly echoed in his mind. After listening to the task issued by the system, a peculiar expression appeared on his face. He discreetly observed the two individuals across from him and subtly squeezed Chen Hao's hand. Chen Hao was momentarily taken aback by Chen Hao's gesture, but her fervent admiration for him allowed her to quickly grasp his meaning. The two individuals before them posed a significant threat. Chen Hao, maintaining a facade of calmness, engaged in casual conversation with the two, and upon learning their location, he began to formulate a plan. It seemed they were not optimistic about Chen Hao and his companions, even revealing the position of their diving equipment. However, after some persuasion from Chen Hao, the two eventually agreed to accompany him and his group after a struggle. Chen Hao remained silent, but upon receiving Chen Hao's unspoken cue, she began to scrutinize the two individuals beside her. The man named Mark bore numerous wounds and exhibited a sickly pallor, with bloodshot eyes that left her uncertain of Chen Hao's true intentions. Yet, during a momentary turn that shielded Mark and Roland's line of sight, Chen Hao's whispered warning sent a thrill of alarm through Chen Hao. Red eyes, crazed corpses. Yes, she recalled the frenzied monsters they had encountered shortly after entering the cave, each with crimson eyes and a physique resembling that of humans. Yet, this singular detail left her perplexed, as it was evident that this was not the entirety of Chen Hao's thoughts. What could he possibly mean? Wait, humanoid forms, blood-red eyes. Could it be? Could these monsters be transformed humans? Hiss. The mere thought of this possibility altered Chen Hao's gaze towards Mark and Roland, transforming her initial sympathy into wariness, particularly towards Mark, whose demeanor had become a clear signal of rejection. Mark, too injured and mentally drained, remained oblivious to Chen Hao's shift in attitude, while the astute Roland sensed the change in the trio's demeanor. Though he did not understand the reasons behind it, his instinct for survival suppressed all questions. Chen Hao felt a hint of exasperation within. This expedition into the cave had proven to be a considerable misadventure. First, they were besieged by frenzied monsters, followed by an endless tide of corpses, then strange insects, and now, as they neared the end, they encountered individuals who appeared to be assimilated humans. Truly, the challenges seemed never-ending. Yet, he did not display this frustration outwardly. His singular focus remained on finding an escape route, and with a hint of remorse, he resolved that to prevent them from causing further chaos, he would have to say his farewells. Casting a glance at Roland and Mark, he sighed inwardly before continuing towards their direction. He had overheard Roland mention that the monsters they faced seemed far fewer than those encountered by him and his companions, which bolstered his confidence, explaining his reckless advance. They moved at a slower pace, mindful of the two injured individuals. However, the presence of Chen Hao and the others appeared to temporarily alleviate Mark and Roland's exhaustion, and they traversed a narrow passage that could only accommodate two at a time. Chen Hao, carry Alice and remain at the back. Mark, Roland, given your injuries and fatigue, it's best you stay in the middle. The two of us are in better condition and can protect you. Chen Hao's words seemed considerate. Mark and Roland exchanged glances, clearly in agreement. Yet Chen Hao pouted slightly. Did Chen Hao truly think she was unaware of his intentions? He clearly wished for the two to not survive. Nevertheless, she understood the reality of their situation. She believed that a peaceful death was preferable to becoming one of those monsters. Thus, despite her silent objections, she said nothing further. Chapter 45. Cold-Blooded. Thanks to everyone for your support, adding to the bookshelf, and the launch of my new book. Your encouragement is the motivation for this budding author. Love you all. Please be gentle with your critiques. Each time I read the comments, I tremble for a long while, yet I still cherish your feedback. Love you all. Chen Hao had never considered himself a good person. He firmly believed that it was better to nip trouble in the bud. Thus, despite the unfairness towards Mark and Roland, he felt no shred of guilt. Since embarking on this cave exploration, he had contemplated the complexity of this world, filled with werewolves, ogres, frenzied monsters, corpses, and strange insects. All of it led him to see this world as a hub of chaos. The figure seated upon the throne above appeared to have forgotten this world altogether, as it relentlessly cast forth all manner of detritus. He found this intolerable. Although such entities had not previously manifested before him, should they appear, he would eliminate them without hesitation. However, he cast a regretful glance at the blonde beauty with a figure that seemed to boast a D cup, sighed, and shook his head. The five of them proceeded in silence, with Chen Hao and Chen Hao pondering the unfolding events, while Mark and Roland were too exhausted to contemplate anything further. Weariness and pain enveloped their bodies, rendering them akin to leaves in the wind, devoid of control over their own fate. Their only reason for not collapsing lay in an unyielding desire to live. Suddenly, a hoarse, guttural roar, reminiscent of a beast, erupted from the darkness above. The group halted, while Mark and Roland's expressions shifted to one of terror, scanning their surroundings. Chen Hao, however, fixed his gaze on a particular section of the rocky wall, a mysterious smile gracing his features. Unperturbed, Xuanna glanced at Chen Hao, then adjusted Alice on her back, tightening the cloth that bound her. She quietly inched closer to Chen Hao. "Is it Minnie?" she softly inquired. Her fear having diminished after the harrowing experiences, bolstered by the elixir and Chen Hao's strength. Nothing to worry about, just a few mischievous little creatures. Far less formidable than those we encountered before, Chen Hao reassured her. In his eyes, the monsters lurking in the dark could not conceal their forms. There were merely 3, and they were now advancing towards the group with gaping jaws lined with sharp teeth. Drawing forth Leviathan, the axe had transformed into a blood-red hue. Having absorbed the essence of the slaughter in the sea of corpses, the fully demonic Leviathan seemed even sharper now, its lethal aura overwhelming Mark and Roland, who felt as if its edge could cleave through them. Though astonished by Chen Hao's eerie display, the gravity of the situation left no room for questions. They closed their mouths, the weight of dread pressing upon them as they regarded Chen Hao with trepidation. With a resounding crack, the rock wall shattered under an immense force. And before anyone could react, a colossal shadow surged forth, plummeting towards them. Roland could no longer contain her fear and let out a scream. Mark, though silent, betrayed his terror through his trembling form and wide, fearful eyes. Meanwhile, Chen Hao's gaze turned icy, tinged with a hint of anger. His arm muscles tensed, veins bulging as he crouched to gather strength, a flash of crimson light igniting around him. Then came a thunderous crash. Boom. The overwhelming force reverberated through the rocky ceiling, dislodging countless stones as the onrushing monster was cleaved to pieces by a single swing of the axe. A fine rain of blood began to shower upon everyone, and Mark and Roland, momentarily stunned by the display of power, found themselves speechless, staring in awe at Chen Hao, who stood like a deity amidst the chaos. "Hey, wake up. There are still monsters left." Xuanna gently tapped Roland's shoulder, offering a kind reminder. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Roland's face flushed crimson, while Mark excitedly pointed at Chen Hao, his eyes darting between him and Xuanna, his mouth agape, unable to articulate a single word. "I understand your meaning. Now, rest assured, he will lead you to safety." Xuanna's tone remained calm, yet her words left Mark and Roland in a state of astonishment. Confusion flooded their minds as they struggled to comprehend the unfolding events, their thoughts spiraling into a cacophony of questions, ultimately erupting into incoherent cries. The man resembled a celestial being, as if he were an angel sent by their deity to rescue them. Apart from this possibility, the two could conceive of no other. Chen Hao, unfazed by Mark and Roland's astonishment, felt both surprised and puzzled. Logically, his actions should have provoked an onslaught of monsters, yet after his decisive strike, the remaining 2 creatures clearly exhibited signs of wanting to flee. How amusingly anthropomorphic. It seems my conjecture holds true. Ignoring the movements of these ghastly entities, he proceeded directly toward the cave entrance. The group fell into a deeper silence, though Mark and Roland occasionally cast fervent glances at Chen Hao, their eyes ablaze with intensity. Chen Hao, feeling uncomfortable under their scrutiny, chose to feign ignorance, hastening his pace considerably. In the surrounding darkness, sounds of creatures skittering along the rock walls echoed intermittently. Each time such noises arose, Chen Hao and his companions would pause to observe, yet curiously, not a single monster approached to attack. It appeared these beings had received orders from some mysterious superior, silently observing the group's movements from the shadows without any intent to intrude. Their unusually smooth journey was nearing its conclusion, and as they entered the cave from which Mark and the others had initially come, Chen Hao exchanged a covert glance with Xuanna. A sharp cracking sound ensued as Mark's head twisted at an unnatural angle. The scene unfolded too swiftly. Roland was startled by Xuanna's sudden aggression, his cries laced with fear, confusion, and resentment directed at Xuanna and Chen Hao. "Why?" His voice trembled with anger. Yet Chen Hao's gaze was filled with pity, while Xuanna remained icy. Without offering an explanation or uttering a single word, Chen Hao merely waved at Roland. followed by a sound of anguish as the trio departed from that place. Moments after their exit, the cave resonated with the roars of beasts. The sound of claws scraping against rock, followed by the cacophony of a struggle for prey. Gradually, however, this darkness sank back into profound silence. In a hidden corner, the unsettling sounds of flesh being chewed and bones being crushed echoed on. Roland, seemingly not entirely dead, stared vacantly at the fading light, his eyes filled with despair, hatred, and pain. Chen Hao felt no remorse. Xue Na, having long succumbed to the corruption of dark energy, had become a being of life and death at her whim. With Alice unconscious, no one would come to cast blame for these actions. The system's prompts were clear. These two had been infiltrated by the eerie red insects, and salvation was beyond reach. All that could be done was to temporarily bury this menace beneath the earth. The origin of these monsters was shrouded in mystery. Chen Hao had inquired with the system, yet it remained reticent, only stating that his power was insignificant and he lacked the authority to know more. This statement led Chen Hao to ponder. His strength had already reached the pinnacle of humanity. Crossing that threshold would elevate him to divinity. If even his current capabilities were deemed inadequate, one could only imagine the nature of this phenomenon. Oh God, was it not promised to love mankind? Why does it seem that humanity is regarded as mere refuse in your eyes? He sighed inwardly, casting a glance back at the cave entrance before striding forward with purpose. Chapter 46. The doctor's hunting invitation. With blood still coursing through his veins, Chen Hao finally made his way home after escorting Alice and Xue Na to their respective doorsteps. Although this journey was fraught with peril, it was, in truth, not as dangerous as it seemed, yet it unveiled many troubling issues before him. His time in this world had not been brief, and while the initial encounters with ogres and the skeletal remains below had hinted that this realm was not as simple as he once believed, the moment he encountered those exalted deities, he truly felt like an ant. The system was undeniably powerful. Without it, he would likely have been torn to shreds during the encounter with the werewolves, let alone the harrowing expedition through the cave. Similarly, a sense of anxiety crept in, an urgent desire to elevate his strength and shield himself from any threats. Yet, it seemed his system was evolving towards a more passive approach. Even in perilous environments like the cave, it merely provided a warning, and the prospect of obtaining precious quests felt like a distant dream. Somewhat resigned, Chen Hao found solace in the fact that he had gained a new ally, a remarkable beauty resembling a superhero. Although he held a dismissive attitude towards her, he acknowledged that Xue Na was indeed attractive, and for him, that was her sole utility. As he approached his yard near the break of dawn, he was surprised to find that his neighbor, Dr. Hannibal, had not retreated into the warmth of his bed. Upon his arrival, Hannibal's gaze was fixed on Chen Hao's vehicle. Though his face bore a smile, it seemed to conceal some inscrutable meaning. After shutting the car door, Chen Hao could not feign ignorance. Scratching his head, he ambled towards the wall separating him from Hannibal, questioning curiously, "Dr. Lecter, is the moonlight this enchanting to you tonight?" His tone carried both skepticism and curiosity, a playful challenge against the esteemed psychologist. Hannibal, with a gentlemanly smile, presented a glass of red wine, already poured at some unseen moment, gesturing for Chen Hao to take it. His voice, smooth and magnetic, resonated as he spoke. "Jack, we have known each other for over a year now, have we not?" Yes," Chen Hao replied, somewhat perplexed by Hannibal's intentions. Did he intend to be forthright? Inhaling the intoxicating aroma of the wine, he cast a furtive glance at his neighbor. Hannibal seemed to sense Chen Hao's scrutiny and gestured for him to relax. "From the second week of our acquaintance, your transformation has been remarkable. Let me think of a fitting word. Yes, a metamorphosis. I have encountered murderers and violent criminals before, in my world. Such individuals often cross my path, driven by trauma, impotent rage, or mere curiosity, whether it be crimes of passion, revenge, or greed. Those who harbor bloodlust differ vastly from you, the embodiment of death." Unfazed by Chen Hao's intent to interject, Hannibal maintained his warm demeanor, smiling as he gestured for him to continue listening. Chen Hao perceived no malice in Hannibal's words. Rather, he sensed an inexplicable kinship that left him further bewildered. "Jack, do you know? This world is profoundly tainted. I believe the reason lies in human corruption. If a portion of humanity is sullied, does that not imply that by eliminating these individuals, the world could be cleansed anew?" He awaited Chen Hao's response with eager anticipation, his expression consistently gentle. Yet the yearning for affirmation nearly erupted from him. "Doctor, what exactly are you trying to convey?" Chen Hao's evasive inquiry did not disappoint Hannibal. He merely smiled, nodding at Chen Hao with an outstretched finger. "Jack, I know you and I are alike, both hunters at heart. You relish in turning the most vile into prey, allowing them to experience hell before their demise, while I prefer to offer those who disrupt the natural order an alluring alternative. Do you believe there is room for collaboration between us? Doctor, do you require my assistance with something?" Though Chen Hao lacked Hannibal's uncanny insight into human nature, his auxiliary abilities allowed him to sense the subtle fluctuations in Hannibal's heartbeat, and the hunger within his gaze was unmistakable. "I finally understand why I have willingly chosen to be your neighbor for so long, Jack. I genuinely admire you." He raised his glass of blood-red wine. Though Chen Hao remained uncertain of Hannibal's intentions, yet the unpredictability of the unfolding narrative made it all the more intriguing. Today's candid conversation signified an open declaration of their respective truths. Chen Hao regarded this as a positive development, while he held no qualms about the gentleman's peculiar inclinations. Such transparency was preferable to the perpetual barriers that had previously existed. At the very least, upon returning from his hunts, he would no longer need to stealthily enter his home at dawn. After all, the tedium of waiting equated to a waste of precious time. Upon reflecting on this, Chen Hao raised the cup in his hand and said, "Well then, Doctor, I eagerly anticipate your banquet. However, if the culinary offerings are not delectable, I shall certainly select a few exquisite bottles from the fine wines in your cellar upon my return." His playful remark elicited a chuckle from the gentleman before him. True to his reputation as a gentlemanly ogre, the man exuded an air of elegance that remained unblemished. After exchanging a few casual words, the two finally parted ways. In the dead of night, Alice, awakened from her slumber, could no longer contain herself and called Chen Hao. The anxiety and fear that lingered in her heart seemed far from fading as she clamored to be in his embrace. Yet, under Chen Hao's gentle reassurances and with the help of Xuan Na, Alice ultimately consented to his arrangements. He hesitated to bring Alice directly to his abode, wary of the terrifying perceptiveness of the man next door. However, it appeared that his concerns might have been excessive. Perhaps he had already revealed all his secrets to this connoisseur during their initial hunting expedition together. It felt as if the ogre had been observing him all along. And in this moment of honesty, Chen Hao sensed that the creature regarded him as a kindred spirit. An ogre? The thought made him smirk as he quipped, "I cannot quite savor your culinary creations, dear doctor." The night quietly descended and departed, and when dawn broke, Chen Hao learned from the doctor about the banquet's location and its name. A peculiar look crossed his face as he regarded the eternally gentlemanly man before him. With a light chuckle, he muttered under his breath, "A banquet for the affluent? How intriguing. Is the cuisine prepared for the wealthy? Or is it the wealthy themselves who are the main course? It seems you truly wish for these individuals to meet their demise." Chapter 47. The first encounter at the airport. Chen Hao and Hannibal were engrossed in a spirited discussion, primarily revolving around the doctor's invitation for Chen Hao to attend his next soiree, where he promised to serve the most delectable dishes. Chen Hao felt somewhat exasperated at the mention of food, and, using the need to visit the restroom as an excuse, interrupted the doctor. During this time, he received a call from Alice. However, just as the conversation was heating up, a hurried traveler, oblivious to his surroundings, collided with Chen Hao. With a dull thud, the impact was negligible for Chen Hao. He remained unscathed, his composure undisturbed. In contrast, the girl clad in a dark blue hoodie was knocked to the ground. Rubbing her sore forehead, despite her street-style appearance, she quickly rose and politely apologized. Chen Hao instinctively reached out to assist her, but hesitated, knowing the extent of his own strength. Asking with concern, he inquired, "Shall I take you to the hospital?" Her voice was weary, her complexion pale, resembling a delicate yet frail flower. The girl swiftly gestured that she was fine, evading his outstretched hand, her demeanor betraying a desire to flee, tinged with an inexplicable fear. Chen Hao shook his head, about to depart, when suddenly he felt a tremor from the leviathan within him, and the dark energy surged intensely. A wave of desire and insatiable greed flooded his heart. Puzzled, he glanced at the girl who had already run far away. A strange expression on his face as he licked his slightly curved lips and promptly pursued her. This marked the first time the Leviathan, transformed into a demonic axe, exhibited such extreme yearning, and coupled with his own burgeoning greed, Chen Hao's curiosity about the secrets the girl held reached a fever pitch. He moved swiftly, deliberately suppressing his strength to avoid alarming ordinary onlookers. It did not take long for him to spot the dark blue hoodie again in the distance. Maddie, still wrestling with her fears and anxieties, was lost in thought when a familiar voice abruptly broke her reverie. Startled, she turned to see the handsome, stern-faced boy who had just collided with her, filling her with confusion. "I'm Jack, a detective. The first reason for interrupting your journey is to sincerely apologize for our earlier incident." Chen Hao spoke gently, his cadence neither too fast nor too slow, evoking no feelings of annoyance. As Maddie sensed his intentions, she hastily waved her hands, insisting it was unnecessary. Yet, Chen Hao, having identified her as prey, would not let her slip away so easily. "The second reason is to atone for my actions." His statement caught Maddie off guard, prompting her to respond, "Jack, truly, it's not needed. I bear some responsibility as well. I feel no discomfort, so there is no need for you to feel so guilty." At this, Chen Hao raised a hand to interrupt her. "No, it is unacceptable for a lovely lady to endure such harm. I feel unsettled. Please, share your contact information so I can apologize in person." Though his tone remained gentle and courteous, the underlying assertiveness left Maddie unable to refuse. Reluctantly, she provided her number, and Chen Hao promptly dialed it to confirm correctness, assuring her he would be in touch. With a satisfied smile, he turned and gradually disappeared from Maddie's view. In truth, Maddie did not find Chen Hao's actions off-putting. Rather, she longed for a dependable presence, as she felt overwhelmed by her own secrets. His strength, warmth, and kindness ignited a fervent desire within her, compelling her to seek his company from the moment she first laid eyes on him. Thus, though she feigned reluctance, she had silently acquiesced long before. Returning to Hannibal's side, the doctor regarded Chen Hao with a teasing glint in his eye, feeling somewhat uneasy under the intense scrutiny. Chen Hao attempted to maintain his composure, but the piercing gaze was difficult to withstand. Eventually, he surrendered and recounted his experience. "Jack, what piqued your curiosity about this girl?" Hannibal inquired. "Curiosity? What do you mean?" Chen Hao replied, perplexed. "Do not refute my observation, Jack. Typically, when a man is interested in a woman, the first step involves seeking her out again. Therefore, it is evident that you harbor a keen interest in this girl. Yet, it does not stem from affection or fondness. Rather, I perceive it as a sensitivity toward your prey." Chen Hao found himself somewhat impressed by the connoisseur's keen insight. The doctor had managed to discern his inner thoughts merely through his words. Nevertheless, he was keen to hear the doctor's elaboration. "Jack, she is your quarry, isn't she?" Hannibal observed, smiling confidently at Chen Hao. Initially, Chen Hao feigned seriousness, but soon he spread his hands in surrender. "How did you discover that, doctor?" "Your demeanor and the words you chose reflected a desire to soothe your prey, to quiet them and ease their wariness. The greed that flickered in your eyes earlier could not escape the notice of any seasoned hunter." "Huh. Your perspective is indeed intriguing, doctor." Chen Hao refrained from contesting Hannibal's assumptions, though the doctor did not delve further into why Chen Hao was so intensely captivated by the girl, which bordered on obsession. As a man of great refinement, he would not carelessly pry into the secrets of others. "Doctor, what brings you to Slovakia this time?" "Oh, an invitation from there suggests one can undergo a complete transformation and embrace a second life." Curious, Chen Hao glanced at Hannibal, who failed to display the expected joy. Instead, his eyes conveyed mockery, disdain, and a deeply concealed revulsion. It appeared this journey would offer both of them an opportunity to witness rebirth. Hearing Chen Hao's words, Hannibal observed his expression for a moment. Although Chen Hao leaned back against the cushion with his eyes closed, a faint, inexplicable smile lingered on his face, prompting Hannibal to sense something amiss. Muttering softly, as if in agreement or perhaps speaking to himself, he remarked, "Indeed, witnessing rebirth is possible, but as for whose rebirth?" "Heh." With no further words exchanged, the two in first class fell into silence, Hannibal reading his newspaper while Chen Hao seemed to drift into slumber, enveloping the space in an uncanny stillness. Chapter 48. The performance. As the plane touched down, Hannibal needed to meet with a friend at a predetermined location, while Chen Hao made his way alone to the designated hotel. However, in a shadowy corner, an unsightly man with a cold demeanor fixated his gaze on the handsome, sun-kissed Chen Hao. Since departing the airport, right up until Chen Hao entered a taxi, the man retrieved his phone and dialed a number to track the taxi's license plate. a sinister smile spreading across his face, licking his lips. A mocking expression crossed his face as he muttered a curse under his breath before once again melding into the crowd. In the vehicle, Chen Hao wore a peculiar smile. He had long sensed that someone was watching him, yet found it somewhat amusing and was even eager to play along, largely due to what Hannibal had divulged. This land harbored a vast organization, a platform established by unfortunate souls driven mad by greed. Their primary activities revolved around kidnapping and human trafficking, with attractive young men and women as their main targets. Compared to the sordid exploitation rampant in Eastern Europe, these individuals were far more ruthless, catering to the twisted desires of the powerful elite, with a game known as Newborn being their flagship project. Chen Hao felt that the term newborn was a gross insult when appropriated by these degenerates. Although there was no reward, he decided to accept Hannibal's invitation as a means to alleviate the pressure and anxiety of his situation. This was, in truth, his genuine thought. As the small vehicle ambled along the uneven road, the driver's furtive glances failed to escape Chen Hao's extraordinary senses. However, he refrained from alarming the driver. Upon reaching the hotel, shortly after Chen Hao exited the vehicle, the driver hastily dialed a number. "The piglet is in the cage." A hoarse, icy voice emanated from the other end of the line, causing the driver to tremble involuntarily, gripped by a terror that originated deep within his soul. "Good. Go collect the money from Arthur. Contact me if anything arises." Upon hearing this, the driver immediately displayed a greedy and obsequious demeanor. Yet his flattery failed to reach its intended target, as the cold voice hung up without hesitation. The dial tone left the driver momentarily stunned. But soon his greed for money overwhelmed him. With a sneer, he cast one last glance at the spot where Chen Hao had disappeared before igniting the engine and departing from the hotel. Entering the corridor, the modest hotel reverberated with seductive music. The frenzied cries of ecstasy echoed throughout, as if hell itself were beckoning to humanity's primal desires, drawing one into a vortex that threatened to consume their soul. Chen Hao remained unmoved by these temptations, letting out a cold laugh as he hefted a convenient travel bag toward his room. Upon opening his door, he was greeted by the sight of two lithe, youthful bodies exuding sensuality. The allure of these figures was intoxicating, akin to delectable desserts, their delicate skin a pristine white, golden hair flowing, and lips aflame in crimson, each detail capable of ensnaring any man for eternity. Their laughter chimed like silver bells, accompanied by the playful writhing of bodies clad in black lace, amplifying their allure. With an appreciative gaze, Chen Hao observed the scene before him, yet his thoughts wandered to how Xuan Na and Alice would fare upon returning. The two blonde beauties before him inspired not a hint of impulsiveness. He had already discerned their hypocrisy and the malice lurking beneath their facades. To maintain the charade and honor his agreement with Hannibal, he chose not to expose them. "Look, a handsome guy has arrived." The two golden-haired girls, barely concealing themselves, unleashed their youthful hormones in a desperate attempt to captivate Chen Hao's senses. Their delicate fingers glided over his firm chest, radiating a temptation as treacherous as that of a devil. Was Chen Hao a good man? Certainly not. Casually dropping the bag in his hand, he playfully smacked the luscious curves of each girl, the sound echoing sharply. The two beauties reacted like startled rabbits, giggling as they dashed away, their ample assets bouncing. "Am I interrupting something, ladies?" Chen Hao inquired, his signature charming smile gracing his lips, though an icy depth in his gaze went unnoticed by the girls. "You're such a tease." One of the shorter girls feigned a tearful demeanor as she approached, dramatically collapsing into Chen Hao's embrace. Her modesty barely protected by a narrow strip of fabric, leaving little to the imagination. Feeling the silky texture of her skin, akin to chocolate, Chen Hao felt a tingle of excitement. Youth is truly delightful, he mused inwardly as he joined in the playful antics. Meanwhile, in the opposite room, several burly men observed Chen Hao through surveillance monitors, their faces twisted into cruel smiles. "Matthew, has this guy been booked?" inquired a bearded man, glancing at a bald companion with a chilling expression. "Yes," a wealthy woman placed an order, offering $60,000, claiming she wants this fellow's little brother for her collection. Laughter erupted, as if sharing a comical tale, while the trio began plotting how to deal with Chen Hao. Inside the room, Chen Hao, with fingers deftly navigating the two beauties, elicited soft gasps from them, their youthful faces flushing with desire, eyes glistening with yearning as they attempted to shed their final constraints. Chen Hao made no effort to halt the unfolding scene, viewing it as an artistic display. He activated the player, and amidst sultry music, a free spectacle commenced. The men in the adjacent room grew increasingly agitated, greedily fixating on the display of flesh dancing on the screen, their brutish desires laid bare. But upon seeing Chen Hao, their cruelty intensified. As Chen Hao reveled in his indulgence, the situation for Meidi took a sinister turn. She found herself engulfed in a paralyzing fear, slipping into unconsciousness once more. Upon awakening, the sight before her shattered her sanity. A small room strewn with dismembered limbs and blood, resembling a slaughterhouse. The most harrowing sight was the severed finger lying near her mouth. Overwhelmed, she descended into madness, frantically smashing everything in sight, until, exhausted, she collapsed to the floor, weeping like a lost child. Despair and helplessness dominated the atmosphere of the room, just as she contemplated ending her life. The image of Chen Hao's sturdy figure flashed through her mind. She hastily retrieved her phone, trembling as she dialed his number, yet hesitated before pressing call. Could he truly save her? Why would he? What right did he have to rescue her? They were mere strangers. Perhaps it would be better to quietly succumb to her fate. With that thought, Meidi drew a sharp knife, poised to plunge it into her heart, when a sudden, urgent ring shattered the silence. Chapter 49. The True Performance. A sip of divine wine, warm and tender. A drug coursing through her veins, rendering her limp. Chen Hao feigned unconsciousness, while the two previously enamored girls now regarded him with icy indifference, standing over the man who appeared to be in a deep slumber. Rising, they swiftly donned their clothing and knocked on the door across the hall. Shortly after, 3 burly men who had been secretly observing stepped out. The bald man cast a greedy glance at the 2 blonde beauties, then roughly groped one of the girls, inhaling deeply before returning to his cold demeanor as he entered Chen Hao's room. Is he dead to the world? Yes, completely, like a doll. Damn it. A pretty boy is just a pretty boy. No need to prepare for what comes next. It's utterly pointless. Well, isn't this convenient? The old wealthy woman is in a hurry. Otherwise, we wouldn't be rushing this. All 3 men's words reached Chen Hao's ears as he allowed them to. The room was illuminated as if it were daylight, devoid of any filth. And it seemed as though the entire space was destined to be drenched in Chen Hao's blood. A specially designed iron chair restrained him, binding his hands and feet tightly, while before him stood a colossal floor mirror. The mirror was one-sided, allowing those outside to gaze in, while Chen Hao remained oblivious to the world beyond. The small chamber jutted out deliberately, enhancing the visual impact, and merely a few meters away, rows of seats were filled with affluent individuals from around the globe. Some bore cruel smiles, others exhibited disdain, while a few exuded a chilling air. Among them was a rotund elderly matron whose eyes sparkled with greed. On the second floor stood a middle-aged man clad in a tailored suit, his golden hair framing a gentle visage, accompanied by a serpent-like figure who had been monitoring Chen Hao at the airport. The two observed Chen Hao, ensnared like a caged animal, with relaxed expressions, though the serpent's face betrayed palpable envy. In the guest section, Hannibal appeared in a corner, savoring the spectacle of Chen Hao in the mirror, a mysterious smile gracing his lips, as if mocking Chen Hao's plight, yet devoid of any concern. Suddenly, intense music erupted, and a computer emerged from each affluent patron's table, its screen displaying a large roulette wheel. This wheel, segmented into numerous sections, contained various punishments and potential actions of the prisoner, with the wealthy required to place their bets. A passionate oration flowed from the man on the second floor, a mere incitement of words, prompting the wealthy to commence their wagering. As time seemed to halt, a small door within the room finally swung open, revealing a middle-aged man, entirely swathed in coverings, entering with a toolbox in hand. Approaching Chen Hao, he set the toolbox down and crouched to observe him intently. With a soft clap against Chen Hao's face, the latter stirred, appearing as though awakened from slumber, his expression one of confusion as he began to assess his surroundings. A wave of fear washed over Chen Hao as he realized his limbs were restrained, and panic escalated, leading him to struggle and scream. It was only upon witnessing Chen Hao display emotions akin to those of the others that the middle-aged man stood, prompting the wealthy audience to erupt in applause, shouts, and coarse insults. Hannibal, observing the unfolding drama, appeared somewhat taken aback, as though he were encountering this kindred spirit for the first time. Marvelous performance, he muttered under his breath, unnoticed by anyone. for the atmosphere had long been overtaken by primal savagery. Hannibal surveyed the gathering like a predator, suddenly captivated by the glistening, gem-like earlobes of the wealthy woman, followed by the face of the middle-aged man on the second floor and the deep blue eyes of the affluent beside him. Delicious, he thought, swallowing hard. Hannibal resolved to temporarily set aside his hunger, as the prey was well preserved, with plans to savor it later. The sound of a buzzing drill filled the room, as the middle-aged man appeared to revel in the hysterics of his quarry, brandishing the tool with a sense of torment. Initially, Chen Hao's display of terror satisfied him, but gradually he sensed a shift. Chen Hao's eyes grew cold, fixating on him with an unblinking stare, as if he were a lifeless corpse. The middle-aged man began to feel like a clown, an ant daring to provoke a deity, as Chen Hao's gaze sent shivers down his spine, reminiscent of an ancient demon, causing his very soul to tremble. Is this amusing? Chen Hao's voice, devoid of emotion, broke the silence, catching the man off guard. To which he instinctively responded, "What? Is it amusing?" Chen Hao repeated, and in that instant, the middle-aged man found his previous endeavors suddenly devoid of meaning. But he quickly regained composure, feeling insulted, his face flushing crimson with rage. He hurled the drill aside and stormed toward the table laden with tools, determined to select his preferred instrument for inflicting pain, seeking solace for his wounded spirit. As he turned, a series of metallic snaps echoed behind him, akin to the sound of metal being severed, yet the enraged man dismissed it as mere hallucination. Outside the mirror, the wealthy patrons and the man on the second floor exhibited expressions of astonishment and panic, some frantically shouting warnings to the man within, but alas, their voices could not penetrate the specialized glass. Thus commenced a true display of brutal carnage. Chapter 50. The taste of chicken, crisp and crunchy like an insurmountable peak, crowned with ancient ice that had endured for centuries, so formidable, so majestic, and so cold, so merciless. At this moment, Chen Hao embodied such a figure before the middle-aged man, gradually advancing upon him. Whether through punches or the drilling tool, he appeared as an invincible superhero, looking down upon the man as one would an ant. With a swift motion, he struck, sending the man crashing against the massive glass with the force of a severed kite. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding collisions captivated the attention of the wealthy spectators, each impact causing their brows to furrow in trepidation. The middle-aged man on the second floor, having lost all semblance of composure, gasped in shock at the scene before him. The once ugly man at his side had inexplicably had his throat slit, blood staining the floor, while the body writhed in a seizure. A stranger stood before him, exuding an aura that even he found intimidating. "Do you know what the greatest pleasure in the world is?" The man suddenly posed an incomprehensible question, momentarily leaving him stunned. Hannibal, provoked by the tedium of the organization leader's demeanor, felt his expression contort into something ghastly, his eyes transforming into a void of white. The previous blue pupils vanished. He became a demon, a specter, the murderous intent eclipsing his former elegance, as he gazed hungrily at his prey. A sinister grin spreading across his face as he harshly seized the man's arms, attempting to resist. With a sharp crack, the man's limbs were twisted as if they were mere lotus roots, and Hannibal, with a maniacal laugh, sank his teeth into the man's prominent cheekbone. Ecstasy, obsession, delight, akin to a child finally receiving their long-desired candy. The gourmand's face radiated satisfaction. The middle-aged man, having his face torn apart, screamed, blood gushing forth, prompting the startled, affluent onlookers to turn their attention towards the chaos, resulting in pandemonium within the venue. "You are quite noisy. You're interrupting my meal." Hannibal's face bore an expression devoid of emotion, tinged with disdain and annoyance, and in a fit of pique, he bit down on the man's throat. Oh, glug, glug. Blood surged back into the man's throat, stifling all sounds, and as fear and pain engulfed him, his body trembled in a futile struggle against the overpowering force that bound him. Meanwhile, within the room, Chen Hao wore a sinister grin, unleashing a flurry of slaps upon the middle-aged man, each blow sending teeth flying, the sheer force even causing one of his eyes to explode. "In comparison to those you once tormented, who is more wretched?" Chen Hao's voice dripped with icy disdain, leaving the middle-aged man devoid of any other emotion, consumed solely by his overwhelming fear of Chen Hao. On the brink of collapse, every step Chen Hao took felt like a crushing weight on his heart, each stride rendering him breathless. Without uttering another word, Chen Hao turned toward the massive mirror, a playful smile curling his lips. Before seizing the man crumpled on the ground and pinning him against the reflective surface, grasping his arm, squeezing tightly. Crack. Ah! The entirety of the man's arm appeared to have transformed into mere skin and bones, as if his bones had instantaneously turned to dust. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, his face flushed crimson, and he began to thrash violently, letting out blood-curdling screams. His otherwise intact hand incessantly pounded against the glass. Yet no soul was there to rescue him. The once hunter had become the prey, the brutal victim of his own cruel fate. Chen Hao pondered whether this man harbored any regrets. Yet for him, it seemed inconsequential. It was akin to an occasional journey meant to soothe the spirit. The anxieties born from the cave and his own power appeared to dissipate considerably. After all, they were but a band of scoundrels. Slaying them stirred not a ripple in his heart. Inch by inch, he crushed this pitiful creature's bones, shattering the glass before him with a single punch. Discarding the man, now barely breathing, towards the panicked millionaires, who resembled frightened little beasts. "Enjoy yourselves, I'll take a stroll," he remarked, casting a glance at the now culinary enthusiast. The doctor, and nodding before whistling as he sauntered towards the small door within the room. Hannibal sensed Chen Hao's intent and erupted into maniacal laughter, savoring his meal with renewed vigor. The man standing on the second floor had lost all strength to resist, left with nothing but feeble struggles akin to a dying insect. As Chen Hao traversed the corridor, he absorbed every sound coming from within. Iron doors swung open, revealing a dismal sight of travelers deceived and brought here. Yet not a single one remained alive. Each had suffered torment, dying in agony post-disfigurement. Not one corpse could be deemed intact. Witnessing this, Chen Hao felt an intensified loathing for the refuse within the building, akin to a cheetah commencing a hunt, seeking out all the hidden filth lurking in the shadows. Soon, screams erupted as the sole entrance to the building was locked tight. The villains inside sensed the anomaly, and a cacophony of footsteps began to echo throughout the structure. Chen Hao refrained from acting recklessly. Although his body was impervious to bullets, he lacked the power to confront the machinery of the state, thus opting for a silent slaughter. Bodies were torn apart, cleaved in twain, the Leviathan in his grasp coated in blood. At that moment, Chen Hao resembled a deity of death, his mind inundated with notifications. Vitality 1 day. Vitality 1 day. Vitality 1 day. The incessant notifications surprised Chen Hao, a look of delight crossing his visage. He had not anticipated that hunting these individuals would extend his lifespan. It seemed to align with the malevolent narrative, allowing the Leviathan to absorb their souls. With this unforeseen boon, Chen Hao's pace of destruction quickened, while the henchmen within the building teetered on the brink of collapse. They cursed the group that had led Chen Hao inside. The indiscriminate slaughter had long instilled a sense of powerlessness within them. Moreover, the youth before them appeared almost immortal. Despite the sacrifice of a dozen lives to overwhelm him, even when they finally landed a shot, he remained unscathed. This revelation drove them further into despair. Cries of terror erupted from the crowd. "He is a devil. He is the embodiment of Satan. We are doomed." Though these words resonated with many, the knowledge of facing an insurmountable foe offered no escape. The building's security system had been activated, the doors sealed tight. Their only option was to resist. But was resistance truly effective? Gradually, despair morphed into rage, then into curses, culminating in madness. Observing the farcical scene, Chen Hao chuckled, and the slaughter resumed. Time slipped away, and silence enveloped the building. Drenched in blood, Chen Hao wandered through the corridor, encountering the still elegant culinary enthusiast, who now bore no trace of the prior carnage. Clad in an unfamiliar new suit, he carried a designer travel bag. "All done." "Yes, quite satisfactory. By the way, how was the experience of rebirth?" "Quite remarkable." Their conversation meandered, as the building descended into a deathly stillness, permeated only by the stench of blood and scattered limbs. 3 days later, a dashing female agent from Interpol arrived at the scene. Upon entering the building, the nauseating stench compelled her to vomit uncontrollably. After regaining composure, the horrific scene before her evoked further retching. Subsequently, the FBI's latest addition to the international list of unnamed fugitives was unveiled to all the detectives present. Yet, for an adventurer and a gourmet, it was all in vain. Chapter 51. The Butcher, the Cannibal. Within a modest conference room of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, A thick haze of smoke hung heavily above the heads of all present. This cloud, akin to a dark shroud, cast an oppressive atmosphere throughout the room. The expressions of the senior officials were grave, some even revealing hints of anger and restlessness. At the head of the long table, a striking female agent named Starling held a wooden stick, jabbing it at the projection screen behind her. Her demeanor was a mix of anger and impatience, hinting at a fervent desire to showcase her findings. The screen displayed a series of gruesome images, which, had Chen Hao and the culinary expert been present, they would have instantly recognized as originating from their recent escapades. "Thank you for your presentation, Agent Starling," a distinguished gentleman with graying hair and a handsome demeanor interrupted, his deep voice resonating with authority. Just as Starling sought to elaborate further, she noticed her mentor subtly shaking his head, prompting her to reluctantly bow to the gathered executives before stepping down from the podium. Finding a secluded corner at the back, this temporarily overshadowed agent initiated a mental brainstorm. "Ladies and gentlemen, I trust that after Agent Starling's presentation, you have begun to formulate some considerations. The death toll has reached an alarming 140 individuals. And while I shall not dwell on the criminals involved, it is imperative to highlight the 18 affluent individuals from around the globe, as they are of utmost significance. Preliminary investigations and technical analyses suggest that only 2 perpetrators are responsible, yet their brutality is unparalleled, surpassing even that of wild beasts. Each victim has been brutally torn to shreds, and this is merely one of the criminals' methods. More horrifyingly, several body parts of 4 of the affluent individuals have vanished, and forensic experts have determined that they were likely devoured alive. One woman even had her ears severed, and despite extensive searches, we have yet to locate them." The chilling revelations flowed from the esteemed gentleman's lips with unsettling calmness, eliciting a spectrum of reactions from the high-ranking officials present. Some appeared terrified, others astonished. While many expressed disgust, their emotions varied, a vivid tapestry of responses. Meanwhile, Starling nervously bit her nails, her head bowed, her expression inscrutable. After surveying the room, the gentleman leisurely sipped his coffee before continuing. "I propose that we add this butcher and cannibal to the list of the world's most notorious criminals. What are your thoughts?" "Butcher? Cannibal?" As his words echoed in the conference room, discussions erupted among the gathered officials, resembling the incessant gnawing of mice on rice, a cacophony of whispers. Displeased with the atmosphere, the leading gentleman cleared his throat, and as his voice resonated once more, all chatter ceased, and every gaze turned towards him. "I have personally decided that my disciple, Agent Starling, will lead the hunt for this butcher. As for the cannibal," he exchanged a knowing glance with the second in command, and an unspoken agreement was reached in that instant. "Director Roosevelt, I believe our colleague Ford is well equipped to handle the pursuit of the cannibal." Upon hearing this exchange, some officials rolled their eyes, perceiving the self-serving nature of the top brass as they attempted to claim credit for their own subordinates' efforts. Yet, was there any dissent? Certainly not. In stark contrast, others were instantaneously adorned with beaming smiles, their faces replete with flattery, accompanied by their subordinates who were equally complimentary towards the bewildered Agent Starling and the esteemed Roosevelt. Soon after, as the meeting drew to a close, everyone began to depart in succession. Just as the last Agent Starling stepped through the doorway, a call from behind beckoned him. "Agent Starling, please come to my office." With a moment of confusion, he quickly regained his composure, responding affirmatively, and followed Roosevelt into his office, his countenance now deeply contemplative. Roosevelt appeared to be a workaholic. His modest 10-square-meter office was cluttered with files, and a few suits hung on the wall behind him. A single armchair, draped with a thin blanket, occupied a corner of the room. Agent Starling seemed quite familiar with the space, their camaraderie evident as he hurried to the coffee machine to prepare a cup for Roosevelt. Before standing nervously opposite the desk, "Starling, what are your thoughts on my assigning you the case of the butcher?" The elder gentleman's gaze was gentle, yet it bore an unmistakable warmth of mentorship. "Sir, I understand your intentions, and I am immensely grateful for your guidance. I am confident I can excel." Although Starling was new to the field, Fortune smiled upon him with a mentor who cared deeply for his welfare. Coupled with his own restless ambition to avoid disappointing his esteemed teacher, his expression radiated determination. "Excellent, you possess great zeal. However, raw enthusiasm alone is insufficient for solving cases. You must maintain a calm heart and observe meticulously." With that, he gestured for the serious-faced Starling to take a seat. Upon receiving the signal from his mentor, Stalin cautiously sat down, his posture rigid. Observing his disciple's solemn demeanor, the wise Roosevelt chuckled softly, then, with affection in his eyes, spoke gently. I have some intelligence for you. Take it and study it thoroughly. He produced a file bag emblazoned with bold red letters, top secret. A bit puzzled, Stalin promptly stood to receive it, eagerly unfastening the envelope. Inside were a few documents, including a photograph of Chen Hao making a heart gesture towards the city that had once witnessed a massacre. Stalin's confusion deepened. Although the man in the photo was strikingly handsome, his foolishly endearing pose was oddly amusing. What does this photo of him signify? Glancing at his mentor, he found Roosevelt leisurely sipping his coffee, seemingly aware of Stalin's bewilderment, before handing him another picture. This image was captured from the street, showcasing a man with a menacing demeanor, Chen Hao himself. A massacre occurred a few months ago in the Ward Forest, and the gruesome fates of the victims bore a chilling resemblance to those in that building in Prague. This man was present at both locations. Upon hearing his mentor's words, a spark ignited in Stalin's eyes, and he looked at Roosevelt with excitement, eager to hear the confirmation he sought. Observing his disciple, Roosevelt felt a twinge of exasperation. Sometimes, Stalin's naivety was bewildering. You need to ascertain whether this man is indeed the butcher. Disappointed momentarily, a realization struck Stalin, and he promptly bowed, hurrying out of the office. As he watched his disciple leave, Roosevelt's eyes glimmered with an inscrutable expression, leisurely sipping his coffee, though his thoughts seemed to wander far beyond the confines of the room. Chapter 52. Testing the waters. Returning home after 2 days, Chen Hao found himself engulfed in boredom. Lying on his bed, he gazed out at the azure sky, a whimsical thought crossing his mind, causing a faint smile to curl at his lips. He then resolved to seek Alice for a game. The culinary enthusiast, upon returning from abroad, had seemingly opened his heart entirely to Chen Hao, even insisting he visit to savor exquisite dishes like liver. Yet, Chen Hao's refusal remained steadfast, rolling his eyes at the visibly disappointed doctor. His desire to find Alice stemmed partly from the neighboring gourmand's insistent invitations and partly due to the system's prolonged silence. Chen Hao contemplated venturing outside in hopes of encountering something extraordinary that might awaken the system's dormant tasks. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the sudden blare of police sirens pierced the air. Frowning, he peered out the window to see a local police car parking outside his residence. Puzzled, he hastily donned his clothes and descended the stairs, spotting his neighbor Hannibal emerging as well. They exchanged bewildered glances at the two officers disembarking from the vehicle. The pair of detectives, one tall and the other short, approached, the taller being an African-American, while the shorter white officer appeared to lead the duo. Chen Hao recognized them as the precinct heads, Officer Green and his partner. Yet, he was perplexed by their visit, for he did not share a cordial relationship with the police. Jack, I apologize for the intrusion, Officer Green said with a smile, while the serious demeanor of his partner remained fixed on Chen Hao. Pretending not to notice, Chen Hao leaned against the doorframe, smiling broadly. What brings you here today? Officer Green. Green glanced at Hannibal, who was still watching the scene unfold, then spoke in a lowered tone. Jack, we have a few inquiries and would like to come in for a chat. Surprised, Chen Hao regarded the intense gaze of the serious officer and nodded, leading them inside. Once in the living room, Green and his partner examined the decor, noting Chen Hao's exquisite taste and the wealth displayed in his belongings. Their understanding of him deepened. He was clearly a law-abiding citizen, as evidenced by the absence of complaints against him in the past year. After serving 2 cups of coffee, Chen Hao settled across from them, engaging in casual conversation. Just as he was about to take a sip of his freshly brewed coffee, Green's voice abruptly broke the silence. Jack, have you been to Slovakia recently? As Green posed the question, both officers scrutinized Chen Hao's every movement. Sensing the tension, Chen Hao felt no fear. Instead, he maintained a composed facade, casually responding, Yes, I went a few days ago. For what purpose? They continued to fixate on him, their hands fidgeting. Though such subtle actions were not lost on Chen Hao, especially given how his partner's eyes nearly bulged with curiosity. To have some fun. That place is famously dubbed the Kingdom of Pleasure, and as an unsophisticated man, I naturally wished to experience it. Seemingly anticipating his response, Green exchanged glances with his partner, and an air of silence enveloped the room, as if they awaited a crack in Chen Hao's demeanor, a psychological tactic of sorts. Meanwhile, Chen Hao noted Green's frown and silently smirked. Then, with a hint of mirth, proposed, "Officer Green, would you care to stay for dinner? Though, I do plan to head out today." Feeling awkward, Officer Green forced a smile and stood up. "All right, Jack, have a pleasant journey. We won't keep you." "Not a problem." Chen Hao escorted them to the door, watching their vehicle drive away before returning inside. Sitting in solitude, he pondered the missed opportunities of his encounter, when suddenly, a crisp ringtone disrupted his thoughts. Upon pressing the answer button, Chen Hao inquired, only to be met with a trembling voice filled with terror. When he recognized the name of the caller, he stood frozen in place. The woman before him was Mady, whom Chen Hao had encountered at the airport. At that time, driven by an insatiable desire for the Leviathan and an unexpected surge of demonic energy, Chen Hao had approached her out of curiosity. However, on the other end of the line, Mady seemed to perceive Chen Hao as a master capable of resolving supernatural events, and her pleading tone left him somewhat bewildered. After attentively listening to her account, Chen Hao sensed that Mady's thoughts were in disarray. She believed she was experiencing paranormal occurrences, yet each time, she was the only one present, raising doubts in Chen Hao's mind. While a singular incident could be attributed to external factors, the recurrence of such events suggested significant issues on her part. Nevertheless, driven by curiosity and the simultaneous stirrings of his demonic energy in the Leviathan, Chen Hao resolved to seek out the girl, unperturbed by the police surveillance. Just as he decided to rise, the long-dormant system in his mind finally stirred. Ding! Detection of a low-level demon entity. System task issued. Eliminate the low-level demon to gain a 5 progression towards demonic evolution, subsequently diminishing, and acquire a unique demonic seed, which may be utilized to select a divine branch at the ascension stage. Please proceed promptly. The voice in his mind startled Chen Hao. While the concept of demonic evolution was easily grasped, the notion of a divine branch was perplexing, as was the newly introduced demonic seed, both of which seemed remarkably potent. Yet, he had no means to further comprehend these matters, as the system disregarded his inquiries, leaving him with an inexplicable thrill. After swiftly preparing his belongings, he departed in a vehicle, gradually leaving the place under Hannibal's watchful gaze. Chapter 53. Mady. Again, the journey to Mady's residence was long, and after several days of travel, Chen Hao finally reached the northernmost tip of the Eagle Nation. Due to the season, some areas were already encased in ice. Upon arriving at Mady's doorstep, he found her clad in a sweater, her face gaunt and disheveled hair cascading over her head, devoid of any semblance of a girl's vanity. Her sunken eyes spoke of a prolonged lack of restful sleep. Exhaling a puff of mist, he greeted Mady, and as he appeared, a flicker of a smile graced her face for the first time. Entering the dimly lit corridor of the 6-story building, which was intended to house around 10 families, Chen Hao noticed an eerie absence of life within, even in daylight, rendering it ghostly. His heightened senses warned him of the anomalies within, but having faced multiple monster assaults before, he was not overly concerned. Mady walked ahead in silence, her head bowed, hands clutching her sweater tightly, wrapping her clothing around her body as if seeking security like a child in distress. As they ascended to the 4th floor, the lights flickered ominously, seemingly responding to Mady's presence. She glanced at the hanging lights and, with a hint of bitterness, murmured, "Jack, I really need to rid myself of you this time." Her voice carried a note of impending despair, her frail shoulders trembling violently, whether from cold or fear. Unsure of what to say, Chen Hao gently patted her shoulder. Upon entering Mady's room, the atmosphere grew even more chilling, the cold attempting to seep into his bones. But the turbulence of his own demonic energy repelled it, as if encountering a formidable adversary. With a cryptic smile and burgeoning suspicions, he surveyed the room. The dim lighting cast an unsettling ambience, the greenish walls appearing jarring under the illumination, while the white walls bore the scars of neglect, and the scant wooden furniture exuded a faint metallic scent of blood. At first glance, Chen Hao discerned that this was a room where death had lingered. Although the oppressive aura had dissipated somewhat, the remnants of resentment and cold malice still hung in the air, causing his painful eye to tremble upon entering, as if it had detected prey. "Mady, could you share your story with me?" Accepting the cup of lukewarm water she offered, he noted its yellowish hue and chose not to drink, instead folding his hands in a posture of attentive listening. Mady, torn between belief in the man's capabilities and a voice cautioning her against dragging him into her turmoil, exhibited a conflicting expression, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothing, betraying her helplessness. Chen Hao refrained from urging her, simply remaining silent, his gaze filled with encouragement. As Meidi finally lifted her eyes to meet his captivating gaze, a glimmer of warmth pierced through her cold heart. Just as she prepared to speak, an excruciating pain surged through her mind, abruptly incapacitating her. She writhed on the floor, striking her head and shouting bizarre phrases like "Get out of my head." To little effect. Gradually, her struggles ceased, leaving her motionless on the ground. Chen Hao, taken aback by her sudden transformation, quickly approached to assess her condition. What unfolded before his astonished eyes was extraordinary. Meidi's yellow sweater morphed into a black jacket, her hair rapidly lengthening to nearly waist length, while her contorted face transformed into one of chilling beauty, eyes alight with murderous intent, and her fingernails turned black. She now resembled a cold, merciless machine, devoid of the gentle demeanor of the neighborly girl she once was. Rather than feeling threatened by this dark incarnation of Meidi, Chen Hao was gripped by curiosity and a tinge of admiration. He had encountered many monsters before, including werewolves, but this transformation was unlike anything he had witnessed. With a hint of playful intrigue, he inquired, "Who are you?" Chen Hao's senses were acute, no matter how one attempted to conceal their essence. The inherent aura of a person remained unchanged. The stark contrast in Meidi's demeanor led him to believe that she was no longer the helpless girl he had encountered earlier. Though this notion felt somewhat implausible, he sensed it held a kernel of truth. Much like the phenomenon of dissociative identity disorder, Meidi's condition seemed distinctly unusual. The dark-clad Meidi opened her mouth as if to respond, but then her hand struck like a viper, a silver glint flashing as a three-pronged military dagger aimed directly at Chen Hao's neck. Reacting swiftly, Chen Hao propelled himself off the sofa, delivering a powerful kick that sent her crashing against the wall like a severed kite. The thunderous impact echoed through the room, yet strangely, none of the other inhabitants of the building came to investigate the commotion. Chen Hao remained oblivious to this fact, his focus fixated on the now motionless Meidi, who sat slumped on the floor. Despite his awareness of his own strength, he found the sensation of striking her peculiar, akin to kicking a mass of cotton. Suddenly, the sound of rustling filled the air as Meidi, who had been slumped, stood upright, her eyes tightly shut, yet an even colder aura radiated from her. Furrowing his brow, Chen Hao fixed his gaze on Meidi, his painful eye activated, yet aside from her body being shrouded in a dark mist, he observed no other anomalies. This revelation perplexed him, as if she were a living being from the underworld. As he was lost in thought, the woman before him began to perform bizarre movements, her body twisting at an inconceivable angle. Her limbs emitted a series of cracking sounds as joints rubbed against one another, then she started to rotate in the opposite direction. Gradually, her body turned, assuming a grotesque stance with her back facing forward. Strangely, what should have appeared discordant struck Chen Hao as entirely harmonious. This was, in his eyes, the very embodiment of what Meidi should be. Chapter 54. The frantic night run. The eerie figure stood motionless, seemingly observing her adversary. Chen Hao gazed at Meidi with astonishment. For with her transformation, the dark energy enveloping her intensified. Just as he anticipated an attack from this strange being, the next scene left him momentarily stunned. Realizing that Chen Hao was beyond her capacity to confront, the transformed Meidi suddenly dashed towards a nearby windowsill. Chen Hao, catching this instant, pursued her, only to be astonished by her speed, which eclipsed his own. With a crash, the window shattered. Despite the four-story drop, Meidi leaped unscathed, springing to her feet immediately upon landing and sprinting northward. Chen Hao, rooted at the windowsill, stood in disbelief as he watched her retreating silhouette. Turning to see his beloved car deformed beneath Meidi's landing, a wave of fury surged within him. After stepping back a few paces, he leaped forward, akin to a nimble bird, tracing an elegant arc through the night sky. Upon contact with the ground, his calf muscles bulged, and a terrifying burst of power created a crater as he bolted after Meidi with astounding speed. The two had transcended the realm of mere mortals. Fortunately, Meidi, in her desperate attempt to evade Chen Hao, chose to veer into the forest rather than the road. Thus, their frantic run went unnoticed by ordinary passers-by. Amidst towering trees, the encroaching night diminished visibility. Yet, relying on his extraordinary hearing, Chen Hao clung to Meidi's trail, while she adeptly maneuvered through the forest terrain to shake him off. As Chen Hao's frustration mounted, his speed quickened further. Unbeknownst to them, snow began to fall from the heavens, But the two monsters remained undeterred by the weather, one fleeing madly, the other consumed by rage. The forest, once on the brink of slumber, erupted into chaos as both avian and beast alike were startled awake, as if the woods had prematurely welcomed the dawn. With the wind and snow swirling around him, it felt as if a vacuum formed around Chen Hao. Even the occasional snowflake that landed on him was swiftly displaced by the force of the air. Time lost meaning as both seemed to forget fatigue, the night deepening into the early hours of dawn. Suddenly, a distant light caught Chen Hao's attention, followed by a brighter illumination that emerged before him, an isolated gas station standing solitary amidst the storm. As he halted, he noticed that Mady had also ceased her flight. An unspoken understanding passed between them, and neither pursued the other further, though fortune favored Chen Hao. Upon reaching the gas station store, he found it eerily deserted, an unsettling silence pervading the darkened interior. Sensing something amiss, he quickly exited. At that moment, noticing Mady's departure, he resumed his pursuit. Approximately 10 kilometers away, in a secluded town, a group of solemn faces gathered in a brightly lit room. Among them, a burly man slammed a double-barrel shotgun onto the table. His voice laced with anger. "I don't understand what you're all afraid of. We can fight back." Before he could finish, a wiry, shifty-looking middle-aged man interjected with a sinister tone. "Luke, do you think it's that simple? What do you intend to fight with? That firewood stick of yours? Then what do you suggest, Abes? If we don't fight back, what will we do? Allow ourselves to be devoured like livestock?" Luke's face flushed with rage as he glared at Abes, his eyes bulging with indignation. As he rubbed his ears, still ringing from the earlier outburst, Abes opened his mouth to retort, only to be silenced by a warning glance from an elderly man with silver hair. Abes offered an awkward smile and raised his hands in surrender. Luke, feeling the need to assert himself, prepared to retort but was interrupted by a commanding voice. "Luke, sit down." Not considering who commanded him, feeling belittled, he was about to snap back when he realized the admonisher was the silver-haired elder, prompting him to swallow his words. With the argument quelled, the room fell into an oppressive silence. The elder sighed, surveying the despondent faces around him, his voice trembling with anguish as he spoke. "The monsters gave us a deadline, before dawn. We've already lost over a dozen lives, and we don't know who will be next. Detectives Matt and Ross have been holding them off outside for far too long. We cannot let them fight alone, we must assist them." Pausing for effect, he scanned the room, sensing the shame within the crowd, his voice rising with urgency. "Are we to allow our cowardice to condemn our brave protectors to death?" His words struck a chord, resonating deeply. Yes, the only ones courageous enough to confront the monsters were the two officers outside. Should they fall, what hope would remain for the rest? The elder did not interrupt their contemplation, yet one brave soul seemed eager to act. Luke was the first to rise. His sudden movement caused his chair to crash noisily, but his voice eclipsed the sound. "Mayor, let me go? Unlike some cowards who hide behind excuses, I'll fight when it matters." His gaze fixed on Abes, the implication clear. "Who are you calling a coward? Fine, I'll join you. But don't come crying to me later." Provoked by the taunt, Abes stood defiantly, pointing a finger at Luke's hairy visage and unleashing a torrent of insults. Their argument escalated, but soon more joined their ranks, and before long, a team of 7 was formed. However, just as they confidently stepped outside, a dark shadow darted past them, causing Abes to hide behind Luke, who was equally startled. But as he glanced back to see Abes cowering like a quail, his initial fear morphed into an overwhelming urge to mock. Amidst their bickering, the earlier incident slipped from their minds. Suddenly, a voice called from nearby. "Excuse me, did you see a girl pass by? A girl in black." Chapter 55, The Vampire Within a Power Station. A gentle melody resonated through the cramped space as a plump middle-aged man sat meticulously reviewing data, just as he immersed himself in his work. The sound of nails scraping against steel pierced the quiet night. Startled, he rose and approached the door to listen intently. It seemed the creatures outside had heard the commotion, as a series of eerie, sinister laughs erupted, sending chills down his spine. In that moment, he recalled the mayor's warning, yet driven by his dedication to his profession, he resolved to remain at his post. But now, a twinge of regret over his recklessness began to creep in. Bang! A dull thud echoed outside the door, as if something had deliberately knocked on the entrance of the base station, startling the portly uncle. He quickly stepped back, panic evident on his face, shouting, "Who is out there? I have a gun." He warned, "You cannot intimidate me." After a lengthy silence, The outside fell into a deep stillness. Just when he began to relax, an eerie, unsettling laughter reverberated once more, followed by a series of relentless knocks on the door. Thud, thud, thud. The uncle was drenched in sweat, and in a fit of hysteria, he yelled, "I have a gun. You monsters shall not feast on my flesh." Once again, silence enveloped the area. After what felt like an eternity, the uncle assumed the creatures had departed, so he cautiously opened the door to the base station and stepped outside. The wind and snow intensified, revealing an endless expanse of white ground devoid of any figures. Relieved, he exhaled deeply, mocking his own cowardice. Just as he turned to leave, a shadow darted past him, causing the startled uncle to raise his hunting rifle instinctively. He scanned the surroundings warily, yet saw nothing amiss. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Reflexively, he turned to investigate, only to confront a horrifying visage, its sharp teeth bared and eyes as dark as the abyss. A scream erupted from his lips as the creature sank its fangs into his ample neck, proceeding to tear at his flesh with frenzied abandon. Blood flowed like a stream, greedily consumed by the monster. Meanwhile, a sinister figure loomed atop the base station, silently observing the grisly scene. On the other side, Chen Hao ambled through the desolate streets, surrounded by pitch-black buildings. The acrid scent of blood lurking in the shadows furrowed his brow, and the strange occurrences left him feeling that this town was profoundly peculiar. Just as he contemplated leaving, a wobbly black figure emerged from a nearby alley. Chen Hao watched in silence as the figure gradually revealed itself. What he saw left him momentarily speechless. The creature appeared entirely hairless, its eyes gleaming with a blood-like shimmer. The darkness obscured its true color, creating an illusion of inky blackness. The monster's face bore a cruel expression, its lips curling into a cold smile, revealing sharp fangs that contributed to its grotesque demeanor. Drool dripped from its mouth as it fixated on Chen Hao's robust form, its expression shifting to one of insatiable greed. "Vampire?" Chen Hao murmured, sensing that these three syllables struck a nerve with the creature. It let out an enraged roar, then crouched low, hands pressed against the ground in a predatory stance. Fascinated, Chen Hao noted the beast's behavior. He had heard of vampires, yet this seemed akin to a monstrous variant he had never encountered. Movies depicted vampires as refined beings, whereas this filthy, nauseating creature evoked only the notion of a beast. Moreover, these monsters appeared devoid of rationality, driven solely by a primal instinct to hunt, lacking even the most rudimentary social skills. To test his hypothesis, Chen Hao deliberately sliced his finger, allowing drops of blood to fall. The moment the blood appeared, the previously calm vampire erupted into a frenzy. Its growls intensified, and its ferocity became overtly pronounced. "Truly a wretched creature, fixated solely on food," he remarked. Almost immediately, the monster could no longer contain its thirst for blood, transforming into a blur as it lunged ferociously at Chen Hao. With swift agility, Chen Hao dodged, and as the vampire landed, he struck hard at its midsection. A sickening sound followed as the vampire was cleaved in two, its anguished cries echoing through the air. The severed creature crawled pitifully, driven by a desperate will to survive, inching toward its dismembered lower half. Meanwhile, Chen Hao squatted nearby, observing the monster's futile struggle with a sense of morbid curiosity. Blood gushed from the severed section, spilling its insides onto the ground. Sensing its impending demise, the creature cast a vengeful glance at Chen Hao before emitting a peculiar cry that echoed through the night. This sound, distinct from its previous roars, resembled a call for help. In response, two battered detectives, a man and a woman, discovered that the monsters which had been attacking them had ceased their assault. The creatures, visibly anxious, turned toward the direction of the cry and rushed away. Once the monsters departed, the two detectives collapsed onto the ground, their eyes filled with curiosity and an inexplicable sense of dread. "Ika, do you think it's the military coming to rescue us?" the girl asked weakly. Yet the man, having exerted himself to the limit, could only tremble, utterly devoid of strength to reply. They sat quietly in the snow until several beams of light suddenly appeared behind them, igniting a spark of hope in their eyes, for they realized their efforts had finally awakened the townsfolk. Chapter 56. Guns and Blood in the Distant North. A legend has been passed down through the ages. Beneath the snow-covered land lies not merely soil, but a dark world, shrouded in perpetual gloom, where a horde of bloodthirsty monsters lies dormant. They emerge to hunt, yet even though the government is aware of their existence, Various reasons compel them to allow these creatures their freedom. Such monstrous behaviors are not uncommon. It is said that in a remote southern town, man-eating creatures appear every 22 years, having evolved from the same lineage. However, neither the townspeople nor Chen Hao can fathom these truths. Humanity's only weapon against beings endowed with supernatural powers is their firearms and indomitable will. Yet, conventional weapons provide only a slight advantage, without heavy artillery. Ordinary arms are but a jest against the hive-like creatures. While Chen Hao's explosive actions attracted a portion of the monsters, a larger pack, led by a formidable leader, remained indifferent. This group, numbering around 30, was headed by a particularly savage figure, whose blood-red eyes gleamed not only with brutality, but also with intelligence. Despite the distress call from its kin, this creature chose not to intervene. Instead, it smiled coldly at the source of the sound. As low growls filled the air, a chorus of confusion and inquiry arose among the other monsters. Under the chilling gaze of their leader, those who had initially displayed a hint of defiance quickly retreated, whimpering in submission. The leader sniffed the air, detecting a scent of terror and despair that piqued its interest. A malevolent grin spread across its face as it bellowed a fierce command to its followers. With a burst of energy, the ravenous creatures surged forward, racing towards the heart of the town. The wind howled through the streets, masking their roars, leaving only a chilling silence. Meanwhile, within the humble abode where Luke and the others sheltered, fear and trepidation clouded the faces of the remaining occupants, while the mayor bowed his head, seemingly entranced in slumber. Suddenly, the tranquility shattered as a resounding bell tolled outside, jolting everyone awake. At the sound, the silver-haired mayor sprang to his feet and hurried to the door, peering into the dark, snow-laden night. Before him lay an abyss of darkness, where all sounds were muffled by the howling blizzard, leaving only an eerie presence that seemed poised to consume all life. Quickly, everyone, rise up, came the urgent warning from Vic, indicating that the ragtag group was approaching. We must find Luke and the others. As the mayor's words echoed, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. Some murmured frantic denials, while others wore expressions of sheer terror, casting furtive glances around them. Witnessing the chaos reminiscent of a bustling marketplace, the mayor suppressed his own fear, adopting a serious demeanor. His voice, imbued with authority, rang out decisively. Those who wish to live, follow me to find the detectives. If you prefer to remain and continue this futile clamor, I shall not stop you. With that, he disregarded the reactions of the crowd, donned his coat from the wall, and stepped into the storm. Inside, the remaining individuals exchanged anxious glances. A few quickly followed the mayor's lead, while others remained paralyzed with dread, trembling and weeping as they clutched their heads. Terrified of the monstrous threat, they lacked the courage to leave the seemingly secure yet suffocating confines of their refuge. The mayor paid little heed to the number of followers behind him. His pace quickened, and soon he heard familiar voices. Just as a smile of relief began to form, blood-curdling screams erupted behind him. The agonizing cries were so harrowing that they shattered the fragile courage that had been gathered, and the ensuing carnage transformed the group into helpless lambs. They fled in disarray, wailing, as the monsters unleashed their brutal roars, tearing flesh and leaving a trail of blood. The mayor, too, found himself collapsing to the ground. His age rendered him unable to run like the youth, and the fear in his eyes was eclipsed only by despair. Just as he contemplated surrender, a series of gunshots rang out behind him. The thunderous report of high-caliber rifles, accompanied by the familiar scent of gunpowder, began to dissipate the despair in the mayor's gaze. With a flicker of hope, he turned to see two young detectives in uniform, one limping, relentlessly firing at the beasts with their Colt pistols, their faces resolute. Behind them trailed 7 others, each armed with long rifles, their fury palpable. With the crack of gunfire, blood spilled, and the anguished howls of the monsters filled the air as this small town plunged into a decisive battle between humanity and the fiends. It was said that the creatures beneath the ice awakened every 30 years, embarking on a month-long hunt, and today marked the 30th day. In this Alaskan town, a significant portion of the population had already been devoured, and the 20 souls remaining were the last bastion of hope. Though fear lingered on their faces and their weapons were limited to mere tools of daily life, their willingness to confront the bloodthirsty monsters with flesh and blood was commendable. Bullets struck the creatures, releasing the scent of charred flesh, and the force behind each shot sent the monsters reeling. Yet, After a brief moment of stillness on the snow, the beasts would shake off the impact and charge again, their cruel expressions more pronounced, as severed limbs and gushing blood painted the night. The number of humans succumbing to despair dwindled. The gunfire grew sparse, while the cries of anguish intensified, and the monsters' roars became increasingly triumphant. Their eyes now filled with madness and greed. But just as the lead monster revealed a cruel smile, preparing to crush the remaining humans, a thunderous explosion resonated from the direction of a recent cry for help. The lead beast, with its enhanced vision, gazed into the darkness, witnessing a figure propelled into the sky by an overwhelming force, only to explode into a mist of crimson. This spectacle left both humans and monsters momentarily stunned, plunging the area into an unsettling silence. Chapter 57. The Demon God. In this region, whether human or monster, all stood frozen in shock from the recent display of power. Questions swirled within each mind. What force could propel a body weighing over 100 pounds to such heights? Feeling the sting of mockery and disregard, the lead monster's fury surged, consuming its reason. With a deafening roar, it charged toward the spot where the red snow fell. In response, the other monsters echoed its rage, and the remaining humans were momentarily overlooked as the creatures rushed toward the source of the disturbance. Witnessing the swift retreat of the vicious beings, the remaining humans felt a fleeting sense of relief. "What just transpired over there?" muttered the timid Abes, staring blankly at the vanishing figures of the monsters. The two detectives exchanged glances filled with resolve, and after a moment of silent communication, they slowly rose, though their forms wavered like leaves in the wind. "Vic, Rona," the mayor called out, but it seemed the detectives did not hear him, limping into the night. The mayor's hand remained suspended in the air, his voice trailing off as the others stared vacantly, having grasped the detectives' intentions. Yet, they lacked the strength to confront the monsters any longer. Their earlier bravery had been drained in the battle, leaving only hesitation and dread in their eyes. Meanwhile, for Chen Hao, the scene was akin to hell. The relentless assault of a dozen monsters had ignited his fury, especially as the elusive Maddie, hiding among them, occasionally thrust a silver blade in his direction. Though confident in his ability to fend off their attacks, the annoyance of being nibbled like an elephant by ants transformed into rage. The moment he pulverized a monster with a single punch, it signified that he had reached a point of no return. His strength no longer concealed. His movements became so swift that the monsters struggled to track him. As their anguished cries filled the air, Chen Hao had become a figure of terror for the vampires. His presence resembled that of a demon god. Even when the monster's claws grazed his hardened body, they left only superficial marks. No wound would remain. Even when struck by a monstrous fist, the force did little more than fail to budge him, only inviting a retaliatory strike from Chen Hao. Whenever his fist made contact with their bodies, the horrific power within would create gaping wounds. With the muffled thuds of impact, fear spread rapidly among the bloodthirsty fiends. In just 10 minutes of confrontation, the dozen monsters had dwindled to 6 or 7, each wearing expressions of terror, retreating from Chen Hao as if he were a god of death. Maddie had long since vanished, perhaps hiding in a dark corner, watching this man with the same fear as the other vampires. At this moment, the torrent of wrath within Chen Hao began to wane, and with a cold gaze, he surveyed the trembling remnants of the monsters. After a brief pause, he boldly approached them. It was as if the Reaper had invaded their hearts. The once ferocious vampires now emitted cries of terror, a fear born from overwhelming pressure. Unable to control their panic, they fled as if their lives depended on it. Chen Hao, momentarily amused by the absurdity of the scene before him, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Just as he contemplated turning away, a new commotion behind him reignited his murderous intent. This disturbance was far more pronounced than the previous dozen, seemingly multiplied several times over, and the chaotic disarray had transformed into a synchronized advance. Sensing the change, Chen Hao turned his serious gaze toward the approaching horde of monsters. The sound of frantic footsteps finally ceased, and amidst the darkness, only the howling of the wind and snow remained, enveloping the area in a suffocating and oppressive atmosphere. Not long after, creaking noises emanated from the shadows, and figures emerged, treading upon the thick layer of snow before Chen Hao, with the leader glaring at him with a furious expression. "You shall die?" To Chen Hao's astonishment, this vampire could articulate words. Although its speech was stammering, the coherent message conveyed the leader's intent. With a cold smirk, Chen Hao extended a hand, palm upward, and beckoned. "Come here." His disdain and mocking demeanor ignited the leader's fury, which erupted as the horde surged forward, their eyes turning a blood-red hue. Fixated solely on the figure of this man, with a primal desire to rend him apart, they charged at Chen Hao. "Ah!" Chen Hao roared in fury, his magical energy swirling around him as a crimson axe manifested in his grasp. The visage of the demon god re-emerged in the mortal realm, radiating an aura of boundless malevolence as he met the oncoming horde with ferocity. Grasping the head of a creature attempting to flank him, his muscular arm surged with power, and the sound of cracking bones echoed as he exerted force. The wretched creature let out a pitiful wail as Chen Hao's terrifying strength crushed its skull to dust. Casually discarding the limp corpse, the creature's soul transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, which Chen Hao inhaled with each heavy breath. A wave of inexplicable euphoria washing over him, akin to being enveloped in the warmth of a spring. This intoxicating sensation drew him deeper into its embrace. The terrifying efficiency of Chen Hao's slaughter sent chills through the ranks of monsters as they experienced despair for the first time. The previously furious leader felt the anger dissipate from his eyes, replaced by a profound sense of trepidation. However, upon witnessing the grim fate of his comrade, he seemed to make a fateful decision, brutally slitting the throat of a retreating companion, drenched in blood, and bellowing once more to rally his kin. The fear and hesitation that had clouded the vampires vanished without a trace, leaving only hatred and rage in their wake. Chen Hao, however, focused on a shadow lurking in a corner, a playful smile gracing his lips. Chapter 58, Supreme, Blood, Undying Flesh. Upon arriving at Chen Hao's location, the onlookers were rendered speechless by the scene before them. Standing there was a figure reminiscent of a demonic deity, wielding an enormous axe nearly the height of an 8-year-old child, delivering devastating blows to every vampire that charged at him. Those monsters, once perceived as invincible, fell like infants beneath the crimson arc of the demon's weapon. Wisps of blue smoke were drawn into his being, as if he were savoring a fine wine. His expression one of utter satisfaction and delight, becoming increasingly ferocious as he wielded his instrument of death with heightened speed. Though the monsters fought valiantly, they were like ants trying to shake a mountain, utterly powerless against this man. The vampires began to display apprehension in the astonished eyes of the townsfolk. And despite the leader's desperate threats, a palpable atmosphere of dread enveloped their entire clan. The leader, in a fit of madness, began to slaughter his cowering comrades. Yet such brutality failed to incite a renewed charge from his kin. For the first time, despair flickered in his eyes, as the demon god before him shattered all his courage. Though traces of defiance lingered, he opted against further aggression. Soon, a whimper escaped his throat, prompting the remaining monsters to heed his command and turn to flee. From an initial horde of dozens, only 9 vampires remained as they attempted to retreat. Chen Hao's gaze, however, grew more ferocious and greedy, for he had just received a sudden notification from his system. His soul absorption had reached a critical threshold. His mind fixated on swiftly eliminating the remaining monsters, hoping to elevate himself to the coveted demigod stage through their souls. The townsfolk were soon treated to a spectacle that left them agape. A creature resembling a human, cloaked in swirling black smoke, pursued the nearly annihilated vampires with relentless fervor. "Mayor, do you think we've been saved by Satan?" the simple-minded Luke said, his words instantly echoed by Abe's, who could not contain his agreement, nodding vigorously as he began to voice his thoughts. "I believe we should worship Satan. After all, he is our savior." As soon as he spoke, the crowd's attention fixated on him, and as he pondered the implications of worshiping Satan, he sensed an eerie shift in the atmosphere. Turning to face the others, he discovered every gaze was fixed upon him. "What's wrong?" "I was just saying." Before he could finish, the mayor delivered a resounding slap to his face, bellowing, "You dare to preach Satan? I'll hang you naked from the flagpole at the town's gas station." Apes, apprehensive in the face of the mayor's wrath, offered an awkward smile and prudently sealed his lips. Just as the townsfolk believed they had escaped their plight, a sudden flash of silver light pierced the darkness, revealing a crimson streak across the mayor's neck. In disbelief, the mayor touched his throat, his palms stained with blood, as his strength dissipated in an instant, plunging him into darkness. As the mayor's head fell, the townsfolk erupted in terror, particularly Abe's, who was seated beside him and was drenched in the gushing blood. With a terrified wail, he scrambled away, and as he beheld the horrific scene, an icy dread enveloped his heart. Panic swept through the crowd as they frantically scanned their surroundings, but all they found were the remnants of Chen Hao's slaughter, no unfamiliar faces to be seen. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, and beads of cold sweat trickled down Luke's forehead. He felt the weight of pressure heavier than anyone else in the group. The battle-hardened detective had left them, and as he considered himself their last line of defense, he felt the enormity of his burden. Suddenly, a shadow darted past at an alarming speed. As mere mortals, they could only catch a glimpse of its fleeting form, the identity of the figure obscured. Tension thickened, and they instinctively held their breath, eyes locked on their surroundings. Again, the shadow passed, and in his panic, Luke fired wildly, unable to steady his aim. The other townsfolk joined in a frenzied barrage, but as the smoke cleared, all that remained were spent casings, the assailant having vanished without a trace. Some began to unravel under the weight of the bizarre scene, cursing and shouting as their voices echoed in the night. One coward, unable to withstand the pressure, bolted in a frenzied escape. "Evan, come back," Luke shouted. Desperation etched on his face as he scanned the surroundings, hoping to call the frightened man back. But Evan, gripped by terror, paid no heed. Just when he believed he had escaped the nightmare, a searing pain erupted in his chest. Blood pooled in his mouth as he glanced down, finding a glimmering, cold blade protruding from his chest. He yearned to turn and see the monster that had claimed his life, but in a flash, a dull thud echoed as his head rolled away from his body. The orchestrator of this carnage, Maddie, cast a cold glance at the rolling head before vanishing into the darkness upon hearing the dull thud of a body hitting the ground. Luke comprehended that the individual who had strayed from the main group had undoubtedly met with misfortune. Enraged, he began to utter frantic curses, indiscriminately pulling the trigger in all directions. However, after a brief moment, gasping for breath, despair began to etch itself onto Luke's face. The expressions of those around him mirrored his own, as each person's eyes swiftly dimmed with the encroaching absence of hope. Meanwhile, Chen Hao had torn apart the last vampire, his body drenched in blood. At last, he was greeted by the jubilant music of the system, 3 options floating serenely in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have transcended the mortal realm. The system is ready to bestow rewards. Please select one from the divine branch. Note that once chosen, it cannot be altered. This branch will categorize your ascension to divinity. 1. Supreme. 2. Blood. 3. Undying Body." Chapter 59. Pseudo-God. The 3 options hovered quietly before him. Chen Hao, in his confusion, sought the system's explanation, but it seemed indifferent to his inquiries. Despite his repeated questions, he received no response. Left with no alternative, he relied on his understanding and a stroke of luck to interpret these 3 terms, though most of his focus remained on the 3rd option. The very notion of an undying body tantalized him. While the allure of the supreme option was significant, the temptation of eternal life proved even more compelling. For millennia, countless mortals have pursued immortality, and many emperors throughout history have exhausted their utmost strength in pursuit of this desire. Yet, not a single soul has ever truly attained it. Today, however, such an extraordinary opportunity lay plainly before Chen Hao. As an ordinary man, though extraordinarily powerful, his yearning for endless life was profound. Many virtuous and noble individuals might scoff at the notion of immortality, but Chen Hao, an ordinary man, would not relinquish this chance. Despite his reluctance toward the other 2 options, after a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and chose the one he desired most. No matter what the future held, he resolutely believed he would not regret his choice. In the instant Chen Hao made his decision, the system's interface exploded into a riot of colors. A multitude of fireworks erupting in his mind, accompanied by ethereal melodies. Yet, this magnificent vision lasted but a few fleeting seconds before dark clouds obscured all light from his consciousness, an overwhelming stench of blood enveloping his mind. The cacophony of battle reverberated through his thoughts, the brutal and bloody clashes echoing within. It felt as though ancient celestial battles replayed in his mind. As if eons had passed, yet it all transpired in a mere heartbeat. His once divine eyes became numb and weary as he stood there, motionless, like a statue, forgetting everything in this world, even the very proof of his existence, along with all sense of perception. As Chen Hao gradually faded from his mortal coil, his twin, Midi, whose consciousness was being eroded, stealthily approached his location, initially wary upon seeing her most dreaded foe standing still. Her defenses were soon lowered after repeated probes confirmed that he was in a state of stupor. A cruel smile crept upon her lips. Her hatred for Chen Hao ran deep. In their fleeting encounter, she realized how insignificantly weak she appeared before him. Yet, what angered her most was that, despite knowing her frailty, he relentlessly pursued her across 1,000 miles. At that moment, she felt like a rat hiding in a foul gutter, desperately seeking survival. While this man continuously compressed her space for existence, she was baffled as to how she had offended him, yet she no longer cared. In her heart, she believed that any existence she detested should meet a pitiful demise. Like the grim reaper reaping souls, Mitty's murderous intent toward Chen Hao could no longer be concealed. Cautiously, she drew closer to him, and upon observing his tightly shut eyes, she revealed her fangs like a long-hidden venomous serpent, ready to strike. The silver trident glimmered with boundless malice in the night. Mitty envisioned the scene of his tragic death, and an uncontrollable laugh of triumph escaped her lips, filled with unbridled delight, as she lunged toward his head with deadly intent. However, just as the sharp trident was a mere millimeter from Chen Hao's scalp, her movement abruptly halted. A powerful hand clasped her wrist, and no matter how fiercely she struggled, it held her as firmly as a mountain. Cold sweat dripped from her forehead, driven by panic and terror, as she began to frantically attack all of Chen Hao's vulnerable points: his eyes, head, chest, abdomen, resorting to every possible means, kicking, biting, gouging, and headbutting. Yet, her assaults left no mark on him, as if he were a monster. While she became increasingly battered and bruised, fear and despair engulfed her, and she began to scream hysterically, cursing him, but he remained a silent, unmoving figure, like a frigid mountain of ice. Time passed, and soon, the exhausted Mitty hung limply from Chen Hao, resembling a lifeless body. With a deep exhale, Chen Hao's stature surged, growing over 10 centimeters, now towering above 2 meters. His muscles expanded at an explosive rate, transforming from mere strength to the might of an ancient hill. The terrifying power surging within him was intoxicating. After a moment's reflection, he realized that even 10 of his pre-divine self would not stand a chance against him now, though he had merely reached the realm of a pseudo-god. Chen Hao was confident that the myriad of monsters and demons in this world no longer posed any real threat to him. Glancing at the system interface, all data had vanished, leaving only a demonic progress bar, which now stood at 16% due to his successful ascension. He understood that the day he achieved 100% would mark his true ascension to divinity. Looking down at the helpless Mitty, devoid of any hope for survival, a golden light flickered in his eyes of torment. Mitty's body trembled violently, and a chilling wail erupted from her, akin to a soul enduring exquisite torture. The sound was so eerie that it would send shivers down the spine of any ordinary listener. Yet, Chen Hao's expression remained calm, his gaze fixed coldly upon the parasite within Mitty's soul. As the parasitic spirit finally detached from Mitty's body, a powerful pull emanated from Chen Hao's eyes of torment. She barely had time to scream before the torment that had plagued her for decades vanished that very day. Casting one last glance at the unconscious Mitty and then at the small town engulfed in chaos and flames due to the monster invasion, Chen Hao chose not to return. Cradling Mitty in his arms, he gradually disappeared into the swirling snowstorm. Shortly after Chen Hao's departure, the once chaotic town began to calm, and whispers of worship for the demon god emerged. In a hidden corner of the town stood a statue nearly as tall as a man, resembling Chen Hao's demonic visage. A few scattered individuals knelt reverently at the statue's feet, murmuring prayers, while the leading priest was none other than Aves. Even more astonishingly, the reckless Luke was among them, kneeling with fervor, his posture equal in devotion to the godly Aves. Chapter 60. Greetings, Demon. In an unknown town, within a restaurant, Chen Hao savored the delectable roasted meat and waffles. He had ventured far from the small town in Alaska. Mitty, still in a coma after days, seemed to be undergoing a self-repair of her soul, which had suffered decades of corrosion. In recent days, Chen Hao observed Mitty's presence and noted that, although she was in slumber, her breathing was remarkably steady, and all her vital signs appeared perfectly normal. Consequently, he chose not to intervene further. After placing her in a motel, he resolved to indulge in the pleasures of food, despite his divine enhancements diminishing his absolute need for sustenance. As a connoisseur, He relentlessly pursued his culinary desires. Chen Hao believed that a person devoid of all desires, even if they attained divinity, would be a pitiful existence. Thus, his passion for gastronomy remained undiminished, even intensified. However, while he was engrossed in his culinary delights, the hushed conversation of two individuals nearby drew his attention away from his meal. Enough, Bob. We should quickly take the food back and discuss our strategy with Dean and the others once we return. Regardless of whether Colt can truly vanquish the demon, it is prudent to be fully prepared. A woman, approximately in her 40s with short brown hair, was speaking to a man with a rugged beard, his face etched with weariness, at a table not far from Chen Hao. The woman's expression was resolute, evidently exasperated by the man's indecision, her demeanor tinged with rising anger, while the man appeared troubled. From their exchange, Chen Hao conjectured their identities but refrained from intruding, opting instead to listen quietly. Their vigilance was palpable. After a few brief words, they scanned their surroundings and exchanged glances, abruptly ceasing their dialogue. Moments later, they hastily collected their takeout, left a few coins on the table, and departed in a vehicle. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Hao had already positioned himself outside the diner, savoring a piece of roasted meat, his expression a blend of amusement and intrigue as he watched their car recede into the distance. As night enveloped the area in a dense thicket, four individuals confronted a man of diminutive stature, armed with handguns, outside a massive iron gate. Although they were distant from Chen Hao, their conversation reached his ears, elucidating the current developments. The small man appeared to be a leader from the demon's faction, while Dean and his companions seemed intent on preventing him from opening the prison that housed the demon. However, their banter struck Chen Hao as rather tedious. The small man, seemingly possessed by the yellow-eyed demon, exhibited greater prowess as he manipulated the hearts of men, prompting Dean's female companion to aim her weapon at her own head, while the other three displayed anxious expressions in response to the sudden turn of events. Just as the demon began to revel in its own ideology and plans, an unexpected shadow startled everyone, leaving them momentarily stunned. The figure moved with remarkable speed, and as Chen Hao's form became fully visible, all eyes in the vicinity converged upon him. Dean's group, unsure of his allegiance, regarded Chen Hao with suspicion, alternating their aim between him and the yellow-eyed demon. The small man, momentarily taken aback by Chen Hao's entrance, forgot his intended words but seemed to draw confidence from his circumstance, revealing no trace of fear, and curiously inquired, "Who are you, newcomer? Are you here to oppose me like these fools?" Ignoring their tension, Chen Hao began to scrutinize the imposing white gate before him. "Are all the demons confined within?" he remarked indifferently, gesturing toward the colossal iron door behind the yellow-eyed demon. "Who are you?" The demon, perceiving Chen Hao as an unknown disruptor, adopted a more serious demeanor. Dean and his companions exchanged bewildered glances, their resolve strengthening as they tightened their grips on their weapons. "I'm asking you a question." Chen Hao's voice pierced the air, and in an instant, he vanished from their sight. When he reappeared, he stood behind the yellow-eyed demon, casually resting a hand on its shoulder. This sudden display startled everyone, and the demon broke into a cold sweat, though it maintained an outward bravado. "Who are you? Which demon lord do you serve, or are you from heaven itself?" Before it could finish speaking, a loud crack resonated as the yellow-eyed demon's host was sent flying by an overwhelming force. After crashing to the ground, the demon, eyes wide with terror, stared at the composed Chen Hao, blood trickling from his mouth, and as he attempted to speak, he noticed the fearsome figure had vanished once more. Quickly rising, he scanned his surroundings, adopting a defensive posture to anticipate another ambush from Chen Hao. Yet, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his back, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones fracturing. He felt his spine shatter under an immense force, and as his body began to collapse, a dark mist escaped his lips. In that moment, a brilliant golden light enveloped him, blocking all his vision. The radiance scorched him as if he were submerged in molten lava, igniting a profound dread within his soul. Most chilling were the words that followed. "Did you think I would let you go? You still owe me an answer." This scene not only left the demon in a state of shock, but also struck terror into Dean and his companions. The demon, which had previously seemed insurmountable, was now being effortlessly toyed with by this enigmatic man. Who was he, and what were his intentions? They found themselves torn between the desire to abandon their weapons and the instinct to cling to their only means of defense. Meanwhile, The yellow-eyed demon was on the brink of collapse. It sensed its demonic form beginning to disintegrate, the power emanating from the golden eye rapidly consuming its essence, while its own strength was being inexorably devoured. In a frenzy, it begged for mercy, desperately contemplating an escape. Yet all its magical prowess had become futile in the face of the golden light. All that remained were overwhelming fear and despair. Chapter 61. Exposure. In the smoke-filled Roosevelt office of the FBI, 3 men, each around 60 with graying hair, sat, while the attractive Agent Starling stood obediently behind Roosevelt. Their gazes were fixed on a photograph spread across the table, the subject being none other than Chen Hao. Have you verified the details? Roosevelt's voice was devoid of emotion, calm and steady, as though he were casually making an observation. Yes, apart from him, all other travelers who departed on that day can confirm their whereabouts. And this individual indeed vanished from public view for an extended period. Furthermore, upon his reappearance, that building became a hell on earth. Starling concluded her report and returned to her previous position, lowering her head. What are your thoughts? Roosevelt inquired, glancing at the 2 men seated opposite him. The methods of concealment are remarkably adept. We have uncovered no trace of his activities during the period of his disappearance. However, this does not conclusively prove he is the one who slaughtered over 100 individuals, nor can we assert that he is not. As one elderly agent paused, his gaze shifted to his companion. The second elder exhaled a plume of smoke, his eyes fixed on the ceiling, and an eerie silence enveloped the room. After a brief moment, just as Starling was about to speak, the elder finally broke the silence. Having slain so many individuals without leaving behind any murder weapon, the forensic experts have asserted that the victims were dispatched with bare hands. I pose this question to you all. Is there any human capable of slaughtering 100 armed personnel solely with their bare hands? Furthermore, is there anyone who could rend them asunder? This inquiry reflects the profound doubt held by the 3 individuals present, all of whom are exceedingly rational investigators, skeptical of the existence of supernatural forces in this world. Thus, the question of killing prowess emerges as the most significant flaw in this case. Should they fail to substantiate Chen Hao's capability, even their attempts to cast suspicion upon him would be futile. Perhaps they should procure a few mice to test his mettle? Roosevelt, with his elongated fingers pinching a cigarette and the other hand steadying a photograph, spoke in a calm tone. Very well, let us give it a try. Perhaps he is indeed a superhuman. The elder who had first spoken wore a mocking smile, while the other 2 men, upon hearing his words, revealed expressions of gravity. Surely, you do not genuinely believe there are superhumans in this world? That is merely a plot from the movies. The elder appeared somewhat bewildered by their serious demeanor. John, until we clarify the situation, any possibility has the potential to become reality. Another elder beside him spoke earnestly to the man. However, this elder's skepticism was palpable, his expression rife with disdain, and he clicked his tongue, turning away. Isn't there a moderately sized gang in his area? Roosevelt seemed to have recalled something and suddenly remarked. Indeed, such a gang exists, engaging in robbery, rape, murder, drug trafficking, and human trafficking. They are guilty of every conceivable atrocity. Stalin, who stood behind, quietly responded to Roosevelt's inquiry. After hearing this response, Roosevelt nodded slightly, and Stalin, having received his orders, strode purposefully out of the office. Once Stalin departed, one of the veteran detectives, clearly concerned, inquired, Roosevelt, won't this action incite trouble? Roosevelt, expressionless, cast a glance at the detective before lowering his gaze to continue writing. You may also leave. Investigate this individual's social connections thoroughly. Upon hearing Roosevelt's words, the 2 elders nodded in agreement, wisely refraining from further commentary. Thus, a conspiracy against Chen Hao gradually unfolded. However, it seemed that the desire for Chen Hao's demise extended beyond official channels. Meanwhile, at the opulent front desk of a grand hotel in New York, a red landline phone that had long remained silent suddenly rang. The peculiar sound of the phone caused all guests in the lobby to cease their activities, their gazes converging upon the source of the noise. The hotel manager, a meticulously dressed black man adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, steadily picked up the receiver. As he listened, his expression shifted from indifferent to astonished. Minutes later, he entered a concealed room within the hotel. Upon opening an unassuming wooden door, he discovered a bar spanning around 100 square feet, where melodious music echoed through the venue. A middle-aged white man, clad in a white suit, sat beside the gilded bar, a glass of exquisite red wine swirling in his hand. Upon seeing the hotel manager enter, the man's demeanor shifted from serious to relaxed. Sensing something was amiss, he opened his mouth to speak, but upon noticing his friend's grave expression, he promptly fell silent. Winston, the headquarters has issued a bounty, the highest in history, signed by over 80 affluent individuals from around the globe, a sum of $2 billion. Solely for the life of one person. The man named Winston appeared momentarily stunned by the black man's words, before inquiring with curiosity, who is this fortunate individual? Jack Cluis, a seemingly ordinary white male. However, it is said that not long ago, he single-handedly tore apart over 100 armed assailants in the Czech Republic. The black man's revelation left Winston in disbelief, as he placed his wine glass on the bar and stared intently at the crimson liquid, reminiscent of blood. Winston, you must decide swiftly. This man is currently within our borders. We hold an advantage, but it is not as substantial as it seems. Winston waved his hand, interrupting the black man from continuing. Appearing to have made a resolution, he spoke slowly, deploy all second and third-rate assassins. I believe this man is indeed formidable. Yet that does not justify our relinquishing this lucrative opportunity. First, we shall send these individuals to probe the waters, then allow the top-tier operatives to shed their rust. Following Winston's command, the black man bowed slightly and hurriedly exited the bar. Once the black man departed, Winston remained motionless, lost in thought as he stared at the red wine. Meanwhile, back at the lobby, the black man had just regained his balance when all the guests converged around him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he swiftly grabbed a nearby phone and composed a text message. Moments later, urgent ringing filled the lobby as all assassins within the vicinity received the hotel's notification, which contained but a single succinct line: $2 billion awarded to the man who can kill Jack Cluis. This proclamation ignited a frenzy within the country's underworld, as countless frenzied individuals surged towards Chen Hao's location. Chapter 62. The mobilization of monsters' vehicles roared into the small town, the unusual circumstances catching the attention of the Green Patrol currently on duty. Observing the influx of unfamiliar faces, Officer Nick Green, drawing upon years of experience in law enforcement, sensed that these ordinary individuals were far from simple. Exchanging glances with his partner, they swiftly ignited their vehicle, racing back to the precinct. However, as they sped along the road, Officer Green's phone suddenly rang. Puzzled, he glanced at the screen to see a familiar friend's name. Monroe, is there something you need? If it's not urgent, please hang up. I have a pressing matter to report. Nick's voice was laced with urgency, his demeanor fraught with anxiety. Upon hearing Nick's words, Monroe on the other end remained silent for a moment, but his next statement left both Nick and his partner in astonishment. Nick, are you curious about the numerous unfamiliar faces in town today? Upon hearing this, Nick slammed the brakes, bringing the car to a sudden halt, and immediately inquired, how do you know? What else do you know? Nick, you must know a man named Jack. A tall, strikingly handsome young man appeared in Nick's mind, recalling that he had recently visited his home. However, Nick couldn't divulge his thoughts regarding the man to his friend, so he merely downplayed his curiosity and asked, is there a problem? I know him. He is just an ordinary young man. Monroe's voice on the other end erupted with cold laughter, but moments later, his tone turned icy. Nick, if this man is your friend, I advise you to warn him to flee for his life, as both the werewolf and vampire clans have issued lethal orders against him. It is likely that today or tomorrow, your friend will be summoned to meet with the angels. What? Why is this happening? Nick exclaimed in shock, while his partner leaned in, pressing his ear against Nick's phone. Nick, your friend is no ordinary individual. He has single-handedly decimated a faction of our werewolf clan. Only today did the high-ranking officials recognize him. So do you grasp the gravity of what he is about to face? You cannot do this. Hearing the warning, which felt akin to a plea, Monroe paused momentarily before resolutely continuing. Nick, I can only apologize this time. He has slain my kin, and not long ago, he annihilated a faction of vampires. This is no longer a personal matter. It is a full-scale pursuit by two complete clans. I advise you to refrain from wading into these murky waters. The directives from the Council of Elders are resolute, and even the royal family's attempts at mediation have failed to dissuade them. Nick, weigh the gravity of this situation. As a member of this clan, I too shall partake in this endeavor. The high-ranking officials have tacitly approved this operation, and, as far as I know, it is not only our faction of otherworldly beings that seeks his life. There are several factions among your kind who also desire his demise. Upon hearing this, Nick and his partner were rendered speechless, bewildered by the extent of Jack's transgressions that had incited such wrath from both humans and monsters alike. Moreover, he discerned other unsettling information. It seemed that the authorities were equally intent on ensuring his survival was thwarted, for otherwise, they would not have permitted such events to unfold. The two men remained motionless in the vehicle, and suddenly, Nick's friend Hank spoke softly. "What if we simply inform that poor soul and urge him to flee for his life?" Officer Green glanced at his friend, seemingly approving of the suggestion, and was about to start the car to locate Chen Hao when he abruptly halted all motion. "What is it?" Hank queried, his eyes filled with confusion as he observed Nick's sudden change in demeanor. "If we warn him and he manages to escape, do we possess the means to confront the vengeance of these individuals?" Nick's words struck Hank like a massive hammer, shattering any flicker of hope in his heart. Indeed, should they act upon their intentions, the very monsters and humans seeking Chen Hao would turn their wrath upon them, the informants. They were merely two ordinary men. While they might have the upper hand against a couple of thugs, could they contend with these monsters and assassins who wield weapons with the same ease as mere criminals? These beings were not innocuous lambs. They were, in essence, bloodthirsty fiends. To threaten such entities? That would be akin to courting death. Thus, the two men sat in the police car, uncertain of how to navigate this predicament, while the bustling townsfolk remained oblivious to the impending calamity that would soon engulf their small town, a catastrophe reminiscent of a hellish war. Meanwhile, at the very epicenter of this turmoil, Chen Hao was indulging in a delectable, greasy steak at a modest eatery. Opposite him sat Dean and his companions, each wearing a distinct expression. Bob, the elder, appeared momentarily rendered speechless by Chen Hao's voracious appetite, his mouth agape as he contemplated uttering a word. But upon recalling Chen Hao's formidable prowess against demons in the forest, he swallowed his thoughts. Dean and Sam exhibited varied reactions. Dean was intrigued by the extent of Chen Hao's consumption, eagerly counting the number of steak chops he devoured. Sam cast a glance at his foolishly endearing older brother, then shook his head in bemusement, but as his gaze settled on Chen Hao, a look of trepidation overtook him. This enigmatic man was shrouded in mystery. Even the most formidable of demons appeared as fragile as infants in his presence. Moreover, Sam harbored secrets of his own. Should this man perceive him as a demon? Could Dean and Bob prevail against him? As thoughts of various plans replayed in his mind, each iteration darkened his countenance further. Just as Bob was about to speak for the 15th time, Chen Hao set down his 13th plate with a satisfied expression. Nonchalantly, he picked his teeth while casting a glance at the group, simply stating, "You may settle the bill. Consider it the price for your salvation." Without waiting for a response, he vanished through the door. The four remained frozen in place, astonished by the spectacle. Suddenly, Dean, the clumsy giant, sprang to his feet. Others assumed he would pursue Chen Hao, yet he instead began counting the plates left behind, exclaiming, "He consumed 13 plates. 13. And he left not a single piece of pickled radish behind." With an exasperated slap to Dean's head, Bob could no longer endure his foolishness, while Sam discreetly withdrew his hand. Chapter 63. A powder keg and old vehicle traversed the desolate, dense forest, and within, Chen Hao glanced at the overcast sky through the window, furrowing his brow. After departing from the restaurant with Dean and his companions, an inexplicable weight settled upon his heart. As if an ominous premonition loomed, something dreadful was about to transpire. Consequently, his mood grew increasingly somber. The car's interior reflected its storied past. It was worn and rudimentary. Fortunately, the music system remained functional, albeit outdated, yet the previous owner had amassed a considerable collection, with tastes nearly identical to Chen Hao's. The soothing strains of blues enveloped him, and Chen Hao found himself tapping his fingers to the rhythm, immersed in the melodic embrace, even as the dismal weather cast a pall over the atmosphere. However, this tranquility was short-lived, abruptly shattered by the ringing of his phone. Irritated, Chen Hao answered, discovering it was his neighbor, piquing his curiosity. "Doctor," Chen Hao began, but the voice on the other end was devoid of its usual elegance, heavy and grave, laced with concern. "Jack, it seems the authorities have caught wind of the situation in check, and our wealthy hunters have officially commenced their retribution. I've received word that a bounty has been posted on the dark web, amounting to billions. Such a sum could drive anyone to madness, and the troubling part is, It's not merely these mercenaries. Another group of strange individuals has also appeared in town, seemingly in pursuit of you. Upon hearing Hannibal's account, Chen Hao felt a surge of astonishment. While he was not surprised that the authorities could trace him, he was taken aback that those affluent families would resort to offering such a staggering sum for his life. As for the peculiar individuals mentioned by the doctor, he struggled to piece together the puzzle. Despite the numerous foes he had dispatched along his journey, he had left no survivors. How could they possibly have tracked him down? Was it wealth or power that fueled their pursuit? This notion flitted through Chen Hao's mind for but an instant before he swiftly dismissed it. Wealthy individuals would likely employ assassins or other organizations for vengeance, rather than brazenly dispatching a cadre of unknown faces to gather information in his territory. Thus, only one possibility remained. These individuals were emboldened by something. But if not power or wealth, what could be their source? Strength. Yes, only strength could place them on equal footing with power and wealth, and thus, the origins of these mysterious figures became apparent. The supernatural realm. Through a simple deduction, Chen Hao discerned the source of this new wave of enigmatic individuals, though he was still taken aback by their audacious confrontation. It was well known that while the supernatural forces remained shrouded in mystery to those in governmental echelons, they possessed a considerable amount of knowledge. Nevertheless, American society had always sought to obscure such truths. Yet now, these individuals were so brazen that it seemed their allies were powerful enough to deter the authorities, forcing them into compliance. With this formidable force capable of quelling uncertainties, the supernatural entities could finally emerge into the public eye. Contemplating this, Chen Hao let out a cold chuckle. These individuals certainly knew how to make an impression. According to Hannibal, a plethora of unfamiliar faces had recently appeared in town, with all accommodations completely booked. This situation indicated a significant influx of newcomers. It would be remiss not to attend to those who had invested such considerable resources. The so-called assassin organization, in the eyes of Chen Hao, now resembles nothing more than a troupe of clowns. Despite being acutely aware that offending an entity with a bounty of 2 billion is unwise, this group of individuals disregarded such wisdom, brazenly sending assassins to eliminate him. This audacity would undoubtedly leave a mark on Chen Hao's psyche. Although his memories from a past life are scant, in this eclectic world resembling a cinematic amalgamation, even the limited information he retained allows him to infer certain narratives with a few clues. In a society capable of dispatching such a multitude of assassins, there can only be one organization, legendary, the Continental Hotel. Ah, splendid. A band of lunatics so willing to sacrifice their lives for money. If they are so eager for death, then let them be sent to meet their maker. With this thought, a voice laced with murderous intent emanated from Chen Hao's phone. The doctor, upon hearing Chen Hao's plans, echoed his sentiments. After hanging up, he promptly donned some disguises and vanished into the neighborhood. Next, Chen Hao called Alice, yet it was Xuan Na who answered. This fortuitous coincidence aligned perfectly with Chen Hao's intentions as he swiftly relayed the impending events to Xuan Na, urging her to safeguard her safety, and subsequently ended the call. Once again ensconced in the silence of his vehicle, Chen Hao's expression turned frigid. He grew weary of the provocations from these pests, and an inexplicable fury welled within him. Though uncertain of the repercussions his forthcoming actions would have on humanity, he had no desire to dwell on such thoughts. At that moment, all he wished was to obliterate those who dared challenge him. The decrepit car's accelerator was pressed to the limit, the engine protesting with a thunderous roar. Yet he showed no signs of slowing down. His mind was solely focused on returning to confront these nuisances. The house he resided in was a legacy from the original owner of this body. While he could easily dismiss it, he felt a deep sense of gratitude and did not wish to abandon it so readily. Moreover, he believed it to be uniquely his own. Even if it were to be destroyed, it ought to be by his own hand. Should any audacious souls dare to overstep their bounds, Chen Hao's wrath would undoubtedly erupt. For in his eyes, this house was the last tangible proof of his existence in this world. As he sped along, the once languid blues of the car's interior transformed into an intense symphony of heavy metal music. With each passing moment, the stench of blood and the feral scent of beasts filled the air, igniting his murderous intent. It was at this juncture that he finally discerned the source of his enemies, werewolves and those bloodthirsty abominations. With a cold smirk, he directed the rickety vehicle towards his home. As his presence manifested, Some concealed among the ordinary populace began to exhibit blood-red eyes, while the werewolf clan revealed their sharp fangs. Their gazes converged upon the dilapidated vehicle that had just entered the town, and as it moved, they trailed closely behind. Meanwhile, Monroe, Green's supernatural ally, emerged among their ranks. Chapter 64. The siege, is it confirmed? Yes, it is that fellow. Facial recognition indicates over 95 accuracy. We can be certain. Have the others been notified? Absolutely. The leaders have instructed that we can commence our operations tonight. The bounty. The individual who delivers the killing blow receives 50 of the reward, while the remaining 50 is equally divided among all participants. Excellent. Let us proceed as the head has instructed. We shall prepare our equipment. Understood. In the hidden corners of the streets, inconspicuous restaurant booths, and various shadowy locales, similar exchanges unfolded. Mysterious whispers and eyes filled with lethal intent warned off any onlookers, sending them fleeing from the bloodthirsty atmosphere. Back at home, Chen Hao bore an expression of cold fury. His residence had been infiltrated. Although the interior had been meticulously restored to its original state, his heightened senses detected subtle discrepancies. Gazing out the window, he noticed an unusual surge of vehicles on the once desolate street, with only 2 households in the vicinity. Those seeking Chen Hao's life had no choice but to monitor him in this manner. A chilling smile crept across his lips as he descended to the first floor. In the spotless corner of the kitchen, an array of gleaming knives awaited him. He had no time to procure firearms, nor did he wish to arm himself with them. Ever since embarking on his hunt for those monstrosities, he had developed a peculiar fondness for the visceral scenes of bloodshed. Selecting a few well-balanced long knives, the Leviathan appeared in his grasp. Once again verifying the progress bar at 16 on his system panel, he began to contemplate. It seemed that the heart method of the Chiyu demon could only be nurtured through the consumption of sinful souls, yet the pace remained dishearteningly slow. Even the high-ranking demon he had assisted Dean in slaying yielded a mere 0.03 progress. Perhaps the demon's soul had undergone some transformation, or perhaps its essence lacked purity. Shaking his head, he sat in silence on the sofa in the living room. Though he felt a tinge of regret for the home in which he had resided for so long, that minuscule sentiment was swiftly consumed by his anticipation for carnage. During his journey, Chen Hao had sensed an ominous shift within himself. The desire for bloodshed surged within him, escalating with each passing second. While he could still suppress this impulse, its ominous presence stirred unease within him. Yet, the impending slaughter filled him with undeniable excitement. As night descended, and the moon ascended to its zenith, a chilling wolf howl pierced the silence, followed by a cacophony of howls reverberating throughout the town. The darkened house remained eerily quiet, as the exterior observers remained uncertain of the interior circumstances. Amidst the tension created by the bizarre atmosphere, a bicycle suddenly appeared in the distance. Ridden by a boy appearing no older than 17 or 18, clad in the attire of a delivery person, humming a tune as he pedaled toward Chen Hao's abode. The lurking assassins immediately spotted the young man, and the leader swiftly issued a command to intercept him. Just as the song reached its climax, the boy was knocked unconscious. 2 shadows stood over the now dreaming delivery boy, the shorter man lamenting the speed of the taller one's strike. The tall one, glancing at his hand, was surprised by the effectiveness of his seemingly casual blow. That fellow is far too fragile. He fainted with just a gentle touch. The taller assassin remarked with an eye roll, while the shorter man crouched down to inspect the unconscious university student, confirming he was indeed unconscious. He stood and dusted off his hands. Shortly thereafter, several men clad in tight black attire appeared, proceeding directly toward the student and dragging him into the shadows. Suddenly, a series of wolf howls erupted from Chen Hao's vicinity, causing the 2 assassins to exchange puzzled glances before swiftly disappearing from the area. Outside Chen Hao's residence, a group of roughly 30 assassins dressed in tailored suits approached the house cautiously. However, the sudden howls disrupted their movements. Just as the leader was about to speak, a horrifying sight emerged before him. From the depths of the nearby thicket, pairs of ice-cold, blood-red eyes abruptly appeared amidst the darkness. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily grasped his communication device, but only static crackled in response. Despite his prolonged calls for assistance, no one replied. This unexpected turn of events incited foreboding thoughts. His comrades, hidden within the thicket, had likely fallen victim to these spectral entities. As he chambered a round into his firearm, The bewildered assassins glanced at their leader, who bore an expression of suppressed rage. As they continued their cautious approach, the leader, ever responsible, instructed his companions to ascertain the conditions within the dwelling before launching an attack upon his return. He, accompanied by 2 allies, slowly made their way toward the thicket, resolute in his disbelief of any supernatural entities in this world. The eerie crimson eyes, he rationalized, were merely manifestations of wild beasts lurking in the forest, and his companions must have encountered some unforeseen mishap. Comforting himself with this notion, he drew ever nearer to the dense underbrush. However, as they closed the distance to approximately 10 meters, a series of low growls, imbued with primal ferocity, pierced the air, sending shivers down his spine. Shadows emerged from the darkness, each figure exceeding 2 meters in height, reminiscent of harbingers from the abyss. The cold, unfeeling gaze, devoid of humanity and saturated with murderous intent, rendered the leader trembling, while his companions struggled to contain their fear. Yet, the terrifying silhouettes remained motionless, and just as the trio attempted to retreat, several swift humanoid forms erupted from the thicket. In their terror, they could not utter a sound before being swallowed by the darkness. As a pungent scent of blood began to permeate the air, the towering black monstrosities finally surged into motion, their thunderous strides echoing ominously. Their singular target was the house belonging to Chen Hao. Accompanied by the cacophony of their bloodthirsty howls, the monstrous horde tore through the night sky, obliterating any prey in their path. Outside Chen Hao's residence, the assassins bore witness to this nightmarish spectacle, reminiscent of a monstrous invasion, and each one fled in a frenzy. Yet, in the face of these supernatural beings, humanity appeared as feeble as ants, thoroughly outmatched in speed and strength by the werewolves. Gunfire erupted, piercing the night with its intensity, while anguished cries filled the plains. Blood and severed limbs danced in the air, and Chen Hao, peering through the window, regarded the unexpected skirmish outside with an expression of indifference. Chapter 65. The battle of offense and defense. The slaughter outside unfolded with startling abruptness. A collision between assassins and the werewolf-vampire factions concluding with equal swiftness. Despite the assassins' extensive experience in this perilous line of work, the strength of humanity paled against the supernatural. Though gunfire rang out densely and resistance was fervent, the creatures struck by bullets merely swayed momentarily before surging forward with renewed ferocity, their human disguises rendering them even more menacing. The nauseating stench of blood painted Chen Hao's modest courtyard of vivid crimson, and the cries from outside gradually waned, ultimately giving way to the heavy, animalistic breaths of the remaining creatures. For a moment, both factions appeared to be locked in a standoff, with Chen Hao awaiting the grotesque intruders to breach the confines of his domain, ready to dispatch them one by one. The monsters outside seemed to sense Chen Hao's intentions, remaining eerily still. As the ominous clouds above began to disperse, the full moon unveiled its luminous form. Yet, as its beauty emerged, the night was pierced by the savage howls of beasts. Those sounds, tinged with anguish, were intermingled with a bloodthirsty excitement, accompanied by the sounds of flesh being torn asunder. Peering through the crack in the door, Chen Hao witnessed the werewolves, once concealed beneath their skin, undergoing a complete transformation in the moonlight. Dark, dense fur erupted from their lacerated flesh, and as they morphed into their true forms, their blood-soaked bodies returned to pristine condition. The glimmer of rationality that briefly flickered in their eyes was extinguished, replaced by a savage, bloodthirsty ferocity, their gazes now solely fixated on the allure of their prey. Behind these werewolves stood the vampires, their demeanor equally intriguing, evidently wary of their lycanthropic allies. Their eyes glinted with a mixture of trepidation and concealed disdain as they regarded these battle companions. With pale skin and sharp fangs, their teeth, though not as exaggerated as those of the werewolves, were nonetheless exceedingly sharp, enhanced by the blood flowing from their mouths, rendering them even more sinister. Unable to bear the weight any longer, the most impulsive of the werewolves launched the first assault. Just as a handful of them were poised to demolish Chen Hao's door, a sudden flash of an axe cleaved through the wooden barrier, shattering it into splinters. The force of the blow did not diminish as it barreled toward the leading werewolves. With a sharp crack, the world fell silent for an instant, the first few werewolves wearing expressions of bewilderment as they glanced down at their bodies. They blinked, and in the next moment, their forms were bisected. The stench of blood oozed from their severed bodies, while the horror of this sudden turn of events froze the other monsters in place. In the ensuing silence, heavy footfalls echoed from within the house, each step resonating like the approach of death, causing the creatures to instinctively recoil. At last, the man emerged at the threshold, akin to a dark god, severing the connection between the monsters and the world beyond. The vampires exchanged glances, seemingly deliberating a plan. Despite the flicker of unease stemming from recent events, their expressions remained steadfast in their hatred. The werewolves, momentarily silenced by Chen Hao's presence, soon felt provoked, perhaps by wounded pride, and unleashed a collective howl that reverberated through the night. Chen Hao remained impassive, and as the werewolves charged once more, the manifestation of his true form ignited once again. This time, the appearance of the demonic figure appeared even more elaborate, encircled by a tempestuous aura of dark energy. The horns protruding from his forehead had grown longer, and his once mighty physique was enveloped in darkness. Each muscle appeared as solid as metal, adorned with ancient crimson runes that exuded an aura of both beauty and menace. His fingers elongated into sharp claws, lightly scraping the metal of the door, sending sparks flying, a portent of his extraordinary nature. Flames flickered from his eyes, surveying the gathering of creatures outside with disdain, as if they were mere insects. With Chen Hao's true form revealed, the clustered monsters recoiled as though doused with cold water. This presence, akin to that of a demon, rendered them paralyzed with indecision. Chen Hao's horrific visage had transformed him in their eyes into a divine entity. Coupled with his ascendant prowess, he emanated an aura that shattered their resolve. An awkward stillness enveloped the atmosphere, but as Chen Hao took a step forward, the werewolves, as if having stepped on their tails, displayed expressions of sheer terror and began to retreat hastily. Chen Hao, feeling somewhat bemused, regarded the grotesque assembly before him, finding the situation rather tiresome. Just as he contemplated how to deal with these creatures, a path opened within the pack, revealing an ancient werewolf, its countenance fraught with fear and trembling as it approached the forefront. Chen Hao observed with curiosity but remained silent, his gaze icy. As the elder wolf drew close, it suddenly collapsed to the ground with a thud, trembling and burying its head deep into the earth. This spectacle left Monroe, hidden among the pack, agape, his mouth hanging open in shock at the poignant display before him. Time seemed to suspend as both werewolves and vampires, as well as the hidden humans, awaited a verdict from the solitary divine presence. Chen Hao, however, found himself enveloped in silence, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, an enraged voice erupted from within the wolf pack. "Elder, have you lost your senses? Why do you kneel before this monster? Have you forgotten the dignity of our wolf clan?" That single utterance sent a jolt of terror through the hearts of all present, as if their very souls were on the verge of freezing in place. Chapter 66. The climax of the siege. The utterance of a single phrase shattered the fragile tranquility between Chen Hao and the monstrous beings before him. It was this very statement that unveiled the murderous intent lurking within the elder of the wolf clan, who observed the glimmer of malice in Chen Hao's eyes. Casting a glance at his kin, he noted that while some of his brethren were engulfed in fear of the formidable demon before them, a significant faction of the younger generation appeared to be driven solely by hatred and bloodlust, devoid of any trepidation. The elder began to question the prudence of his excessive caution, yet the current circumstances permitted no time for contemplation. A final glance at Chen Hao revealed the elder's internal struggle. He believed that if this demon were to utter words of reconciliation, he would be willing to suppress the raging youth and avoid confronting this unknown power, perhaps even at a cost. However, Chen Hao's response was destined to disappoint him. His expression remained not only cold, but laced with amusement. The elder, embarrassed by Chen Hao's silence, felt a surge of inexplicable anger ignite within him. It seemed he had finally made a decision. His gaze shifted from fear to a chilling resolve. Looking back at his clan, amidst eager glances, he nodded. With the elder's tacit endorsement, the youthful faction erupted into frenzied howls, their gazes toward Chen Hao transforming into a cruel glare. A low, guttural roar began to resonate, and all the werewolves revealed their fangs, their blood-red eyes fixated solely on Chen Hao. Yet, Chen Hao remained unperturbed, his icy gaze unyielding. He turned to observe the vampires lurking behind the wolf pack, and with a swift motion, the enraged figures charged toward him, while he tightened his grip on the axe. With a sound akin to tearing fragile parchment, The first wolf to attack was met with a flash of cold light, followed by excruciating pain in his lower half. With a sickening thud, his severed body fell to the ground, and the fury in his eyes gradually faded. The other creatures, undeterred by the demise of their comrade, grew even more ferocious, their roars echoing as they charged toward Chen Hao. Standing like an immovable mountain amidst the throng of monsters, Chen Hao wielded his leviathan with relentless fervor. With each swing, blood erupted in a grotesque spray, yet his expression remained resolute and unwavering. One strike after another, the howls of the wolf pack and the ambushes of the hidden vampires grew sparse, until finally, those bold enough to confront Chen Hao had vanished completely. The courtyard was now a grim tableau of corpses, piled high like a small mountain, while Chen Hao stood atop this grim summit, gazing down at the remaining creatures with a hint of fatigue. Beads of sweat began to bead on his brow, yet the violent urge within him had found release, leaving him feeling liberated, as if a heavy affliction had been alleviated. In stark contrast, the remaining monsters no longer bore the fierce determination and bloodlust they once exhibited. Each surviving werewolf and vampire regarded the man atop the mound of corpses with a gaze filled with terror. "What manner of monster are you?" one wolf stammered, trembling as he pointed at Chen Hao, his voice rising in a desperate shout, which prompted a roar of laughter from Chen Hao. His laughter echoed through the air, and he eventually crouched down, clutching his stomach in mirth. As his chuckle subsided, he rose, his countenance once more cold and unyielding. "You pitiful wretches, who lurk in the shadows to ambush humans and devour them like livestock, dare to call me a monster. You are the true scum. Once I eradicate every last one of you, I shall seek out your kin across the lands, and when I find them, I will reduce you all to fragments and wash you down the sewers, allowing you to rot alongside the refuse." With that declaration, a resounding crash echoed as Chen Hao surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, entering the final phase of his relentless hunt. His speed erupted in that moment. Despite the remaining monsters' desperate resistance, the man who had transcended mortal bounds and stepped into the realm of the divine was beyond their capacity to withstand. Like a relentless machine of slaughter, Chen Hao displayed no mercy, effortlessly dispatching both the vampire's agility and the wolf's brute strength. Even though both races possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, the unleashing of the Leviathan's soul-absorbing function ensured that those monsters, once shattered into pieces, could not return to existence. As the moon gradually descended, Chen Hao's relentless assault finally began to wane. The courtyard was now a veritable hill of bodies, elevating the ground by several feet, and the only ones remaining on the battlefield were Chen Hao and his erstwhile ally, Monroe. Aware of the unfolding narrative, Chen Hao refrained from attacking Monroe, recognizing that this yoga-loving werewolf had committed no heinous acts. It was a gesture of goodwill toward Nick and a final act of mercy for one who sought to integrate into human society. Casting a glance at the trembling Monroe, who had lost all will to resist, Chen Hao waved his hand, signaling, "You may leave." "Why spare me?" Monroe stammered, his voice quaking with fear. "Your friend is to my liking, and you have not harmed anyone," Chen Hao replied coolly as he began to walk back toward his dwelling. "Leave? I am the last of my kin. Where could I possibly go?" Monroe collapsed onto the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. His heart brimmed with rage as he vented his fury upon the elder who orchestrated this operation, the band of kin who had robbed the train, and ultimately, upon Chen Hao, who had decimated his clan. Yet, within the confines of the dwelling, Chen Hao paid no heed to his tirade. As Monroe continued to rant, he gradually slipped into a stupor, and after an indeterminate period, he shakily rose to his feet, stumbling away from the scene. Meanwhile, Chen Hao, having observed Monroe's departure from the shadows, chose not to intervene further and began to gather his belongings. Before long, he loaded his belongings into his vehicle and returned to douse the courtyard and house in gasoline. A great flame subsequently engulfed the former battleground. The commotion had been so great that no official personnel arrived. Chen Hao surmised they were aware of his capabilities and deemed themselves unable to control the situation, thus refraining from intervening. Harboring no fondness for these officials, Chen Hao contemplated that if they possessed any means to control him, they would certainly be the first to cause him trouble. With a tinge of regret, he cast one last glance at the inferno that consumed the house, offering a self-deprecating smile before starting his vehicle and vanishing into the encroaching dawn. Chapter 67. The Rising Winds Bang. Within a lavish estate on the outskirts of New York, a barefooted man clad in a pristine white suit and trousers his face contorted with fury, stood upon the polished terrazzo floor, slamming his fist upon the table. His eyes, brimming with malice, scrutinized the 10 subordinates seated at the long table, as if selecting unfortunate souls to quell his rage. Seeing his subordinates cower like quail, unable to meet his gaze, he felt a perverse satisfaction bubble within him. Yet, the recollection of the mission's failure reignited his wrath. He began to pace around the table, stroking his chin and emitting a series of tisk-tsks, each time causing a subordinate to tremble in fear as he passed behind them. The atmosphere in the room was stifling, and for those targeted by this man, time dragged on painfully. Just as he contemplated further chastising these fools, a sudden knocking at the door interrupted him, igniting his fury anew. With a subtle nod to a minion stationed near the door, the young man quickly bowed and approached to open it. "Boss, a nightwalker from Budapest has arrived." Upon hearing this, the leader paused, casting a glance at the gathered individuals. A flicker of realization crossed his face, darkening his expression, and he followed the subordinate who had entered. In the opulent central hall, a striking woman clad in black leather, her eyes a pale blue reminiscent of gemstones, exuded an air of calm determination as she admired the decor. Hearing footsteps behind her, she turned to regard the newcomer. "Celine, what brings you from Europe to America? Have the werewolves there been a nuisance to you?" The woman inquired, surveying the man before her. After a brief moment, she erupted into laughter. The man, initially feigning nonchalance, was taken aback by the woman's antics. He chuckled a few times in agreement, but as her smile grew increasingly exaggerated, he felt mocked for his inadequacies, and his expression darkened. Gradually, Celine ceased her laughter and patted the man's shoulder, only for him to brush her hand away. Unperturbed, she circled around him, coming to a halt while gazing at him with a glint of amusement in her eyes. "Celine, it's time to be serious, Wolf," she said. "I am here because the Elder Council is profoundly disappointed with your actions, and they have sent me to clean up your mess." Upon hearing her words, Wolf's countenance immediately transformed into one of fury, and he prepared to retort. Yet, Celine's voice seemed imbued with a peculiar power that gradually calmed his agitated spirit, as if the fury that had surged within him was suddenly siphoned away. In astonishment, he regarded her warily and asked, "Is your ability meant to be used against your own kin?" Celine's voice was as frigid as ice, clear yet devoid of any emotional fluctuation. She cast a cold glance at Wolf before speaking softly. "Due to this incident, the eternal war between the werewolves and us has been temporarily suspended in Budapest. While the death of over 200 of our kin pales in comparison to the losses on the werewolf side, the birth of purebloods is exponentially more challenging than that of their kind. Each pureblood lost is an irretrievable loss for us. Therefore, the Elder Council has reached an agreement with the werewolves, and I am here, alongside a representative of theirs, to resolve this matter as per the terms of the agreement." After a brief pause, she glanced at Wolf's flushed face, which bore the mark of humiliation due to his anger. Ignoring his shame, she continued, "The instigator of this war, the Glacier clan, has been annihilated by that man, resulting in significant losses for the clans here in America. Although you are not entirely our kin, the Elder Council has deemed it necessary to send us to oversee this incident. However, we are the sole leaders of this operation, and given that you still have unresolved troubles, I trust you shall not reject my proposal." Throughout Celine's speech, Wolf clenched his fists tightly, although he masked his emotions well. Celine, being a pureblood with inherently heightened senses, discerned the underlying tension. She paid no heed to his fury or the potential for retaliation. To her, and indeed to the Vampire Elder Council, these artificially created pureblood families in America were merely pawns. However, vampires have always prided themselves on their nobility, and even artificial bloodlines are not to be easily insulted by the lowly. On this basis, the Elder Council had issued a directive to eliminate Jack, and Celine was the executor of this command. As for the frantic rumors circulating within the clan, the astute members paid them no mind. Gods. To them, gods were merely figments of human imagination. In this world, vampires are the true immortal deities. A silence enveloped the atmosphere between the two, with Wolf's complexion oscillating between shades of blue and white. Eventually, seemingly coming to an understanding, he turned and departed. Just as he took a few steps away, Celine's icy voice echoed behind him. "That half-blood, the vampire-human hybrid, is named Blade, correct? If possible, let him return to the clan, as per the Elder Council's instructions." Upon hearing this, Wolf's expression contorted, his fangs involuntarily protruding from his lips, and his face was suffused with an unmistakable murderous intent. Yet, after a moment, he forcibly restored a semblance of a smile and replied calmly, "Very well, I shall do my utmost." With that, he strode away without looking back. Watching Wolf's retreating figure, Celine's gaze remained frigid, though she seemed disinclined to dwell on him any further. Turning her attention to the night sky, she murmured, "Jack?" Meanwhile, the werewolves were equally astute, inviting ancient clans into their stronghold, where the evening's discussions revolved around Chen Hao. However, unlike the vampires, the werewolves lacked the same level of dominion. Although other clans voiced their agreement, few could genuinely devise strategies or offer assistance. At that moment, Chen Hao furrowed his brow, perplexed by the sudden appearance of a female detective before him. Chapter 68. John Wick. The shrill ring of the telephone echoed through a private villa in the suburbs of New York, tormenting a middle-aged gentleman still ensconced in slumber. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he finally awoke, glancing at the time before leisurely reaching for the phone. Noticing the caller ID, his brow furrowed in reluctant confusion as he brought the phone to his ear. "Winston, what prompted you to call me?" On the other end was Winston, the head of a branch of the Continental Hotel, his face etched with gravity as he clutched a cigar that had long since burned down. His mind, however, was far from the cigar. Upon hearing his friend's voice, he urgently replied, "John, I may need to trouble you this time." As John sensed the underlying fear in Winston's tone, he shifted from his previous nonchalance to a serious demeanor. "Winston, you know I've retired." "I am aware, but without you, the Continental Hotel may soon cease to exist." As a friend of over a decade, Winston understood John well enough to forego pleasantries and laid out the severity of the situation. "What are you talking about?" John questioned, disbelief and confusion evident in his voice. "Old friend, I know you have retired, and I typically wouldn't reach out to you for ordinary matters, but this time, I'm not exaggerating. We've stirred up something we shouldn't have. Among all my friends, you are the only one who can assist me now." Winston's voice trembled slightly, laced with a plea. Yet John did not immediately acquiesce. He needed to hear the details to assess whether his involvement was warranted. As Winston shared the incident involving a bounty of $20 billion placed on Chen Hao, John's astonishment grew with every revelation. "You must be joking. Over 100 assassins. And not a single one returned?" "Indeed. They vanished without a trace. I sent people to investigate. But it was as if the entire world had been bewitched. Local residents merely reported a fire in the suburbs, originating from where our target resided. Some cleanup crews found significant blood remnants, yet apart from signs of fire damage, there was no indication of bodies or anything else, as if those assassins had never existed. Furthermore, the government's reaction to this incident is bizarre, as if they are desperately covering something up. Even our inquiries yield no information, making it seem as though a mere fire occurred." John's expression remained taut as Winston's narrative unfolded. The government's peculiar behavior puzzled him. He could not fathom why they would go to such lengths for one individual. Did this person possess some extraordinary status? No, if that were the case, the government would have contacted the Continental Hotel immediately upon the attack, given their extensive dealings. The lack of communication suggested that the individual's identity warranted scrutiny. Was it fear? But who could instill such fear, even in the government? He was not the son of Jesus. Wait, the son of Jesus? Impossible. His thoughts swirled, causing him a headache. And he finally spoke. "Winston, can't we persuade the High Table to withdraw this bounty? That is out of the question." Winston's voice, tinged with a hint of bitterness, broke the silence. This bounty was the highest since the hotel's inception. Those ravenous wolves had lashed onto it the moment the sum was revealed. Surrendering such a succulent prize was tantamount to inviting one's own demise. John fell silent, a sense of trepidation creeping into his heart as Winston finished speaking. His instincts urged him to steer clear of this matter, for his intuition whispered that the target was far beyond his capabilities. However, Winston's subsequent remarks dispelled all his apprehensions. "John, Kane has already gone to handle it." "What?" John's face contorted in disbelief. Yet, upon reflecting on his friend's predicament, his expression gradually morphed into one of despondence. "Winston, tell me where that person is." "Thank you, my friend. He is currently en route to Orleans, apparently meeting some acquaintances there." "All right, I accept this mission. I require no reward, but the High Table must absolve my blood oath." Winston fell into silence upon hearing John's words. After a moment, he spoke hesitantly. "I can relay your message to the High Table, but I cannot guarantee their decision. However, I believe that even if they refuse, you could use this 2 billion to purchase your freedom. At that point, you could truly retire. After Winston finished speaking, John sat quietly with the phone in hand. The room enveloped in a temporary hush. On the other end, Winston patiently awaited his old friend's decision, refraining from uttering any words he could not guarantee. All right. I trust the high table will agree. Thank you for your suggestion, Winston. Winston felt a weight lift from his heart upon hearing John's acceptance. He exhaled gently, his demeanor lightening considerably. John, I truly appreciate your assistance. The Continental Hotel will cover all expenses for this operation. You simply need to report to the branch. The local authorities will arrange everything you require. Thank you, John replied, and with that, he slowly rose from his seat, moving to the window to gaze at the desolate scenery outside, a mix of reluctance and helplessness washing over him. He sighed softly before making his way towards the basement of his home. Chapter 69. The Four Great Killers Arrive in Washington State, by a mountain lake. Several mysterious figures clad in black robes were vigorously slicing open the chest of a hapless victim. This unfortunate man, a traveler come to climb, seemed to have drawn the short straw. He had barely set down his luggage when a sudden, excruciating pain struck the back of his head. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself surrounded by these sinister figures, their black robes cloaked in an eerie aura, quietly observing him. Terror filled his face as he pleaded for mercy. But the figures remained unresponsive, as if carved from stone. They whispered among themselves in hushed tones, their words too soft and rapid for him to decipher, leading him to believe they did not rely on sound to communicate. The next scene sent him into a state of utter terror as they began to tear at his clothing, though he could not see their facial expressions beneath their masks. The icy glares emanating from them instilled a chilling sense of dread. He began to scream for help, but they appeared indifferent, intensifying their grip as they shredded his garments. Before long, he lay exposed, and one of the figures produced a crimson dagger. The others murmured incomprehensible incantations over the sinister blade, which seemed to twitch in his astonished gaze. Yes, it writhed as if alive, before returning to stillness, leaving him to ponder whether he had merely imagined it. But there was no time for speculation, as these figures intended to eviscerate him. As the sharp blade cut into his abdomen, the pain was akin to a vehicle crushing his bones into powder. His body convulsed from the agony, and he howled in desperation, like a small creature gasping for life in its final moments, eyes filled with despair. Yet, the figures showed no regard for his suffering or cries. Their movements were swift and brutally efficient, tearing through sinew and skin, the relentless pain overwhelming his mind. It was as if they reveled in tormenting him. Each time his voice faltered, their actions grew increasingly savage. Gradually, the man, drained of blood, could no longer scream, his mouth merely opening weakly, nostrils exhaling feebly. His eyes brimmed with despair, longing, and rage, but the figures remained motionless, coldly watching as their prey succumbed. Thus, the final flicker of life vanished from his gaze. After nearly half an hour of torment, he perished, never understanding why they had chosen to inflict such cruelty upon him. Enough. Initiate the summoning, commanded one of the cloaked figures. The others nodded in agreement, and they began to peel the man's skin away, meticulously removing it in one piece. The first speaker then draped the skin over his own body. Soon, the air was filled with a series of complex incantations, and dark vapors emerged from the man's corpse, swirling around the figure before plunging into the center of the crystalline lake with a resounding splash. Moments later, the lake's surface began to churn violently, resembling boiling water, and the black-robed figures watched with expressions of glee. The four great killers, this Jason should be the strongest among them. Indeed, he can almost be regarded as a demigod, immortal, indestructible, endowed with superhuman strength and the ability to resurrect infinitely. I believe not even that monster could contend with him. Is there a way to fix his targets for revenge? Yes. One of the robed figures produced a tattered coat, charred and barely wearable, its shabby condition possibly unfit even for a homeless person. Where did this come from? A hint of surprise colored one figure's voice as he eagerly inquired. Sensing the essence of that monster within the coat, I found it after a long search. A kind soul handed it to me. But I suspect it was procured by a creature from the Blood Clan. Humph, they certainly play their cards well. Huh, no matter. This time we can consider ourselves allies. Indeed. Haha, look, it's emerging. As he spoke, a grotesque, metal-masked head surfaced from the lake, slowly drifting towards the shore where the black-robed figures stood. As it approached, the body beneath the water gradually became visible. A remarkably towering figure, over 2 meters in height, clad in tattered black work attire, wielding a lumberjack's axe. His eyes cold and devoid of any human emotion save for a murderous intent. Upon reaching the shore, he halted, standing silently before the strange figures. As a dark incantation was uttered, the leading figure's fingers glimmered with black light, which raced toward Jason's head, vanishing upon contact. As the light dissipated, Jason's previously vacant eyes transformed into an abyss of darkness. Yet, within moments, that chilling blackness faded away. Having completed their task, the black-robed figures exchanged satisfied smiles and approached Jason, who remained motionless, like a puppet, standing silently. They shared a glance before draping the tattered coat over him, followed by another series of intricate incantations. Jason's eyes flickered with a crimson glow, briefly surveying the figures before vanishing into the surrounding woods. As they watched Jason depart, the figures displayed signs of fatigue, but after a brief respite, they too vanished into the forest. The remains strewn across the ground seemed forgotten by them. However, this area was seldom traversed, and with the passage of time, even these small remnants of their crimes would ultimately fade into oblivion. Chapter 70. The 4 Great Killers Arrive too. This is Miles. A man clad in a white doctor's uniform led an individual dressed in a long black robe into a room occupied by a boy named Miles. The man in the black robe exuded an extraordinary aura, seemingly possessing a mystical power that interfered with the perceptions of those around him, aside from the doctor. Others appeared oblivious to his peculiar attire. The physician's demeanor was equally unsettling, as if he had known the robed figure for an eternity, enthusiastically detailing the hospital's facilities and more. However, the black-robed man's gaze was fixed unwaveringly on the boy sitting on the floor, staring vacantly out of the window. The boy seemed to have lost his soul, enveloped in an abyss of endless darkness, his rage compressed deep within, waiting to erupt. Any unexpected intrusion could unleash the murderous intent lurking in his heart, transforming him into a remorseless killer. Emotionless, the boy existed in a world shrouded in blood-red shadows, resembling a long knife cloaked in human skin, yearning to pierce someone's abdomen or sever another's throat. The man in black regarded the boy as one might an exquisite work of art. In his long existence, he had never encountered a being so purely driven by murderous intent. This boy had taken the lives of his own kin, and all connections to him had vanished as if he had deliberately shattered the shackles of his humanity, all to satiate his primal thirst for bloodshed. He was akin to a treasure, a reborn demon from the depths of hell, or rather, he surpassed demons in his love for slaughter. For he embodied the essence of killing itself. Gently approaching the boy, the man in black caressed his head, and this simple gesture horrified the observing doctor, who comprehended the boy's terror. Just as he contemplated intervening, the robed man snapped his fingers. With that sound, a veil of black mist enveloped the doctor's eyes, rendering him devoid of sensation. Like a lifeless automaton, he stumbled to the wall and began to bash his head against the hard surface. The room echoed with the dull thuds of his relentless assault, while the boy remained transfixed by the window, indifferent to the gruesome spectacle unfolding behind him. Blood began to trickle from the doctor's head as he regained a semblance of sanity. Terror etched across his features, desperately attempting to regain control, yet his body acted independently, crashing repeatedly against the now blood-soaked wall. "Do you fancy the color red?" The man in black asked the boy with a hint of amusement, and as his words fell, a strange force compelled the boy to finally turn and regard the enigmatic figure before him. The boy's eyes were void of emotion, as if his body were merely a vessel, his essence entirely absent, reduced to a mere shell in motion. With a final, desperate blow, the doctor's skull began to fracture, other fluids oozing forth, as the man in black stood beside him, quietly observing the pitiable creature on the brink of death. The doctor's eyes reflected despair and pleading as he implored the man before him. Yet, the chilling smile on the man's face deepened the doctor's hopelessness. That smile was devoid of warmth, as if the suffering inflicted upon the doctor was merely a performance for the man, who merely awaited its conclusion. With a final, brutal impact, the doctor's body slumped to the ground, convulsing, yet life had ebbed away completely. Once the doctor's breath had ceased, the man in black dipped his fingers into the fresh blood and slowly crouched beside Miles. He spread his bloodied palm before the boy, his voice a demonic whisper. Blood is the most delectable sustenance in this world. Its essence is the most enticing aroma to all sentient beings. To master this essence is to seize life itself. Now, tell me, do you relish blood? With an expression of anticipation and excitement, the man did not rush the boy, merely watching him intently. At last, as the boy gazed upon the blood, a flicker of life ignited in his eyes, revealing a burgeoning murderous intent. Though his demeanor remained cold, it was a stark contrast to the previous void. He had undergone a profound transformation. He had become the second awakened killer under the thrall of the demon. The second adversary designed to face Chen Hao. Upon witnessing the shift in the boy's gaze, the man in black was overcome with exhilaration, laughing maniacally as he and Miles exited the asylum. As they departed, a great fire erupted within the hospital, consuming all within, including the now lifeless doctor, who vanished entirely from this infernal domain. Meanwhile, in a distant town, a shadowy figure darted swiftly through the night, evading the gaze of humanity like a wisp of darkness. After traversing a considerable distance, the figure finally revealed itself within an abandoned factory, cloaked in a black robe, identical to one of the peculiar beings who had awakened Jason by the Crystal Lake. Entering the rusted, dilapidated structure, the man appeared to be admiring an extraordinary sight. Pausing intermittently as he moved, an unseen, eerie shadow trailed closely behind him, yet the man in black remained oblivious to the anomaly, continuing his leisurely exploration of the forsaken factory. As time passed, midnight arrived, enveloping the factory in silence, with a foul stench reminiscent of decay permeating the air, eliciting a faint grimace from the man. At that moment, the man in black halted, glancing at the shadow behind him, a peculiar smile creeping across his lips. He ceased all movement, standing still as he gazed intently at his shadow. Moments later, his voice broke the silence. "Hello, Frandy." Chapter 71. Assassination Officer, do I know you? Chen Hao inquired with curiosity, regarding the beautiful detective who had suddenly appeared to obstruct his path. As he recognized the familiar face, a sense of unease stirred within him. Starling, too, harbored complex feelings toward the man before her. She had been tirelessly searching for this newly minted fugitive, but just as leads began to clarify, a sudden and forceful directive from above ordered the immediate sealing of Chen Hao's case files. Initially, she was reluctant to comply, but after several attempts to consult her mentor, a high-ranking official within the FBI, she managed to extract a fragment of information. Though it amounted to merely a single sentence, its implications were profound and multifaceted, indicating that from that moment forward, they could no longer pursue any matters concerning this man. His case file had been seized by the World Church Alliance. The significance of the World Church Alliance extended far beyond a mere congregation of clergy. Starling had previously encountered this organization, its supernatural influence indelibly etched in her memory. Incredible, brutal, and bloody, along with witches, werewolves, and vampires, all were governed by this organization. The depth and secrecy of its power rendered it nearly impossible for even high-ranking officials at the FBI headquarters to intervene with individuals already claimed by this entity. Any attempt would likely lead to their mysterious disappearance by the following day. In this world, leaking the name of this organization was perilous. Starling could unearth no further information regarding it. Not one to easily concede, Starling's desire to investigate was ignited. Yet the following day brought warnings and unfounded inquiries from the Internal Affairs Department. Were it not for the absence of a concrete plan and the protection of her mentor, she believed that merely shedding her uniform would be the least of her consequences. She was an ordinary human, possessing a modicum of authority. Yet faced with the unknown and terrifying behemoth of this organization, fear had taken root in her heart from that moment onward. As she came to the realization that everything was irretrievable, under the guise of gentle persuasion, she made one last request to her mentor, to meet this enigmatic figure. The most wanted criminal of the century. You are Jack. Although I do not know you, I am well acquainted with your story. Starling's expression was grave, her eyes fixed intently on Chen Hao, as if searching for something within his demeanor. Yet, the man before her possessed an inexplicable charm, a power that seemed to pierce through the depths of her soul. The handsome man merely wore a playful smile, unaffected by the trap woven within her words. Quietly observing her instead, taking a deep breath, Starling settled into the passenger seat beside Chen Hao, a move that surprised him for the first time. Where are you headed? She inquired, feigning ignorance of his astonished expression, gazing ahead through the windshield like an old friend preparing for a journey together. Interesting, Chen Hao remarked with a smile. But as his gaze flickered to the side window, his expression shifted dramatically. He abruptly pressed down on Starling's head, forcing her face into his lap. The suddenness of this scene left Starling bewildered, and once she regained her senses, she began to flail her arms and struggle violently. However, Chen Hao paid no mind to their awkward position. His face bore an air of grim determination. His icy gaze pierced through the window, scanning the distant landscape, where he spotted the target he had been seeking. Meanwhile, Starling's cheeks flushed crimson as her delicate features unintentionally brushed against a sensitive part of Chen Hao, exacerbating her struggles. Chen Hao remained focused on the outside, scrutinizing the skilled assailant who sought to ambush him, yet Starling's unruly behavior drew a frown from him. With a sudden crack, Starling felt a sharp pain in her backside, a sting that coursed through her body like an electric shock, rendering her momentarily stunned and causing her thoughts of escape to vanish. The car fell into an eerie silence, and as Chen Hao discerned that the assassin seemed to have fled, he turned to speak, only to sense an unexpected air of intimacy enveloping the vehicle. Embarrassed, he reluctantly released his grip on Starling's head, and as she sat up, her eyes dazed and hair disheveled, he found it amusing yet stifled a laugh. Just as he opened his mouth to ease the awkward tension, a sharp slap echoed in the air. "You bastard! I will kill you." Starling's face flushed with indignation, her eyes ablaze with fury as she unleashed her wrath upon Chen Hao in a chaotic flurry. Yet, Chen Hao's strength was overwhelming. Despite holding back due to his sense of guilt, he effortlessly blocked her futile attacks. Starling's anger intensified at his nonchalant demeanor, resembling a rabid pup as she sank her teeth into his sturdy arm. As she bit down, her adorable nose flared with exertion, rendering Chen Hao unable to feel anger towards her. Realizing her bites had no effect, Starling eventually released her grip, only to slump despondently, tears streaming down her cheeks as if they were free-flowing. An absurd scene unfolded within the car. The charming policewoman cried while continuing to pummel Chen Hao, who feigned pain with an expression of helplessness. Time passed, and as Starling gradually ceased her assault, she sat beside him, quietly sobbing, resembling a wronged little bride. Though her tears were less intense than before, Chen Hao, observing her state, felt a wave of concern wash over him. "All right, dry your tears," he said gently, offering her a clean tissue. Starling pouted and turned away, still visibly upset. "I must confess, my actions earlier were meant to protect you. Please refrain from unjust anger. I never intended any harm." Chen Hao's voice trailed off as he noticed Starling's sudden shift in demeanor, her expression shifting to one that was rather intimidating. Chuckling nervously, he extended the tissue once more, attempting to appease her. "Please, wipe your tears. Crying doesn't suit you." Chapter 72. The meeting in a dream. Starling finally halted her tears, her expression gradually returning to normal, though her gaze remained fixated on the window. Chen Hao, not wanting to intrude, quietly exited the vehicle, leaning against it as he lit a cigarette, while discreetly keeping an eye on his surroundings. The assassin's skills had been remarkable. He had been positioned several kilometers away, and had it not been for his acute perception sensing the lethal chill of impending danger, he would never have pinpointed the source so swiftly. What surprised Chen Hao was the assassin's keen awareness. The moment he glanced in that direction, the individual seemed to vanish without a trace, eluding his pursuit entirely. Inside the car, Starling watched Chen Hao from the corner of her eye. Although she couldn't fathom why she was so captivated by him, she found herself inexplicably drawn to his contemplative demeanor. This realization startled her, prompting her to dismiss her thoughts, adjust her attire, and exit the vehicle. "Jack," she spoke softly, "though I am unaware of your true identity, I must inform you that all your files have been seized by another department, one we cannot afford to provoke." Starling was puzzled by her own impulse to share this information, yet she chose not to delve into her feelings any further. Chen Hao gazed at her, reflecting on their earlier interactions, and as if reaching an understanding, he smiled warmly and extended his hand. "Thank you, detective. I owe you a meal in the future." Upon seeing his hand extended, Starling felt an unexpected sense of relief wash over her, and she smiled as she reciprocated the gesture, their hands clasping firmly together. As they shook hands, Starling leaned closer, whispering into Chen Hao's ear, "The World Church," before abruptly releasing his hand and striding back towards her vehicle. Chen Hao was taken aback by her words, yet he quickly regained his composure. After watching her retreating figure, he cast a cold smile in the direction where the assassin had vanished. Discarding the nearly extinguished cigarette, he returned to his car, which roared to life, swiftly disappearing into the night. As darkness enveloped the small town not far from Orleans, Chen Hao's vehicle cruised slowly along the roadside. The eerie stillness of the town struck him as peculiar. Logically, Orleans was a bustling city, and the stark contrast of this neighboring town was indeed surprising. However, as a stranger in an unfamiliar place, he did not linger long, opting to grab a quick meal before settling into a modest motel for the night. Reclining on the warm bed, Chen Hao found solace in the absence of noise, his earlier concerns about disturbances from neighboring rooms dissipating. Reflecting on the information Starling had shared earlier, he felt his eyelids grow heavy. After casting one last glance at the moonlight outside, he prepared for sleep, washing up briefly before embracing his pillow as he drifted into slumber. This time, Chen Hao experienced an unusually swift slumber, a state of sleep efficiency he had not encountered in a long while. It was not merely a superficial slumber, but a profound descent into the depths of dreamland. He found himself immersed in a picturesque landscape where spring reigned eternally, surrounded by a sea of blooming flowers and verdant woods, with warm sunlight enveloping him in a soothing embrace. In this breathtaking natural setting, Chen Hao's steps were deliberate and unhurried, as every scene captivated him, urging him to linger. As he wandered deeper into the forest, a pristine white church suddenly emerged before him, seemingly bathed in divine light, with a celestial glow radiating from each of its glass tiles. Angelic melodies floated from within, enchanting harmonies that transported him to a realm of divinity, where he felt perpetually bathed in sacred brilliance. The sheer beauty of it all drew Chen Hao in, igniting within him a longing to remain forever immersed in this blissful paradise. Yet, just as he began to succumb to this idyllic reverie, the surroundings abruptly transformed. The once sun-drenched sky was shrouded in darkness, and a blood-red moon materialized in the frigid night. The once vibrant floral expanse wilted rapidly, and the lush trees were stripped bare. The ground, thickly carpeted with decaying leaves, exuded a foul odor reminiscent of long-buried corpses, the stench swiftly spreading around him. The once immaculate church, akin to a sanctuary, began to decay, its white walls oozing dark red blood, reminiscent of flesh torn apart, peeling away in gruesome chunks. The hymns within morphed into cries of despair, and the chilling laughter of a murderer echoed ominously, a sinister sound that gnawed at Chen Hao's sanity, threatening to drown him in a sea of anguish and terror. Though he did not enter the eerie church, the flailing remnants and the despairing visages of children seemed to materialize before him, rendering the blood-soaked horror vividly clear, even with his eyes shut. It replayed in his mind like a film. Unbeknownst to him, a dense crimson fog enveloped him, and through its layers, he discerned the face of the frenzied killer. When their eyes locked, the malevolent gaze of the assailant, draped in tattered red and black clothing, wearing a black hat, with a face marred by corrosive acid, suddenly vanished. However, Chen Hao felt no fear. Even as the grotesque scenes replayed relentlessly in his mind, he stood resolutely still. At that moment, an eerie laughter reached his ears, followed by a metallic claw that swiped across his face and lunged toward his chest. The appearance of this claw was disconcerting, and despite his heightened senses, Chen Hao failed to perceive any trace of it. As he probed further, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. All his extraordinary abilities had inexplicably vanished in this realm. Troubled, he murmured to himself, his face betraying the first signs of seriousness. Chapter 73, The Clown with a Flash of Cold Light. Flandy's every attack targeted Chen Hao's heart and other vital areas. However, despite the loss of his superhuman strength, Chen Hao remained remarkably agile. As time passed, Flandy was initially astonished that Chen Hao could evade his assaults. Yet, he instinctively dismissed it as a mere survival reflex, failing to regard Chen Hao's anomalies with any seriousness. But as his attacks repeatedly fell short, Flandy's astonishment morphed into fury. He felt provoked, like a clown being toyed with by Chen Hao. His confidence in his own abilities stemmed from decades of ensnaring hapless victims in his dreams, none of whom had ever escaped alive. This record of success had fostered a blind faith in his powers, and while Chen Hao's behavior was indeed peculiar, Flandy attributed it to his own miscalculations that had granted the unfortunate soul a fleeting moment of respite. With a sudden strike, Flandy's claw tore through Chen Hao's clothing, and the satisfaction of inflicting harm brought a triumphant grin to his otherwise grotesque face. "I can feel your fears slowly eroding your sanity," he cackled, licking his claws with a sinister smile that could not mask his delight. Chen Hao glanced down at his torn shirt, bemused. He had expected this murderer to possess formidable abilities and terrifying techniques, but faced with the reality, he found this pretentious creature to be nothing but a farce. Although he outwardly maintained a demeanor of ease, inwardly he held a measure of caution towards this monstrous adversary. Since being drawn into this strange realm, he had felt an insidious force persistently attempting to erode his sanity. This force, while subtle and eerie, seemed to elude its master, who remained oblivious to the demonic energy he was cultivating. It was precisely because of this demonic essence that the encroaching power revealed itself before Chen Hao. Coupled with Flandy's ramblings and his own cinematic knowledge, Chen Hao discerned the nature of this psychopathic killer's abilities. This fiend thrived on the fear of his prey. The more terrified one was, the stronger he became within the dream. When fear reached a crescendo, he could dominate one's existence and invade their reality through their dreams. Yet, Chen Hao possessed a unique advantage that other victims lacked, a profound understanding of this notorious killer. This insight bred no fear within him. He regarded Flandy merely as a jester. Thus, even devoid of extraordinary powers, Chen Hao held no trepidation toward this demon, for he had full confidence in his own skills and still possessed numerous hidden cards. Flandy, believing that the dazed Chen Hao was cowed, vanished like a wisp of smoke. Suddenly, a peculiar disturbance stirred behind Chen Hao, and an eerie, chilling laughter echoed in the air. As the laughter resonated, Flandy materialized like a specter, his grotesque, decaying visage radiating a cold, murderous intent. With a swift motion, he lunged toward Chen Hao's back, plunging his blade with ferocity. Yet, an inexplicable scene unfolded. The formidable blades, designed to be invincible, met an impenetrable barrier, as if striking solid steel. The force of the strike contorted Flandy's fist grotesquely. In the midst of Flandy's shock, Chen Hao, who had been facing away, had somehow turned to confront him. His eyes remained serene. Yet Flandy perceived a glimmer of amusement and disdain within them, a gaze that regarded him as one would an ant. This realization compelled Flandy to recoil in alarm, his earlier confidence evaporating, replaced by a palpable fear and uncertainty regarding his own strength. "What are you?" Flandy exclaimed in a voice tinged with terror. Yet the man before him continued to smile, relishing in Flandy's dread. As time passed, Chen Hao began to laugh. "I have always regarded you as the most pathetic of the bizarre, and today, you have successfully reshaped my understanding of what constitutes garbage. You seek death." Flandy's words pierced through the air like a steel needle, deeply wounding the fragile pride of his already weakened spirit. He erupted in fury, his eyes turning a vivid crimson due to rage. As his emotions escalated, the space he had conjured with his abilities began to tremble violently. Observing the chaotic attacks from the deranged killer before him, Chen Hao felt a growing sense of ennui. Just as Flandy's lethal claw was about to pierce Chen Hao's heart, a moment of ecstatic delight flashed across his face. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, Chen Hao gripped Flandy's outstretched arm tightly. The once blooming visage of Flandy froze in shock. Trembling, he slowly raised his head, only to find the man before him wearing that infuriating, disdainful smile that filled him with an inexplicable dread. However, he could no longer maintain his composure, for he sensed an icy chill surging wildly from within his heart, the cause of which was Chen Hao's handsome face. Once adorned with a smile, now gradually turning cold. "Why do you choose to toy with me when there are immature children to play with? Is it merely for amusement? Or is my luck simply that unfortunate?" A bead of cold sweat trickled down Flandy's forehead as he swallowed hard, attempting to fabricate excuses. But the man who had instilled such terror in him interrupted his feeble lies. "It's merely those hidden insects lurking in the shadows. There are only a few capable of controlling you. It's not difficult to deduce." Upon finishing his words, Chen Hao, with eyes filled with icy resolve, gazed at his captive. Moments later, he burst into a hearty laugh. "You are but an intangible entity. It seems that eliminating you may indeed pose a challenge." This remark, seemingly a casual complaint from Chen Hao, ignited a flicker of hope within Flandy. He began to feel a resurgence of arrogance, displaying a grin reminiscent of a jester. This was his familiar battleground. As long as he remained within the dream, he was the deity of this realm. Although the man before him was undeniably peculiar, Frandy was convinced that this man lacked the power to obliterate him completely. While this ambush had not yielded the desired outcome, he secretly vowed that once he successfully escaped, he would be thoroughly prepared for the next encounter, ensuring that this man, who had humiliated him so profoundly, would meet a pitiful and agonizing demise. With this thought, Frandy felt a surge of power welling up within him once more. Just as he prepared to transform into a wisp of smoke and flee, he heard Chen Hao's cold voice. Soulbind. The dream had constrained Chen Hao's extraordinary powers, yet the divine eye between his brows remained fully operational, serving as his confidence as he engaged Frandy in this game. Chapter 74. One after another. Frandy's eyes became enveloped in a golden radiance. As he struggled to discern what lay deep within the light, horror began to etch itself upon his face. He frantically retreated, his form flickering like smoke. However, a terrifying reality dawned upon him. Within this golden glow, he floundered like a fish trapped in mud, no matter how vigorously he thrashed. His speed remained as sluggish as that of a turtle. Regret washed over him. Why had he provoked such a monstrous being, an entity he could not hope to contend with? Panic gripped him as he feared that he might completely dissipate. He realized that if his soul touched the edges of the luminous mist, it would be utterly reduced to ashes. First, his arm, just a slight brush against the light, and it crumbled into powder before his horrified gaze. Then came his legs, his lower body, his abdomen, until only his head remained. He began to plead with Chen Hao, his intense fear manifesting in bleating cries akin to a dying sheep. Yet the man before him maintained that same loathsome expression, regarding him as mere entertainment. Frandy descended into a frenzy, cursing Chen Hao and his ancestors in a torrent of invective. He longed to see a change on that man's face, even the slightest shift. Yet until his soul was entirely obliterated, until he became mere experience fodder for Chen Hao, the latter's expression remained unchanged. As Frandy's essence dissipated within that space, violent tremors erupted around him, dust and debris raining down from above. Just as Chen Hao was engulfed in uncertainty, he jolted awake in his motel room. Startled, he surveyed his surroundings and inspected his body, discovering no injuries. He lay back down, though the bizarre nature of the experience instilled a sense of vigilance within him. Those who overtly sought his life did not concern him, but such eerie methods still inspired trepidation. Thankfully, Frandy was not well acquainted with his own capabilities, perhaps because the one who sent him had not informed him adequately. Regardless, after this incident, Chen Hao had relinquished the absurd notion of being invincible in the mortal realm. The world was far too vast. His travels and encounters were merely the tip of the iceberg. His reverence for the entirety of that iceberg was not misplaced. The demons he had faced previously, coupled with this recent encounter with a malevolent spirit, led him to believe that should an angel appear next, he would not be taken aback. Yet for now, he needed to locate those who had targeted him. As Chen Hao contemplated his future path, an unusual silence outside seized his attention. Gradually rising to his feet, he approached the window, glancing through the inky darkness. Just as he was about to return to bed, he paused abruptly. Turning back to the window, he beheld a tall figure standing across the road, wielding a machete and donning an iron mask. A grave expression crossed Chen Hao's face. This was the first time he had encountered someone who, despite his heightened senses, had eluded his detection. Who was he? When had he arrived? Was he affiliated with Frandy's group? Countless questions flooded his mind, but there was no time for contemplation. As the man across the road began to move, he resembled a dormant volcano, harboring a ferocious magma within. Just a fleeting glance revealed that the pure killing intent emanating from him pierced through the glass, sending waves of trepidation coursing through Chen Hao. Strangely, the man moved with an ethereal grace, as if defying gravity. In mere breaths, he had closed the distance from a considerable span to just a few dozen meters. Chen Hao cast another glance outside, hastily donning his clothing. At that moment, an immense force shattered the motel room's door. Bang! The terrifying force generated a shockwave, splintering the furniture surrounding the entrance. Chen Hao, having already distanced himself from the door, caught sight of the intruder's visage. His appearance was nearly identical to what he had seen moments ago, yet the palpable aura of murderous intent surrounding him made Chen Hao furrow his brow deeply. The man's eyes blazed a blood-red hue, and the wails of countless tormented souls echoed through the spectral window of his gaze. Each soul bore the gruesome marks of their demise at his hands. Disturbingly, every unfortunate victim he had slain was entirely bound to him. their essences seemingly augmenting this creature's strength. His body was a tapestry of wounds, cuts, gunshot wounds, lacerations. All manner of injuries densely littered his form. Yet this abomination appeared unbothered, exuding the breath of the living while remaining as frigid as a corpse, ignoring physical attacks, bolstered by the souls he had ensnared, and possessing a terrifying physical prowess. This pure killing machine focused solely on Chen Hao. Even he could not help but admire the sheer ferocity of this entity. Thud! The colossal figure finally stepped inside. Upon closer inspection, even though Chen Hao had been augmented to a height of 2 meters, this monstrosity towered over him. The creature scanned the dark room, pausing when it detected no sign of Chen Hao, but only for a brief moment. Inexplicably, its blood-red gaze found its target in the shadows. Had it discovered him? How could it? Chen Hao muttered to himself, astonished by this new discovery. It was the first time he had encountered an entity with abilities so akin to his own. Upon further reflection, he perceived the man as akin to the monsters lurking in caves, driven by a primal hunger for flesh, capable of locating their prey with merely a hint of their presence. Transformed. What a grand undertaking. As Chen Hao slowly emerged from the shadows, the towering figure brandished a massive cleaver and swung it directly at him the moment he stepped into the moonlight. Chen Hao was taken aback and infuriated. Such a brash individual, attacking without a word, startled him. While he did not fear for his life, the unexpected assault left him somewhat flustered, causing his face to redden in embarrassment for the first time. Chapter 75. The relentless assault. The towering man seemed devoid of any trepidation, his focus entirely fixated on Chen Hao. The enormous cleaver in his grasp resembled a weightless toy, wielded with terrifying force that effortlessly shattered tables, chairs, and other furnishings as if they were mere blocks of tofu. Yet, it appeared that this monster was growing increasingly irate at Chen Hao's ability to evade his attacks, repeatedly roaring the name Jason. Jason? Could it be the one from Crystal Lake? Chen Hao pondered, his thoughts racing, but his movements remained swift. While he observed this Jason, a lining hidden within the monster's clothing caught his attention. It resembled a charred coat, and upon glimpsing it, an unmistakable familiarity surged within Chen Hao. He had undoubtedly seen this coat before. As he contemplated, a realization dawned upon him. This coat must be the gift Alice had bestowed upon him. And connecting the scorched marks, Chen Hao deduced its origin. It was likely recovered by someone with ill intent from the remnants of his home. And the reason it adorned this creature was probably due to the lingering scent allowing them to trace his whereabouts. With this thought, Chen Hao's curiosity about those secretly plotting against him began to grow, prompting him to mentally tally his adversaries. The vampires and werewolves were unlikely culprits. Those proud denizens of the night thrived on grudges that required personal reckoning. Humans? That seemed even less plausible. If humanity could harness such mysterious powers, the world would have already undergone a significant transformation. Presently, humans likely only forged alliances with certain supernatural entities. The list of remaining foes was dwindling. And then Chen Hao suddenly recalled the demon he had dispatched himself. With this thought, a smile crept upon his lips. Those who thrived in the shadows, scheming to deceive human souls, could undoubtedly orchestrate such a scheme. The reason he had not directly encountered these demons until now was likely due to the peculiar circumstances surrounding the demise of that yellow-eyed demon. And these creatures were merely tests sent to gauge his abilities. Bang! Another powerful swing. The chilling blade narrowly grazed Chen Hao's arm, and as he dodged, a two-person sofa was cleaved in two. Jason appeared increasingly agitated, his murderous intent intensifying, and he swung the cleaver with relentless ferocity, his blood-red eyes locked on Chen Hao, emitting furious roars. Subsequently, he barreled forward, forcefully kicking aside debris obstructing his path, his speed accelerating under the weight of his terrifying strength, akin to a land-bound tank. Damn it! This is getting out of hand. Chen Hao felt his temper flare. Despite several punches landing on the monster, its body emitted dull thuds upon impact. Yet it withstood his strength. Each of Chen Hao's attacks, though they staggered Jason momentarily, were met with an unyielding resolve, and the monster resumed its aggressive assault. Moreover, Chen Hao discerned something unusual about Jason. With each of his full-force strikes, while the creature appeared unscathed, the once blood-red hue in its eyes seemed to fade slightly. Not only did the color diminish, but it seemed that any underlying injuries would be negated, rendering Jason increasingly formidable. It felt like a dead end. The more lethal the attacks Chen Hao delivered, the more terrifying Jason became, and troublingly, this growth seemed boundless. After several attempts, Chen Hao's earlier suspicions solidified. After a few more full-force attacks, Jason was now significantly stronger than when he first appeared. At this moment, Chen Hao felt a twinge of trepidation. It was precisely this apprehension that held him back from reckless engagement until he discovered a viable solution. He hesitated, contemplating the consequences of unbridled aggression. If Jason grew to a point beyond his capacity to handle, what then? Although Jason currently only matched about 30% of his strength, it was worth noting that Chen Hao had transcended the realm of the ordinary. 30% of his power could easily crush a 100-man army. As Chen Hao pondered how to effectively deal with Jason, an alarm rang in his mind, and a sudden chill of murderous intent surged from behind him, targeting none other than Chen Hao himself. Reacting swiftly, he distanced himself from the wall he had been leaning against as a glinting blade pierced the wooden barrier, aimed directly at the spot where his head had just been. Hiss! Even Chen Hao felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the long knife. This ghostly tactic left him astounded. The assailant on the other side was far more insidious than Jason, and unlike the latter's brutish approach, the hidden assassin was adept at seizing opportunities. Like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, this cunning figure perpetually sought out Chen Hao's vulnerabilities. Caught between two attackers, Chen Hao managed to navigate the situation with relative ease, yet his range of motion was undeniably constrained. The two assassins seemed to have premeditated their assault, their uncanny synchronization adding pressure to Chen Hao, who faced this dual threat for the first time. While he guarded against the lurking figure behind the wall, he also contended with Jason, and suddenly, the concealed long knife thrust through the wall once more, targeting his side, igniting a fury within Chen Hao. In an instant, Leviathan was clenched in his grasp. Jason, witnessing the sudden appearance of the crimson axe in Chen Hao's hand, momentarily faltered in confusion. Yet, Chen Hao had no time to ponder the creature's thoughts. His sole desire was to eliminate the shadowy figure on the other side. Aiming for the assassin's approximate location, Leviathan sliced through the air, emitting a howling sound, before crashing down upon the wall with tremendous force. Boom! The frail barrier could not withstand such power, erupting in a resounding crash as it collapsed between the two rooms. At last, the hidden assailant revealed himself. He was a towering man clad in work attire, his face obscured by a bizarre mask that was pure white, with only eye holes and a mouth opening remaining, resembling skin. He wielded a steel knife, and though his eyes were cold, Chen Hao's sudden action caught him off guard. Tilting his head, he scrutinized the man who had just broken through the wall. And through the mask's openings, a childlike curiosity gleamed in his eyes, devoid of any fear towards Chen Hao's strength. Die! Seizing the moment while the newly emerged creature was still in a daze, Chen Chapter 76. Greetings, I am John Wick. As Chen Hao pursued the newly emerged assassin, he deftly kicked away Jason's machete that had swung perilously close behind him. Like a nimble leopard, he surged through the room, a tempest in relentless pursuit of the fresh menace. Though this newcomer was also deemed a monster, he paled in comparison to Jason's formidable prowess. The only similarity they shared was a brutal intent to kill. Beyond that, the newcomer was merely a devious and treacherous soul. However, these traits were insufficient to withstand Chen Hao's wrath. After several furious assaults, the newcomer bore numerous horrifying wounds on his body. Had it not been for the devil fortifying him beforehand, he would have succumbed to his injuries long ago. Inside the room, dodging or forcefully repelling Jason with ease, Chen Hao pursued the deranged killer with astonishing speed. Each of his strikes was remarkably precise, forcing the psychopath to awkwardly evade, yet still suffering substantial injury under Chen Hao's extraordinary strength and unparalleled swiftness. The fear in the killer's eyes intensified. He began to gasp for breath. After narrowly avoiding another of Chen Hao's terrifying blows, he was hurled against a window by the sheer force of an axe strike. With a thunderous crash, the window shattered under the impact, and his body smashed through the surrounding walls, sending him flying outside. Chen Hao swiftly kicked away the pursuing Jason and leaped over the bed to follow. Upon landing, however, a strange malevolence lurking in the shadows outside the motel yard halted him in his tracks. Who dares to hide? Would you care to join the fray? Ignoring the incapacitated killer gasping on the ground, Chen Hao scanned the darkness with keen vigilance. Soon, the sound of polished shoes striking the ground echoed, and a middle-aged man with flowing hair and a well-tailored suit stepped into Chen Hao's view. As Chen Hao was about to speak, the downed killer suddenly surged back to life, eyes gleaming with the ferocity of a dying beast, lunging at Chen Hao with a glinting knife aimed directly at his chest. "Careful," the man exclaimed, but before he could finish his warning, a remarkable scene unfolded. Chen Hao, seemingly aware of the impending attack, transformed his back into a vigilant shield. The Leviathan in his grasp became a crimson whirlwind, and with a swift, decisive motion, the attacker's head was severed from his body. John stood frozen, disbelief washing over him as he tightened his grip on the Browning in his hand. Just as he uttered a syllable, a feral roar erupted from within the battered building. Turning to behold Jason, a veritable human tank, crashing through the dilapidated wall, brandishing a long knife as he charged at Chen Hao. "I can wait," John, the assassin, inexplicably declared. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao exchanged a meaningful glance with the legendary killer. He then beckoned to the Leviathan embedded in the lifeless body beside him. The blood-red axe, as if imbued with a spirit, hummed to life and swiftly returned to Chen Hao's grasp. This peculiar occurrence stirred an inexplicable emotion within John, whose Browning was still aimed at Chen Hao, though its muzzle had lowered almost to the ground. Chen Hao chose to disregard the once revered assassin. Sensing that the murderous intent in John's eyes had inexplicably dissipated, he turned his attention back to Jason, the smoldering fury within him igniting like wildfire. Transforming into a ferocious beast, he erupted forward, seizing Jason's descending knife with ease. In that fleeting moment of Jason's bewilderment, the axe vanished from Chen Hao's hand, and his arms surged with newfound strength. The sinews bulged as he channeled all his might into a single punch. The sound of a sonic boom reverberated as his fist struck Jason, deforming his entire body as if he were a shrimp, contorted in agony. The overwhelming force propelled Jason across the room, crashing into the hard wall. Even as he collided with the sturdy structure, he continued to be flung backward. And amidst the cacophony of destruction, the already crumbling motel finally succumbed to the pressure, collapsing in a thunderous roar. Such divine retribution left John, the legendary assassin, trembling slightly as he gripped his firearm. Perhaps it was fear, or perhaps the awe of witnessing such a miraculous display of power. But the composure he had maintained for decades began to waver. An unusual sensation coursed through him, akin to a tremor of sheer terror or an exhilarating thrill, mixed with an array of bewildering emotions. Most importantly, John found himself at a loss on how to confront this terrifying target, whose bounty loomed ominously over him. Unaware of John's inner turmoil, Chen Hao quickly pursued Jason as he fell to the ground. Moments later, he appeared beside Jason, who seemed to sense Chen Hao's presence. Lifting the knife, he clutched tightly in a desperate strike. "Stubborn fool," Chen Hao exclaimed, raising his fist to deliver a series of punishing blows. With each strike, Jason's wrist shattered, the bones pulverized under the force of Chen Hao's iron fists. In mere instants, as Jason's body succumbed to the onslaught, Chen Hao's hand pressed against Jason's head, revealing the golden eye hidden beneath his brow. Soulbind. The golden light enveloped Jason, and as it descended, his massive frame convulsed violently, his mouth emitting agonizing wails, yet Chen Hao remained indifferent. With cold sweat beading on his brow, Chen Hao began to lift his hand from Jason's head. As he did, a multitude of dark souls erupted from Jason's crown, fleeing towards Chen Hao. The moment they appeared, the golden light from Chen Hao's eye enveloped these trapped souls, and within moments, they disintegrated into ash with anguished cries. This scene transpired over a few fleeting minutes. As the sealed souls were released, Jason's once blood-red eyes gradually returned to their original state, and his rapidly regenerating limbs ceased their growth. After completing this harrowing task, the now crippled Jason glared coldly at Chen Hao, who responded with a single, thunderous punch. With a resounding impact, the most notorious killer in history, known for his numerous sequels, had his head explode like a ripe watermelon under Chen Hao's fist. Ignoring the ensuing commotion, Chen Hao retrieved his coat from Jason's grasp, wiping the blood from his hands before turning to face the legendary assassin. John Wick cast a brief glance at the lifeless Jason, refraining from inquiring about the golden eye or the shadowy figures that had emerged from Jason's head. Instead, he quietly holstered his handgun and approached Chen Hao, extending his hand. "Hello, I am John Wick. It is a pleasure to meet you." Chapter 77. John's request. Chen Hao surveyed the man before him. Despite his exquisite attire, The unmistakable aura of despair combined with a weathered visage signified that John was navigating one of life's most arduous tribulations. Are you not inclined to take action? Chen Hao fixed his gaze on John's eyes, his voice remarkably calm. However, he found it curious that there seemed to be no trace of the murderous aura one would expect from a killer. Instead, John's eyes burned with an unusual fervor, akin to that reserved for a savior. John shook his head, smiling, and though he said little, the strange intensity in his gaze made Chen Hao uncomfortable. Sensing his own awkwardness, John quickly waved his hands, clarifying, "Please don't misunderstand. May I ask you a few questions?" Just after he spoke, Chen Hao felt a powerful gust of wind surge from his shoulder and instinctively dodged. Immediately following his evasive maneuver, a gunshot rang out, striking the wall behind him. Propping himself on one hand against the ground, Chen Hao glanced at John, then coldly surveyed the encroaching darkness. However, John's subsequent actions left him perplexed. Following the gunfire, John dashed in front of Chen Hao, seemingly attempting to shield him from bullets, while his hands waved frantically toward the shadows, as if communicating with an unseen ally. Before long, a figure emerged from the darkness, a white man cradling a sniper rifle. Upon his appearance, the sniper wore a look of anger and confusion, casting a glance at Chen Hao before his gaze settled on John, seemingly awaiting an explanation. "Marcus, do you know? I have discovered a way to resurrect Helen." Both Chen Hao and Marcus frowned simultaneously. Marcus regarded John as though he were a madman. After a moment, he sighed, approached John, and placed a hand on his shoulder. Speaking with a heavy tone, "John, I understand you cannot bear the pain of losing Helen, but even Helen, who has gone to heaven, would want you to face reality, not to place your hopes on a monster." With that, Marcus drew his handgun, the cold muzzle aimed at Chen Hao's head. Bang! A soft sound echoed as John surprisingly pulled out his Browning, aiming it at his own head. Witnessing his friend's desperate act, Marcus's expression darkened considerably. "John, wake up. How can the dead possibly come back to life? Are you so consumed by longing for your wife that you've lost your mind?" His incredulity was tinged with helplessness and anger, yet he still retained a sliver of reason. "Marcus, I don't wish to explain anything. This man cannot die here. No matter who or what organization seeks to thwart my resurrection of my wife, I will eliminate them all." John's voice was flat, his earlier excitement replaced by a chilling demeanor, his eyes brimming with murderous intent as he stood resolutely before Chen Hao, silently confronting his friend. The scene before Chen Hao felt suffocating, but upon reflection, he began to comprehend something profound. John, an avowed atheist, had finally encountered the existence of souls today, a revelation that had utterly destabilized his worldview. These revelations were, in fact, the glimmers of hope that could allow him to see his deceased wife once more. Thus John, already deeply fixated on this hope, would not relinquish Chen Hao, no matter how tenuous that hope might be. "John, even if I let him go today, what about tomorrow? The bounty on his head is $20 billion. Do you understand what that money signifies?" A hint of resignation flickered in Marcus's eyes, yet his aim remained unwavering, while John continued to maintain a stoic silence, coldly regarding Marcus. "With that sum, you could seek out another Helen." "Enough." Marcus's words seemed to ignite a spark of fury in John, and his demeanor shifted, revealing a glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes. His expression darkened as he glared at Marcus and spoke deliberately. "Marcus, as a friend, this is my sole request. If you refuse, we can commence hostilities." With that, John cocked his Browning, the sound eliciting a twitch from Marcus's eye. However, after a brief moment, he raised his hands in surrender. "John, we have been friends for decades. You know I would never truly fall out with you over such matters. If this is the outcome you desire, as a friend, I will not stand in your way. But I must tell you, if he fails to fulfill your desires, you must kill him, for your sake, and for mine as your friend." Marcus's sentiments were understandable, though not entirely excusable. After all, he had not witnessed Chen Hao vanquishing a soul moments prior. Thus, he viewed his friend's behavior as an episode of temporary insanity. Nevertheless, their decades-long friendship compelled him to support his brother. As the two engaged in this tense exchange, a sudden voice broke through from behind them. "Mr. John, I believe you and your friend may have misunderstood something." At the sound of Chen Hao's voice, Marcus's eyes widened in terror. His face was a mask of disbelief. The man had inexplicably vanished before his very eyes. Then, he felt a tightening grip around his neck. As he registered this, he realized someone had seized him. He began to struggle violently, but the hand gripping him was as immovable as a mountain. No matter how he fought back, that iron grip remained steadfast. As he felt the pressure intensify, a wave of suffocation surged through his mind, turning his face crimson from lack of oxygen. "Jack, please let him go. We mean you no harm." John's tone was laced with urgency, his Browning once again aimed at Chen Hao. "No harm." Chen Hao scoffed, lifting Marcus with ease, and, seeing the terror in his eyes, mocked. "It was you who fired the gun earlier, was it not?" At this, John paused, as if suddenly realizing something. Yet, upon witnessing his friend teetering on the brink of death, he hastily holstered his weapon and rushed to Chen Hao's side, pleading, "Jack, I admit we came here for the bounty, but I have completely abandoned that notion since earlier. Please, let my friend go, and I can explain." "Humph." Chen Hao casually tossed Marcus to the ground and turned to search for his belongings. Once Marcus was released, he hastily approached John to check on his friend's condition. As he steadied himself, he emitted a pained groan, and upon regaining his composure, he regarded Chen Hao with a mixture of fear and awe. The man before him possessed a terrifying strength. After decades in the world of assassins, he had never encountered someone he could not resist. Meanwhile, Chen Hao was oblivious to Marcus's thoughts, as he was busy contemplating how to utilize John in dealing with the pests behind him. Chapter 78. The sound once assured that his friend was relatively unharmed. John returned to Chen Hao's side, his expression filled with supplication, though he remained silent, simply following Chen Hao as he completed his task. At last, having gathered his scattered belongings, Chen Hao surveyed the disarray of the hotel. Remembering his earlier suspicions, he headed directly to the owner's room. Before long, they arrived at the owner's quarters. Even before entering, the pungent stench of blood foretold the owner's grim fate. Upon opening the door, they found the floor splattered with blood, the hotel owner's lifeless body lying in terror, evidently deceased for some time. "We checked upon our arrival. The hotel owner and several guests were brutally murdered. It must have been that man in the white mask," John remarked as if discussing a trivial matter. But as an assassin, he had long since grown numb to life and death. Aside from the loss of his wife, he was indifferent to the deaths of others. Chen Hao turned to John, hefted his backpack, and exited the room. As he walked towards his vehicle, he contemplated how to manage John. The two men, each lost in their own thoughts, soon found themselves beside Chen Hao's car. Carefully placing his backpack inside, Chen Hao turned to face John. Under John's pleading gaze, Chen Hao finally spoke. "All right, John, what is your request? Let it be known, I do not possess the ability to resurrect anyone. No. You are capable of feats that even exorcists cannot achieve. At least they can only speak of souls. Yet you possess the power to command souls, and with this ability, you can surely bring her back." John was filled with excitement, his fervor palpable as he paced before Chen Hao, his hands nervously rubbing against one another. Witnessing this man, seemingly reborn, Chen Hao felt a stirring in his heart. The profound affection this man held for his deceased wife was truly moving. For the sake of a small dog gifted by his departed spouse, this man had nearly obliterated the profession of assassination. Now, merely due to a possibility. His readiness to sacrifice his life at Chen Hao's slightest suggestion made it unbearable for Chen Hao to withhold the truth. Nevertheless, he could not allow John to receive this information without cost. Collecting his thoughts, Chen Hao spoke slowly. "John, to resurrect the dead, there are indeed certain methods. But if you wish to know, some price must be paid." After speaking, Chen Hao regarded John, who, upon hearing these words, displayed a flicker of hesitation. As if he had begun to grasp Chen Hao's intentions, he remained silent, his gaze fixed on Chen Hao, seeking answers within those eyes. Upon receiving Chen Hao's affirmative nod, a resolute expression emerged on his face. "Speak, and I shall do whatever is within my power." Chen Hao patted John's shoulder, glancing at the staggering Marcus who approached. Ignoring Marcus's fury, and quietly stated as the night enveloped them, "It is said that at a crossroads, a demon guards a secret. If you are willing to offer your soul, they shall grant you a single wish, including the ability to return a deceased person to this world." At last, hearing the information he so desperately sought, John's demeanor transformed into one of intense excitement, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. "Where can I find it?" Just as John was about to speak, Marcus, unable to endure the discussion of demonic transactions any longer, erupted. "John, are you mad? We are children of God. And you wish to strike a bargain with the devil?" In his anger, he shoved Chen Hao aside and glared at the instigator of John's folly. then began to pound his fists against John's chest. Although we are destined for that wretched hell, I will not allow you to descend into complete depravity at this moment. We may face hell, for that is our punishment, but it does not mean we shall become slaves to Satan. Gasping for breath, Marcus placed his hands on John's shoulders. His face etched with desperation, gazing intently into John's eyes. John, come home with me. I can promise not to concern myself with any bounties. And I will accompany you in stepping away from this, but I only hope. No. John suddenly lifted his head, his eyes filled with determination. Marcus, since the day I lost Helen, I have existed as a mere husk. For years, my life has been shrouded in gray. Now, I finally see a glimmer of hope to bring her back. I cannot afford to lose this chance. Please, do not hinder me. In that moment, as he gazed upon a friend he had known for decades, Marcus felt an unsettling distance between them. He forced a smile through the pain, tears of sorrow cascading from his eyes. John, do what you believe is right. Patting his friend's back, Marcus took up his long gun and staggered away from the scene. Watching his friend depart, John felt a deep ache within him, aware that his friend's steadfast faith rendered today's actions a profound betrayal. Yet, as he recalled Helen's smiling face, his resolve hardened. Though it seemed he would part ways with a friend of many years, in the face of his wife's resurrection, he chose to persist. Regaining his focus, he fixed his gaze upon Chen Hao, who wore a knowing smile that hinted at mischief. Taking a deep breath, John slowly asked, "What do you wish me to do?" Very simply, eliminate all the high tables, and ensure that the continental hotels in America are erased from the map. Although he had anticipated a portion of Chen Hao's demands, hearing them articulated sent a chill through John. Is it impossible? Chen Hao resembled a devil. Though he bore a smile, it exuded an unsettling aura. Very well. Once you have eradicated them, come find me, and I shall reveal the location of that crossroads. With that, Chen Hao paid no further heed to the stunned John and departed in his vehicle. Shortly thereafter, John vanished from the place, and with his disappearance, the assassin world was poised to plunge into chaos, as all members of the high tables would become pitiful prey. However, for Chen Hao, already en route, John represented his revenge against the association. Whether he succeeded mattered little. If not, he could always return for another round when time permitted. You seem quite pleased. Just as Chen Hao contemplated John's predicament, a voice suddenly broke through the air, startling him so that he slammed on the brakes. The tires screeched, leaving long skid marks before the car came to a halt. Chen Hao scanned the interior, finding it empty, as if the voice had been an ephemeral illusion. Steeling himself, he intended to restart the vehicle when the voice echoed once more. Since you enjoy making deals, how about we strike a bargain?